Chapter 1. The Boy with the Stolen Bag. A new book has been uploaded. I sincerely hope for everyone's support. A town resembles a woman in many ways. Its architectural facade is akin to a woman's appearance, while its history, economy, and culture form its essence. Whether it be a woman or a town, having an appealing exterior and an attractive figure always garners admiration. If one lacks both, acquiring at least one is still a fortunate circumstance. An attractive visage can shine brightly in the light, while a well-proportioned figure can remain hidden in the shadows. There is always a way to navigate the situation. Yet, just as beauty is a rare find, not every town possesses the allure and charm to captivate hearts. The city of Aogu in the Tiando Empire is precisely such a place, lacking in both aesthetic appeal and substance. It is an inferior town. Its architectural landscape is unremarkable. The grandest structure is merely the Great Soul Arena at the city center. While the majority of buildings are low and unassuming, 3 centuries ago, Aogu was nothing more than a barren wilderness, rendering its historical significance negligible. With no distinctive local products, merchants seldom pass through, leading to a mediocre economy. Its brief history has yielded little in terms of cultural narratives, and there are hardly any notable soul masters, the strongest among them being a mere soul sect, and not even a native of Aogu, but rather a commandeered lord from the imperial side. However, this does not imply that Aogu is utterly worthless. The affluent and powerful may look down upon this third-rate town, yet petty thieves flock to it like moths to a flame. Cities like Tiando, Xinghua, or Wuhan are akin to celestial beings, always surrounded by guardians. In such bustling metropolises, one can hardly find a commoner without noble lineage or soul mastery. Without some skill, they would struggle to survive in such an environment. In contrast, Aogu is a different story. Those with any ambition have long departed to seek their fortunes elsewhere, leaving behind only the aimless, the elderly, and the infirm. Coupled with the loose and chaotic security, it becomes an ideal haven for the indolent and the unambitious. Xiao Gao embodies such a rogue. He drifts between various small towns, too timid to engage in heinous crimes, yet adept at petty theft. In Xiao Gao's own words, the notion of working a legitimate job is utterly implausible, could never bring himself to do so. Instead, he relies on deception and trickery to make ends meet. After all, working is exhausting, and subjecting oneself to exploitation is intolerable in his line of work. However, the rewards come swiftly, the effort is minimal, and he need not endure the ire of others. The only downside is its illegality. Should he happen to get caught, a mild reprimand or a violent response could befall him. Yet Xiao Gao remains unfazed. After all, he is but one man, and his survival is his sole concern. He feels free of any attachments. What's more, he believes he was born for this life. In this land, everyone awakens their martial soul at the age of 6, which can be either a beast martial soul or a weapon martial soul. Those fortunate enough to possess innate soul power from birth may rise to become soul masters, living a life free from worries, soaring through the skies like celestial beings, and earning the reverence of all. Xiao Gao, however, was not so fortunate. His innate soul power is 0. Essentially, he possesses none. Innate soul power is a rare gift, and Xiao Gao does not wallow in self-pity. Besides, not everyone is endowed with innate soul power, but everyone possesses a martial soul. At the age of 6, he awakened the martial soul of Boots, though devoid of soul power. Each time he summoned his martial soul, he could run with remarkable speed, earning him a nickname Little Flying Hero from a young age, which proved advantageous in his line of work. In thievery, speed is of the essence. Only those with agility can hope to thrive. The brutish bandits who wield knives and threaten others are beneath Xiao Gao's disdain. He finds their methods too crude, unbefitting of his little flying hero persona. Xiao Gao believes that one must love their craft. If one is a thief, then be a thief, never resorting to the barbarity of outright robbery. Yet today, Xiao Gao may be tempted to violate his own principles. At this moment, he is leisurely trailing behind a young boy. The boy is charming, resembling a porcelain doll, with delicate features and bright eyes upon first glance. Xiao Gao even hesitates to ascertain his gender. In Xiao Gao's experience, boys of that age should be filthy and snot-nosed, yet this child is impeccably clean, devoid of any foolishness. evoking an unbidden sense of pity. Of course, none of this matters to Xiao Gao. His gaze is fixed on the leather pouch in the boy's hand. Just moments ago, he witnessed the boy place 3 silver soul coins into that pouch. Those are 3 silver coins, enough for Xiao Gao to indulge for 2 or 3 months. Moreover, judging by the bulging pouch, there may be countless more soul coins within. With the allure of wealth beckoning, Xiao Gao suddenly feels that occasionally adopting the role of a bandit might not be so objectionable after all. After all, his target is merely a child who appears to be no more than 4 or 5 years old surely. Even if Xiao Gao lacks physical strength, he can easily outmaneuver a mere toddler. All he needs to do is seize the opportunity, snatch the pouch from the boy's grasp, and then utilize his martial soul's speed to escape by the time the boy reacts. He would have already fled Aogu. However, Xiao Gao is not foolish. This boy is clearly not from an ordinary family. He is likely the scion of a minor family in the city after all. No young child could possess such wealth without some backing exercising caution. Xiao Gao refrains from acting immediately, opting instead to follow the boy through several streets, observing for a good 15 minutes before finally making his decision. According to Xiao Gao's observations, this young master seems to have snuck out to play, as he is unaccompanied by servants or adults while those around him are friendly, as long as they are not offering close protection. Xiao Gao is confident in his ability to evade them. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Gao realizes it is time to act. If he delays any longer, the boy's family may arrive, and he would miss his opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Gao acknowledges that this is his first attempt at stealing a child's belongings. To say he feels no psychological burden would be a lie for a brief moment. When he sees the boy's radiant smile, he contemplates abandoning his plan. But the temptation is simply too great. A defenseless child brandishing such wealth before him is a divine opportunity. If he lets it slip away, he would be cursed by fate. Fortune favors the bold. With that thought in mind, Xiao Gao spits on the ground, his gaze sharpening as a white light envelopes his feet. The martial soul summoned, he fixates on the leather pouch in the boy's hand. The boy, appearing quite delighted, swings the pouch playfully. It features a handle, and he is whimsically spinning it around, completely unconcerned about the coins spilling from within. The pouch is of high quality, and the boy shows no signs of worry whatsoever. Now's my chance. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Gao dashes forward, racing like the wind towards the boy. Before anyone can react, Xiao Gao has seized the leather pouch. Instinctively, he clutches it, feeling the weight of the soul coins within, and a surge of joy floods through him. With this much weight, even if they are merely copper soul coins, he has certainly not wasted his effort. Fortunately, Xiao Gao does not allow the sudden elation to cloud his judgment. He continues onward, making a beeline for the city gate. Once he crosses that threshold, he vows never to return to Aogu. But in the next instant, Xiao Gao feels a powerful tugging force emanating from the pouch's handle. His mind goes blank as his feet carry him forward, and the opposing forces leave him feeling as though his body is about to crumble, culminating in a loud thud as he crashes to the ground. It is only when the pain registers that Xiao Gao realizes what has transpired, rubbing his aching head. He gazes bewilderedly at the boy, instinctively tugging at the pouch once more, yet the boy remains as immovable as a boulder. Xiao Gao is flabbergasted. How can such a small child possess such strength? If he were 6 years old, it would be understandable. There are always prodigies who, upon awakening their martial soul, possess innate soul power, accomplishing remarkable feats at such a young age. But the child before him appears to be only 4 or 5, with no martial soul awakened, let alone any soul power. This is sheer brute strength. The boy, equally perplexed, cannot comprehend the sudden appearance of the figure before him. He merely feels someone tugging at his pouch and instinctively pulls back, resulting in this person sprawled on the ground. Their gazes meet in an awkward moment, suspended in time. After a few breaths, the boy seems to regain his composure, a playful expression lighting up his face, while Xiao Gao's grimace resembles a smile more painful than tears. There is no escaping now. Within this fleeting moment, bystanders have already gathered around, and unless Xiao Gao can fly, he is trapped. Xiao Gao understands that today his little flying hero persona has met its downfall. Simultaneously, The boy regards Xiao Gao with a demeanor that belies his age, filled not with innocence, but with a sense of playful mockery, with a smile that is neither entirely amused nor entirely serious. He inquires, "You're from out of town, aren't you?" Gula Xiao Gao swallowed hard, nodding hurriedly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Gao harbored a persistent feeling that the young boy before him was on the verge of committing an exceedingly cruel act. As it turned out, Xiao Gao's intuition was indeed correct. The boy extended his tender little hand, grasping Xiao Gao's hair, and cheerfully exclaimed, "I knew it." In the next moment, the boy forcefully slammed Xiao Gao's head against the ground, resulting in a dull thud and a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Xiao Gao did not perish. The boy had merely knocked out a row of his teeth. After executing this act, the boy turned and walked away as if nothing had transpired, while the bystanders instinctively parted to make way for him, leaving behind only a little thief who continued to moan and clutch his mouth in despair. Chapter 2. Yunzheng. Having walked away, the boy paid no heed to the little thief who attempted to snatch his purse. He was disinterested in the thief's fate. In summary, when the thief sought to rob him, the boy retaliated by shattering the thief's teeth, thus resolving their brief enmity. An ordinary person devoid of any soul power hardly warranted a place in the boy's memory. To the boy, the little thief was merely a transient figure in his life. After today's parting, he would never again cross paths with the vast majority of those in the city of Ogu. He would not make any deliberate efforts to befriend them, nor would he extend kindness to anyone, merely existing day by day until the moment he departed from Ogu City. Such was the simplicity of his outlook. In the boy's perspective, the inhabitants of Ogu City were overwhelmingly mediocre, destined to lag behind his remarkable pace. This was not a manifestation of youthful arrogance. Rather, the boy was acutely aware that he existed in a realm far removed from the majority of Ogu City's populace. He might even assert that he was distinct from all the city's denizens. However, due to a prior connection with one individual within Ogu, he conceded that he was merely different from the vast majority. Yet it was precisely this individual who had fostered within him a nearly pathological mindset. The boy's name was Yunzheng, a well-known figure among those who traverse worlds. Unlike many predecessors before him, Yunzheng found himself fully immersed in this land. Devoid of family or identity, he was an unequivocal outsider. Before his transference, Yunzheng had been a mere 20-year-old university student, but somehow, upon arriving in this world, he had taken on the form of an infant. Yunzheng remained oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired, but it is noteworthy that, despite his transformation into an infant, his strength had not diminished. He retained the vigor of a 20-year-old from his previous life. Perhaps this was a fortunate boon of his transmigration. It is essential to recognize that there exists a staggering disparity in strength between an infant and an adult, often in the hundreds of times. Thus, Yunzheng's ability to carry the strength of his former self into this new life meant that as his body gradually matured, his power could amplify exponentially, rendering him a figure of innate might. This was the reason Yunzheng could intimidate the little thief despite his juvenile physique. However, that being said, possessing strength does not guarantee one's safety. Though Yunzheng bore the strength of his former life, his body had undeniably regressed to that of an infant, with diminutive limbs that struggled even to walk. Moreover, the frailty of an infant's constitution could not sustain the exertion of overwhelming power. His bones were still in their formative stages. Should Yunzheng dare to engage in any reckless actions at that time, he might very well become the first transmigrator to perish under the weight of his own strength. During that period, Yunzheng felt a profound sense of fear, having traversed to a foreign realm. The language barrier, coupled with his physical limitations, made mere survival a daunting challenge. The Douluo Continent was a far cry from Yunzheng's previous existence, especially in a backward town like Ogu City, where one would be hard-pressed to find benevolent souls willing to care for a discarded child. Ordinary individuals were often on the brink of starvation themselves. The prospect of nurturing another child was slim, and even if they could, they would harbor doubts about whether Yunzheng, the abandoned child, bore any maladies. While soul masters might possess the means to care for Yunzheng, they were typically desensitized to life and death. Driven by self-interest, only children with innate soul power held any value for cultivation. A child like Yunzheng, carelessly discarded, was likely born to ordinary parents, rendering his potential unimpressive soul masters would not engage in endeavors that bore no reward. Reality often unfolded in such a manner in shallow waters. One would find an abundance of turtles soul masters in grand cities like Tiando City or Xinghua City might not be so pretentious. But in a small town like Oga City, they often regarded ordinary folk with disdain, viewing them as mere monkeys. In retrospect, Yunzheng could understand their perspective in an era of insufficient productivity. The struggles of the lower class were often steeped in tragedy, shrouded in darkness. This dark tragedy, for Yunzheng at the time, was nothing short of despair. Fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned him, and in the end, he was rescued. The one who took Yunzheng in was an elderly beggar. Moved by the sight of the helpless child, was untroubled by the possibility of any ailments. The beggar himself was a collection of afflictions. As for whether he could sustain Yunzheng, he had not given it a thought. As long as the beggar had a morsel to eat, there would be enough for Yunzheng as well, and whether they survived would depend solely on Yunzheng's fortune. The superfluous aspects aside, the old beggar was not capable of much. However, had it not been for him, Yunzheng would have perished from hunger long ago. The old beggar was no benevolent soul, offering no special care to Yunzheng. At most, he sheltered him from the elements and occasionally provided him with scraps of food, sharing only a meager portion. He paid little heed to whether Yunzheng had enough to eat or not. After all, it was merely fate that had allowed this unfortunate boy to be taken in by an old beggar. Nevertheless, Yunzheng felt a familial warmth emanating from the old beggar. In one's most desolate moments, one is often most easily moved. Yet, in the 4th year since Yunzheng's arrival in this realm, the old beggar passed away. It was an ordinary death, devoid of any profound adversaries or earth-shattering last words. The old beggar had wandered throughout his life, accumulating various ailments that, with the gradual passage of time, culminated in a climactic failure of health, ultimately leading him to collapse on the streets in the early hours of the morning. On the day of the old beggar's death, Yunzheng felt a profound sorrow. He was not surprised by the old beggar's demise. Even the beggar himself had foreseen it. Both Yunzheng and the old beggar were prepared for this inevitability. Yunzheng merely regretted that in his previous life, he had not taken the time to study traditional Chinese medicine. He did not aspire to become a master healer, but rather wished he could alleviate common ailments such as colds, so that at the very least, the old beggar might have departed this world with a little less suffering. Yunzheng incinerated the old beggar's remains, carefully collecting the ashes and placing them in a box. The beggar had once confided in Yunzheng that he was born in a frigid, desolate land, and it was the unbearable cold and poverty that had driven him to wander. However, he longed for a return to his roots, expressing that after his death, if Yunzheng truly cared, he should take his ashes back to the far north. Yunzheng had taken this to heart. Fortunately, at the tender age of 4, he had developed a resilience that allowed him to fend for himself, no longer the helpless infant he once was. In the Douluo Continent, there were no laws to protect minors, and children like Yunzheng, endowed with strength beyond their years, were often sought after by merchants who preferred to hire them for less pay, assigning them tasks that exceeded those of adults. Furthermore, the innocence of children could entice more customers to their establishments, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Of course, not all merchants were unscrupulous. Some treated Yunzheng with kindness. Regrettably, he had shut himself off emotionally. The old beggar's fate intensified Yunzheng's fear of loss, leading him to conclude that the best way to avoid loss was never to possess. This conclusion, albeit unreliable, stemmed from the mediocrity of the people within the city of Ogu. Even if Yunzheng were to open his heart and engage sincerely with everyone as he grew stronger, they would merely become burdens to him, while he would transform into an unattainable cloud on the horizon they could only gaze upon. It was a lamentable yet stark reality, reminiscent of the age-old adage about social standing and compatibility. Yunzheng is reluctant to invest excessive emotion in a future that is destined for separation. Rather than amplifying sorrow in the days to come, he prefers to embrace his solitary existence. As for the source of Yunzheng's confidence in his inevitable success, it is not blind arrogance. Rather, it stems from the fact that nearly every traveler possesses an indispensable golden finger that aids them in their journey. Yunzheng's golden finger is a bead, which is also the root cause of his traversing. If Yunzheng were to reflect on it, he would admit that he should never have been so curious as to wander into an antique market. Not only did he lose a significant amount of money, but he also unwittingly transported himself to the Douluo Continent. Yunzheng was utterly oblivious to the origins of the mysterious orb, Having yet to embark on any form of cultivation, it was inconceivable for him to attempt to refine this peculiar gem, like a sovereign lounging in repose. The orb had accompanied Yunzheng into this world, remaining dormant within his consciousness for an extended period. For quite some time, he was even unaware of its existence. It was not until Yunzheng reached the age of 3 that the orb suddenly exuded a haze of ethereal energy, dispersing throughout his being. In that moment, an enigmatic voice whispered to him, revealing that he had awakened the ultimate martial soul. No matter the attribute of this exceptional martial soul, it was unequivocally one of unparalleled strength. The orb unleashed its power for the second time just a few days ago, coinciding with Yunzheng's 6th birthday. Once again, the misty aura enveloped him, and this time, the orb bestowed upon him a divine ring, a celestial gift that would be accessible upon the awakening of his martial soul. To be honest, Yunzheng found the concept of a divine ring utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, the orb's 2 manifestations allowed Yunzheng to discern a pattern, in essence. This orb was his golden finger, granting him a boon every 3 years. It was precisely this extraordinary advantage that instilled in him an unwavering confidence. Despite his ignorance regarding the nature of the divine ring, Yunzheng felt no inferiority compared to the prodigies around him, particularly given his remarkable ultimate martial soul. It is worth mentioning that Yunzheng held significant reservations about the physicality of the indigenous inhabitants of Douluo Continent. He could not fathom how, despite being of the same species, there could be such a vast disparity in their growth. Why were the children of Douluo Continent all towering figures? A mere 5 or 6-year-old could easily match the height of an 8 or 9-year-old from his previous life, with many reaching an impressive height of 1.60 m or 70 by the age of 12 or 13. This left him, an earthling, feeling quite diminutive among his peers. To be fair, at 6 years old, Yunzheng stood at approximately 1.10 m, which was considered quite normal back on Earth. However, in Douluo Continent, 6-year-olds typically soared to heights of 1.30 m or 40. When compared, Yunzheng was rendered a veritable little person, often mistaken for a child of 4 or 5. Such thoughts inevitably stirred a deep-seated resentment within him. This was undoubtedly a bias against earthlings in this otherworldly realm. With a sigh, Yunzheng resolved to console himself. Do not fret. In my past life, I was a striking young man standing at 1.80 m. I am not afraid of growing taller. The most pressing concern now was to awaken his martial soul, as the martial soul hall only facilitated awakenings once every 6 months. Should he miss today's opportunity, he would have to endure a prolonged wait of another half-year. Yet, he remained curious about the specific attribute of this so-called ultimate martial soul. Personally, he harbored a preference for the attribute of lightning. It was undeniably majestic. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. When Yunzheng first traversed into this world, he was entirely unaware of the nature of his new surroundings. Truthfully, if this realm were merely an ancient society devoid of extraordinary powers, he harbored no desire to have crossed over. Imagine stepping into a world where productive capabilities could barely meet the basic needs of sustenance. What benefits could he possibly hope to gain in such a scenario? It was inconceivable. Yunzheng possessed enough self-awareness to understand that if he were to be transported to an era reminiscent of the Ming or Qing dynasties, he would likely find himself in dire straits within a month. He would be utterly inept at manual labor, and even the farmers would look down on him for his clumsiness. The rigid constraints of feudal society would surely drive him to madness. Should misfortune strike, he could easily fall victim to the infamous literary inquisitions, facing execution for uttering just a few ill-fated words. Unless, of course, he had been reborn as a noble. Yet, as fate would have it, he was not. Fortunately, while the orb that had brought Yunzheng to this new world was somewhat unreliable, it was not entirely absurd. Upon first witnessing the martial soul and the soul rings, he comprehended the realm he had entered. If this truly was the Douluo Continent, he could at least come to terms with it, as he possessed some prior knowledge that spared him from complete bewilderment. Yunzheng had perused the original work of Douluo Dalo and once yearned for the enchanting world it depicted. At the very least, he was familiar with the overarching worldview: spirit masters, spirit beasts, spirit power, martial spirits, and spirit rings. These constituted the eternal themes of this realm. When Yunzheng was merely 3 years old, a peril bestowed upon him an extraordinary martial spirit. At that moment, he pondered whether he had inadvertently traversed into the era of Doer, as such formidable martial spirits emerged only after that time. Yet, the nearly non-existent soul-guiding devices and the sporadic mentions of the martial spirit hall from others served as constant reminders that he still resided in the era of Do-E. For the martial spirit hall had not yet morphed into the martial spirit empire. As for the precise timeline, Yunzheng was uncertain. Such elevated matters were beyond his current grasp. Nevertheless, he recognized that upon arriving in Douluo, the awakening of one's martial spirit at the age of 6 was an indispensable rite of passage. It could be said that in Douluo, nearly everyone would be categorized into ranks at the age of 6. The higher one's innate spirit power, the stronger their martial spirit, and consequently, the more boundless their future prospects. The reason for the careful phrasing of nearly rather than all stemmed from consideration of that extraordinary individual who, a millennium later, began with innate spirit power at level 1 and transcended to divinity, a true exemplar of defying fate. Fortunately, Yunzheng's initiation was not so arduous. Thanks to the unreliable peril that granted him an exceptional martial spirit, he, as a denizen of Earth, would have otherwise remained oblivious to whether he possessed a martial spirit at all. Arriving in Douluo without a martial spirit would have been a rather grand jest. With a sense of relief, Yunzheng approached the branch hall of the Martial Spirit Hall in the city of Ogu. Regardless of the precise role the Martial Spirit Hall played in Douluo, it had undeniably accomplished tangible deeds. Although their true aim was to gather the world's talents, they had indeed exerted considerable effort to assist countless common spirit masters in awakening their martial spirits. Despite their financial backing from the two great empires to attract spirit masters below the Soul Sect, they had not embezzled a single soul coin. What belonged to whom remained intact. While the Martial Spirit Hall harbored ambitious aspirations, it was undeniable that its existence had propelled the continent's development. Regrettably, as their power grew, corruption began to fester within the upper echelons of the Martial Spirit Hall, gradually eroding the trust they had painstakingly garnered from the populace. The female pope, too, was a tempestuous figure, acting with undue haste. Compounded by the Martial Spirit Hall's tyrannical methods, it incited the righteous indignation of spirit masters across the land, culminating in a collective uprising against them, rendering their plight helpless. After a moment of daze, Yunzheng shook his head vigorously. Casting aside these thoughts that were not meant for his current contemplation, he strode confidently into the Martial Spirit Branch Hall before him. Each year, there were a couple of days when entry to the Oga branch was unrestricted, thus no one deterred Yunzheng, though he appeared to be under 6 years old. Children are naturally curious. It was entirely reasonable for him to wish to experience the martial spirit awakening beforehand, and the personnel of the Martial Spirit Hall would not quibble with a mere child. Before Yunzheng's arrival, 9 other children awaited, all accompanied by their parents. While he alone ventured forth unaccompanied, Yunzheng held no particular thoughts on the matter, yet the parents in front of him took notice. Some discussed his appearance, finding him endearing and charming, with a youthful face that bore an air of composure, making him all the more likable. Others speculated that he must have sneaked in, as he hardly resembled a 6-year-old child. A few recognized him and quietly pondered what kind of martial soul he would awaken and the level of innate soul power he might possess. The city of Ogu was neither too large nor too small, making it impossible for everyone to know Yunzheng. However, a child as unique as he was inevitably attracted attention. Independent, precocious, exquisitely handsome, and endowed with innate strength, he was memorable after just a glance. Those familiar with Yunzheng believed he was destined to become a soul master. After all, it would be unjust for such a prodigious talent to lack innate soul power. Regrettably, Yunzheng had been taken in by an old beggar, and many in Ogu had often mused that had they been the ones to adopt him, they would be enjoying a life of ease in their later years. The murmurs surrounding him reached Yunzheng's ears without missing a word. Yet he did not even lift his eyelids. As he had often stated, he had shut himself off from these ordinary individuals, unaffected by their opinions, whether they were complimentary or disparaging. Of course, this was under the condition that their remarks did not cross a line, should they resemble the petty thief from earlier. He would certainly relish the opportunity to impart a lesson. Returning to the matter at hand, as time gradually elapsed, the 9 children ahead of him completed their martial soul awakenings one by one. Among them, 7 possessed 0 innate soul power, lacking the qualifications to become soul masters. 1 had attained 1st level innate soul power, while another had reached 3rd level innate soul power, both indicative of limited future potential. Aside from a few parents and children displaying traces of disappointment, the members of the Martial Soul Hall appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such outcomes. Their expressions remained numb, showing no signs of disappointment whatsoever. After all, returning empty-handed was the norm. Those assigned to the Martial Soul Hall in Ogu were either individuals who had offended their superiors or those seeking a quiet retirement. harboring no illusions of discovering extraordinary talent to aid in their advancement. Following the 9, it was Yunzheng's turn. Yunzheng approached the soul master who was awakening her martial spirit with a charming demeanor, sweetly exclaiming, "Hello, sister." The individual responsible for this generation's martial spirit awakening was a middle-aged woman. From the previous awakening process, Yunzheng discerned that she was a soul master of unknown rank, her martial spirit manifesting as a vibrant red flower. The choice to address her as sister rather than aunt was purely a rational decision. Yunzheng had closed off her heart, not her mind. Sometimes, a little sweetness in speech could indeed avert numerous troubles and perhaps even yield unexpected rewards. This was not the first time Yunzheng had employed such a tactic. In earlier days, while working for others, she often resorted to this strategy to coax extra tips from older women, leveraging her innate advantages to great effect. In summary, Yunzheng had become quite the habitual offender in this regard. The outcome validated her approach. Upon witnessing Yunzheng's innocent and heartwarming smile, the woman beamed for the first time, bending down to pinch Yunzheng's cheek and speaking in a tone reminiscent of comforting a child. "Little brother, tell sister. How did you manage to get in here?" Once again, Yunzheng was mistaken for a child under the age of 6. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng couldn't help but let out a sigh. He defiantly wriggled free from the woman's grasp and retorted indignantly, "I did not sneak in. I am here to awaken my martial soul." Unfortunately, his demeanor was evidently insufficient to intimidate the woman before him. She affectionately patted Yunzheng's head and replied, "Very well, little brother. However, I fear that this year, I shall not be able to assist you in awakening your martial soul. Perhaps next year? Would it please you if I personally helped you awaken your martial soul then?" Yunzheng, filled with anxiety, thought to herself that if her height and appearance were to hinder her for an entire year, she would surely weep. With this in mind, she hastily explained, "Sister, please do not regard me as a mere child. I am truly 6 years old. If you doubt me, you may assess my bone age." However, this time, Yunzheng miscalculated. The woman was merely a soul venerable and could hardly discern any bone age. Yet, the woman, unwilling to admit her ignorance in front of a child, paused momentarily before replying with a beaming smile. All right, sister understands." Clearly, it was a perfunctory response. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could only smile bitterly, pondering whether this was the malice of the world's will towards the diminutive. Fortunately, at that moment, a father who had been waiting behind Yunzheng could no longer bear the sight. This father, being acquainted with Yunzheng, was well aware of his true age and could not help but exclaim, "Soul Master, this child, he is truly only 6 years old. He merely did not have adequate nourishment in his early years, which has resulted in him being somewhat shorter and more delicate than his peers." The father's intention was not to assist Yunzheng, but rather to prolong the entanglement between him and the soul master woman. For he was unaware of when it might be his own child's turn. "You are the one who is small. Your entire family is small. So what if I'm shorter? Am I eating your family's rice?" Upon hearing these words, Yunzheng internally cursed twice and shot an indignant glare at the father, leaving the man perplexed. Meanwhile, the woman, upon hearing his words, glanced at the nearby disciples. Among them was one who recognized Yunzheng and nodded at the woman. Suddenly enlightened, she observed the indignation etched on Yunzheng's small face and mistakenly believed he was sulking out of frustration. She quickly apologized, saying, "Sister was in the wrong. Come, I will awaken your martial soul right now." It must be said that in any world, those possessing striking appearances often find their challenges diminished. Just like now. If Yunzheng had not been exceptionally cute and appeared harmless, would a venerable soul master have deigned to apologize to him? Upon hearing the phrase martial soul awakening, Yunzheng instantly cast aside his previous displeasure. It was more important to focus on the awakening of his martial soul. Chapter 4, Bow and Arrow, Frosty Sky Feather. In truth, the awakening of a martial soul is not an exceedingly mysterious or arduous task, as long as one possesses a soul power exceeding level 20. A soul master can, with the aid of a soul power crystal, generally assist a 6-year-old child in awakening their martial soul. The most precious item in this process is undoubtedly the soul power crystal. Although not abundant, with a little effort, it can be procured and is not a rare commodity. This implies that the awakening of a martial soul does not necessarily require the involvement of the martial soul hall, as long as a trustworthy high-ranking soul master is present. It can be accomplished at home. However, such actions are not sanctioned by the martial soul hall. Why does the martial soul hall invest such considerable effort in helping millions of commoners awaken their martial souls? Surely, it cannot be merely for charitable purposes. Initially, The martial soul hall may have genuinely aimed to promote the development of the continent. However, as it has evolved, that original intent has long been cast aside. The true reason for the martial soul hall's annual assistance in the awakening of commoners' martial souls is to pre-select promising candidates for joining the hall, thereby bolstering its own foundation. After all, if the martial soul hall were merely a church relying on a diverse array of followers, how could it possibly unearth so many prodigies? Aren't they all plucked from the common populace? It is precisely for this reason that the martial soul hall firmly maintains control over the right to awaken martial souls for the masses. Of course, not everyone capitulates. For instance, the three great sects and the direct descendants of the two empires. If the three great sects and the royal families of the two empires wish it, the martial soul hall is more than willing to assist them in awakening the martial souls of their progeny. Admittedly, the martial soul hall cannot poach these sect members, but it can still gather information and ascertain which talents reside within these clans, thus securing its own interests. However, the three great sects and the two empires are not naive. They clearly perceive the martial soul hall's ulterior motives. Consequently, they will not allow the hall any influence over the awakening ceremonies for their descendants. The martial soul hall does not wish to be driven into a corner. After all, it is merely a matter of non-essential information that can easily be acquired through other means. Returning to the matter at hand. Regardless of the intricate power plays concealed behind the martial soul awakening ceremony in Douluo Continent, it bears no relevance to Yunzheng at present. He does not know any soul masters willing to assist him in awakening his martial soul. Aside from the martial soul hall, what other options does he have? At least the hall retains a high degree of credibility in this regard. Under the guidance of the female soul master, Yunzheng approached the soul power crystal. To be honest, at this moment, Yunzheng felt somewhat anxious. Indeed, he possessed an exquisite martial soul, yet he was uncertain whether he had inherent soul power. Being aware of one's own circumstances, he understood that as someone who had transmigrated, he was not guaranteed to possess such talent. However, for Yunzheng, even lacking innate soul power would not be a detriment. The pearl within his consciousness provided him with considerable confidence. Since that pearl could grant him a martial soul, it surely could bestow upon him soul power. Moreover, Yunzheng's subconscious assured him that he indeed possessed innate soul power. Yet, despite this confidence, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. The female soul master noticed Yunzheng's anxiety and offered him a gentle smile, patiently instructing, "Little brother, extend your hand to me." Yunzheng, adhering to her words, extended his right hand, resting it in the palm of the woman spirit master. Subsequently, he heard her voice, "Do not be afraid, dear. I will enter your body now. This process is quite pleasant. I shall assist you in drawing forth the power within you." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's clear eyes widened in astonishment, silently questioning, "Aunt, what are you saying?" However, at that moment, the spirit master's energy had already flowed from Yunzheng's palm into his body, a refreshing sensation permeating him, indeed rather soothing. Soon after, the energy from the woman spirit master began to stir the qi in Yunzheng's dantian, the essence of spirit power cascading down, a chilling aura gradually spreading from him as the epicenter. Simultaneously, the woman spirit master's brow furrowed involuntarily. Yunzheng had merely just awakened his martial soul, and he had not yet fully realized it, yet the emanating coldness was already palpable to her. Yunzheng's martial soul must be extraordinarily powerful. With this thought, the female soul master felt a surge of excitement, realizing she might have encountered a so-called civilian genius. She exerted herself even more to channel her soul power, stimulating Yunzheng's gradually awakening martial soul. Under the female soul master's diligent efforts, a shimmering ice-blue glow began to rise gently from Yunzheng's small frame. At that moment, Yunzheng was devoid of any thought. Instinctively, he extended his hands, and the luminous aura gracefully descended into his grasp. With a sigh of relief, the female soul master withdrew her soul power, a hint of fatigue crossing her face. Awakening the martial soul for Yunzheng alone was more exhausting than for the previous 9 combined. The chilling aura alone had left her flustered, and she had to ensure the success of the awakening without harming Yunzheng, leaving her utterly drained. Nevertheless, the outcome was gratifying. She had personally awakened a formidable ice-type martial soul, marking a significant milestone in her life. Upon the manifestation of Yunzheng's martial soul, a thin layer of frost formed beneath their feet. It was a beautifully crafted ice bow, resplendent yet unpretentious, its translucent ice blue hue glimmering like crystal. The bow resembled a pair of frost-laden wings, with the tips suggesting delicate feathers, smooth and natural in form. The bow's slender yet robust body and its snow-white string resembled a work of art. This bow deserved a place in the Royal Museum of the Tiando Empire. Rather than merely existing as a martial soul, held by Yunzheng, it appeared to enhance his ethereal presence, making him resemble a spirit from a dream. Frost Sky Feather. While everyone else stood in stunned silence, Yunzheng gazed intently at the ice bow in his hands, softly pondering, "Is this your name?" The ultimate ice. How wonderful. The ultimate ice, the bow and arrow of Frost Sky Feather. This was Yunzheng's martial soul, although it was not the ultimate thunder he had envisioned. The ultimate ice was still a formidable attribute, leaving Yunzheng with little to complain about. There was no dual martial soul, nor any accompanying martial soul. It was a singular martial soul, a harmonious unity of bow and arrow, the ice bow manifesting outwardly while the ice arrows remained concealed within. What shall this ice bow be called? A few breaths later, the onlookers began to regain their composure. The female soul master turned to Yunzheng and inquired. Frost Sky Feather. He replied without hesitation, revealing the name of his martial soul. Just a name, nothing of great significance. Upon hearing the name, the female soul master furrowed her brow, pondering the name repeatedly before murmuring, "An undocumented martial soul, a mutated martial soul?" It was understandable for the female soul master to react this way. Mutated martial souls were notoriously unstable, with myriad possibilities. While some martial souls could mutate positively, many would lean toward unfavorable transformations, with bizarre outcomes that could even lead to a true dragon becoming a mere swine. Similarly, although Yunzheng's martial soul had appeared immensely powerful during its awakening, its capabilities might not necessarily correspond to its appearance. If it turned out to be nothing more than a mere artifact, a facade, or entirely devoid of innate soul power, such outcomes were plausible for a mutated martial soul. "Sister, may I test my innate soul power?" Yunzheng, oblivious to the female soul master's thoughts, was solely focused on determining his cultivation potential. Only when Yunzheng prompted her did the female soul master come to her senses. Nodding dazedly, she handed the soul power crystal to Yunzheng and advised, "Place both hands upon it and strive to activate your martial soul. It will reveal your innate soul power to you." Yunzheng nodded obediently, eagerly pressing his hands onto the soul power crystal. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed at Yunzheng, as if witnessing a miracle. This spectacle was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary innate soul power of levels 3 or 4. It must be at least level 7. 8.5 levels. It was on the verge of reaching level 9 innate soul power. Such formidable talent. The female soul master was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment, her eyes betraying her shock. With this level of talent, as long as it did not falter, it surely held the potential to become a titled Douluo in the future. However, the astonishment in the eyes of the female soul master quickly transformed into hesitation, and then into regret and resignation. With a wry smile, she thought to herself, "Such heavy soul power, despite being merely at level 8, already surpasses my own quality as an auxiliary soul venerable. It is both a blessing and a curse." The weight of such soul power would undoubtedly pose numerous challenges in cultivation, significantly hindering the speed of advancement. It is likely that this innate soul power, nearing level 9, would progress at a rate slower than that of a level 4 or 5 innate soul power, burdened by its own heaviness. Alas, one could only say it is truly a variant martial soul. The female soul master could never have anticipated that Yunzheng's variant martial soul would ultimately reveal its adverse effects. Yunzheng's martial soul possesses an exceptionally high quality, a fact that is perceptible even to female soul masters. Should that chilling aura fully manifest, even she, a soul elder, would be compelled to yield. Additionally, Yunzheng possesses innate soul power, reaching an impressive level of 8.5, indicating that this so-called Frost Sky Bow is far from being a mere faade. His innate talent is remarkable. Such a level of innate soul power surpasses that of over 99% of soul masters on the continent. However, the female soul master did not anticipate that Yunzheng would be undermined by the quality of his own soul power. While possessing a slightly elevated soul power quality is generally advantageous, and in some respects, it is a coveted trait among many battle soul masters, there exists a delicate balance. Typically, the soul power quality of battle soul masters tends to exceed that of their auxiliary counterparts, enabling them to unleash greater strength in combat. However, excess in any form can be detrimental. A soul power quality as pronounced as Yunzheng's, significantly surpassing his cultivation level, is no longer an asset, but rather a calamity that all soul masters dread. In essence, it renders cultivation nearly impossible. As the light gradually dissipated, Yunzheng emerged from his bewilderment, a visible expression of joy illuminating his youthful face. Although his innate soul power of 8.5 is not the highest possible, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The original narrative merely stipulated that a twin martial soul must possess full innate soul power, leaving the specifics regarding the ultimate martial soul's innate power somewhat ambiguous. After all, the ultimate martial soul was only featured in the second installment, which commenced with 12-year-old Huagua, bypassing the awakening phase entirely. Nonetheless, Yunzheng speculated that the ultimate martial soul should indeed be accompanied by full innate soul power. He believed that his own lack of such power was entirely due to the peculiar orb. The orb had granted him the ultimate martial soul, but failed to provide the corresponding innate soul power. Consequently, this 8.5 level of innate soul power is entirely his own. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept upon Yunzheng's face. In this era, others may not fully comprehend the ultimate martial soul. Yet Yunzheng was well aware that cultivating the ultimate martial soul with an innate power of only 8.5 is akin to stirring a vast cauldron with a mere toothpick, an arduous endeavor. Young master, would you consider joining the spirit hall? At that moment, the female soul master approached him, inquiring gently. Indeed. While she perceived the peculiarities of Yunzheng's martial soul as potentially burdensome, she could not deny the exceptional quality of his martial soul and his remarkable cultivation talent. The Spirit Hall's mission to awaken martial souls among the common folk is to gather the world's finest talents. How could they possibly overlook a prodigy like Yunzheng? Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of hesitation flickered in Yunzheng's eyes. The overtures from the Spirit Hall were anticipated, yet, to be frank, he found little desire to join their ranks. Although in his previous life, he had encountered numerous tales of traversers who eagerly aligned themselves with the Spirit Hall for a myriad of reasons. At the core of it all lay an undeniable attraction to figures such as Qian Rinxue, Hu Laina, and Bibi Dong. Indeed, beauty captivates all, and Yunzheng was no exception. However, he understood the necessity of distinguishing between fiction and reality. He had truly crossed over. Every experience prior served as a reminder that reality seldom mirrored the idyllic portrayals found in novels. Thus, he was compelled to contemplate more pragmatic concerns. Foremost among these was the question of acceptance within the Spirit Hall. In any realm where individuals congregate, conflict inevitably arises. And the internal competition within the mid to high echelons of the Spirit Hall was particularly fierce. Should Yunzheng actually enter, it was highly probable that he would not encounter those three women for an extended period. The harsh truth was that even Hu Laina had been meticulously chosen before being taken as a disciple by Bibi Dong. With his mere grade 8 innate spirit power, did he truly expect Bibi Dong to accept him as a disciple, igniting a series of blush-inducing master-disciple romances? Even if Yunzheng were to lose his senses, he would deem such a scenario utterly implausible. Thus, even when contemplating with a biased mindset, he felt it imperative to reflect deeply. Next, there was the matter of the Spirit Hall itself. Frankly speaking, aside from the allure of those three women, what else could the Spirit Hall offer? Was it the nefarious reputation depicted in the original narrative, its domineering conduct, or the prospect of becoming a target for adversaries worldwide? The only aspect that piqued Yunzheng's interest was the vast reservoir of knowledge regarding spirit masters. Yet, what right did someone of his insignificance, lacking both status and strength, have to delve into such knowledge? To take a step back, Yunzheng was even uncertain of the current temporal context. What if this was not the era of the original story? Upon entering the Spirit Hall, he might find himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, rendering his past knowledge utterly useless, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. How could someone who had never navigated the professional realm expect to thrive in the Spirit Hall? Such a notion was far-fetched. Are you unwilling? The woman spirit master inquired gently, noticing the hesitation in Yunzheng's gaze. While my heart is indeed reluctant, I do not wish to decline so bluntly. Yunzheng replied, leveraging his youthful charm, feigning a pained expression as he softly asked, Sister, where is the Spirit Hall located? I've heard it is far, far away. Implicit in his words was the sentiment that the distance was simply too great to contemplate. To Yunzheng's surprise, the woman spirit master merely nodded in acknowledgement of his subtle refusal and remarked, Very well. The Spirit City is indeed quite distant from Abu City, and it is entirely reasonable for you to be hesitant about the journey. However, the doors of the Spirit Hall shall always remain open to you. With that, the woman spirit master seemed to recall something, gently pinching Yunzheng's cheek with affection and adding, By the way, little brother, if you ever encounter any insurmountable problems, Feel free to seek me out. And thus, an unexpected yet delightful opportunity presented itself. Unbeknownst to him, Yunzheng had unwittingly acquired a formidable ally in the form of a soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall, although he regarded this support with indifference. Perhaps never intending to utilize it, the cost he incurred was minimal, merely uttering a few sweet words of sisterly address. Yet, at this moment, Yunzheng found himself preoccupied. Unable to contemplate the underlying significance of camaraderie expressed by the female soul master before him, he stared at her in a daze, seemingly incredulous that she would relinquish her position so easily. However, after a moment's reflection, he came to a state of acceptance. The Spirit Hall had established a protocol. By recommending a prodigy, one could attain a promotion or material rewards. The definition of a prodigy encompassed those possessing innate soul power exceeding level 6, with Yunzheng's innate soul power at an impressive 8.5. He evidently met this criterion. Yet, for the female soul master before him, neither the prospect of advancement nor financial incentives seemed to hold any allure for a soul master in the realm of Douluo City. Typically, such individuals were either seeking retirement or had fallen from grace, exiled to this distant locale. Yunzheng was uncertain of the female soul master's circumstances, but it was evident that she possessed a keen self-awareness. She understood her situation well. As an auxiliary soul Douluo, her ascent to the position of branch master in Douluo City represented her utmost limit. Any further promotion would be rendered futile. The notion of being undeserving of one's rank was a daunting prospect, and with her slight stature, any elevation would likely lead to her being consumed by the very system she sought to join. While financial rewards might bear some significance, the remoteness of Douluo City, situated a vast distance from Spirit City, rendered the likelihood of receiving such rewards after numerous deductions exceedingly slim. It would be a stroke of fortune if even a meager fraction were to reach her hands. Contemplating this, Yunzheng felt a sense of relief. However, in this instance, he overlooked a crucial detail. He was aware of one aspect but ignorant of another. Indeed, the thoughts of Yunzheng reflect one of the reasons why female soul masters might choose to relinquish their aspirations. However, it is worth noting that female soul masters have not entirely disregarded Yunzheng's considerations. As a soul master who has languished within the Spirit Hall for much of her life, she is acutely aware of its nature, an arena rife with treachery and deceit, where even fresh blood like Yunzheng must navigate fierce competition and rivalry. Had Yunzheng been a conventional genius, it might have been a different story. With innate soul power at the 8th level and an exceptional frost spirit, he could undoubtedly shine within the Spirit Hall. Yet, from the perspective of the female soul master, the quality of Yunzheng's innate soul power would inevitably hinder his cultivation speed. The Spirit Hall is a ruthless entity. Should one fail to demonstrate sufficient value, they will be mercilessly discarded. Resources are not easily obtained, and for a soul master like Yunzheng, who cultivates at a sluggish pace, even substantial combat prowess amongst peers would not garner the Spirit Hall's attention. Consider this, with equal time, resources, and innate soul power, others have ascended to the ranks of soul kings and soul emperors, while Yunzheng remains trapped within the confines of soul masters and soul sects. What choice would the Spirit Hall make? The answer is evident. Furthermore, as an orphan without support, it seems excessively cruel to thrust Yunzheng into the fiercely competitive environment of the Spirit Hall. Should he rely on a potential laden support-type soul master, whose own prowess has waned? It is precisely these compounded reasons that led the female soul master to abandon any thoughts of recruiting Yunzheng for the Spirit Hall. Were a typical overbearing genius present, they would likely dismiss any concerns with arrogance, and the female soul master would care little for such matters. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, after all. A child whose spirit has just awakened, without a single soul ring, could hardly resist the dictates of the Spirit Hall's acolytes. For the female soul master, the question of loss is moot. She is indifferent to what Yunzheng may encounter in the future. People are inherently reciprocal in nature, and self-centered individuals are rarely endearing. During their brief interaction, Yunzheng successfully garnered the female soul master's goodwill, evoking within her a sense of pity for him. It is fair to say that while appearing endearing may be deemed shameful, it proves remarkably effective. As Yunzheng departed from the Douluo martial spirit branch, the female soul master wished to gift him several soul coins, yet he politely declined. Once again, it must be noted that Yunzheng referred to her as sister not out of flattery or a desire for camaraderie, but as a rational choice. Leveraging innate advantages for mutual benefit is acceptable, but receiving favors entails a debt of gratitude. The soul coins offered by the female soul master were not the same as the tips Yunzheng previously accepted. She genuinely sought to treat him as her younger brother. Yunzheng was not inclined to accept this situation. Chapter 6. Planning. Upon returning to his humble abode, Yunzheng flopped onto his bed, surrendering to exhaustion. Although he referred to it as his home, it was merely a modest earthen dwelling. Before turning 4, Yunzheng had accompanied an old beggar living on the streets. Homeless and destitute, relying on the sky for a roof and the ground for a bed. These 8 simple words might sound romantic, but anyone who has truly experienced such hardship understands that it was merely a consequence of poverty. After the age of 4, Yunzheng managed to scrape together some funds through sheer strength and endearing charm, coupled with the remnants of architectural knowledge from his past life, ultimately constructing a small earthen house. Its sturdiness was of little concern. As long as it provided shelter from the wind and rain, Yunzheng was thoroughly content. Reclining on his bed, Yunzheng idly tossed a leather pouch into the air, catching it repeatedly in a monotonous rhythm. In the Douluo Continent, devoid of smartphones and computers, the impoverished had little in the way of entertainment. Meanwhile, thoughts of his future plans occupied his mind. One must prepare for the future. Prudence is a wise habit. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, Yunzheng had maintained this good practice. In his previous life, he had the protection of parents and teachers, allowing him to indulge in frivolity. Here, however, with his only support now deceased, he had no choice but to rely on himself, at least for the time being. The foremost issue confronting Yunzheng was the knowledge pertaining to soul masters. Knowledge is power. This adage holds true in any realm. While Yunzheng had perused the original text, he was not so arrogant as to believe that having read a few million words of a novel would grant him comprehensive insight into the world of soul masters. For instance, in his mind, he could name only 200-year soul beasts, the mandala snake and the ghost vine, and only 2,000-year soul beasts, the human-faced demon spider and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As for others, he had long since forgotten. He was well versed in 10,000-year soul beasts, knowing nearly all of them. Yet what good was that? Until he achieved the rank of soul sage, he had no desire to confront any 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the compatibility between martial spirits and soul rings, the suitable developmental directions for martial spirits, and the interactions among various types of soul masters. Thus, acquiring knowledge was paramount. A vacant mind cannot forge a strong individual, no matter how exceptional one's talent. A muddled brain will only lead to self-destruction. But where could he seek this knowledge? Having rejected the Spirit Hall, Yunzheng felt he would eventually pursue enrollment at Shrek Academy. The Star Luo Empire was too distant. He did not wish to traverse mountains and rivers. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, regardless of his qualifications, the depiction of its nobility in the original text had left him utterly repulsed. Anyone born under a red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze would likely harbor no fondness for those self-proclaimed superior nobles. Among the 4 elemental academies, the Thunder, Wind, and Fire Academies were ill-suited to his attributes. Only the Water Academy aligned with his essence. Yet, it was an all-girls school, filled with a sea of fair faces and the melodious sounds of songbirds, a place he longed to attend, but they would not accept him. He had little impression of the remaining academies. In contrast, Shrek Academy indeed presented itself as an excellent choice. Firstly, it was renowned for its small student body, which minimized conflicts and intrigue. Yunzheng need not worry about sordid rivalries. Secondly, the faculty at Shrek Academy was exceptionally qualified, with 3 soul sages at the helm, rivaling many other institutions, with only the 2 royal academies surpassing it in terms of faculty strength. A strong faculty equates to a wealth of knowledge for soul masters. At Shrek Academy, Yunzheng would undoubtedly acquire much wisdom. This was sufficient, for while the knowledge gleaned from Shrek Academy might pale in comparison to that from the 2 royal academies and the Spirit Hall, by the time Yunzheng graduated, he would have attained the rank of Soul Zone, equipped with a powerful martial spirit and the skills of a Soul Zone, rendering him capable of acquiring even more advanced knowledge of soul masters. Additionally, if fortune favored him, he might encounter Tang Sect's era and have the opportunity to obtain an invaluable herb. Now that would indeed be a treasure. Yunzheng does not seek to cling to any powerful patron, although it is true that all the protagonists eventually ascend to divinity. He does not believe that he must rely on Tang Sect to achieve such greatness. After all, the pearl within his sea of consciousness has already afforded him the ability to traverse realms and has evolved his martial soul to its utmost potential. It stands to reason that it will ultimately assist him in attaining divinity. Yet, when he was engrossed in his readings, his heart yearned for Shrek Academy. Yunzheng feels no need to deny his former self. If the opportunity presents itself, why not fulfill a dream cherished since his youth? In truth, Yunzheng is not devoid of alternatives, such as the various sections. The Elephant Armor Academy is affiliated with the Elephant Armor Sect, and the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect is equally eager to recruit talent. Should he desire it, he could easily find a place among these sects, and given his extraordinary gifts, few would dare to refuse him. However, the thought has never crossed Yunzheng's mind. In his view, joining a sect would be less advantageous than aligning with the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall holds the promise of a brighter future. Since the treacherous demise of Qin Xuanji at the hands of BB Dawn, the Spirit Hall is no longer solely a bastion of the Angel Clan. If commoners display exceptional merit, they too can ascend to high positions and even claim the Pope's throne, much like Hulaina, who may one day rise to prominence. In stark contrast, the sects offer a different path, regardless of how extraordinarily talented Yunzheng may be. Can any of those sects afford to allow him to occupy the position of sect leader? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is represented by the surname Ning, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect by the surname Yu, and the Haoyan School by the surname Tang. It is as simple as that. To speak frankly, once one joins a sect, it is akin to becoming an employee. The sect invests in cultivating soul masters, while the soul masters exert their strength to protect the sect. Over the past few years, Yunzheng has already toiled enough for others, now that he has finally secured an opportunity to seize his own destiny. He is unwilling to relinquish the hard-won freedom he has gained. Having determined his future path, Yunzheng swiftly grasped the pouch he had tossed into the air, seated himself, and murmured, "Since I am to attend Shrek Academy, I must dedicate myself to my cultivation." The admission criteria for Shrek Academy stipulate that one must break through to level 20 in soul power before the age of 12. Yunzheng possesses an innate soul power of 8.5, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 9, leaving him only 11 levels shy of the required 20. Additionally, he has the opportunity to absorb 2 soul rings. Theoretically, this should not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, the nature of Yunzheng's frost sky feather, embodying the essence of ultimate ice, complicates matters. While possessing a formidable martial soul is indeed advantageous, the arduousness of its cultivation is equally undeniable. Before breaking through to the soul sage rank, those endowed with ultimate martial souls often find their progress significantly slower than that of auxiliary soul masters. Thus, in order to achieve the rank of Great Soul Master within 6 years, Yunzheng must exert far greater effort than his peers. Yunzheng relished the gradual process of becoming stronger, finding it far more enjoyable than the turbulent days of hardship and soliciting tips through forced smiles. Fortunately, in the Douluo Continent, the cultivation of soul masters does not exclusively rely on techniques. While techniques enhance the cultivation process, they serve merely as catalysts rather than necessities. For Yunzheng, it sufficed to simply circulate his soul power through the Great Circulation, a task that would have stymied others in a neighboring realm. He devoted 3 solid months to training within his humble earthen dwelling. Before the awakening of his martial soul, Yunzheng had settled all his earnings, and coupled with his previous savings, he had enough to sustain himself comfortably for a year. Indeed, with the soul coins he currently possessed, even a family of 3 could enjoy a modestly affluent lifestyle for an entire year. However, when it came to sustenance, Yunzheng never denied himself. He would never admit that his lavish nourishment was an attempt to salvage his meager height. After 3 months of diligent effort, Yunzheng had merely attained the 9th level, still a considerable distance from the first milestone of a soul master. He estimated that to break through to the 10th level, he would require an additional 6 or 7 months. This knowledge bolstered his confidence. Upon reaching the 10th level, he would be eligible to receive a monthly stipend from the Martial Soul Hall, 1 gold soul coin per month, rendering him free from the financial constraints of his previous life. Yet, the time had come for him to emerge from his cozy abode. Today marked the enrollment at the primary Soul Master Academy in the city of Ogu, and Yunzheng felt compelled to attend. Although he had already resolved to join the Shrek Academy 6 years hence, it was prudent to fortify his foundational knowledge at the primary Soul Master Academy in the meantime. Admittedly, the Soul Master knowledge taught at the primary academy could be acquired through commercially available texts, but the distinction between self-study and guided instruction was profound. Yunzheng had no desire to squander precious time in solitary learning. Chapter 7. Qing'er with the endorsement of the Martial Soul Hall. Yunzheng smoothly secured his place as a first-year student. His burgeoning reputation undoubtedly played a role. It had been noted that his remarkable composure and striking appearance far surpassed that of his peers. Among those familiar with him in Oga City, nearly everyone believed that Yunzheng was destined to become a soul master. Naturally, if one were to become a soul master, attending the primary Soul Master Academy was a given. Such conclusions were subjective and lacked substantial evidence. Perhaps they merely reflected the idealized vision of a prodigious youth that Yunzheng embodied. Moreover, as he enrolled as a self-funded student, the Ogu Primary Soul Master Academy welcomed him even more warmly. For a modest institution like the Ogu Primary Soul Master Academy, the innate talent of its students was of little consequence. It primarily served as a feeder institution for more prestigious academies. Should a phoenix arise from their ranks, they would not bask in its glory. The merits of advanced education belonged to the higher echelons, and they dared not compete with the elite institutions. However, students who paid their tuition were deemed desirable. After all, who does not appreciate monetary contributions? Even instructors had to put food on the table. Yunzheng, however, was utterly unconcerned. He could certainly afford the modest tuition fees of the academy. Although he qualified to apply for a government-funded student position, he was acutely aware of the disparities in treatment between government-funded and self-financed students, and he had no desire to shortchange himself. Moreover, he had a strong aversion to sharing a room with a cacophony of boisterous children. Of course, if a charming and soft-spoken young lady were to express a desire to share the same blanket with him, Yunzheng would gladly relish the irony. Yet, where in the world could one find such an enchanting girl? The likelihood of encountering a tender, innocent girl of his age among the government-funded students of a third-rate small-town academy, one who, bereft of parents and means, could even lack the funds for a blanket, and who would naively agree to share a space with someone she had known for less than a day, was exceedingly slim. Rather than entertain such fanciful notions, Yunzheng might as well join the spirit hall and hope to be adopted as a son by Bibi Dong, subsequently arranging for both Qian Renxue and Hulaina to be betrothed to him. Was the probability of that equally improbable? Perhaps the latter even held a greater chance of success, as it afforded some room for maneuvering, while the former was nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. To return to the matter at hand, the Ogu Primary Soul Master Academy could not possibly have only Yunzheng as its sole student. There were over 90 others in his cohort, divided into 3 classes, with Yunzheng placed in Class 1, the most distinguished of the 3. Although termed an elite class, the distinction merely signified a change in the class instructor from a great soul master to a soul elder. It was inconceivable for a place like Oga City to yield over 96-year-olds with innate soul power, but nearby villages provided a solution. Among the 90-plus students, only about 40 hailed from Oga City itself, while the remainder were recruited from surrounding villages. Yet, none of this mattered to Yunzheng. He maintained his stance that the inhabitants of Oga City were far too ordinary, so much so that they failed to pique his interest. However, the moment he stepped into the classroom, he realized his judgment had been overly hasty. Some individuals are simply born to be the protagonists, even when seated quietly. The attention of those around them tends to gravitate towards them. At that moment, Yunzheng felt he had encountered such a person. She was an adorable little girl, with bright, expressive eyes and rosy cheeks that were utterly captivating. She gazed serenely out of the window, exuding an aura of tranquility. Yet her presence seemed to illuminate the entire classroom, transforming the atmosphere entirely. If previously Yunzheng had perceived the environment as chaotic, he now found himself enveloped in a vibrant, youthful ambience. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose a seat beside the girl. Upon hearing the commotion beside her, the girl turned her head and, upon seeing Yunzheng, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered such a handsome young man. Yunzheng beheld the girl's visage and found her undeniably charming. Her fine, long hair was playfully fashioned into 2 mischievous buns, and her deep, dark eyes sparkled with beauty. The delicate, fair skin appeared to radiate a luminous glow under the sunlight. "Hello, I am Yunzheng." He naturally extended his hand, introducing himself. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing Yunzheng's outstretched hand, she hesitated before timidly offering her own, murmuring, "Hello, my name is Qing." When introducing herself, the girl faltered momentarily before finally uttering her name. Yunzheng gave it little thought as their small hands touched briefly, exchanging a simple greeting, after which there was nothing more. Yunzheng has never suppressed his yearning for beautiful things. To be frank, the reason he finds himself seated beside Qing'er is solely due to her exquisite beauty. There exists no other motivation. Honestly speaking, for a mentally sound man, Who wouldn't prefer a charming and adorable young girl over a noisy little brat? At the very least, the former brings a sense of tranquility. However, that is as far as it goes. Yunzheng harbors nothing but pure admiration for Qing'er, devoid of any ulterior motives, not even a desire for deeper interaction. The concept of secondary dimension admiration can be interpreted as an innate affection for delightful entities, for who could possibly resist a soft, cuddly child who delights in playful coups? Ultimately, one can do little more than smile indulgently at a screen or a piece of paper, engaging in self-amusement that is universally understood. Yet, the realm of tertiary dimension admiration is entirely different. It veers into the realm of aberration, deserving of condemnation, even for merely entertaining such thoughts. Returning to Yunzheng. After becoming acquainted with Qing'er, his life has taken on a monotonous and dreary tone. Each day consists of a routine between the academy and his cozy abode. Studying at the institution and cultivating at home, a steadfast rhythm. Notably, it seems that the public-funded students and the self-funded students are inherently at odds, even in Aogu City. Conflicts arise between the two factions. Nevertheless, Yunzheng refrains from engaging in such childish skirmishes. With that time, he would much rather devote himself to his cultivation. Between Yunzheng and Qing'er, no delightful little stories transpired, nor did any daily coincidences occur. Their interactions resembled the stark simplicity of their first meeting, as insipid as clear water. Both Qing'er and Yunzheng felt out of place among the other children. They were always among the first to leave the academy after school, never deliberately arriving early the next day, yet they were never late either. They refrained from initiating conversations with others, and although they had never intentionally distanced themselves from anyone, they undeniably existed on the periphery of their class. To them, each other was perhaps the closest companion within the academy, however. They could not even be considered friends in the conventional sense. They merely acknowledged one another, exchanging a few words. And their interactions consisted of no more than 3 or 4 sentences. There were no farewells at the end of the day, nor greetings at the beginning. Their relationship was exceedingly simple. This routine persisted for 6 months. One day, the class teacher summoned Yunzheng and Qing'er, addressing them. Yunzheng, Qing'er, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. The academy is organizing an outdoor training session during the break, led by the dean and 3 soul mentors. To the nearby soul-hunting forest. Will you be joining? Rest assured, it is merely a soul-hunting forest enclosed by the Empire, and with the dean leading. There will be no danger. This is an excellent opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and witness the true soul beasts. Then, the teacher turned to Yunzheng, saying, Yunzheng, I suggest you consider participating. The training will commence in 7 days, and you are nearing the 10th level. Use these 7 days to strive for a breakthrough to level 10, so you can seize the chance to acquire your first soul ring. With the dean and 3 soul mentors accompanying you, you will not only have the opportunity to hunt for a century-old soul ring, but also to make a careful selection. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng obediently nodded and said, All right, I will do my best. Seeing Yunzheng's affirmation, the homeroom teacher smiled and turned to Qing'er, her eyes revealing a sense of inquiry. I want to go too. Qing'er also nodded and declared, Very well. You both return home and prepare yourselves. We shall convene at the academy in 7 days. Is that understood? The teacher smiled kindly, offering a final reminder before allowing the 2 to depart. As they had been detained by the homeroom teacher, they were among the last to leave the academy. With only a few people remaining around them, walking side by side, they engaged in silence. Once outside, Yunzheng encountered Qing'er's mother for the first time. Previously, Qing'er had always returned home alone, and it was indeed the first occasion for her mother to come to fetch her. Given that it was the last day of the semester, it was entirely reasonable for parents to come for their children. She was a beautiful woman, who, upon spotting Yunzheng and Qing'er, smiled and waved, approaching them with warmth. The woman lifted Qing'er into her arms, causing the latter to feel a tinge of shyness. Nonetheless, unable to resist her mother's affectionate gesture, she ultimately yielded and allowed herself to be embraced. The woman then turned her gaze towards Yunzheng, smiling gently as she said, You must be Yunzheng. How adorable. Qing'er has mentioned you. Thank you for being a friend to her. Mother. At this remark, Qing'er immediately protested playfully, jumping down from her mother's embrace and tugging her away. The woman, with a sense of resignation, offered Yunzheng an apologetic smile before following Qing'er as they departed. In the distance, Yunzheng faintly heard the woman telling Qing'er, In a few days, your father will be returning home. The mother appeared quite elated, chatting animatedly with Qing'er, but the latter's expression seemed less than cheerful. Her little lips pouting, perhaps indicative of her feelings towards her father's prolonged absence. Yunzheng stared blankly at the retreating figures of the beautiful woman and Qing, and after a considerable pause, he finally broke into a knowing smile, murmuring inexplicably, "Has father returned home? How wonderful." Chapter 8. The divine ring bestowed by heaven upon returning home. Yunzheng did not even bother to remove his shoes. He simply collapsed onto the bed, clutching the fluffy pillow to his chest, his small face etched with a look of turmoil. Yunzheng restlessly tossed and turned upon his bed, before suddenly lying still, burying his head into the pillow and murmuring to himself, "Is this what friendship is? Is it? Or is it not? Surely it must be, right?" At times, Yunzheng found himself reflecting on his own sensitivity. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, incapable of enduring solitude throughout their lives. Despite his efforts to shield his innermost thoughts, he could not deny his yearning to discover companionship in this vast world. However, prior to this, the loss of the old beggar instilled a deep-rooted fear of loss within him, compounded by the undeniable mediocrity of the people in Aogu City, which led him to don a mask and retreat into himself. Yet, Qing was anything but ordinary. Even Yunzheng had to concede to her remarkable talent. Previously, their homeroom teacher had advised Yunzheng to diligently cultivate his abilities, striving to break through to level 10 before the field training, thus seizing the opportunity to obtain his first spirit ring. But Qing had no such necessity, for she had already acquired her first spirit ring. Remarkably, at the tender age of 6.5, she had already attained the status of a 13th level spirit master. Yunzheng was baffled as to why she would still wish to participate in the field training, perhaps merely for the sake of broadening her horizons. Regardless, there was no denying that Qing was a true prodigy. Furthermore, she possessed a mutated, top-tier assault beast spirit, the giant spirit golden dragon. With an innate soul power of level 9, her talents eclipsing those of 99% of spirit masters in the Douluo Continent. No matter how proud Yunzheng might be, he had to acknowledge Qing's extraordinary gifts. Unlike the others in Aogu City, both Qing and Yunzheng hailed from the same realm, each possessing the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Therefore, the two prerequisites that had led Yunzheng to eschew emotional connections with others no longer held true in the presence of Qing. Yunzheng yearned for companionship with Qing, for he was, after all, a human being. 6 years of solitude and reclusiveness had left him weary. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that after such prolonged isolation, he had forgotten how to genuinely connect with others, especially with someone as innocent as a little girl. Had she been a teenager of 16 or 17, his apprehensions would have been far fewer. Yet, in both his past and present lives, no one had ever imparted to him the knowledge of befriending a young girl. He lacked any experience in this regard. What words would be appropriate to avoid seeming awkward? What actions would come across as natural? While those around him perceived Yunzheng as a near-perfect individual, sweet-tongued, composed, precocious, blessed with innate strength, and possessing an appealing appearance, he was acutely aware that his true self was far from ideal. His amiable demeanor was a facade, his composure a result of necessity. No one is without flaws, and Yunzheng was no exception. Yet, in the presence of Qing, he hesitated to reveal his true nature, fearing he might frighten her away. After all, she appeared to embody both external beauty and inner wisdom, maintaining a tranquil demeanor at the academy. Yunzheng believed she would be unable to accept his more exuberant personality. Indeed, with his adeptness and charm, if he chose to put on a performance, he was confident he could easily win the favor of a little girl. However, he did not wish to resort to such artifice. To feign an identity merely to gain proximity to Qing felt insincere to him. In his heart, a true friend should not embody such duplicity. Shouldn't friendship be founded upon the most relaxed and authentic expressions of oneself? Yunzheng contemplated that if he were to act upon his thoughts, then the friend of Qing must be a facade he created, rather than the genuine Yunzheng. It was precisely this conflict and helplessness that rendered him so anxious. Thus, when he heard the alluring lady refer to him as a friend of Qing, he was unable to maintain his composure. After a prolonged silence, Yunzheng exhaled a sigh of resignation, muttering, "Let it be. No more thinking. I shall let nature take its course. First, I will focus on cultivating." With that declaration, Yunzheng indeed settled into a meditative posture to pursue his training. There was little recourse. Even if he could devise an ingenious strategy, he found himself at a loss. Surrendering to the ebb and flow of fate, whether he gained or lost, he hoped only that Qing would not harbor animosity towards him. Notably, in a strict sense, Yunzheng did not need to acquire his first spirit ring through the wilderness training in 7 days. He still possessed a divine ring bestowed upon him, which could serve as his first spirit ring. 3 months prior, upon awakening his martial spirit, he eagerly reached out to the orb residing in his consciousness. As usual, the orb behaved like an aloof sovereign, disregarding Yunzheng. Nevertheless, he discovered that this orb bore functions akin to a storage soul guide, containing within it a realm where the divine ring gifted to him at the age of 6 was stored. The divine ring was indeed a spirit ring, and upon realizing this configuration, Yunzheng felt a twinge of conflict. He worried that the divine ring might be similar to a spirit ring bestowed by the gods, limited to absorbing rings corresponding to the absorber's current level, 100 years before level 20 and 10,000 years after level 40. If one possessed sufficient strength, it could even be a spirit ring of 100,000 years. This possibility compelled Yunzheng to reconsider his situation. Absorbing a divine ring solely for the sake of acquiring his first or second spirit abilities seemed a waste of potential. However, his concerns soon dissipated. The divine ring was more enigmatic than the God-given spirit ring. It not only shared all the attributes of the latter, but also adapted to the absorber's current spirit ring absorption limit and endowed the absorber with the most suitable spirit abilities. Yet, in comparison to the God-given spirit ring, the divine ring also possessed an unparalleled ability to elevate alongside the host's cultivation, automatically adjusting to the upper limit of the host's spirit ring absorption capacity. This meant that even if Yunzheng absorbed the divine ring as his first spirit ring, once he transcended to the level of title Douluo, it could transform into a 100,000-year spirit ring, or even a spirit ring of several 100,000 years. This capability not only enhanced the spirit abilities associated with the spirit ring, but also offered numerous hidden advantages. 2 points immediately sprang to Yunzheng's mind. First, he would no longer need to contemplate the duration of spirit rings he could absorb when the time came. He could summon his martial spirit and check the duration of his first spirit ring, absorbing any that did not exceed its limit. Second, with each advancement in his cultivation, the divine ring would bestow a revitalizing force, albeit modest, which would accumulate over time. Each level he surpassed would yield a significant return, particularly beneficial for Yunzheng, who possessed an ultimate martial spirit, as it would accelerate his training speed. What hesitation remained? Clearly, he ought to absorb the divine ring at the 10th level. Yet, before that, he needed to elevate his cultivation to that threshold. Fortunately, after 6 months of diligent practice, he was merely a step away from reaching level 10. With 7 days remaining before the wilderness training, ample time indeed. As for why he still intended to participate in the wilderness training, Yunzheng had his reasoning. Firstly, it would serve as a veil. He could cleverly obscure the origin of his first spirit ring during this training. Otherwise, as a solitary orphan suddenly possessing a 100-year spirit ring, he would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Secondly, he was genuinely curious. Yunzheng has traversed this continent for 6 years and 3 months, yet he has yet to encounter a single genuine soul beast, which naturally piques his curiosity. As his homeroom teacher previously stated, this expedition is led by the esteemed head of the Soul Sect, accompanied by 3 soul sovereign mentors for protection. They are venturing into the relatively safe soul hunting forest, where the dangers posed by soul beasts are minimal, ensuring a secure experience for Yunzheng to witness these creatures firsthand. It is not an act of recklessness on his part. Rather, it is essential for him to familiarize himself with soul beasts, and the sooner he does so, the better. Almost everyone harbors an innate dread of soul beasts, and this is no exaggeration. Many soul beasts are far more ferocious than mere wild cats or leopards. Even the sound of their roars can instill terror in the hearts of men. Ordinary individuals often find themselves paralyzed with fear in the presence of tigers or leopards, their limbs turning cold with panic. How much more daunting must the fiercer soul beasts be? If Yunzheng cannot overcome this instinctive fear of soul beasts, he risks facing a dire fate should he ever confront them alone, potentially meeting a tragic end due to a fleeting moment of cowardice. This is not a mere tale but a cautionary lesson, as numerous talented young soul masters have fallen victim to this very predicament. Yunzheng is decidedly unwilling to become one of them. Chapter 9. The First Soul Skill, Armament, Transformation. With unwavering determination, Yunzheng finally achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level on the 6th day of his vacation. With an entire day remaining, he had ample time to absorb the divine ring bestowed upon him. With a deep exhale, Yunzheng opened his eyes, not immediately opting to absorb the soul ring. Instead, he rose from his bed to adjust his state of mind. Although he had never absorbed a soul ring before, he believed that it was best to be in optimal condition during the process, with his focus and energy fully concentrated. This, he surmised, would enhance the likelihood of a successful absorption. Even though these were merely his conjectures, he still had a day left, enough time to eat, take a shower, and not be delayed for long. After half an hour, feeling sufficiently prepared, Yunzheng settled into a meditative position once again, connecting his consciousness to the peril within his sea of awareness. In the next moment, the so-called divine ring manifested before him. The divine ring bore little distinction from the ordinary soul rings Yunzheng had encountered. It was merely a circular band, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter, devoid of ornate patterns, and appeared rather dull in color. At first glance, it seemed almost inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern myriad mysteries subtly concealed beneath the gray mist. After gazing intently for several breaths, Yunzheng found his mind swelling, even feeling a slight dizziness. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the obscurity of divine artifacts? Yunzheng did not ponder much. Regardless of the nature of the divine artifact, this bestowed divine ring was unequivocally his. In the next moment, a meticulously crafted ice bow materialized, resembling a work of art. The gray divine ring did not require Yunzheng's strength to guide it. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, it effortlessly encircled the frost sky feather. The fluctuations of soul power rippled outward, and Yunzheng was instantly enveloped in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Yunzheng was unaware of the sensations others experienced when absorbing soul rings. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary nature of the heavenly gifted divine ring. But the feelings Yunzheng encountered during the absorption of the soul ring were entirely different from what he had envisioned. There was no chaotic and violent surge of soul power, no searing heat, and certainly no lingering will of the soul beasts assailing him. Yunzheng could only perceive a gradual accumulation of pressure, neither hurried nor slow, yet undeniably present. The bestowed divine ring appeared to intend a methodical approach, akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. However, it did not take long for Yunzheng to observe that the gray mist enveloping the divine ring began to recede as the pressure subtly intensified. After the passage of a single incense stick, the gray luminescence vanished entirely, replaced by a plain, unadorned white glow, indistinguishable from an ordinary 10-year soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng finally comprehended that the gradually accumulating pressure was indeed a test of his capacity to absorb the soul ring's age limit. In other words, the longer Yunzheng persevered, the greater the age of his first soul ring would be. Realizing this, Yunzheng cast aside all distractions and focused solely on resisting the pressure. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and the hue of the divine ring transformed from white to yellow, signifying that the foundational age of Yunzheng's first soul ring had commenced at a minimum of 100 years. Nevertheless, Yunzheng displayed no intention of ceasing. He faintly recalled that a soul master at the 10th level typically had a soul ring absorption age limit of approximately 400 years. Even if he could not surpass this threshold, he at least aimed to approach it as closely as possible. Moreover, the pressure of a mere 100-year-old soul ring was insignificant to Yunzheng. Thus, he persevered for an additional 3 hours. By this time, the age of the divine ring had reached 400 years, a limit that many soul masters encounter when absorbing their first soul ring. Even Yunzheng, in this moment, could not help but grit his teeth, his youthful visage contorted with agony. Indeed, Yunzheng possessed an exceptional martial soul, and despite being merely at the 10th level, the soul power cultivated through frost sky feather was comparable to that of some soul venerables. However, his physique was far from remarkable. Yunzheng possesses formidable strength, so formidable that even he is yet to dare unleash it fully, fearing the potential harm it could inflict upon himself. However, great power does not necessarily equate to robust physical constitution. Yunzheng's strength and physique exist on two distinct levels, with his constitution being relatively frail among his peers. This predicament is unavoidable. During his first 4 years in this world, he was under the tutelage of an emaciated old beggar whose meager sustenance was hardly sufficient. There were times when even pickled vegetables and steamed buns were scarce, and enduring 3 days with 9 missed meals became a norm. How could one expect adequate nutrition for growth under such circumstances? Even in the past 2 years, when Yunzheng managed to earn a modest sum, his diet improved only slightly, yet it could never compare to the lavish feasts of affluent families. 2 short years were insufficient to compensate for the nutritional deficits of his earlier life. Moreover, when absorbing the spirit ring, his exaggerated strength became merely ornamental. The formidable physical power could not influence the spiritual level of the spirit ring, at least not for Yunzheng at this moment. During the absorption process, he had to rely primarily on his own body's capacity for endurance. Regrettably, Yunzheng's physique left much to be desired. Consequently, despite being the possessor of an extraordinary martial soul, his spiritual energy's quality far surpassing that of his contemporaries. The divine spirit ring could only be extended to approximately 400 years. This was nearly its limit. It can be said that were it not for Yunzheng's remarkable martial soul, the divine spirit ring would likely have ceased its evolution around the 300-year mark. However, Yunzheng had no intention of conceding just yet. He felt an inkling that he could push the divine spirit ring's lifespan further, perhaps not by much, but he was determined to discover his own limits. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered for another half hour. At this moment, Yunzheng was nearly numb. He could feel the fatigue coursing through him, even hearing the lament of his flesh and bones. Cold sweat poured down his body like rain, yet he persisted. Relying solely on sheer willpower, he believed he could endure for another half hour. Although the difference between a 500-year spirit ring and a 400-year one was not as vast as one might imagine, taking the initial step was crucial. Unexpectedly, the divine spirit ring seemed unable to bear the strain any longer. It abruptly halted the pressure accumulation. Immediately, a wave of refreshing comfort enveloped Yunzheng, akin to the calm after a storm. A cooling energy surged through his being, cleansing him of all fatigue and pressure, leaving only a serene and ethereal sense of release in its wake. Yunzheng's first soul ring ultimately crystallized at 473 years. Simultaneously, the breath he had been desperately holding on to dissipated. Yunzheng exhaled sharply, supporting himself with his arms, panting heavily. It seems I must engage in more physical training. After successfully absorbing the first soul ring, Yunzheng let out a bitter smile, muttering to himself in self-mockery. This feeling of helplessness is truly stifling. However, he soon cast aside these unpleasant thoughts and turned his gaze towards Shuang Tianyu. Shuang Tianyu remained as exquisitely radiant as ever. The chilling aura emanating from her felt to Yunzheng more akin to a refreshing summer beverage. Yet, beside Shuang Tianyu, there appeared an additional yellow soul ring, the divine ring he had painstakingly absorbed after enduring countless hardships. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could not help but feel a surge of joy within his heart. He eagerly grasped the bow of Shuang Tianyu, closing his eyes to sense the soul skill bestowed by the first soul ring. Before long, Yunzheng opened his eyes, and they sparkled with an uncontrollable ecstasy. Indeed, Yunzheng's first soul ring is a century old, yet it is aptly named the Heavenly Gift God Ring, as it astonishingly bestows upon him 3 distinct soul abilities, resembling a million-year soul ring template. Among these 3 abilities, 2 are passive and 1 is active. The passive abilities include an enhancement to ice attribute damage and an armor-piercing effect. The ice attribute damage amplification is easily comprehensible. It simply augments the effects of frost. For Yunzheng, who possesses the ultimate ice martial soul, this soul ability seems to be tailor-made for him. The armor-piercing effect, as the name suggests, disregards defense. To put it more plainly, it inflicts true damage. Naturally, a mere century-old soul ring cannot completely ignore defenses. For Yunzheng at this stage, it can only bypass up to 10% of defense. However, the remarkable aspect is that this effect applies to enemies of any level. Moreover, this disregard is not a mere weakening. For instance, if Yunzheng were to engage a title Douluo in combat, and the title Douluo stood immobile, allowing Yunzheng to strike, his arrow would naturally fail to breach the defense. Even if the title Douluo's defense were minimized, he would still remain an insurmountable behemoth for Yunzheng. Yet, with this armor-piercing effect, should Yunzheng shoot an arrow dealing 10 points of damage, even an enemy with absolute defense would inevitably suffer a point of damage. The enhancement to ice attribute damage operates similarly, providing a 10% damage boost. As long as Yunzheng's attack is ice attribute damage, it will receive this absolute augmentation. Thus, if Yunzheng inflicts 10 points of ice attribute damage, it escalates to 11 points. If he inflicts 100 points, it rises to 110. While the battles of Soul Masters may not exhibit the precise data common in Yunzheng's previous life's online games, the principle remains the same. Although 10% may seem modest, it is not the limit of these abilities. Much like the Heavenly Gift God Ring, these 2 soul abilities can also be enhanced alongside Yunzheng's cultivation. With each level he ascends, the ice attribute damage boost will increase by 1%, and the armor-piercing effect will similarly rise by 1%. By the time Yunzheng attains the 100th level, it will culminate in a full 100%. This implies that once Yunzheng reaches the 100th level, every strike will be a critical hit with true damage. The third active soul ability is particularly intriguing. It is named Armed Transformation, and its effect is to alter the form of the frost sky feather from a bow into a halberd. There is much more for Yunzheng to discover about this ability, yet it does have a cooldown. Presently, Yunzheng can utilize this ability for a maximum of 20 seconds at a time. After this duration, it enters a cooldown period of 180 seconds during which it cannot be used. Of course, akin to the previous two passive abilities. This soul ability can also be upgraded. With each level Yunzheng's soul power increases, the cooldown time reduces by 2 seconds, while the corresponding usage duration extends by 2 seconds until, upon reaching the 100th level, he can truly achieve a state of no cooldown. Upon realizing this, Yunzheng blinked in bemusement. Has he transformed into a cooldown warrior? Chapter 10. The Soul Hunting Forest. The following day, Yunzheng arrived at the academy as promised. Yunzheng did not deliberately arrive early. Prior to his arrival, for other students were already waiting. Aside from Yunzheng and Qing'er, 7 other students participated in this training session, all of whom were among the elite at the Ogu Junior Soul Master Academy, albeit merely in the context of that institution. The disparity in age was evident. Aside from the 2 first-year students, Yunzheng and Qing'er, the remainder were all 4th year and above. Their soul power generally hovered around level 15, with one 4th-year student, like Yunzheng, having recently broken through level 10, aiming to seize the opportunity to acquire their first soul ring. In Yunzheng's estimation, among the 9 participants, apart from himself and Qing'er, only one 6th-year student exhibited notable talent. At the age of 11, possessing a cultivation level of 17, this student was considered exceptional among the ordinary populace. However, in Yunzheng's eyes, such prowess was rather unremarkable. It is worth noting that after absorbing the bestowed divine ring yesterday, Yunzheng's cultivation had already surpassed level 12. With his innate divine strength combined with an extraordinary martial soul, ordinary 17-level soul masters posed no threat to him whatsoever. Qing'er was also among the 4 students. She stood quietly to the side, and upon noticing Yunzheng's arrival, her thoughts seemed to drift back to the awkward scene from 7 days prior. Her cheeks flushed, and with a haughty snort, she turned her gaze away. Upon witnessing the scene, Yunzheng chuckled awkwardly, initially intending to approach and greet. He soon realized that it was best left unattempted. He understood that the girl was shy. Shortly thereafter, the 9 students gathered, clustering in small groups. 2 senior girls lingered beside Yunzheng, and in contrast to Qing'er's standoffish demeanor, Yunzheng exuded a more affable charm. With his adorable looks and adept social skills, he easily garnered the attention of the girls, which he welcomed with a smile. As the saying goes, being endearing is a low-cost endeavor. Any rewards would be delightful. Yet even without them, Yunzheng would incur no loss. Once all the students had assembled, the dean and 3 soul master mentors made their entrance. The mentors comprised 2 men and 1 woman, specializing in agility, strength, and control, respectively. The dean bore a striking resemblance to the scholarly figures from Yunzheng's previous life, complete with round spectacles and thinning hair, exuding an air of authority. Despite having spent 6 months at the academy, Yunzheng had yet to witness the dean in action. Knowing only that he was a defensive soul master, details regarding his martial soul and soul ring configurations remained undisclosed. Following the gathering, a lengthy mobilization speech ensued. It appeared that in any realm, leaders tended to follow a similar pattern. Before embarking on any task, they felt compelled to deliver a discourse, as if actions could not commence without their words. After enduring the dean's tiresome oration, the group of 13 finally boarded the carriage. Naturally, they were responsible for their own fare, as the quaint town of Og City lacked its own hunting grounds. This excursion necessitated travel to the neighboring town, and the combined costs of transportation and meals were not insignificant. Aside from the dean, the remaining 3 mentors bore hefty packs. In this era, soul guiding devices were rare treasures, and it was only through fortunate circumstances that the dean possessed one. The other 3 soul master mentors had not been so fortunate. To Yunzheng's surprise, among the 9 students, Qing'er also appeared unencumbered by a backpack, seemingly traveling light. It was implausible that she would venture into the hunting grounds without any provisions. The only explanation for her lightness was that she possessed her own soul-guiding device. This revelation elicited a sense of peculiarity among the other students, yet the mentors remained unfazed, displaying neither greed nor astonishment. After some contemplation, Yunzheng also found solace. Yunzheng had encountered Qing'er's mother before. Although he was uncertain of the true power of that exquisite woman, it was evident that Qing'er's mother possessed formidable skills. surpassing even that of Yunzheng's soul master instructor in profundity, coupled with the capabilities of Qing Er's father, who could venture far and wide. It was hardly surprising that Qing Er had her own soul-guiding device, free from the covetous eyes of others. In truth, Yunzheng could also venture forth unencumbered. Though he lacked a soul-guiding device, the pearl residing within his sea of consciousness bore functionality akin to a storage soul-guiding device. Indeed, Yunzheng had stowed away numerous emergency supplies within that pearl space. However, he would not foolishly reveal the existence of this ability, not to mention whether he could adequately explain the origin of the pearl, even if he could. He had no intention of disclosing this matter to anyone for a considerable time. This was Yunzheng's greatest secret, until he attained absolute strength. He wished to conceal his identity as a traveler from another realm. Furthermore, who could say whether such a wondrous object might entice someone to plot against him? Yunzheng, being an orphan with no one to rely upon, might struggle to safeguard even an ordinary soul-guiding device, let alone a miraculous orb that can integrate into a soul master's consciousness. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Yunzheng dutifully shouldered his backpack and, like the other students, cast a furtive glance filled with envy at the effortlessly serene Qing Er beside him. Upon noticing Yunzheng's gaze, Qing Er furrowed her brow. Her lips slightly parted as if she wished to speak, yet she soon shook her head in frustration and turned her attention to the scenery. Yunzheng remained oblivious to Qing Er's subtle gestures. Being the youngest and petite in stature, he was assigned to share a carriage with the girls. Seated beside him was an older girl from a higher grade. Yunzheng was managing the company of the original 13, comprising 4 girls and 9 boys. Though it was feasible for him to ride with the boys, a rather plump male instructor's presence necessitated his uncomfortable placement with the girls. Subsequently, everything proceeded smoothly as the group arrived at a neighboring town. After depositing some of their luggage, they ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Upon their arrival, the instructors commenced their teachings. Children, do you understand how to gauge the power dynamics between soul beasts and soul masters? One instructor inquired of the 9 children nearby. I know, exclaimed a boy with an exuberant topknot, raising his hand eagerly. A level 10 soul master corresponds to a soul beast of approximately 200 to 300 years. A level 20 master to 700 to 800 years, a level 30 soul sovereign to 1,000 to 2,000 years. And a level 40 soul sect corresponds to 5,000 years. Am I correct, instructor? That's all I know. The junior academy only teaches up to this point. The instructor smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. You are indeed correct. The boy's face lit up with pride. However, the instructor quickly cautioned. While this comparison of raw power holds true, one must consider factors such as the size, species, and habits of the soul beasts. Generally, soul beasts of equivalent levels tend to surpass soul masters in the wild. Thus, for safety, soul masters often resort to a strategy of numerical superiority when confronting soul beasts. Any lapse in vigilance or carelessness can lead to dire consequences, especially for you. This group of inexperienced youngsters, unaware of the gravity of the situation, may underestimate the soul beast simply because they have made some progress in their cultivation. This is utterly inadvisable. Do you understand? As previously mentioned, the purpose of this outdoor training was to expose the students to soul beasts and alleviate their innate fears of these formidable creatures. However, there is a balance to be struck. Soul masters should neither fear nor trivialize soul beasts. Extremes are perilous. Both cowards and brash individuals face similar fates when confronting equally matched soul beasts. To prevent the students from becoming reckless fools courting disaster, the academy's instructors must instill a sense of caution, and this instructor was diligently undertaking that task. Following this, there were several exchanges between the instructor and the students, from which Yunzheng garnered considerable insight. One female student posed an intriguing question. Instructor, soul beasts cultivate so slowly. It takes them hundreds of years to produce a 100-year soul ring, whereas we can achieve this in just 2 to 3 years. My brother Yunzheng even needs to absorb soul rings at the tender age of 6, and will undoubtedly require more potent rings in the future. Will this lead to the extinction of soul beasts? This question surpassed the scope of the Junior Soul Master Academy, and typically, instructors were under no obligation to respond. However, being a girl, she held a certain privilege. Upon hearing her query, the principal's face softened into a kind smile as he replied warmly, Child, your concerns are unfounded. Many ordinary people unfamiliar with the world of soul masters harbor a misconception, believing that the age of a soul beast corresponds directly to its years of existence. This is not the case. Age and years are distinct. The years represent a soul beast's cultivation level. And a high cultivation level does not necessarily indicate an old soul beast, just as a low-level beast may be nearing its end. Take me, for instance. With a soul power level of 43, does that mean I am only 43 years old? I am over 50. The principal, a man in his 50s, humorously addressed the student's concern, using his jest to make the concept more accessible to the group of under 12 students. It is indeed true that experience brings wisdom. Yunzheng also smiled knowingly, yet he understood that the dean's words were somewhat biased. Indeed, for thousands of years, the number of soul beasts had been ample. But in 10,000 years, the situation would be drastically different. By the time 2,000 years had passed, soul beasts would be on the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the hunting soul forest, a massive bear, resembling a small hill, was snoring away. It was the king of this forest, and for decades, no soul beast had been able to challenge its supremacy. Here, it could do as it pleased. Incidentally, the silverbacked wolf clan seemed to have 3 alpha wolves with 800 years of cultivation. The bear thought it prudent to find an opportunity to discipline them, for it preferred to be the soul ruler. Such a small place as the hunting soul forest could clearly not accommodate another 1,000-year soul beast, let alone 3. However, the bear was not in a hurry. It was currently basking in the afternoon sun. A king must maintain a regal demeanor. What good is haste? Unbeknownst to the bear, just beyond the shadows, 3 pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were fixated upon it, waiting for the fall of night. The silver-backed wolves would gain strength under the moonlight. Chapter 11. A startling change. In the hunting soul forest, one of the 3 mentors, the only female among them, pointed to a 200-year-old frost moon toad not far away. Patiently crouching before Yunzheng, and gently inquired, "What do you think of this soul beast?" It must be said that Yunzheng was not entirely immune to the allure of women. Among the 13 individuals, aside from Qing, he had established decent relationships with the other 3 women. The sole female mentor, upon learning that Yunzheng required his first soul ring, enthusiastically assisted him in searching for suitable soul beasts. It remains true that while being endearing may be considered disgraceful, it is undeniably effective. At this moment, however, as Yunzheng followed the female mentor's finger to gaze upon the frost moon toad, he chuckled awkwardly and instinctively took 2 steps back, saying, "No need. Thank you, mentor. But I am not particularly fond of toads." This statement was not feigned, whether in his past life or this one. He harbored an innate aversion to such creatures. While he merely feared wolves, tigers, and leopards, he would still be eager to observe them in a zoo. Toads, on the other hand, elicited an overwhelming sense of rejection. They were slimy, sticky, and rather unappealing. The thought of having to slay the frost moon toad was genuinely displeasing to him. Of course, if necessary, he would reluctantly proceed, but necessity was hardly the case. Moreover, Yunzheng's first soul ring was 470 years old. Although both the 470-year and the 200-year soul rings belonged to the same category, there were still subtle differences. If possible, he preferred to avoid any floss. Seeing Yunzheng's uneasy demeanor, the female mentor smiled kindly and said no more, simply stating, "Very well, let us continue searching. It is only natural for children to exhibit whims and fancies." The group merely meandered around the outskirts of the hunting soul forest. Although they were led by the dean, and according to local management, the strongest soul beast in this forest was merely a 2,000-year-old earth bear. The dean's strength would allow him to traverse the hunting soul forest with ease. Nevertheless, with 9 children in tow, a degree of caution was warranted. Other hunting teams did not dare to provoke them, and thus chose to steer clear, which saved them considerable trouble. However, due to their limited exploration of the outer edges of the forest, they encountered few notable soul beasts. The strongest among them was merely 2,000 years old. So it was clear what kind of soul beasts inhabited the periphery. Generally, those with only 100 or 200 years of cultivation, alongside numerous 10-year soul beasts. Those over 400 years old were almost non-existent. Yet, the primary objective of this excursion was not solely to find a soul ring for Yunzheng. It was also to allow the students to witness soul beasts, which sufficed for the occasion. It was simply unfortunate that a suitable soul beast for Yunzheng had yet to be discovered. Another 4th-grade student, however, had a fruitful encounter, acquiring a 200-year-old patterned wolf's soul ring. For a soul master whose talent was not particularly outstanding and whose family background was average, securing a 100-year soul ring as a first soul ring was an extraordinary stroke of luck, and that student appeared quite elated. This was partly due to his martial spirit being a dagger, which bore no particular preferences. Yunzheng, in contrast, was more discerning, frost attribute soul beasts were relatively rare. After 2 hours of searching, the only potential match was the earlier 200-year frost moon toad, while the others were far from satisfactory. In truth, Yunzheng was not overly picky. He had already acquired his first soul ring, as long as a soul beast possessed over 370 years of cultivation. He could feign absorption even if it were a plant soul beast. After all, it was merely a ruse, not genuine absorption. Unfortunately, it seemed that Yunzheng inadvertently raised the female mentor's favorability to an extreme level. She insisted on finding a soul beast with both a suitable age and attribute for him. In her words, given Yunzheng's commendable talent, failing to establish a solid foundation during the acquisition of his first soul ring would be tantamount to squandering his potential. The others had no objections either. This field training was initially designed to take the students on a tour of the periphery. The hunting soul forest was quite expansive, and the mentors deliberately slowed their pace to allow the students to better observe the soul beasts. After 2 hours, they had covered scarcely a quarter of the distance, with ample time remaining, so there was no rush. However, as the 2 hours passed, the sky gradually darkened. The group had assembled at the academy in the morning, and after enduring the dean's lengthy discourse, they arrived at another town by midday. After resting and adjusting for over an hour in the town, they finally entered the hunting soul forest. After wandering around for 2 hours within the forest, it was nearly dusk. Activating at night within the hunting soul forest was perilous, and the dean decided not to proceed any further. Indeed, the dean held absolute confidence in his ability to avert danger. But this field training simulated the scenario of a hunting team venturing out to hunt soul beasts. As long as it could be ensured that no danger would arise, everything would be indistinguishable from the actual experience. Thus, the dean refrained from leading the team back to the town for soul masters. Spending the night in the wilderness was an inevitable trial, just as it was with soul beasts. The earlier the exposure, the better. Similarly, starting a fire was out of the question, personal hygiene was impossible, and meals consisted of merely simple dry rations. A blanket laid on the ground, topped with another, sufficed for a bed. For Yunzheng, this was hardly a concern. He had endured far worse, and at that time, merely having a blanket was an unimaginable luxury. In his eyes, these circumstances did not even qualify as a trial. Yet, Yunzheng was taken aback to find that while Qing'er felt somewhat uncomfortable in such an environment, she did not complain like other students did. She quickly accepted the reality. This unexpected adaptability surprised Yunzheng, for this little girl seemed quite different from his initial assumptions. As for the night watch, it was not their turn. The dean and 3 mentors took on that responsibility. Yunzheng was unable to succumb to the surrounding environment, leaving him in a state of unease. Suddenly, he felt the earth tremble, jolting him awake. At that moment, the control-type soul master mentor spoke solemnly. "Dean, it is the earth-violent bear." The mention of the earth-violent bear sent a shock through Yunzheng, compelling him to sit up abruptly, his heart racing. Could he truly be so unfortunate as to encounter such a creature? In contrast, the dean remained remarkably composed, pondering aloud. How could the earth-violent bear appear at the outskirts of the hunting soul forest? After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and sternly instructed the other 3 mentors, "Protect the children. I will intercept it." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's heartbeat began to stabilize somewhat. The dean's strength as a soul master should suffice to fend off a 2,000-year-old earth-violent bear. However, the next words from the control-type soul master mentor once again sent Yunzheng's heart racing. The mentor swallowed hard, his expression tense as he announced, "Dean, there are 3,000-year-old silverback jackals following the earth-violent bear." What? The revelation stunned everyone present. In that instant, countless questions flooded their minds. Why had 3,000-year-old silverback jackals suddenly appeared in the hunting soul forest? How had these 4,000-year soul beasts come together? Why were they so unfortunate? The reality offered no time for contemplation as the earth-violent bear charged forward. The dean, without hesitation, bellowed, "8 treasures pot." Control. An enormous pot, adorned with 8 gemstones, manifested before the earth-violent bear. For soul rings of yellow and purple emerged, and with a resounding crash, the pot collided with the bear, remaining unscathed while the bear stumbled back several steps. At that moment, the 3,000-year silverback jackals also closed in. When they spotted the earth-violent bear, their bloodthirsty gazes flickered with murderous intent, but they soon shifted their focus to Yunzheng and the others, redirecting their hostility. These 3 silverback jackals had recently ascended to the ranks of 1,000-year soul beasts, intent on defeating the earth-violent bear to claim dominance over the territory. Yet, Even if the jackals lacked intellect, they had learned from living in the hunting soul forest that humans were their greatest adversaries. The hunting soul forest was a hunting ground for human soul masters, where countless soul beasts perished at human hands each year. The surviving soul beasts witnessed it all. At that moment, the three silverback jackals exchanged glances with the earth-violent bear, quickly reaching a consensus: drive away the humans before addressing other matters. This was certainly not the optimal choice, but what more could 4,000-year soul beast hope for? Unbeknownst to them, the four soul beasts had formed a tenuous alliance. Yet they refrained from making any rash moves, instinctively aware of the danger posed by the larger humans before them, especially the elder who had unleashed his soul power. The four soul beasts remained still, as did the Dean and his companions. In terms of raw power, the Dean and his three allies would undoubtedly surpass the four soul beasts, but their primary concern was the safety of the 9 children behind them. Rather than engaging in a fierce battle, the four parties regarded each other with mutual wariness. The experienced Dean understood that confronting these soul beasts did not necessarily require direct combat. Demonstrating sufficient strength to threaten them, while gradually retreating, would likely prevent the four soul beasts from pursuing. Ultimately, they were merely beasts, united not by racial hatred but by fear. Humans feared soul beasts, and soul beasts, in turn, feared humans. Yet, the Dean seemingly forgot that they were not alone. At that moment, the other students, who had been blissfully asleep, began to awaken one by one. It was impossible for them to remain asleep amidst such commotion unless they had been drugged. Qing'er and Yunzheng were among the first to awaken, witnessing the unfolding chaos. It would be a lie to say they were untroubled. Even with Yunzheng's 20-year-old intellect from his past life, his heart raced uncontrollably. Nonetheless, rationality dictated that he must not attract the attention of the soul beasts. Qing'er, too, stifled her voice, her eyes wide with terror, but she managed to remain silent. However, not all students were so composed. A female student awoke from her slumber, only to be met with the sight of a bear as formidable as a mountain. Behind it, 3 jackals with ferocious eyes glared at her, their gazes piercing her very being. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and terror threatened to overwhelm her heart. No. Noticing the female student's distress, Yunzheng urgently shook his head, attempting to silence her, but at that moment, she could not see him. The next moment, a piercing scream shattered the night. The scream awakened a primal fear within the group, and fear spread like a contagion. Except for Qing'er and Yunzheng, the remaining 7 students began to scream in unison. This is dire. The Dean recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. The cacophony of screams also alerted other soul beasts in the hunting soul forest, as well as the 3 silverback jackals. Aru? The 1,000-year soul beasts could not empathize with humans. They could not discern the fear embedded in those screams. To them, a howl signified a declaration of war. Since the humans had declared war, the silverback jackals would not shy away, for in the realm of soul beasts, retreat equated to death. Dean, they are summoning their companions. One mentor exclaimed anxiously. I know. The Dean's brow furrowed deeply, and he commanded, Qinshi, protect the children. Yes. The control-type soul master mentor nodded and, abandoning the Dean and the others, rushed back to Yunzheng and the group. Simultaneously, the 4 soul beasts launched their attack, engaging the Dean and his 2 companions in a fierce struggle. Logically, even in a 3-against-4 scenario, the Dean, as a soul master, along with 2 other soul masters, should maintain the upper hand. However, it was night, and the silverback jackals drew strength from the moonlight, their coordination enhancing their power, rendering the earth-violent bear the strongest among them, the least threatening. Run. Meanwhile, the mentor named Chun, she swiftly scooped up 2 students and dashed toward the outside of the hunting soul forest. It was apparent to any observer that the Dean and his companions were merely being held back, not overpowered. In fact, it was Chun-Shi who found himself in a more precarious situation. The Jackal's allies were on the verge of arriving, and with 9 students in tow, Chun-Shi's circumstances were anything but favorable. Leading the charge, Chun-Shi sprinted forward, with Yunzheng and the others closely behind. Meanwhile, the howls of wolves echoed behind them, and shadows flitted through the forest. This ominous atmosphere heightened the fear within the group. One male student, unable to bear the terror, began to scream incessantly, and this, in fact, was a beacon guiding the soul beasts. A certain emotion, known as resentment, fermented within Yunzheng's heart under the catalysis of tension and fear, until it erupted completely with the male student's next piercing scream. Yunzheng's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he seized the collar of the male student beside him. The terrifying force rendered the student powerless to resist. In a low, menacing growl, Yunzheng warned, "If you utter another sound like that, I shall cast you out to feed the wolves." Under Yunzheng's intimidation, the male student truly fell silent. However, due to Yunzheng's abrupt action, their pace noticeably slowed. Suddenly, a dark silhouette charged forth from the depths of the night, racing towards Yunzheng and the male student. It was a silver-backed wolf with 500 years of cultivation. The male student screamed once more, and Yunzheng too was momentarily taken aback. Yunzheng was not rendered speechless by fear. Rather, he found himself in a state of hesitation, surrounded by numerous onlookers. He grappled with the decision of whether to reveal the dubious origins of his first spirit ring, if he wished to remain discreet. His formidable strength could indeed facilitate his escape, provided he was willing to cast the male student in his grasp aside. At this moment, Yunzheng's rationality was engaged in a fierce internal struggle with his values. For someone who had been educated in the principles of truth, goodness, and beauty for years, this choice was indeed not a simple one. Meanwhile, Qinshi also sensed the commotion behind him. He glanced back, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes. But it was merely a fleeting moment. After gritting his teeth, Qinshi resolutely turned away and departed without looking back. Self-preservation is an innate instinct of humanity. At that moment, at least 7 or 8 formidable silver-backed wolves were pursuing him. Even if Qinshi were a soul master, he could hardly withstand such a relentless onslaught. He could only reassure himself that he was acting for the safety of the other students, a natural human sentiment. The other students were similarly indifferent. Some did not even turn their heads, perhaps unaware, or perhaps recognizing the situation, yet considering one another merely as classmates from the same academy, strangers at heart. Even the mentors were unwilling to rescue Yunzheng and the other male student. Why should they sacrifice themselves for a cause? On the other hand, Yunzheng was grappling with his thoughts, yet in reality, only a brief moment had passed. Ultimately, he was but a mortal, and he made a rather selfish decision. He unleashed his first soul skill, Giant Spirit's Breath. Just then, a sudden, unexpected shout pierced the air, followed by a flash of sharp golden light. The golden beam struck the left eye of the silver-backed wolf, causing a spray of blood to erupt. The wolf let out a mournful howl, collapsing to the side in anguish. At that moment, Yunzheng was truly taken aback. Simultaneously, Qing appeared before him. Seeing Yunzheng in a daze, she anxiously exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Run!" With that, she grasped Yunzheng's hand, attempting to catch up with the fleeing group. However, when she turned around, there was no sign of Qinshi or the others. In a frantic dash, their speed was naturally swift. Upon realizing this, a look of helplessness flashed across Qing's youthful face. To make matters worse, the silver-backed wolf that she had injured was now rising once more. The severity of its wounds had awakened its ferocity, its menacing fangs glinting with a chilling light under the moon's glow, its remaining eye filled with a savage, bloodthirsty gleam. Without time for further contemplation, Qing grabbed Yunzheng and began to run, determined to flee in any direction but towards the mentors. Yunzheng instinctively released the male student. A 10-year-old boy, terrified and surrounded by a pack of wolves, faced a dire fate. In the aftermath, Yunzheng might feel guilt over the incident, but at this moment, his thoughts were far removed from the boy. Similarly, Qing was solely focused on saving Yunzheng. In fact, she hadn't even noticed the male student just moments ago. At this juncture, Yunzheng's mind was filled with the unwavering brilliance of righteousness, while Qing pondered how to escape the jaws of danger with her 2 lifelong friends. Chapter 13. The Liberation of True Names. The Frosty Spear of Language. The injured silverback wolf relentlessly pursued them, brimming with a desire for vengeance. Qing and Yunzheng ran ahead, with Qing holding onto Yunzheng's hand, evidently concerned that he might lag behind. It must be noted that despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Qing possessed considerable strength. "Let us stop," Yunzheng suddenly declared after a minute of running. "What?" Qing, panting heavily, blinked in disbelief at the words spoken by the boy ahead. "I said, we should stop. Continuing to run will only exhaust us further." After a brief moment of distraction, perhaps finding some form of conviction, Yunzheng appeared remarkably calm. He turned to gaze at the silverback wolf and solemnly explained, "Our strides are too small. We cannot outrun a creature with 4 legs. This soul beast is cunning. Your earlier attack instilled a sense of caution in it, preventing it from attacking recklessly. Instead, it has been deliberately trailing us, depleting our energy. When we are worn out, it will pounce. Indeed, while Qing'er was physically robust and Yunzheng possessed great strength, their youthful bodies could not compensate for their current limitations. A 6-year-old child is still just that, a 6-year-old, and no matter how diligently those little legs flail, they could only go so far. Qing'er, being astute, grasped the gravity of the situation after hearing Yunzheng's explanation and instinctively asked, "What should we do now?" "Counterattack," Yunzheng declared without hesitation, uttering these 2 words. Then, sensing that Qing'er might lack confidence, he added, "This silverback wolf has merely 500 years of cultivation, even with the moonlight's enhancement. It only possesses the strength of 600 years. Your martial soul has a deterrent effect on beasts. Together, we can defeat it. Is that really possible?" Qing'er still harbored some doubts. Yunzheng, unwavering in his resolve, articulated each word with deliberate intent. "If we continue to delay, our chances of success will only diminish further. Comparing our stamina with that of a soul beast thriving in the wild is a profoundly foolish endeavor." Very well. Under Yunzheng's persuasion, Qing'er too made a resolute decision. Nodding her head emphatically, a glimmer of determination flashed across her brow as she declared, "Your martial spirit is an ice bow, adept at ranged attacks. I will throw you out, find a suitable position to hide, while I divert the attention of the silver-backed wolf, allowing you to strike when the time is right." Evidently, Qing'er regarded Yunzheng as a fragile being in need of protection. This was not due to any disdain on her part. After all, in her eyes, Yunzheng had yet to even acquire his first soul ring. Without further ado, Qing'er unceremoniously hurled Yunzheng into the fray. Though he intended to offer an explanation, he soon saw Qing'er summon her giant spirit golden dragon martial spirit. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed, and the faint breath of the dragon left the century-old silver-backed wolf momentarily paralyzed, forgetting its intent to pounce. The dragon-type martial spirits, particularly the elite ones, naturally instill a profound sense of fear in soul beasts. Although Qing'er's giant spirit golden dragon was a mutated martial spirit, it was still among the most superior of its kind, causing the mere silver-backed wolf to hesitate in its aggression. However, this intimidation was merely superficial. It could not compel the wolf to flee outright, for Qing'er was a wielder of a dragon martial spirit, not a true descendant of dragons. After a brief moment of paralysis, the silver-backed wolf realized it had been toyed with and became even more ferocious. Yet, for Qing'er, this had no bearing. She had completed her martial spirit manifestation, golden dragon scales enveloping her arms like armor. Her once dark eyes transformed into a dazzling gold, and despite her modest height of just over 1 meter, she radiated an aura reminiscent of a valiant Valkyrie. First soul skill, giant spirit breath. Without hesitation, Qing'er employed her technique once more. Her mouth opened wide, and golden light, sharp as a blade, surged forth. At merely the 10th level, with only 1 soul ring, this was her soul skill, and all her hopes rested upon it. Unfortunately, the silver-backed wolf possessed a keen intellect, having previously suffered from this skill. It was not about to allow Qing'er another opportunity. Beneath the moonlight, the silver-backed wolf leapt, evading the attack with ease. Sensing that Qing'er had exhausted her options, it sprung high into the air, launching itself directly toward her. As the wolf's claw descended, Qing'er raised her arms to guard her heart. The clash between the wolf's paw and her dragon scales ignited sparks against the night. Fortunately, in this critical moment, she managed to push off with her legs, absorbing much of the force. Although she was sent flying, she sustained no serious injury. However, the silver-backed wolf, undeterred by its initial failure, sought to pursue her. Its claws too ineffective against her armored arms. This time, it intended to bite through Qing'er's neck. Faced with the approaching silver-backed wolf, despair washed over Qing'er as the gaping maw drew ever closer. Never had she felt death so imminent. But at that moment, a streak of icy blue sliced through the darkened night, an arrow forged purely from crystalline ice striking true against the wolf's foul-smelling jaws. Almost all living beings possess 2 vulnerabilities, their eyes and their throats. Yunzheng had only awakened his martial soul for 6 months, during which he had merely practiced the art of archery. No matter how extraordinary a genius might be, it is implausible to achieve the ability to accurately strike the swiftly moving eyes of a beast in the darkness after such a brief period of training. While it is conceivable that such prodigies exist, it is evident that Yunzheng is not one of them. Yunzheng could only aim for the throat of the silver-backed wolf. However, this arrow did not bring about the creature's demise. It let out another mournful howl and lay on the ground, whimpering. Yunzheng had anticipated this outcome. as was his custom. He had not exerted his full strength with the arrow, and it was within his expectations that it would not result in a swift kill. After all, there was still an opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Yunzheng leapt down from the treetop, lunging towards the silverback jackal. With both hands gripping an arrow, he thrust it fiercely, piercing through the creature's throat and emerging from the crown of its skull. Blood gushed forth in torrents, and a radiant yellow soul ring ascended, leaving the silverback jackal in its final throes of muscular and neural hesitation. Upon witnessing the soul ring, Qing'er and Yunzheng exhaled in relief, the weary Qing'er collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. Yet, just as they believed the ordeal had concluded, a low growl from the shadows sent chills down their spines. Before they could catch their breath, another silverback jackal emerged in pursuit. This was a 400-year-old beast, imbued with the strength of 500 years under the moonlight, surpassing many soul masters of the 10th level. The silverback jackal stepped forth from the darkness, casting a glance at its fallen kin. A flicker of hatred and caution crossed its eyes, a testament to the grim fate of the previous jackal. It was clear that this new adversary would not easily reveal its vulnerabilities. Yunzheng, Qing'er called softly, her voice trembling. The exertion from their earlier sprint and the consecutive use of her first soul skill had drained her physical and spiritual energy significantly, coupled with the prior jackal's claw strikes. Her arms still tingled with numbness, leaving her with little strength to continue the fight. Yunzheng was certainly aware of this, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, a resigned smile graced his lips. As the night enveloped the surroundings, Yunzheng suddenly murmured, "First soul skill, armament, modification," with a series of crisp sounds. The exquisitely crafted frost sky feather bow re-emerged, its resplendent icy form once again captivating Qing'er. However, this time, her gaze lingered more upon the yellow soul ring that adorned the frost sky feather. As the ring illuminated, the bow in Yunzheng's hands shattered into crystalline shards, which, imbued with a spirit of their own, danced around him like delicate butterflies. In that moment, Yunzheng turned to Qing'er and gently stated, "Let it be known. I am not a monster. I merely possess a naturally greater strength. In the face of a beast, turning away is a grave mistake. And the same holds true for soul beasts." The silver-backed wolf lunged at Yunzheng the instant he turned his head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet Yunzheng appeared oblivious, murmuring in a melodic tone, "True name liberation. Frost speech." As his words resonated, the swirling frost particles around him momentarily reformed, and a magnificent halberd materialized in his grasp. Yunzheng possesses no mastery over the arts of the spear, staff, or any form of weaponry. His only attribute is sheer strength. Yunzheng abruptly turned, his mighty halberd descending like a thunderbolt, crashing heavily upon the skull of the silverback wolf. A deafening roar echoed, and in an instant, the wolf's eyes rolled back, its cranium shattered. A yellow soul ring emerged, marking the demise of the century-old silverback wolf at Yunzheng's hand. This moment marked the first time since his arrival in this realm that Yunzheng unleashed his full might. Witnessing the spectacle, Qing'er was momentarily entranced. The boy's delicate, youthful visage bore an intensity and fierceness that belied his appearance. Under the moonlight, he appeared as pure as jade, the halberd in his grasp, though a weapon of destruction, resembled a celestial artifact, with strands of hair and ice particles swirling through the air, crafting an exquisite tableau. The ultimate fusion of power and beauty left an indelible impression on Qing'er's mind. Chapter 14. The charming young boy. Time rewinds to half a day earlier. In the heart of Algu City, within Qing'er's home. Upon awakening, Qing'er's mother, the enchanting woman whom Yunzheng had previously encountered, discovered her daughter's absence. Stunned, she noticed a letter left by Qing'er, the hastily scrawled handwriting unmistakably hers. After reading the note, the mother let out a resigned smile, her gaze drifting toward the window, her eyes reflecting a blend of longing and reproach, though it remained unclear to whom it was directed. Her daily routine revolved around caring for Qing'er, yet now, with her daughter having run away from home, she found herself at a loss for what to do. After an unknown passage of time, strong arms enveloped her from behind, lifting her up. Startled, she instinctively summoned her soul power, only to have it gently quelled by the person behind her, who spoke in a magnetic, affectionate tone. "Yun'er, it is I." Hearing that longed-for voice, she trembled, turning to behold a mature, resolute, and strikingly handsome face. Tears welled in her eyes as she melted into her beloved's embrace, her gaze shimmering with affection as she softly murmured, "Yulon." The sudden appearance of this man was none other than Qing'er's father. Their reunion was filled with warmth. Despite Qing'er being 6 years old, It was evident that the couple's bond remained strong. As their eyes met, they could not resist sharing a tender kiss. After a moment of warmth, the man inquired, "Where is Qing'er? Is she not at home?" Upon hearing his question, the mother rolled her eyes playfully. Pouting, "This is all your fault." The man looked perplexed. "Knowing you were returning, Qing'er deliberately signed up for the academy's field training, even keeping it from me. Her mother, she sneaked out early this morning." She shot him a reproachful glance. Then, sensing his concern for their daughter's safety, added, "Do not worry. It is merely a hunt in the Soul Beast Forest, home to only 2,000-year-old soul beasts, led by the Academy's headmaster and accompanied by 3 soul sovereigns. There is no danger." "Ah, I see." The man pondered. As a soul master, he understood the significance of field training. Yet he could not shake a sense of guilt and melancholy. He felt remorseful that, as a father, such responsibilities should fall to him, but due to various reasons, he had been unable to be present in his daughter's life, which weighed heavily on his heart. He was also saddened by the fact that Qing'er preferred to conceal her actions from him rather than seek his company. Seeing the unusual expression on his face, the mother understood his thoughts all too well. She gently caressed his cheek, offering solace. "Do not overthink it. Qing'er is merely being playful. She still cares deeply for you as her father." He nodded absently. Determined, he resolved to wait for Qing'er's return, vowing to spend quality time with his daughter. As for the sect, he could dismiss such concerns. Once merely a 79th level soul sage, he had been compelled to yield for the sake of Qing'er and her mother. Now, having ascended to 84th level soul Douluo, the doors of titles were open to him. And within the sect, aside from the old patriarch, no one could compel him any longer. Returning to Yunzheng and Qing'er under her astonished gaze, he vanquished the silverback wolf beneath the moonlit sky. In Qing'er's perception, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time had crystallized, yet in reality, the entire event transpired in an instant. How formidable is Yunzheng's strength? How much power can a newborn possess? 1 pound? 2 pounds? And what about a typical 6-year-old child? 30 pounds? 40 pounds? The disparity is staggering. For Yunzheng, the moment he entered this world, he was endowed with the strength he had accumulated over his previous 20 years. He is not merely a brawny individual, yet at the age of 20, he possessed a formidable strength of over 100 pounds. Now, after 6 years of growth, this strength has multiplied exponentially. With a full force strike, he wields an authentic power equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Consequently, even though it is said that wolves possess iron bones and soft waists, Yunzheng's strike is potent enough to shatter the skull of a silverback jackal. However, it must be noted that he also endures the corresponding backlash from such a tremendous exertion. Yunzheng's constitution was not particularly robust. His 6-year-old frame was evidently unable to withstand such immense force. After the impact, the frost spear dissipated into glimmering motes of light, leaving behind only a few ice crystals, formed by the chilling aura that refracted a radiant glow around Yunzheng. He let out a gasp, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white, while wisps of smoke began to emanate from his arms, which swelled visibly with alarming speed. Witnessing this scene, Qing'er rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears as she anxiously inquired, "Yunzheng, are you all right? Please don't scare me. We must leave this place at once." Despite appearing feeble and ashen, Yunzheng maintained his composure, gazing intently at Qing'er and firmly advising, "The bloodlust here is overwhelming. The commotion we just caused may deter the surrounding spirit beasts momentarily, but their insatiable hunger for flesh will soon draw more of them near. We cannot linger here." No sooner had he uttered these words than Yunzheng staggered and collapsed into Qing'er's embrace. This was his body's instinctive response to protect itself. He had pushed himself too far, and his physique could no longer tolerate such recklessness. Fortunately, Qing'er remembered Yunzheng's admonition, though she too felt fatigued. She resolutely carried him away from the perilous vicinity. When Yunzheng next stirred, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he slowly opened his eyes, he instinctively attempted to rub the lingering dizziness from his head. However, before he could raise his arm, a sharp, tearing pain shot through it, causing him to gasp involuntarily. "Ah!" Hearing his exclamation, Qing'er looked up in surprise, her voice filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "You're awake." Yunzheng initially paid no heed to Qing'er, instead directing his gaze towards his own arms. His arms were tightly bound in white bandages, and through the coarse wrappings, the reddened skin could be faintly discerned. Yunzheng was aware that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qing'er. Yunzheng had a vague understanding of the condition of his arm. Although Qing'er's simple application of a bandage was ultimately ineffectual, he bore her no ill will. For a 6-year-old child to have managed this much was commendable. Furthermore, the bandage Qing'er used had been treated with medicinal substances. While it could not heal Yunzheng's torn muscles or misaligned bones, it would at least alleviate some pain and external injuries. However, no matter how one looked at it, the water blue princess dress and the pristine white stockings were rather conspicuous. Indeed, the princess dress was exquisite and the stockings were charming, yet he was a boy. As he briefly envisioned his current appearance, a wave of embarrassment washed over Yunzheng. Noticing his gaze, Qing'er's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, yet she boldly defended her actions, saying, "Your previous clothes were drenched in the blood of the silverback jackals, and the odor was overwhelming, attracting soul beasts. So, I took the liberty of changing you into this outfit, which happens to be my favorite dress." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar, yet he found himself at a loss for words to refute her. As Qing'er had articulated, under such circumstances, unless he wished to run about in the nude, he had no choice but to don her garments. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yunzheng's mind. According to Qing'er's assertion, was he not exposed in his entirety? With this realization, he glanced at Qing'er, hesitating momentarily but ultimately refraining from voicing his query. "Why are you staring at me?" Under Yunzheng's gaze, Qing'er felt a twinge of guilt, and with a mix of bravado and vulnerability, she retorted with a delicate reprimand. Yunzheng chuckled softly, glancing at the pristine stockings adorning his legs. He inquired, "I understand the reasoning, but why must I wear this?" To which Qing'er replied with an air of sage maturity, "Because mother insists that one must don these whenever wearing a skirt." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback. Words of protest caught in his throat, ultimately transforming into a resigned smile. The rationale was compelling, leaving Yunzheng without the strength to counter it. What about my previous attire? He chose to abandon his fixation on feminine garments and instead questioned the whereabouts of his earlier clothing. In truth, Yunzheng had not neglected to bring along other garments. Rather, he was reluctant to reveal the beads concealed within his sea of consciousness, prompting his tentative inquiry about his former outfit. Yet, upon hearing Yunzheng's question, Qing'er became flustered, her enchanting eyes darting uncertainly, as her small feet fidgeted restlessly, seemingly struggling to voice her thoughts. Upon witnessing the situation, Yunzheng chuckled softly and remarked, "Have you disposed of them? It matters not. After all, they were not of great significance. Women's attire is merely women's attire. They are but children." What Yunzheng did not anticipate was that Qing'er would shake her head and respond, "No, I did not throw away your clothes." At that moment, Yunzheng noticed that Qing'er had her hands concealed behind her back. She then continued, "I thought that when you awoke, you would certainly wish to change your clothes. Thus, I stored them in the soul guide device. However, their scent was too pungent, so I intended to wash them for you. But, unfortunately, they were torn in the process." As she spoke, Qing'er revealed the items she had been hiding. With the familiar color palette, Yunzheng could ascertain that these were indeed his garments from the previous day, now reduced to mere tattered rags, utterly unwearable, having been irreparably shredded. Yunzheng blinked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could utter was, "You possess remarkable strength, miss." Chapter 15. A renewed acquaintance sighing in resignation. Yunzheng shook his head and said, "It's futile, just discard it." Upon hearing this, Qing'er timidly nodded, her pitiful demeanor prompting Yunzheng to wish he could ruffle her hair. Regrettably, with his arms incapacitated, this thought remained unrealized. It was only then that Yunzheng had the opportunity to assess their current surroundings. It was evident they were still within the soul-hunting forest. No other location could boast such a cave. The cave was narrow and confining, and due to the inability to kindle a fire, it felt somewhat damp inside. Aside from her significant strength, Qing'er was aware of the fundamental principles of being a soul master. Lighting a fire in the wilderness posed considerable danger. While a considerable number of soul beasts possessed an innate fear of flames, there were also those that were drawn to the light and heat, and these creatures tended to be quite ferocious. Nevertheless, the spot where Yunzheng lay was dry, indicating that Qing'er had taken great care of him. This seemingly trivial detail warmed Yunzheng's heart. Additionally, the cave's entrance was obscured by branches, casting a dim light within. To an ordinary person, this might seem an attempt to conceal something, reminiscent of the idiom hiding silver in plain sight, yet in the soul-hunting forest. The primary threats that Yunzheng and Qing'er needed to evade were not human soul masters, but rather the soul beasts. These creatures had no concept of the adage that strange occurrences signify trouble. In truth, the cave was not an ideal refuge. While it offered the advantage of concealment and protection from the elements, it also had its drawbacks, with only one exit. If it were discovered or blocked by a soul beast, escape would be impossible. However, it must be noted that Qing'er was merely a 6-year-old child, burdened with Yunzheng's weight. Could one truly expect her to excavate a fortress overnight? Moreover, in the soul-hunting forest, where could one find absolute safety? What surprised Yunzheng was that Qing'er had not taken him directly out of the soul-hunting forest. Yunzheng recalled that their current location was not far from the exit of the soul-hunting forest. After all, they had merely been wandering around the periphery of the forest, and it would take no more than 15 minutes to depart from it. Contemplating this, Yunzheng's heart skipped a beat as he pondered whether any unforeseen events had transpired after he lost consciousness last night. Qing'er, you didn't encounter any danger after I fainted, did you? Yunzheng inquired anxiously, worried about Qing'er's safety. To his surprise, Qing'er merely gazed at him in confusion before responding. No, not at all. I just carried you while running, and later I found this cave to hide in. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng blinked in confusion. What is the matter? Qing'er also expressed her bewilderment, questioning him. It's nothing. Yunzheng shook his head and continued. I thought we hadn't left the soul-hunting forest yet, and I was concerned you might have encountered some danger thereafter. However, as soon as Yunzheng finished speaking, he noticed Qing'er's delicate face flush once more. After a moment of hesitation, she softly murmured, because we are lost. Yunzheng was instantly taken aback, gazing at Qing'er in disbelief, instinctively exclaiming in surprise. Could one really get lost even at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest? Wasn't it said that she was both beautiful and wise? Why did she now seem more like an adorable little scatterbrain? The entirety of the soul-hunting forest seemingly offered only two paths, either to delve deeper or to exit. Could one truly wander in circles? In truth, it was entirely possible. Seeing the peculiar expression on Yunzheng's face, Qing'er understood his thoughts and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a mixture of anxiety and helplessness, she pleaded, I know I'm rather foolish, but could you please not dislike me? At this statement, Yunzheng was even more perplexed. When had he ever claimed to dislike Qing'er? No. When have I ever disliked you? Aren't we friends? Yunzheng realized there must be some misunderstanding and hastily shook his head, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency as he uttered a rather undignified thought. In truth, he had already regarded Qing'er as his first and only friend in this world, and indeed, the most significant person to him. Since the old beggar's passing, no one had breached the walls of Yunzheng's heart until Qing'er arrived, especially following her selfless act of intervening against the silverback wolf last night. Yunzheng held her in even higher regard. Otherwise, given Yunzheng's shrewd and self-serving nature, how could he have recklessly exposed his mysterious fur soul ring in front of her, or even risked injury to slay a second silverback wolf? Really? Upon hearing Yunzheng's denial, Qing'er blinked her enchanting eyes, her small face lighting up with joy, though it quickly dimmed again as she sighed softly. But when you were at the academy, you shared laughter with the other students, while with me, we hardly exchanged more than a few words. Clearly, I long to share so much with you. As she spoke, her expression turned sorrowful. Yunzheng found himself momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, during his time at the academy, he had indeed been quite adept at socializing, skillfully navigating conversations with everyone, and endearingly addressing his seniors. This charm garnered him numerous advantages, such as cutting in line during meals. Yet, all of this was merely an act he had cultivated. In the presence of Qing'er, perhaps due to her remarkable talent or her adorable appearance, Yunzheng instinctively retracted his faade. If one were to empathize with Qing'er, it would indeed appear as though Yunzheng harbored a disdain for her, deliberately distancing himself. After all, it is challenging for a 6-year-old to grasp the intricacies of social dynamics. This realization sheds light on Qing'er's previous behavior, revealing that her outward composure masked an inner timidity. She was simply too apprehensive to express herself in front of Yunzheng. The urgency with which she had pulled her mother away that day likely stemmed from this very reason. Contemplating this, Yunzheng couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging the enormity of the misunderstanding. Simultaneously, observing Qing'er on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with unshed moisture, tugged at his heartstrings. In a flurry of concern, he quickly exclaimed, "There is no such thing. How could I ever dislike you?" Yunzheng felt as though he was facing a significant trial in life, declaring, "I cherish you, Qing. Otherwise, Why would I have chosen to sit beside you on the very first day of school? When conversing with children, one must adopt their simplistic manner. Lengthy discourses are futile. Being straightforward is essential for their understanding. In the eyes of a child, liking someone can be translated into a myriad of positive sentiments, such as admiration, regard, and care. Thus, the mere utterance of the word like successfully stilled the tears at the corners of Qing'er's eyes. Nevertheless, she remained acutely aware of Yunzheng's demeanor at the academy. With a sense of resignation, Yunzheng elucidated, "It is solely due to their ignorance that I am compelled to deal with them individually. However, Qing'er is not foolish in the slightest. Thus, I do not feel the need to engage with her in such a manner. I merely wish to interact with Qing'er in the most authentic way possible." "Oh, you too find them rather foolish, do you?" No sooner had Yunzheng finished his explanation than Qing'er, as if she had discovered a kindred spirit, exclaimed with delight, "I also think they are exceedingly foolish. Some of them are already 10 years old and have yet to acquire their first spirit ring, yet they prance around as if they are truly impressive. It is utterly infuriating. But why must we engage with them at all? Would it not be simpler to ignore them?" Following this, Qing'er furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. Murmuring to herself, Yunzheng was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that he and Qing'er could reach a consensus on this matter. Perhaps this is the solitude of geniuses? The phrase dragons do not nest with snakes, and rats might well encapsulate this sentiment. Nevertheless, Yunzheng refrained from elucidating the reasons behind his need to cope. He had no desire to present himself as a pitiful figure before Qing'er, nor did he wish for her to feel sympathy for him. Yunzheng simply stated, "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Yunzheng. I am Qing'er. From this moment forth, we shall be good friends." Qing'er, unfazed by Yunzheng's unanswered question, beamed with a radiant smile, exuding joy. Yunzheng also smiled knowingly. "Hey, Yunzheng, as a friend, may I make a request?" After Yunzheng and Qing'er established their friendship, she no longer remained as reticent as before. With her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Yunzheng, she sweetly inquired, "May I embrace you?" Upon seeing Yunzheng nod in agreement, Qing'er's face illuminated with joy, turning a delightful shade of crimson. Yunzheng even discerned hearts shimmering in her eyes. "What? It is simply because you are too adorable. That dress appears as if it were tailor-made for you. I cannot. I still bear injuries. I will be careful not to touch your arms. I cannot. Do not come closer. Do not act recklessly. Hey, patting my head will hinder my growth." Chapter 16. A father's wife is not a mother. After a full quarter of an hour, Qing'er finally released Yunzheng, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yunzheng glanced at his crumpled princess dress, a look of utter despair upon his face. If he were a girl, he would surely find it impossible to marry now. Wouldn't he? If only his arms could still move, he wouldn't be in such a dismal state. Alas, his arms were injured. And coupled with his lamentably short stature, standing before Qing'er, he appeared exceedingly petite, at a height of 1 meter 1. He was dwarfed by her towering figure of over 1 meter 3, resembling a mere child. Naturally, Qing'er found him utterly endearing, which led to him enduring a full 15 minutes of her playful torment. However, Qing'er was quite cautious, avoiding any contact with his injured arms and refraining from any overly excessive actions. Gentle caresses of his cheeks, strokes of his hair, and simple embraces were the extent of her affection. This was, of course, the result of Yunzheng's firm refusal to her request for a change of attire. Otherwise, who knows how much more she would have toyed with him. Yunzheng perceived that Qing'er likely regarded him as a mere plaything, akin to a doll, devoid of any malicious intent. However, such affection weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, had Yunzheng so desired, with the chilling aura of ultimate ice and his inherent strength, he could have easily prevented Qing'er from approaching him, even without the use of his arms. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, it could potentially harm Qing'er. And secondly, after all, they were good friends. Ultimately, Yunzheng felt he had little to lose. He simply considered it a game of entertaining a child. Yunzheng silently vowed to himself that this would be the only time. From now on, he would never allow Qing'er to succeed again. Beside him, Qing'er chuckled, appearing as if she had fulfilled a long-held wish. She even sneaked a glance at Yunzheng, but upon catching sight of his silent eye roll, she stuck out her tongue, suppressing her impulsive excitement. Young girls have an inherent weakness for adorable things, and Qing'er was no exception to this nature. After a moment, she turned to Yunzheng and asked, "Yunzheng, may I pose a question to you?" "Not a chance." Yunzheng replied dismissively, rolling his eyes without a second thought. "Oh, it's not that kind of question," Qing'er exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot and declaring dramatically, "Are you perhaps a 10,000-year soul beast that has undergone transformation and recultivation? What nonsense is this?" Yunzheng gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qing'er, with her sparkling eyes, insisted earnestly, "Look, just before the holiday, you didn't even possess your first soul ring. In the mere span of 7 days. Excluding last night and today, you not only acquired your first soul ring, but it is also of 100-year level, comparable in quality to my first soul ring. Moreover, your strength is astonishing. I have never encountered anyone so powerful. The books state that a 10,000-year soul beast undergoing transformation and recultivation can not only condense their own soul rings but also possesses various extraordinary traits, along with exceptional cultivation talent. It is just as the books describe." As she spoke, Qing'er extended her porcelain-like hand to count. Afterward, she leaned closer, nearly pressing herself against Yunzheng, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she asked, "Is that true?" It was evident that Qing'er had no comprehension of what being a 10,000-year soul beast that has undergone transformation and recultivation truly entailed. Her curiosity and admiration were purely innocent. After all, the concept of a 10,000-year soul beast sounds incredibly impressive. Unbeknownst to her, her words revealed much about her hidden background. For instance, in the Douluo Continent, ordinary families do not possess records of soul beasts, and books detailing the transformation and recultivation of 10,000-year soul beasts are considered rare treasures. Even those of higher status, such as soul kings or soul emperors, seldom come across such texts. At just 6 years old, Qing'er not only owned a soul guide device, but also had access to such literature, which hinted at her extraordinary identity. However, Yunzheng merely squinted, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Yunzheng paid no heed to Qing'er's identity. She was simply his friend, and that sufficed. With this thought in mind, Yunzheng playfully bumped his forehead against Qing'er's. She let out a soft gasp, feeling a mix of grievance and curiosity as she looked at him and asked, "What was that for?" Yunzheng paid no heed to Qing'er's inquiries. Instead, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "Is this all information you gleaned from your books?" "Indeed," Qing'er replied with unwavering confidence, even placing her hands on her hips, firmly asserting that she had indeed derived this knowledge from her readings. "Surely, there could be no doubt about it. Then it stands to reason that you must not have read attentively," Yunzheng countered, maintaining his gaze upon Qing'er's eyes with unshakable conviction. "How could you possibly know that?" Qing'er exclaimed, her small face registering surprise as she instinctively posed the question. Yunzheng was not surprised. Instead, he let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "If it were a soul beast of 100,000 years undergoing a transformation, its martial soul would undoubtedly be its original beast form. This is something the books have mentioned, hasn't it?" "I believe so." Qing'er spoke uncertainly, her voice trailing off in a haze of confusion. "Then what is my martial soul?" "The frost skybow." Yunzheng rolled his eyes and continued, "Even if it were a 100,000-year soul beast, it should at least resemble something capable of cultivation, right? A soul beast must be a living entity, after all. Do you truly believe an ice bow could ever be a living being that is cultivated for 100,000 years? Do you think I have transformed from an ice bow?" Faced with Yunzheng's relentless inquiries, Qing'er's earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by a deep sense of self-doubt. "And what of your first soul ring?" At this juncture, Qing'er had come to believe that Yunzheng was not a 100,000-year soul beast in disguise. Yet her curiosity about the origin of his first soul ring remained unabated. This question posed a challenge for Yunzheng to answer. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to say, "If I told you that I stumbled upon a dying 400-year soul beast during one of my outings and defeated it to obtain this, would you believe me?" He himself found it hard to believe his own words. However, Qing'er seemed to perceive the difficulty he faced. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and sweetly replied, "All right, I shall take your word for it." Qing'er's mother had once advised her that everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing into the unwillingly concealed secrets of others might provoke animosity. Qing'er did not wish for Yunzheng to harbor any ill feelings towards her. Thus, her curiosity paled in comparison to the value of their burgeoning friendship. Upon hearing Yunzheng's words, Qing'er gazed at him in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. You're welcome." Qing'er replied with a sweet smile, clearly delighted. She then inquired, "Now that you have your first soul ring, why do you still wish to participate in the wilderness training?" "To broaden my horizons." Yunzheng replied ambiguously, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I simply did not anticipate that our luck would be so poor, encountering such misfortunes." "I do not consider this a misfortune at all," Qing'er remarked earnestly, her eyes sparkling as she blinked at Yunzheng. Yunzheng responded, somewhat perplexed. Had it not been for Yunzheng's eruption of power the previous night, they might not have even survived. How could this not be deemed unfortunate? Observing the confusion on Yunzheng's face, Qing'er revealed a delightful smile and said, "It is precisely because of yesterday's events that we have become good friends." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, finding the sensation somewhat unbelievable. He had been unexpectedly warmed by a 6-year-old girl on multiple occasions. Shaking his head, he realized he could no longer allow Qing'er to dominate the conversation. If he continued down this path, he might very well be moved to tears by her. "And what about you? Don't you already possess your first spirit ring? Why then? Do you wish to participate in the outdoor training?" Yunzheng retorted logically. It was inconceivable that Qing'er sought to broaden her horizons, given her extraordinary background. He suspected that if she desired, she could traverse even the Stardow forest without needing to experience the humble soul-hunting forest. In fact, the total number of soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest likely paled in comparison to those recorded in a single book that Qing'er had perused. However, it seemed that Yunzheng's question struck a sensitive chord with her. One moment, she had been radiantly cheerful, and the next, her expression darkened with a hint of melancholy. With an emotion that seemed out of place on her youthful visage, she replied, "Because my father has returned." "Your father has returned?" Upon hearing this response, Yunzheng raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed. He was aware that Qing'er's father had come home, but should this not elicit joy? Did she truly harbor such disdain for her own father? Perhaps sensing Yunzheng's astonishment, Qing'er sighed deeply, biting her silver teeth, and spoke in a tone laden with resentment. "Because my father's wife is not my mother." What on earth? A scoundrel, indeed. In that instant, Yunzheng comprehended her predicament. So, her father was of such a nature? If that were the case, it was entirely understandable why she would harbor animosity towards him. Chapter 17. Qing'er. While Yunzheng and Qing'er remained hidden in a cave within the soul-hunting forest, the others from the Aogu Junior Spirit Master Academy had already returned to Aogu City, although their outdoor training was not yet complete. The occurrence of recent events had rendered any further training utterly inconceivable. Initially, 13 individuals had set out for the outdoor training, yet only 10 returned. The Academy's principal and 3 instructors had successfully returned, but 3 students were now missing, namely, Yunzheng, Qing'er, and the male student whom Yunzheng had abandoned. The atmosphere among the remaining members of the group was heavy. The sole female instructor directed her icy gaze at Qinshi, seemingly attributing all blame to him. The principal and another rather plump instructor remained silent, unwilling to defend him. It appeared that someone needed to take responsibility, and since she had already been singled out, they were content to let him shoulder the blame, alleviating a portion of their own guilt. Qinshi endured the tension until they reached the outskirts of Aogu City. Once he had escorted the 6 children into the city, he could no longer restrain himself. He was well aware of the schemes brewing in the minds of the principal and the others, but if he were to accept this blame, he could forget about living peacefully in Aogu City. With that thought, Qinshi erupted, directing his ire at the female instructor. "Why do you stare at me like that? Are you implying that this entire incident is my fault? Do not forget, had I not detected the approach of the earthquake bear and silverback wolf in advance, you all might have perished in your slumber." Huh. In response to Qinshi's outburst, the female instructor merely scoffed coldly, retorting, "If it were not for you, how could Yunzheng, Qing'er, and that 4th-grade child have met their tragic fate at the jaws of wolves?" Indeed, no one believed that Yunzheng and the others had survived. 2 6-year-olds and a 10-year-old, with 2 having only just acquired their first spirit ring, and Yunzheng not even possessing one. How could they possibly emerge unscathed from the jaws of a wolf pack in the soul-hunting forest? The female instructor did not concern herself with the question of blame. She remained fixated on her belief that Qinshi had caused Yunzheng's demise. Once a woman sets her mind on something, reason often falls by the wayside. Can you truly blame me? Not that I wish to defend myself, but upon recalling this incident, I must express my rage. Qinshi shouted in a frenzy. "You 3 ventured forth to confront the 1,000-year soul beasts, leaving the wolf pack to me alone, along with 9 children. How am I to fend off the wolves while ensuring the children's safety? Those 3 children were already targeted by a silverback wolf. Had I turned back to rescue them, the 6 children standing here now would have perished too. I am merely a spirit elder, not a spirit king or emperor. What could I possibly do when pursued by a pack of century-old silverback wolves? What choice did I have?" "You." The female instructor, aware of her own shortcomings, was about to unleash her fury, but at that moment, The principal interjected, "Enough. The incident has occurred. Now we must consider how to remedy the situation." The principal understood the necessity of retaining Qin Shi. They required him to bear the blame. What remedy is there to consider? Qin Shi retorted with a bitter laugh. In any case, they signed a liability waiver prior to the training. We did our utmost to protect them. If misfortune has befallen them, they must bear the consequences themselves. They can only blame their own misfortune. To be fair, this incident could indeed be deemed sheer misfortune. First, the presence of the 3 silverback wolves was unknown even to the management of the soul-hunting forest, suggesting they had recently attained their status as thousand-year soul beasts. Second, it was nightfall, and the silverback wolf's strength was enhanced by the moonlight. Third, the 3,000-year silverback wolves were poised to attack the earthquake bear, the ruler of the soul-hunting forest, that very night, seeking to usurp its reign. Fourth, these 4,000-year soul beasts fortuitously crossed paths with the group from Algu Junior Spirit Master Academy. Fifth, it was essential that the silverback wolves, being pack hunters, had sufficient numbers to pursue Qin Shi. All 5 conditions were indispensable. Had even one been absent, the events of the previous night could not have transpired. To have all 5 aligned so perfectly was that not sheer misfortune. Indeed, the principal shared this sentiment. One's plans often fall short of the heaven's design. Being a spirit master is inherently perilous, with no absolute safety to be found. Any number of unforeseen accidents could occur, even to those who become ensnared by their own cultivation missteps. Yet despite these considerations, 3 children had lost their lives, and their parents would not view the matter so leniently. The parents' fury demanded an outlet that would not seek vengeance upon the soul beasts, and thus the instructors overseeing this outdoor training, as well as the entire Algu Junior Spirit Master Academy, became convenient targets for their ire. However, the parents of the children required an explanation. Contemplating this, the principal cast a discreet glance at Qin Shi and murmured, "What explanation could there possibly be? Yunzheng is merely a little beggar raised by an old beggar. Without parents or kin, his death will go unnoticed. To whom shall we provide an explanation?" Qin Shi scoffed. "As for that 4th-grade child, he hails from an ordinary family. Both his parents are mere commoners. What grounds do they have to demand an explanation from us?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in the principal's aged eyes. Indeed, that was a valid point. Yet Qing'er's mother was a spirit master, and her father was also a formidable spirit master. The female mentor, observing Qin Shi's eloquent manner, particularly his disdainful attitude towards Yunzheng, felt an overwhelming sense of aversion, unable to restrain herself from retorting. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shi cast a scornful glance at her, internally cursing, as a menacing expression manifested on his face. He enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. "So what if she belongs to the Soul Sect? Our dean is also from the Soul Sect. Qing'er's mother is merely an auxiliary-type soul master. How much power can she possibly wield? Are we, the esteemed Academy of Junior Soul Masters, truly intimidated by a single soul master?" As for Qing'er's father, at this juncture, Qin Shi let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Who among you has seen Qing'er's father? Qing'er is so reluctant to reveal her surname that one must wonder if she even has a father." Just as he was about to utter something disrespectful, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The word father lodged painfully in his throat, leaving him incapable of pronouncing the next syllable. In that instant, it felt as though the very pressure of the heavens had descended, the sky seemingly poised to collapse. Dark clouds swirling ominously, and flickering blue arcs of lightning permeating the atmosphere. A powerful aura surged forth, accompanied by an irate presence. As a divine figure descended from the heavens, adorned with 8 soul rings that commanded the soul. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. This figure embodied a perfectly configured soul Douluo. A blue dragon shadow coiled around the figure, and the terrifying thunder lurked ominously, rendering the group from the Algu Junior Soul Master Academy utterly speechless in the face of such overwhelming pressure. "You just claimed that my daughter has no father?" The figure's gaze bore down upon Qin Shi, and amidst its raspy voice, a faint scent of blood could be discerned, saturated with an intense murderous intent that enveloped Qin Shi, causing him to wet himself in fright. "I, senior, I." Qin Shi could not muster a coherent sentence, trembling as he knelt, pleading for mercy. The figure showed no inclination to entertain Qin Shi's explanations. A dragon of pure thunder, forged from the tempest, descended from the storm clouds, crashing directly onto Qin Shi's head. In the next instant, all that remained was a charred patch, devoid of even a drop of blood. A true obliteration. Following this, the figure turned its attention to the others. Its eyes ablaze with fury, now filled with blue lightning. The raspy voice echoed once more. If anything were to befall my daughter, all of you shall pay the price with your lives. With that proclamation, the figure soared toward the direction of the soul-hunting forest. It harbored no fear of them fleeing. With its power, it could dispatch several background-less soul masters with ease on the Douluo Continent. The dean, witnessing the retreating figure, fell to his knees in despair, murmuring slowly, "Blue lightning, Tyrannosaurus. Qing'er, so she is of the Yunzheng?" Chapter 18. Crisis re-emerges. Within the soul-hunting forest, Yunzheng noticed Qing'er as discontent and, feeling responsible for her mood, endeavored to cheer her up. Fortunately, the emotional fluctuations of children are rather simple. Yunzheng expended little effort in helping Qing'er forget her earlier displeasure. After some light conversation, Yunzheng stated, "Sure, we should leave this place. The cave is not safe, and waiting idly is not a solution. I will lead the way. The soul-hunting forest is not vast, and there are not many formidable soul beasts. Moreover, following last night's turmoil, the soul beasts are likely in disarray, providing us with a perfect opportunity to escape this perilous domain." Remaining in this cave offered Yunzheng no advantages. He had no desire to subject a young girl to a challenging wilderness survival experience in another world. Furthermore, his arms were in dire need of treatment, which could only be found in a town. This matter could not be delayed. Once the dislocated bones in his arms healed improperly, restoring them would become exceedingly difficult. Previously, Qing'er had stumbled into the cave out of necessity, but Yunzheng was adept at discerning directions and felt no inclination to linger here. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qing'er, having witnessed Yunzheng's strength, did not underestimate him despite his injuries. Nodding earnestly and affirming, "Do not worry. There are no formidable soul beasts nearby. The strongest among them is merely over 100 years old. However, beyond this area, I cannot guarantee safety." These predictable circumstances did not surprise Yunzheng. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although they intended to leave the soul-hunting forest, they could not act recklessly. They needed to be in optimal condition first. Qing'er had sufficiently replenished her physical and soul energy, but Yunzheng was still weak in both respects. Upon awakening, he felt a throbbing in his head, rendering him unfit for travel in such a state. After about half an hour, having consumed some rations, Yunzheng regained his strength. With everything in place, there was no reason to delay further. Cautiously, he and Qing'er emerged from the cave. Though his arms were incapacitated, his legs remained functional, allowing him to run, albeit with some awkwardness. Whether to consider Qing'er fortunate or unfortunate, she had managed to lead Yunzheng from the periphery to the mixed zone without encountering any ferocious soul beasts, a stroke of luck indeed. Thanks to the residual chaos from last night's battle, most soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest had hidden themselves, enabling Yunzheng and Qing'er to navigate through the mixed zone with relative ease. Upon reaching the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, a sigh of relief escaped them, and they instinctively relaxed. As the exit drew closer, their excitement grew palpable. This was akin to escaping from the jaws of death. Two 6-year-old children had survived an entire day and night within the tumultuous, soul-hunting forest and successfully evaded danger. Few would believe such a tale. This was not merely due to luck. It also stemmed from their innate strength. Had Yunzheng and Qing'er not been sufficiently powerful, they would have long since fallen prey to the 200-year-old silverbacked wolf pack. Yet just as Yunzheng and Qing'er believed they were nearing success, a colossal and pitiful figure emerged before them, the earth-shattering bear. At this moment, the earth-shattering bear bore no resemblance to its former regal stature as the king of the soul-hunting forest. Its left eye had been gouged out. Deep claw marks marred its face, extending from its brow to its chin. Its mouth was torn, and its fangs broken. Vivid red blood continued to seep from its wounds, and patches of fur were missing, revealing numerous injuries, some inflicted by weapons, others by the fangs of wolves, and many severe contusions. It was evident that yesterday had not been a good day for the earth-shattering bear. Though the earth-shattering bear was a 2,000-year-old soul beast, its cultivation level surpassed that of the 3 silverbacked wolves by a factor of 2. However, the disparity in strength between soul beasts below 10,000 years is not as pronounced as one might expect. Both 2,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts possess combat prowess akin to soul masters of the soul sovereign rank, perhaps due to its racial advantages. The earth-shattering bear could unleash soul master-level power, but the outcome of 3 perfectly coordinated soul sovereigns assaulting a single soul master is all too clear. Moreover, the silver-backed wolves had been further empowered by the moonlight. The battles among spirit beasts, particularly in territorial conflicts, are undoubtedly life and death affairs. However, last night, the earth-shaking bear faced off against the trio of silver-backed jackals, who, despite their bloodthirsty nature, ultimately refrained from total annihilation. After inflicting severe injuries upon the earth-shaking bear, they merely drove it away. This hunting soul forest no longer offered refuge to the earth-shaking bear. It was compelled to seek another place to survive, unless fate intervened. It was destined to perish during its migration. It might even fall prey to the forest's guardians the moment it stepped outside the hunting grounds, even if fortune favored it. And it encountered no human soul masters along the way. Reaching another gathering of spirit beasts would still lead to the presence of its own sovereign. Spirit beasts possess an acute sense of territoriality and show no mercy to outsiders. The beleaguered earth-shaking bear was driven to the forest exit, its injuries rendering it incapable of enduring a long journey, forcing it to linger and recuperate. To prevent chaos among the spirit beasts, hunting soul forests like this one, which can be exploited by the Empire, typically have only a single exit. This circumstance led to the current predicament, as Qing'er and Yunzheng attempted to leave the forest only to encounter the exiled earth-shaking bear. A clash of adversaries ignited fierce animosity. The earth-shaking bear recognized Yunzheng and Qing'er. However, its plight could not be solely attributed to them. The challenge posed by the silverback jackals was inevitable, and it was the arrival of the group from the Algu Primary Soul Master Academy that allowed the earth-shaking bear to cling to life. Nevertheless, facts remain, and fury is fury. All the frustrations it had endured from yesterday to today demanded an outlet. The earth-shaking bear, not particularly astute, believed that slaying these two humans would bring it substantial relief. With a roar that echoed its wrath, the earth-shaking bear struck without hesitation, its massive paw descending like a meteor. Yunzheng and Qing'er leaped into action, erecting a soul power barrier just in time to shield themselves from the barrage of flying debris, both letting out muffled groans. Even heavily wounded, a 2,000-year-old earth-shaking bear was not to be trifled with by two mere 10th-level soul masters. It is not an exaggeration to say that had the silverback jackals not been cunning enough to mount their ambush at night, the outcome of a confrontation between 1 and 3 would remain uncertain. Fortunately, the bear's initial strike was hampered by its injuries, preventing a follow-up attack and granting Yunzheng and Qing'er precious moments to react. The giant spirit golden dragon and frostwing bow materialized, and although the two yellow soul rings before the earth-shaking bear seemed to wield little intimidation, neither Qing'er nor Yunzheng exhibited a hint of trepidation. To refrain from battle was to court death. Having faced the precipice of mortality the previous night, both had grown significantly stronger. Yunzheng's arms were incapacitated, yet this did not hinder his ability to draw the bow. He stood on one leg, the other firmly pressing against the body of the frost skyfeather bow. His teeth clenched around the bowstring and the ice arrow. The bow resembled a full moon, and with a resounding bang, the ice arrow shot forth with great velocity. Everyone possesses their own reasons for survival, and Yunzheng was no exception. He was determined to ensure the old beggar's soul found its way home. He yearned to experience the myriad wonders of the Douluo Continent. He wished to protect the friends he had painstakingly made in this foreign realm. Above all, he longed to return home. No one could thwart his will to live, not even the earth-shattering bear, which had roamed the land for 2 millennia, could deter him. Death would be merciless to those who obstructed his path. The ice arrow emerged from the blind spot of the earth-shattering bear's vision. Alas, despite its blindness, the beast's instinctive alertness to danger remained intact. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, it raised its massive paw to shield itself. The ice arrow struck directly at the bear's palm, triggering its armor-piercing effect, which ignored 12% of its defense. Although the arrow did not draw blood, the frigid essence of the ultimate ice successfully permeated the bear's body. With the 12% enhancement from the ice attribute, a resplendent blood-red ice flower erupted in the bear's palm. Could mere flesh withstand the relentless chill of ultimate ice? The earth-shattering bear let out a mournful howl of agony, but simultaneously, the excruciating pain ignited its nerves, causing it to slam its formidable strength against the ground, which trembled and cracked beneath the onslaught. Yunzheng, standing precariously on one leg, could hardly maintain his balance, but fortunately, Qing'er was quick-witted enough to catch him. In the fray, their arms inevitably collided. Yet Yunzheng did not cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and urged, "You take the bow. If you can hit its gouged left eye, we shall prevail." The eye is the closest point to the brain, if Yunzheng could strike the earth-shattering bear's eye. The 12% armor-piercing effect would allow the chill to penetrate its brain. The sheer power of ultimate ice could instantaneously freeze the bear's underutilized head. However, this required a crucial condition. The ice arrow must be released by Yunzheng. Only then could the first soul skill be activated. Alright. Upon hearing this, Qing'er wholeheartedly believed in Yunzheng. With a fierce cry, she hoisted him onto her shoulder, arms drawn back to wield the bow, aiming for the bear's eye. There was an element of wildness in her demeanor, yet Yunzheng had no time to ponder such matters. Once again, he clenched the bowstring with his teeth, the ice arrow coalescing and shooting forth with fervor. Unfortunately, it went awry. Qing'er had never handled a bow before, and her grasp was somewhat inadequate. Anxiously, she faltered, while Yunzheng silently gritted his teeth. The earth-shattering bear, now alerted from the previous two attacks, fixated its remaining eye intently upon Yunzheng and Qing'er. Chapter 19. The scoundrel has been found. I'm sorry. Qing'er expressed her remorse, hastily apologizing. Yunzheng bore no resentment towards Qing'er. He calmly stated, "Do not blame yourself. First, retreat to the left side of the earth-violent bear. Its left eye is blind." He recognized his own culpability in the previous shot, which had been executed by another. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 does not equate to 2. The bow and arrow, when separated, lose their potency. Just as a sword without a blade or a knife lacking a hilt diminishes in strength. If Qing'er and Yunzheng had developed a sufficient rapport, it would not have been impossible for them to wield the bow together, yet at present, they remained a step short of true understanding. Very well, Qing'er agreed readily. Leaping into the blind spot of the earth-violent bear's vision, the bear's gaze failed to track them immediately, granting Yunzheng and Qing'er a fleeting moment to prepare. Yunzheng leapt down from Qing'er's shoulder, employing the same tactic once more. He pressed his foot against the bow's body, biting down hard on the bowstring and the ice arrow, drawing it back to its full extent, his eyes gleaming like lightning as he aimed for the bear's eye socket. However, at that instant, the earth-violent bear detected the whereabouts of the vanished Qing'er and Yunzheng. Upon seeing the ice bow, its eyes narrowed in alarm. Though these two humans appeared feeble, the ice bow possessed a power that posed a genuine threat to it. Under the sunlight, the ice arrow radiated a chilling luminescence, causing the bear to shudder instinctively, raising its massive paw high to strike downwards. Witnessing this, Yunzheng felt a surge of alarm and managed to utter a few hurried words between clenched teeth. "Hold on to me. Steady yourself." Qing'er understood immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, and firmly embraced Yunzheng. The formidable strength of the giant spirit golden dragon surged forth, and despite her delicate appearance, Qing'er's dainty feet sank deeply into the ground. Yunzheng felt as though he were being enveloped by the earth itself. Fortunately, he had been holding his breath and remained undisturbed. Boom. At that moment, the bear's paw came crashing down. This strike, imbued with soul power, differed from the previous tremors of the earth. Although the ground quaked once more, this time it split open, revealing a single fissure that surged towards Yunzheng and Qing'er like a constricting serpent. Countless spikes of earth erupted from the crack, and should they strike Yunzheng and Qing'er, survival would be impossible. The earth-violent bear, named for its dominion over the earth, could not afford to squander its power. Otherwise, it would be a mere name without substance. Bang! A beam of ice blue light sliced through the air with such velocity that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Yunzheng found himself bereft of any hesitation. His only glimmer of hope lay in striking the vital point of the earth-shaking bear before it could retaliate. Yet, this arrow was fated to miss its mark. Almost instantaneously as the arrow was loosed, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously at the horizon, and fearsome lightning illuminated the overcast sky. Devoid of the warmth of sunlight, replaced instead by a chilling aura reminiscent of ice and death. In the next moment, a figure of divine and demonic proportions emerged. Enveloped in crackling lightning, reminiscent of a thunder god descending upon the earth, proclaiming with authority, "Dare you, vile beast." The swiftness of the lightning was beyond the comprehension of either Yunzheng or the 2,000-year-old earth-shaking bear. Before either could react, the azure lightning had coalesced into a dragon, bearing an overwhelming force, and thunderously descended upon the earth-shaking bear. From a distance, the lightning dragon appeared majestic, yet as it approached, Yunzheng was struck by the realization that this dragon was several meters in diameter. Upon its descent, the lightning exploded, scattering a multitude of electric arcs in all directions. And the blinding white light engulfed Yunzheng's vision, obliterating not only his ice arrow, but also the earth-shaking bear's spike attack. Everything within sight vanished, following a tremendous roar. Yunzheng instinctively squinted his eyes. When the thunderous storm subsided and the blinding light receded, he reopened his eyes to find only a deep crater remaining at the site. Empty and devoid of any remnants, not even a trace of the earth-shaking bear could be found. Only a bright purple soul ring hovered uncertainly at the edge of the pit. Witnessing this scene, Yunzheng couldn't help but gasp in awe at the terrifying control exerted over the forces of nature. The distance between Yunzheng and Qing Er and the earth-shattering bear was neither particularly close nor exceedingly far. The might of the thunder dragon was something Yunzheng had witnessed firsthand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, at the moment the thunder dragon descended, he genuinely believed his life was at stake. However, when the thunder dragon finally landed, neither Yunzheng nor Qing Er felt even a hint of an electric arc. To be candid, Yunzheng felt a pang of envy. If he possessed such mastery, how could he have rendered his own arms useless? Although Yunzheng was undeniably strong, he resembled a child wielding a sledgehammer, lacking the grace and composure that comes with effortless strength. At the same time, a figure emerged, drawing closer. The thunderous energy surrounding him had dissipated, yet his martial spirit and soul rings had yet to be retracted. It was then that Yunzheng discerned the identity and power of the newcomer, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit. Boasting a full 8 rings, this individual was a soul Douluo from the esteemed blue lightning tyrant sect of the upper 3 sects. Indeed, although Yunzheng had never encountered the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit before, it was widely acknowledged that among the dragon-type martial spirits capable of harnessing lightning, the blue lightning tyrant dragon was unparalleled on the continent. Realizing the situation, Yunzheng did not hesitate and respectfully expressed, "I, Yunzheng, am deeply grateful for your assistance. Esteemed senior, one's life was at stake, and gratitude was only fitting." Yet, to his surprise, before he could bow, Qing Er swiftly pulled him back. Huffing softly and exclaiming in a peculiar tone, "Humph. No need to pay him any mind." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Qing Er, at a loss for words. "My dear lady, your origins are extraordinary, while I, Xiao Yunzi, am undeniably of humble beginnings. Before me stands the sole Douluo of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. My fragile frame cannot withstand such tumultuous winds, nor can I endure a beating." Yet, the subsequent scene rendered Yunzheng utterly speechless. Upon hearing Qing Er's deliberately aloof words, the illustrious soul Douluo did not display any anger. Instead, a charming smile graced his handsome, authoritative visage as he cautiously approached Qing Er, a mixture of anxiety and relief evident in his demeanor. "Qing Er, are you unharmed? At long last, your father has found you. You truly frighten me. If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and I do?" In such a state, it was impossible to reconcile him with the formidable figure who once commanded lightning. Beside them, Yunzheng was astounded. So, Qing Er's father is indeed the sole Douluo of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. No wonder she speaks with such confidence. The scoundrel has been located. Feeling the concern emanating from her father, a flicker of grievance and guilt briefly crossed Qing Er's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed, replaced by a facade of icy indifference. The fluctuations in her gaze were strikingly evident, even to Yunzheng, let alone the ever-observant soul Douluo. Upon reflection, it is only natural, whether a boy or a girl. A father often emerges as the first superhero in their lives, the initial object of their admiration, and it is only fitting that this figure is their father. No child is devoid of a yearning for paternal love, and Qing Er is no exception. However, her family circumstances are rather intricate. The man before her appears to have resolved the issues plaguing their household, but has failed to earn his daughter's acceptance. Consequently, despite sensing the deep-seated reliance Qing Er has on him, his expression remains somber. Yet, he did not succumb to despair, for this outcome was anticipated. Qing Er displayed an unmistakable demeanor of indifference towards him. Understanding her nature, he knew better than to provoke her at this juncture. Instead, he shifted his approach, turning his gaze to Yunzheng and offering a gentle smile. "Little girl, are you all right?" he inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's delicate face instantly froze. At that moment, a curse lingered on the tip of her tongue, leaving her uncertain whether to utter it. Chapter 20. At last, I can return home. Who decrees that donning a princess dress must signify one is a girl? Who asserts that possessing a refined appearance unequivocally classifies one as female? Such notions are evidently rooted in societal prejudice. It is astonishing that this formidable soul fighter before me has also fallen prey to such a narrow mindset. Truly, the human heart has grown disenchanted, and the world has declined. In Yunzheng's heart, There were a myriad of words yearning to be spoken. Yet, contemplating the power and status of the individual before him, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, Yunzheng was no mere girl. Fortunately, at that moment, Qing'e spoke up in defense of Yunzheng, prompting the individual to recognize his error. Upon hearing Qing'e's voice, he instinctively raised an eyebrow, blinking in bewilderment as he scrutinized Yunzheng from head to toe. Still, a sense of disbelief lingered, for Yunzheng's appearance was indeed quite deceptive. With a modest stature, adorned in Qing'e's dress, and bearing the remnants of dust from their previous skirmish, even a keen observer might struggle to discern gender. However, having been reassured by Qing'e, the man was inclined to believe her words. Noticing the displeasure on Qing'e's face and the odd look in Yunzheng's eyes, he hastily apologized, exclaiming, "I am truly sorry. It seems I was mistaken." "Humph." Qing'e responded with a playful huff, her expression softening into one of childlike innocence, which indicated that he was on the right path. After calming Qing'e, the man's gaze shifted back to Yunzheng, his demeanor growing serious as he earnestly inquired, "Young one, may I see your arms?" On Yunzheng's arms were wrapped special bandages belonging to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, clearly applied by Qing'e, coupled with her earlier efforts to care for Yunzheng. The man was quite willing to assist him in order to please his daughter. Upon hearing the words, Yunzheng pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Although he harbored secrets, particularly the extraordinary peril within his sea of consciousness, he believed it was beyond the detection of a soul Douluo. With Yunzheng's consent, the man gently grasped Yunzheng's hands, causing a renewed sensation of muscle tearing and swelling that made Yunzheng frown involuntarily. Beside them, Qing'e did not intervene. Despite her overt disdain for her father, she acknowledged his abilities. In truth, even without his prompting, she would have requested his assistance in healing Yunzheng's arm injuries. Soft streams of soul power flowed from the man's hands into Yunzheng's arms. In an instant, the man assessed Yunzheng's condition. His mind filled with astonishment as he pondered, is this innate divine strength? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect status as one of the top 3 sects could not solely be attributed to the might of its martial soul. It also excelled in body refinement, akin to the Haotian sect's chaotic cloak hammer method and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's wealth. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect possessed a natural martial soul advantage, and in terms of pure physical strength, even the Haotian sect could not rival them. As a soul Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the man was well versed in body refinement. He could discern the nature of Yunzheng's injuries with a single glance. The explosive force had outstripped his physical constitution, leading to a separation of flesh and bone, misalignment, and even fractures, an occurrence not uncommon in the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What surprised the man was Yunzheng's immense strength contrasted with his lamentably weak physique. In the terms of their sect, it was akin to being unable to lift a shoulder or raise a hand. However, this astonishment was fleeting. As a soul Douluo, he had traversed the land and seen many wonders, including individuals with innate divine strength. Although Yunzheng was somewhat unique, he did not find it utterly beyond comprehension. Yet, the fact that Yunzheng could remain composed while contending with a 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear garnered the man's admiration. With this thought, he instinctively deepened his soul power infusion. At that moment, a chill emerged, unable to disrupt the man's soul power, yet imparting a sense of coldness. This discovery piqued the man's interest. The chill surpassed even the natural ice and snow of the extreme north, evidencing the strength of Yunzheng's martial soul. However, a peculiar and relieved expression soon crossed the man's face. The woman soul master who awakened Yunzheng's martial soul had recognized this phenomenon. It was unreasonable for a distinguished soul Douluo not to see it. The man was not surprised. In the Douluo Continent, geniuses were largely monopolized by sects and noble families. If one's parents lacked good talent, their children rarely defied fate. Occasionally, a powerful mutated martial soul would emerge, often accompanied by side effects. This was the norm on the continent. Speaking of mutated martial souls, was not the man's own subordinate the most quintessential example? A true dragon reduced to a pig, devoid of any dragon semblance, had become a laughingstock of the sect. Recalling his subordinate, the man's spirits dampened. He withdrew his soul power, suppressing the rising negativity, and turned his gaze back to Yunzheng, asking, "Young one, are you afraid of pain?" Upon hearing this, Yunzheng understood the man's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he nodded earnestly and replied with a composed expression, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The man, both surprised by Yunzheng's astuteness and impressed by his resolve, nodded appreciatively before gripping Yunzheng's hands tightly. Blue arcs of electricity enveloped Yunzheng's arms, bending them at an exaggerated angle, resulting in a complete fracture of both upper arm bones. Yunzheng could hardly fathom how Lord Guan managed to remain stoic during his excruciating ordeal of bone scraping. Previously, he had only regarded it as a tale. Yet now he felt a profound respect. The sudden, searing pain twisted Yunzheng's face into a grotesque mask, and a piercing wail erupted from his lips, as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Even as a mere observer, one could vividly sense the torrent of anguish emanating from him. Observing this harrowing scene, Qing'er gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" Her desperate cry struck a chord in the man's heart, yet he could not afford to be distracted. In a grave tone, he explained, "Qing, your friend has injured himself through his own power. His arm muscles are torn, and the arm bones are severely damaged, particularly the humerus, which has fractured and misaligned. As his father, I must proceed in this manner to aid in the restoration of his arms. Surely, you would not wish for your friend to suffer from deformities in the future?" Having spent a considerable time within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Qing'er understood the gravity of the situation. Upon grasping the rationale behind her father's actions, she quickly stepped aside to avoid disturbing Yunzheng and his father. "Yunzheng, you must endure," she fervently prayed, anxiously watching him, for this was all she could do at that moment. Perhaps within Yunzheng's perception, the process seemed interminable. But in reality, the man was a paragon of strength, adept in body refinement. His expertise allowed him to swiftly realign Yunzheng's fractured bones in mere moments. Yet, the ordeal was not yet concluded. He retrieved a jade box from his soul guide, extracting a bomb resembling congealed fat, which he meticulously applied to Yunzheng's arms. He then expertly bound them with specially crafted bandages from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. A refreshing coolness enveloped Yunzheng's arms, and the previous agonizing sensation was momentarily subdued. Though the pain persisted, it was at least somewhat alleviated. After completing the procedure, the man cautioned Yunzheng for the next month. "Refrain from exerting your arms. Be sure to maintain your nutrition, consuming ample meat and broth from large bones to facilitate healing." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yunzheng replied earnestly, disregarding the cold sweat on his brow. The value of that medicinal ointment alone was considerable, and Yunzheng felt compelled to remember this kindness. "There's no need for thanks." The man waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Yunzheng should not dwell on it. Indeed, the man had no familial ties to Yunzheng and could have easily chosen to provide only superficial assistance. However, Yunzheng was a dear friend to Qing'er, and to ensure her happiness, a mere box of ointment was of little consequence to him. Having addressed the issue with Yunzheng's arms, the man inquired about the events of the past few days. Qing'er, feeling proud, refrained from speaking to her father, prompting Yunzheng to assume the role of narrator. Recounting the occurrences without embellishing any dangers faced by him or Qing'er, ensuring the tale remained plausible and not overly distressing for the man. However, Yunzheng underestimated the protective instincts of a father. Upon learning that the silver-backed wolves had endangered Qing'er, the man swiftly departed for the depths of the soul-hunting forest. From a distance, Yunzheng and Qing'er beheld the once lush forest transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning, as azure lightning dragons roared in fury, threatening to submerge the entire forest. It was reasonable to conclude that the silver-backed wolves within had met their demise. In their lair, the man discovered a spiritual plant, though its fruit had already been consumed by the wolves, who had likely relied on it to achieve their millennium of cultivation. Regrettably, the wolves lacked an understanding of sustainable practices and had utterly depleted the plant, or else the man would have gladly nurtured a specimen for Qing'er. With all matters resolved, the man prepared to escort Qing'er and Yunzheng back to the ancient city. Initially, Qing'er felt reluctant, but upon hearing that her mother was anxiously awaiting them in the city, she reluctantly acquiesced. Yunzheng also seized the opportunity, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he returned to the entrance of the ancient city. At this moment, the principal of the ancient Junior Soul Master Academy and 2 Soul Master mentors were still in a state of shock, waiting in place. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, the man silently cursed his misfortune. Not wanting Qing'er to witness his fierce demeanor, he decided to set aside his concerns for her safety and first address the 3 individuals. If any harm were to befall Qing'er, these 3 would undoubtedly meet their demise, and the entire ancient Junior Soul Master Academy would face repercussions. However, seeing that Qing'er was unharmed, the man's bloodlust diminished. He no longer intended to kill these 3, for if Qing'er were to learn of it, it would have a detrimental effect on her. He wished to shield her from the dark and primal aspects of the Soul Master world for as long as possible. Chapter 21. Do not depart, please, I beg you. Qing expressed her discontent with her father's sudden departure once again, huffing in displeasure. Should he vanish without a word once more? It could very well shatter the fragile image he had painstakingly built in her eyes. Yunzheng was well aware of the man's intentions. When he spotted the dean and others from a distance, he had already pieced together the situation. However, since the man was reluctant to let Qing get involved, Yunzheng deemed it inappropriate to meddle further. He concocted an excuse to take his leave, knowing that the forthcoming moments would be dedicated to family time for Qing's household, and he preferred not to intrude. Yet, when Qing realized Yunzheng intended to depart, she unexpectedly grasped his arm. Yunzheng blinked, casting a puzzled glance at Qing. Under Yunzheng's gaze, a bashful crimson hue spread across Qing's delicate face at an observable pace. Rather than meeting Yunzheng's eyes, she hesitantly murmured, the skirt. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Although he instinctively felt a tinge of oddity, he still nodded and replied, Once I have cleaned myself, I will give it to you. At this, Qing let out a soft whimper and ceased to cling to Yunzheng. Yunzheng departed ahead of others, and this experience in the soul-hunting forest made him acutely aware of his own physical vulnerabilities, just as the man had jested. Turning a large bone into broth would allow him to transform into light. However, after repeatedly facing setbacks due to his frail constitution, Yunzheng realized that strengthening his physical condition must be prioritized without delay. After Yunzheng departed, the man returned. Upon seeing her father return, Qing could not help but show a fleeting smile of joy on her face, which quickly vanished as she marched away, her delicate little legs striding forward with her head held high. The man, observing her demeanor, had no choice but to follow behind. The father and daughter maintained their standoff until, ultimately, Qing could no longer suppress her curiosity and feigned nonchalance, attempting to mask her interest as she inquired, How long do you intend to stay this time? Qing wished for her father to remain longer. This time, I shall heed your wishes. The man replied with a gentle smile. Really? Upon hearing this, Qing was instantly elated, forgetting her pretense as she turned to look at him in surprise. However, she quickly realized her slip and flushed crimson, casting an indignant glare at him before dismissively snorting, Well, at most it'll only be 10 days. You'll eventually return to accompany that woman. The man, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly but responded, That woman is my lawful wife and your mother. Respect must be given. In response, Qing merely huffed dismissively, neither affirming nor denying his statement. Noticing her growing discontent, the man offered, How about I accompany you and your mother for 20 days this time? Who cares? Qing shot him an irritated glance, letting out a cold laugh as she turned away. Although she feigned indifference, her light footsteps betrayed her inner thoughts. The man sighed in relief. Even as the father of the unique titled Douluo, the leader of one of the 3 great sects, he was still unable to resist Qing's will. It could be said that only she had the power to elicit such willing concessions from him. Following their brief exchange, a silence enveloped them once more. The man had thought this quietude would last until they returned home to see Qing's mother, but unexpectedly, Qing initiated conversation again. She suddenly extended her delicate little hand towards him, leaving the man perplexed. What did this mean? Holding hands? That seemed unlikely. I want the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's physical training technique, Qing asserted, looking at him with determination. The previous night, before the outburst, Yunzheng had told her he was not a monster, but merely possessed greater strength by nature. Qing felt that Yunzheng must be quite sensitive about his extraordinary power. Understanding the feeling of being seen as an outlier, she wished to avoid letting Yunzheng think of her as different. Hence, although she was not fond of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, she still desired to enhance her strength. She reassured herself that she was asking her father for it, and it had nothing to do with the sect. As a seasoned soul Douluo and her father, the man quickly discerned Qing's true intentions. To be frank, he was gratified that she wished to train her body, while her martial spirit, the giant spirit golden dragon, lacked the ferocity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as thunder. It possessed a distinct advantage in raw power. Therefore, if Qing trained her body, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results with great benefits. However, previously, she had been reluctant to engage with anything related to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Even the bandages, spiritual herbs, or soul-guiding devices she possessed had been discreetly given to her through her mother. As a parent, he had toiled diligently. Now that Qing had proactively expressed her desire to train, How could he not be moved? Yet, as her father, he also understood that her willingness stemmed from her feelings for Yunzheng. It was a bittersweet realization that his daughter valued another man more than him, even if that man was merely a 6-year-old child. Nonetheless, since this was something Qing'er genuinely desired, he would never refuse her. Without hesitation, he agreed to her request. Naturally, he would not simply hand over the technique for her to figure out on her own. The art of physical training was fraught with risks, and any mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences, especially in the initial stages without proper guidance. Fortunately, he planned to spend 20 days with her, ample time for her to establish a solid foundation in the training. Upon returning home, Qing'er's mother inevitably scolded her, and Qing'er could only endure it. Eventually, seeing her distressed expression, the man intervened, allowing her to escape further reprimand. In Qing'er's household, the hierarchy was clear. Later, as the family gathered around the dining table, the man noticed Qing'er's distracted demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her mother. "Yun'er, let us leave this place tomorrow. This city of Aogu is too remote. I cannot take proper care of you both." He felt a twinge of fear. This time, Qing'er was fortunate, and he happened to be there. Had circumstances been different, the consequences could have been dire. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for Aogu's primary soul master academy, especially after the incident involving Qin Shi, who had dared to malign Qing. The principal was nothing but a crafty opportunist, eager to curry favor when there were benefits, but retreating when there were none. He was far from a responsible leader. The man intended to take Qing'er and her mother back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but he knew that was impossible, so he settled for a compromise. If they could not return to the sect, at least he wanted them to be within his line of sight. Aogu City, while distant from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, left him feeling just as powerless. Qing'er's mother understood her lover's intentions and nodded gently, agreeing that Aogu City was not beneficial for Qing'er's growth. Given the recent event's shadow, leaving was inevitable. However, they did not anticipate Qing'er's sudden protest. "No, I don't want to leave Aogu City." "Nonsense," her mother immediately chided, about to say more when the man interrupted. "Is it because of Yunzheng?" he asked, looking at Qing'er with certainty. Her willingness to train for Yunzheng further indicated her significance to him, and it was no surprise that she would resist leaving Aogu City for his sake. "I don't care. I just want to go." Qing'er pouted defiantly, appearing obstinate. The man merely smiled and replied, "What if Yunzheng also wishes to leave Aogu City?" At this, Qing'er froze. While she often got her way with her father, it was straightforward for him to assert control when he truly desired to. Chapter 22. Seeking a mentor. Later that evening, Yunzheng was alone at home. The ointment applied by Qing'er's father proved remarkably effective. Within half a day's time, he could already exert strength in his arm. Although it is impossible to regain the same level of ease as before, and any slight exertion still brings about sharp pangs of pain, Yunzheng is nonetheless capable of managing his daily affairs, such as retrieving a cup of water or having a meal, which prevents him from descending into a state of complete dependency. However, he finds himself unable to contend with the dress and stockings that Qing'er has dressed him in. Though Qing'er's father did not explicitly caution Yunzheng against contact with water, Yunzheng, relying on the memories of his previous life, believes it is best to keep his injured hand away from moisture to avoid potential infection or inflammation. Yunzheng had no choice but to remove them, carefully organizing and setting them aside, contemplating when he might wash them clean to return to Qing'er. After all, he could hardly present them in such a filthy state. To return to the main topic, Yunzheng felt quite exhausted after these past 2 days. Although he had managed to sleep for over 10 hours from last night until noon today, the fatigue of mind and body could not be alleviated merely by forced slumber. Now back in his cozy little nook, he finally felt at ease. After a simple dinner, he collapsed into sleep, in a hazy state between dreams. Yunzheng seemed to hear a noise, and as he drowsily opened his eyes, a figure flashed through his vision. Instantly alert in his half-awake state, a jolt of energy coursed through him, and he instinctively leapt from the bed, retreating a few steps before he could discern the identity of the visitor in the moonlight. "Senior?" Yunzheng tilted his head in confusion. The visitor was indeed Qing'er's father, a figure he recognized. Yet he could not fathom why this esteemed individual would seek him out at such an hour. In an instant, scenes from films he had seen in a previous life flickered through his mind. The story of a country girl who fell in love with the heir of a great enterprise, and how the heiress' parents, upon discovering their romance, offered the girl a fortune to distance herself from their son, uttering that classic line, "Name your price. Just leave my son." It was amusing Had it not been for the difference in gender, this scenario could easily have served as the plot for a melodramatic ethical drama. Yet this thought was fleeting. After all, the man before him was a seasoned player in the game of life, maintaining one woman at home while courting another outside. Such a person could hardly be tethered by a single woman. Even if he were indeed here to break up a couple, Yunzheng remained unfazed. One could always find means to navigate such challenges. Once the man left, the world would be wide and free, allowing Yunzheng and Qing'er to enjoy their companionship without hindrance. On the other hand, the man, seeing that Yunzheng had noticed him, was unsurprised. He had not made an effort to conceal his presence, entering with an air of confidence. Had he chosen to, his formidable prowess would have rendered him undetectable to Yunzheng. Observing Yunzheng's bewildered expression, the man smiled kindly, glancing around with a hint of compassion in his eyes. When he first encountered Yunzheng earlier that day, he had sensed the boy's extraordinary nature. Aside from knowing that Yunzheng possessed innate strength and a formidable, mutated martial spirit, he had little understanding of the child. The man believed that a child of such remarkable demeanor must have received exceptional upbringing, and thus he did not ponder further. However, after spending the afternoon and evening listening to Qing'er, he learned much more about Yunzheng. Qing'er was eager to share stories about her friend, and the man saw this as an opportunity to learn more about the boy, resulting in a delightful exchange of conversation primarily focused on Yunzheng. Upon discovering Yunzheng's background, the man felt a mix of incredulity and pity. A young child, alone and without kin in the city of Agu, had survived solely through his own efforts after the first 4 years spent with an old beggar. The hardships he must have faced were unimaginable. Moreover, the man perceived even more. From Qing'er, he learned that Yunzheng was remarkably astute, almost infuriatingly so, leaving little room for criticism. Yet, he was merely 6 years old, at an age when one should be frolicking under parental protection. He possessed insights into the complexities of human nature that many adults struggled to grasp. This was not mere fortune, it was a tragedy. Additionally, the man gleaned that Yunzheng maintained a distant demeanor towards all the residents of August City. On the surface, he appeared to engage in light banter with everyone, garnering affection from many older sisters due to his charming appearance, yet in truth, he never truly integrated into their midst. According to Qing'er, apart from her, Yunzheng merely tolerated everyone else. The man, though not overly sentimental, felt a pang of compassion for Yunzheng, especially after hearing Qing'er's account. In her eyes, the burdens placed upon such a child were excessively cruel. Nevertheless, this did alleviate the man's concerns. At least he need not worry that Yunzheng was drawing near to his daughter for some ulterior motive. Sighing at this realization, the man suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Let us speak plainly. Yunzheng, will you become my disciple? Ah. The man's unexpected inquiry struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving Yunzheng momentarily blank. He had never anticipated such a turn of events in the narrative. A visit in the middle of the night to take on an apprentice? Sensing the abruptness of his approach, the man patiently awaited Yunzheng's reaction. After a considerable pause, Yunzheng finally gathered his wits, but did not immediately bow in submission. Instead, he regarded the man with a blend of hesitation and intrigue, cautiously asking, "Senior wishes to accept me as a disciple?" It was not that Yunzheng lacked appreciation for the opportunity, nor did he hold disdain for the man's prowess. Rather, he believed in the gravity of the teacher-student relationship. He had always felt that to be a disciple was akin to recognizing a father figure. And the title of master was not one to be uttered lightly. The hesitation of Yunzheng was anticipated by the man. In response to Yunzheng's inquiry, the man neither evaded nor concealed his intentions, boldly declaring, "Indeed. First, your extraordinary talent qualifies you to be my disciple. Second, your profound bond with Qing'er is evident, and she has chosen to remain in the city of Agu for your sake. Thus, I intend to take you along, providing her with companionship." To be frank, the man's candor greatly pleased Yunzheng. At least the man approached him with genuine intent rather than seeking to exploit him for ulterior motives. However, despite this, Yunzheng subtly declined the man's offer, stating, "I apologize, esteemed elder, but I am not inclined to join the Blue Electric Tyrant sect at this time." As previously mentioned, Yunzheng had no intention of becoming anyone's subordinate. In the original tale, Oscar, one of the 7 monsters, had once joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect for Ning Rongrong, yet what transpired thereafter? He ultimately departed. Sect affiliations are hardly bastions of virtue. The man had not anticipated Yunzheng's refusal. It was well known that the number of individuals wishing to become his disciple was in the thousands. To be specifically turned away was unfathomable. The man gazed at Yunzheng in astonishment, suddenly feeling a headache brewing. To be fair, the man's desire to take Yunzheng as his pupil did indeed stem from a wish to integrate him into the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, a common inclination among the elite families and sections. Upon encountering any wandering genius, they instinctively sought to recruit him, thereby bolstering their own power. Yet, the man had embarked on this journey with unwavering determination, having made a promise to his wife and daughter to ensure Yunzheng's apprenticeship. The thought of returning home to face two disappointed faces after Yunzheng's refusal sent a shiver down his spine. With this realization, the man clenched his teeth and mused. Very well. Since Qing'er has no fondness for the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, I shall allow Yunzheng to accompany her in her growth. With this epiphany, the man felt a surge of clarity. It matters not. Taking you as my disciple is a personal matter, separate from the sect. The man's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor, and he let out a spirited roar. With this, what reason could Yunzheng possibly have to decline? Yunzheng took a deep breath and sincerely inquired. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Yu Zhengbai, replied the elder. I humbly pay my respects to my master. Chapter 23. The scholar princess Yu Qing'er after Yunzheng met Yu Zhengbai. Qing'er could no longer conceal her true identity, thus transforming into Yu Qing'er. Having become a disciple of Yu Zhengbai, Yunzheng naturally departed from Aogu City alongside Yu Qing'er. For Yunzheng, this change bore little significance, as he would have left sooner or later. It was precisely due to this foresight that he had maintained his aloofness prior to meeting Yu Qing'er. In Yunzheng's eyes, the only possession of worth he held was the ashes left behind by the old beggar. Carrying it was not akin to holding on to real estate. As for the small earthen dwelling where he had resided for 2 years, Yunzheng was not one to harbor sentimental attachments. Yunzheng followed the Yu family to the more prosperous Tianding city. However, this prosperity was merely relative to the more modest Aogu city and paled in comparison to the imperial cities of Tiandou and Xingluo. In Tianding city, Yunzheng experienced the most leisurely and joyous 3 years of his life on the Douluo Continent. Here, he was free from the burdens of conforming to others, able to express his sentiments genuinely, without the need for artifice or worldly wisdom, all while basking in the warmth of familial love. Yu Zhengbai remained unchanged, spending most of his time at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yet, his visits to see Yu Qing'er noticeably increased, as Tianding City was a deliberate choice by him, conveniently located not far from the sect's headquarters, allowing the Soul Douluo to come and go with ease. Moreover, having taken Yunzheng as his direct disciple and likely his only one, it was imperative for him to invest time and care. In the realm of Douluo, a master assumes responsibility for their apprentice. Neglecting to educate them properly would betray the trust placed in him and tarnish his own reputation. Such matters are no trifling matter. That said, Yu Zhengbai felt quite pleased with his disciple, Yunzheng. Although Yunzheng's martial soul slowed his cultivation pace, the quality of his martial soul and innate soul power, combined with his diligent training, meant that he did not lag behind his contemporaries. What brought Yu Zhengbai even greater satisfaction was that Yunzheng's perseverance also inspired Yu Qing'er, propelling her cultivation speed beyond that of all her peers at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Additionally, both Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng practiced body refinement, each with their own unique strengths. One possessed innate divine strength, and as long as their physique kept pace, their vital energy surged forth like a torrential flood. The other had an indomitable constitution, as if the giant spirit golden dragon was born for the art of body refinement, with their progress in this area remarkable and rapid. Occasionally, even Yu Zhengbai would find himself marveling at the talents of Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er in body refinement. However, talent is not something one can covet or replicate. It is noteworthy that with no family ties on the Douluo Continent, Yunzheng considered the Yu family as his only semblance of kinship. Thus, upon the invitation of Yu Qing'er and her mother, it was only natural for Yunzheng to share the same roof as Yu Qing'er, living a simple life together without any unusual inclinations. In Yunzheng's eyes, Yu Qing'er was not only a dear friend but also akin to a younger sister. Although Yu Qing'er was 3 months older than him in bone age, Yunzheng's mental maturity far surpassed hers. On this particular day, while at home, Yu Qing'er leaned against Yunzheng, playfully shaking his arm with her hands and sweetly pleading, "Oh Yunzheng, be a dear and teach me, will you?" Her voice was as soft as silk, capable of melting even the hardest steel. Anyone else would have instantly acquiesced to her request without a moment's hesitation. However, Yunzheng was no ordinary person. After 3 years of living together, He had long since discerned Yunzheng's true nature and was not easily fooled. With a frown etched upon his youthful face, he remained unmoved and retorted, "I have already taught you 13 times. You still haven't grasped it. I seriously suspect you are merely toying with me." "Absolutely not," Yunzheng protested, her large, watery eyes brimming with innocence. She implored, "I swear. I truly have been paying attention. But the knowledge just one tea stick in my head." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng glanced at Yunzheng and, after a few breaths, let out a helpless sigh. He believed Yunzheng, for in his previous life, he too had been a diligent student, encountering several classmates throughout his years of education who, despite their earnest note-taking and pristine textbooks, consistently fell short in examinations. This type of student he referred to as the white academic princess or white academic prince. Regrettably, Yunzheng epitomized such a princess. It was a trait that Yunzheng had only recently discerned in her over the past 2 years. Certainly, with the personal guidance of Yunzheng, there was no pressing need for Yunzheng to attend a Soul Master Academy. However, Yunzheng's mother believed that being too unconventional would hinder their development. Thus, at her insistence, they enrolled in a junior Soul Master Academy to afford them a more wholesome childhood. After 2 years, there would be written examinations. Although individual strength remained paramount for Soul Masters, not every practitioner could ascend to greatness. At such times, the value of diverse knowledge would become evident. Additionally, for many aristocratic offspring, written exam results served as a measure of comparison. Yunzheng had no need to compete with others, yet she wished to conceal her ignorance. Consequently, before each written examination, she would seek Yunzheng's assistance in her studies, which proved to be quite a burden for him. Throughout this tutoring experience, Yunzheng discovered that Yunzheng did not struggle with memory. Rather, many fundamental concepts were entirely foreign to her. For instance, Yunzheng believed that sheer strength could conquer all. In the realm of Soul Masters, it is commonly understood that offensive Soul Masters occupy a somewhat precarious position. When faced with the other 4 affiliations, agility, defense, and others, each possesses its unique strengths, and superiority is often contingent upon the individual's capabilities. However, in contrast to the cyclical dominance of agility over control, control over defense, and defense over agility, the offensive category is predominantly countered by control, often leaving them frustrated and powerless. As for the support category, it is hardly possible for one to contend against an offensive Soul Master unless one is a high-ranking Soul Master of the Saint level or above, capable of overpowering opponents. Otherwise, in most scenarios, offensive Soul Masters typically require collaboration with allies from other categories to fully unleash their potential. Yet, Yunzheng held a contrary belief, dismissing the complexities of being an offensive Soul Master. In her words, "What control? Let them crawl." Such disdain for control-type Soul Masters often leads to dire consequences. Yet remarkably, no adversary of equal rank has ever managed to best Yunzheng. Her second soul skill, Kong Long Lin, derived from a rare 670-year-old soul beast. The golden armored dragon lizard does not enhance her attributes nor provide offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole effect is immunity to control. When activated, a golden dragon manifestation envelopes her, shielding her from control techniques. Unless one can deplete all her soul power in a single blow, it is simply impossible to control her. This implies that as long as her soul power remains, she can disregard the control skills of all similarly ranked Soul Masters. Who could argue against that? If Yunzheng were a control-type Soul Master, the mere thought of facing Yunzheng would likely extinguish any fighting spirit. The greatest advantage for control-type Soul Masters against offensive types lies in their plethora of control techniques, rendering the latter's abilities futile. Yet for Yunzheng, once her second soul skill is activated, she charges recklessly into battle, relying on her overwhelming vigor to deliver a decisive blow, thereby concluding the fight. In essence, the future Yunzheng is destined to become a nightmare for countless control-type Soul Masters. Returning to the matter at hand, Yunzheng's unwavering belief in the supremacy of offense made it impossible for her to accept the knowledge presented at the Junior Soul Master Academy, which catered primarily to the average practitioner. The instructors at Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy did not tailor their teachings to individual needs. They merely recited the curriculum, which led Yunzheng to embrace her identity as a proud white academic princess. Regrettably, she wished to conceal this flaw from others, especially from Yunzheng. Thus, the arduous task of tutoring Yunzheng naturally fell upon Yunzheng. Upon witnessing the glimmer of tears welling in her enchanting eyes, Yunzheng's heart softened, and he feigned sternness, declaring, "This is the last time. I knew you were the best." Yu Qingger exclaimed joyfully, affectionately nuzzling Yunzheng's cheek, her happiness stemming from either the prospect of tomorrow's written exam or Yunzheng's indulgence. 2 hours later, Yunzheng had finally elucidated the content for the upcoming written examination. It was no small feat. As for how Yunzheng and Yu Qingger obtained the exam questions, it was, of course, from their instructor. Were it not for this, Yu Qingger's identity as the white academic princess would have been long revealed. Each time, it was Yunzheng who requested the material, and the instructor, recognizing their exceptional talents, obliged. After all, Yunzheng and Yu Qingger were the academy's top students. Intelligent and gifted, and Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy hoped to leverage their success to gain rewards from higher institutions. Much like the system of the Martial Soul Hall, as long as a lower-level institution could cultivate and transport geniuses to a higher-level academy, they would reap substantial rewards, a form of quid pro quo. Provide me with talented students, and I shall furnish you with resources. Any achievements these students attain thereafter would no longer concern the lower institution. Moreover, the instructor believed that given Yunzheng and Yu Qingger's usual diligence, they would excel regardless of whether they had access to the questions. Rather than allowing these two prodigies to squander time on revision, it would be more beneficial for them to dedicate their efforts to training. A perfect misunderstanding. Yunzheng let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that each written examination was not merely a test of Yu Qingger's comprehension and memory, but rather a true measure of his teaching prowess. Thanks to Yu Qingger, Yunzheng could now confidently consider himself an exemplary educator. Yunzheng believes that if he were to take on the role of a mentor at the academy now, he would likely be quite popular, particularly among the junior soul master students. Yunzheng lay sprawled upon the bed, utterly devoid of spirit. Previously, he had not perceived the weight of his responsibilities. But now he came to realize that teaching was indeed far more exhausting than learning. Gratefulness enveloped him. Oh, how he cherished his role as an educator. Yu Qingger, observing Yunzheng's fatigued state, understood that he must be utterly worn out. With a playful pout and a teasing nudge, she cooed, all right. I know that Yunzheng is the best." Yunzheng remained unmoved, lazily sprawled on the bed, stretching without uttering a word. Yu Qingger, well aware of Yunzheng's intention, understood that he merely wanted her to massage his shoulders. She had no inclination to refuse, whether out of gratitude towards Yunzheng, playful banter, or her own desires. However, just as she was about to proceed, a mischievous smile blossomed on her delicate face as if a sudden thought had crossed her mind. She retracted her outstretched hands and instead plopped herself onto Yunzheng's waist, her petite foot extending to press gently against his back. Sensing the unusual sensation behind him, Yunzheng immediately understood what Yu Qingger was up to, his body tensing as if he wished to voice a protest, yet he ultimately remained silent. Wrapping his arms around his head and burying his face in the crook of his elbow, after tentatively applying a few gentle presses, and realizing that Yunzheng did not resist, Yu Qingger felt a surge of delight, letting out a soft giggle, emboldening her further. Truth be told, Yu Qingger felt a twinge of shyness herself, but who could blame her when Yunzheng seemed to relish such antics? Over the past 3 years, it was not only Yunzheng who had come to know Yu Qingger, she too had gleaned insights about him. Based on her observations, she concluded that Yunzheng was a rather repressed individual with peculiar inclinations. This fellow was not only fond of feet but also had a penchant for legs. He preferred long, shapely thighs and delicate, refined feet over mere pretty faces. What could Yu Qingger do but cater to his peculiar tastes? In any case, even if Yunzheng had his quirks, they were directed solely at her. One should not underestimate the youth of Douluo Continent, perhaps due to developmental factors. Children here matured significantly faster than those in Yunzheng's previous life, leading to a heightened sense of precocity. Consider just a few well-known figures. Oscar's parents had long since produced offspring, while Ma Hongjun, with his soul spirit's inherent evil fire, had become a notorious figure since his initiation into cultivation. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Yu Qingger possessed such advanced thoughts at this juncture. It was merely that Yunzheng had yet to realize that it was not merely a fleeting whim of hers. A quarter of an hour later, amidst her daydreaming, Yu Qingger suddenly recalled something. She playfully tapped Yunzheng's hidden head and exclaimed, "In celebration of your birthday, Mother has prepared a special gift for you." Yunzheng paused, taken aback at the mention of his mother's gift. He had previously been asked by Yu Qingger about his birthday, but he had no intention of revealing the date from his past life. Instead, he had adopted the day he arrived in Douluo Continent as his birthday. which fortuitously marked the 9th year of his existence in this world. This meant that tonight, he would receive his 3rd extraordinary boon. The thought filled him with excitement. Meanwhile, noticing Yunzheng's lack of response, Yunzheng huffed playfully, placing a foot atop his head and teasingly commanded, "Open your mouth." Startled by the gentle pressure of Yunzheng's foot, Yunzheng's expression turned sheepish, and he obediently turned his head and opened his mouth, pouting in mild frustration. Yunzheng retaliated by promptly placing a medicinal pill into Yunzheng's mouth. Yunzheng instinctively bit into the elixir in his mouth, a sweetness akin to candied fruit blossoming upon his palate. Blinking in bewilderment, he cast a puzzled glance at Yunzheng. It must be said, the flavor was undeniably delightful. Yet it seemed somewhat childish for his master to bestow upon him a mere sweet treat on his birthday, especially considering she was a soul master. Sensing the curiosity in Yunzheng's eyes, Yunzheng proudly exclaimed, "Isn't it delicious? This is the Dragon Yang pill that Mother specially concocted for you. As you know, your constitution is rather weak, so Mother prepared a Dragon Yang herb to enhance your physique. However, she mentioned that the taste of the Dragon Yang herb is quite bitter. So she used it as the base to refine this Dragon Yang pill. What do you think? It's quite sweet, isn't it? I haven't even had such a privilege." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng initially felt a warmth in his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His mistress still cherished him. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened with urgency as he anxiously inquired of Yunzheng, "Longyang grass?" Indeed, Yunzheng nodded as if it were obvious, retorting, "What else could it be?" In an instant, the properties of Longyang grass flashed through Yunzheng's mind. Longyang grass, characterized by its heating nature, possesses the ability to strengthen one's physique and replenish vitality. In simpler terms, it enhances virility. As the effects of Longyang grass registered in his mind, Yunzheng felt a wave of heat surging through his body, his breath quickening, and a fiery sensation igniting in his lower abdomen. Before him, Yunzheng suddenly emanated a captivating allure. The charming innocence on her lovely face stirred something within Yunzheng. Coupled with the deliberately created atmosphere of intimacy by Yunzheng, he found himself overwhelmed by primal instincts, losing all rationality in an instant. With a swift motion, he turned and pinned Yunzheng beneath him, grasping her wrist firmly, his gaze fixed intently upon her. To be fair, while Yunzheng possessed considerable strength, even in his irrational state, he could not unleash his full potential. Yunzheng, having undergone physical training, was not without her own prowess. Bolstered by the inherent advantages of her lineage, should she truly wish to resist, escape was within her reach. Yet, in the chaos of the moment, she forgot to struggle. Her delicate face betraying a blush, rendered powerless by the intensity of Yunzheng's gaze. As Yunzheng's labored breaths brushed against Yunzheng's face, she seemed to foresee the imminent events, her reaction a blend of trepidation and anticipation, causing her to shyly close her eyes. In that fleeting moment, however, Yunzheng abruptly sprang to his feet as if jolted by an electric shock, awkwardly declaring, "I must go cultivate." With that, he dashed out of the room as if fearing he would be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Yunzheng, observing Yunzheng's flustered retreat, felt a flicker of disappointment in her enchanting eyes, soon followed by a sense of bewilderment. After a brief pause, a smile gradually illuminated her face, and she mischievously murmured, "So, it seems that consuming the Longyang pill can lead to such candor?" Yunzheng was evidently unaware that today's events seemed to have triggered some peculiar switch within Yunzheng. Chapter 25. The External Soul Bone. The Evil Spirit Bone Tale. As he sought everything possible, it was not until close to the hour of high that Yunzheng, filled with trepidation, returned to his room. After a strenuous effort to expend his excess energy through cultivation, Yunzheng found himself utterly exhausted. Yet, he felt a profound sense of relief that, at the last moment, the chains of reason had firmly restrained the beast known as desire. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not to mention whether Yunzheng would have devoured him alive. Even Yunzheng himself would not have forgiven his own actions. Yunzheng has always held the belief that, as a man, a modicum of lechery is entirely natural. To speak candidly, it is evident that at least 90% of men possess a certain degree of lustfulness. The remaining 10% are either eunuchs residing in the imperial palace or individuals with questionable inclinations. Undoubtedly, Yunzheng belongs to the former majority, never shying away from acknowledging his own lustful heart. So what if men are a bit lecherous? However, Yunzheng maintains a firm boundary. Lechery and indulgence are fundamentally distinct matters. Lechery is innate, while indulgence is a transgression. Even if we were to take a step back, The affections men harbor for women are unspoken yet universally understood. It is merely a matter of attraction and infatuation. Every man has his own preferred type. Yunzheng, for instance, is undoubtedly captivated by legs and feet. He finds allure in black stockings, white stockings, voluptuous figures, and graceful forms, even those of others. Concerning these personal predilections, Yunzheng refrains from passing judgment. As long as there is no coercion involved, he may merely comment on the lack of discretion or fidelity. After all, it is unreasonable to expect unwavering loyalty from everyone. Matters of mutual affection are not ones he wishes to overly entangle himself in. Nevertheless, one must not fall for the charms of those who are underage. Such a transgression is universally condemned. As a person, he cannot, nor should he, venture into such perilous waters. It is this rational conviction that has spared Yunzheng from committing acts he would regret for a lifetime. Yet, as he reflects on this, he finds himself rubbing his temples in exasperation, pondering how utterly unguarded this girl, Qing'er, is with him. However, he quickly reassures himself that it is fortunate he is the one involved. Had it been someone else, he would have certainly broken their legs. At this moment, Yunzheng was evidently unaware of the origins of his double standards. He merely thought that in the future, whenever Qing'er offered him something to eat, he would certainly inquire about its contents beforehand, lest this girl inadvertently fed him something inappropriate, leaving him in a state of silent despair. He decided to dismiss such thoughts. After all, this girl was typically quite careless and likely had no idea what she was doing. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he settled by the bedside. Pondering quietly, he wondered if this third external enhancement would elevate his soul power. This year marked the 9th since Yunzheng arrived in this continent. And according to the frequency of the orb's bestowal of enhancements every 3 years, he was due to receive his third enhancement tonight. Currently, Yunzheng lacked nothing in terms of talent, resources, or support. His surroundings could be deemed quite comfortable. What he yearned for most was the cultivation of his soul power. Setting aside his past life, Yunzheng was now 9 years old, yet he had barely reached the 18th level, without even obtaining a second soul ring. Indeed, achieving the 18th level at this age could be considered remarkable in this continent, even among the esteemed families of the upper 3 sects. Few could boast such accomplishments at the age of 9. The most immediate witness to this was Yu Zhongbai. Traveling between the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect and Tianding City, he had observed Yunzheng's efforts and innate talent. Even the current twin stars of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng, were only around the 18th or 19th level at the age of 9. The fact that Yunzheng could wield the immensely heavy and dense soul power of the extreme ice and stand alongside the twin stars was a testament to his innate gifts and diligence. However, when compared to the truly exceptional prodigies of the continent, Yunzheng still lagged significantly. Take Qing'er, for instance. Blessed with exceptional talent and spurred on by Yunzheng's encouragement, she had already become a 22nd level soul master at merely 3 months his senior, just a step away from the 23rd level. When it comes to soul power, Yunzheng held himself to rigorous standards, emphasizing quality over mere quantity. His aspirations were set on Shrek Academy, and with merely 3 years remaining until he turned 12, meeting the Academy's minimum admission requirements was certainly achievable. Yet, Yunzheng's ambitions reached far beyond that. Yunzheng recalled a saying at Shrek Academy: those who reach level 25 by the age of 12 may be exempt from the assessments of the second and third trials. In the original narrative, Tang Sect and his companions all possessed cultivation levels above 25, and Yunzheng had no desire to be outdone by others. However, while the principle held true, reality did not bend to Yunzheng's wishes. The stark truth was that he was still a full 7 levels away from the coveted 25. Even if he could leverage the second spirit ring to gain a level or 2, it remained a considerable challenge for one who possessed an exceptional martial soul. Thus, Yunzheng pondered whether the third external aid could directly elevate his cultivation. Yunzheng believed that the esteemed Master Peril within his sea of consciousness undoubtedly possessed such remarkable abilities. After all, if he could procure divine artifacts like the heavenly gifted divine ring and the ultimate ice, enhancing one's soul power should merely be a trifling matter. It all depended on Yunzheng's fortune. With a heart brimming with excitement, he quietly sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, practicing his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of his external augmentation. Master Peril did not keep Yunzheng waiting for long. By the time Yunzheng returned, it was already close to midnight. Within mere moments, an ethereal mist began to swirl within his sea of consciousness. The familiar sensation enveloped him, prompting Yunzheng to open his eyes with sudden clarity. As customary, Master Peril maintained an air of aloofness. After a brief flicker of disturbance, he returned to a tranquil state as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the depths of his being, Yunzheng heard a voice that revealed to him that his third external augmentation was an attachment known as the bone tail of the malevolent spirit. Yunzheng was filled with immense joy. The external spirit bone, a treasure ranked second on the Spirit Master's wish list, is only surpassed by the 100,000-year spirit ring. The external spirit bone exists independently of the 6 foundational spirit bones and can effectively serve as the 7th or even 8th spirit bone for a spirit master. While the significance of the external spirit bone may not be substantial for ordinary spirit masters, who often lack spirit bones, the addition of an external spirit bone bears little distinction from acquiring an additional arm or leg bone. However, for 2 titled Douluos with complete spirit bones, an external spirit bone can decisively tip the scales of victory. Moreover, the most extraordinary aspect of the external spirit bone lies in its ability to evolve alongside the spirit master's growth. Initially, the external spirit bone may possess a lifespan of merely 1,000 or even 100 years, yet upon the spirit master's ascension to title Douluo, the quality of the external spirit bone may potentially surpass that of a 100,000-year spirit bone. This is precisely why the external spirit bone transcends the 100,000-year spirit bone, earning its place as the second most coveted item on the spirit master's wish list. Of course, all of this still feels rather distant for Yunzheng at present. Yunzheng possesses not a single soul bone, and his cultivation level is a meager 18. Contemplating further is futile, for he cannot immediately unearth the full potential of the external soul bone. At this juncture, the most alluring aspect of the external soul bone for Yunzheng undoubtedly lies in its restorative powers. Yunzheng surmised that this external soul bone possessed a nature akin to that of the heavenly gift ring from long ago. Initially, it undoubtedly lacked a time limit. Everything would rely on Yunzheng's own deductions, subsequently advancing in tandem with his gradual growth. Yunzheng possesses a keen self-awareness. Although the difficulty of absorbing soul bones is considerably less than that of soul rings, the notion of directly absorbing a 10,000-year grade external soul bone is nothing but a fanciful dream. It is likely that a few thousand years would be his utmost limit. Regardless of whether it is a few thousand years or merely a 1,000-year external soul bone, its regenerative power is sufficient to enable Yunzheng to make a breakthrough. If he could attain a cultivation level of over 3,000 years, the restorative force could even propel Yunzheng directly to the 20th level. Upon contemplating this, Yunzheng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. How could he possibly sleep under such circumstances? Yunzheng directly retrieved the external soul bone known as the evil spirit bone tail from the space of Uncle Zhuzi. True to its name, this soul bone resembles a cow's tail, yet it is entirely enveloped in a pitch-black hue. The tip of the tail is sharp, akin to an arrowhead, instantly evoking images of demons from a previous life in Yunzheng's mind. Just in front of that pointed tip, there are several layers of a jade-like exoskeleton, with a surface as smooth as adorned with enigmatic patterns. Much like the previously encountered God-given ring, it is shrouded in a layer of gray mist, concealing all its ethereal qualities and rendering it seemingly mundane. Yunzheng inhaled deeply, cautiously infusing his spiritual energy into the process. A resonant hum echoed, and a tingling sensation surged through his entire body, akin to the shock of electricity. In the next moment, an excruciating pain radiated from his tailbone. It felt as though his very bones were on the verge of melting away. Yunzheng did not howl. Instead, he calmed himself, closing his eyes to redirect his soul power and exert full effort to suppress the external soul bone. However, this time Yunzheng's expectations were misguided. He had anticipated that the external soul bone would exert pressure akin to the gradual accumulation experienced with the heavenly gift divine ring, yet the reality was starkly different. In contrast to the heavenly gift divine ring, the trial posed by the external soul bone was far more brutal and utterly unforeseen. Chapter 26. The past of Yunzheng. Early the next morning, Yunzheng returned. It had been nearly 6 months since his last visit to Tianying City. Yet even Yunzheng harbored little resentment towards his prolonged absence. Had Yunzheng been ensnared in the tender embrace of the blue lightning tyrant Dragon Sect? Forgetting about the mother and daughter in Tianying City, he would likely not have been able to enter today. However, this time, Yunzheng had returned for a significant reason. Half a year prior, Yunzheng had already attained the rank of an 89th level soul Douluo, and during this time, he had been striving to break through to the grand threshold of 90. His return heralded the emergence of a title Douluo. It must be said that cultivation is a profoundly idealistic endeavor. As one ascends in rank, the demands on a practitioner's mindset become increasingly stringent, particularly for soul masters above the soul sage level. If their thoughts are not in harmony, even the most extraordinary talent may yield minimal progress, with years passing without advancement being quite common. Conversely, if one's thoughts are aligned, they can progress at an astonishing pace. Take Yunzheng as an example. 3 years ago, he was merely an 84th level soul Douluo, yet he managed to break through 6 minor realms in that span. Apart from Yunzheng's innate talent, Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng also played significant roles in his advancement. Notably, the youngest title Douluo recognized across the continent is Tang Hao, who achieved this status at the age of 44, a feat unprecedented in history. In comparison, Yunzheng, now 50, was only 6 years behind Tang Hao in attaining the title Douluo status, marking him as one of the few prodigies of this era, perhaps only rivaled by a select few like Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. The breakthrough in his cultivation naturally elevated Yunzheng's standing within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. A few years prior, his influence within the clan was minimal. Despite being a soul Douluo, he had little freedom in the presence of the elder members of the sect, who wielded authority under the guise of filial piety in their advanced years, often committing numerous acts that left the populace seething with indignation. Yunzheng, too, had once been in a similar situation. He seldom spoke to Yunzheng about matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and Yu Qing'er remained tight-lipped about her past there. Nevertheless, over the course of 3 years, Yunzheng gleaned fragments of information regarding the past of Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng. Contrary to his initial assumptions, Yunzheng was not a heartless scoundrel. On the contrary, he was a deeply devoted individual. Approximately a decade ago, Yunzheng met and fell in love with Yu Qing'er's mother, and 9 years ago, they welcomed Yu Qing'er into the world. This could have been a beautiful story. Yet Yunzheng was the son of the sect master and one of the prominent faces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, while Yu Qing'er's mother was merely an ordinary auxiliary soul master with no significant standing or strength. Their love, marred by disparities in status, was destined for tragedy. After Yu Qing'er was born, Yunzheng brought her and her mother to meet his father, marking the onset of their misfortunes. The inherent arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect rendered them incapable of accepting an almost insignificant woman as their daughter-in-law. This disdain trickled downwards, causing the entire sect to harbor negative sentiments towards Yu Qing'er and her mother. Children of the sect, often mimicking their elders, exhibited their disdain in exaggerated forms, isolating Yu Qing'er and even referring to her derogatorily. However, during that period, Yunzheng was still the most renowned prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Nearing the level of a soul Douluo, the clan members were mostly content with mere words, and none dared to act against him. Yet, when Yu Qing'er was 4, calamity struck. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall and the retreat of the Haotian sect instigated a sense of unusual danger felt by both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. In light of the threat posed by the Spirit Hall, both sects instinctively sought to ally with one another, recognizing the necessity of unity in the face of adversity. The most convincing and least costly method of alliance was, naturally, through marriage. Sacrificing the happiness of 2 individuals for the benefit of 2 sects seemed a deal too tempting to resist. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School sought to marry off a daughter, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect intended to wed. The bride was none other than the sister of the current sect master, a member of the prestigious Ning family, whose status was beyond reproach. Accordingly, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had to present a worthy suitor for such a union. That suitor was Yunzheng. Others were either too young, lacked strength, or held insufficient status. Only Yunzheng, in his 40s, perfectly met all 3 criteria. Indeed, the sect master had 3 sons, but Yunzheng's elder brother was the acting sect master, a position too sensitive for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to risk allowing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to influence its core. As for Yunzheng's younger brother, he was none other than the exiled Yunzheng. To bring him back to marry the sister of the sect master would have been an affront to all involved. Thus, the only viable groom was Yunzheng. As for the love between Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er's mother, who would care? She was regarded as a mere servant, unworthy even of being a concubine. Of course, Yunzheng had protested, and his father wished to spare his son from such a fate. Yet the vast Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was not governed by their desires alone. There were several elders, older than Yunzheng's father, who held sway. As one might expect, the outcome was all but predetermined. Fortunately, The legitimate wife Yunzheng married, a gentle and virtuous woman, bore no ill will towards Yunzheng and her mother. In fact, due to her own inability to conceive, she showered Yunzheng with affection. Thus, despite the coldness they faced from the outside world, the mother and daughter could still find warmth within their home. However, after Yunzheng awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, the emergence of her giant spirit golden dragon martial soul became the final straw, solidifying her status as an outcast within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It must be stated that the giant spirit golden dragon is not in the least inferior to the blue electric tyrant dragon. In fact, it subtly surpasses it. Yunzheng possesses remarkable talent, with innate soul power at level 9. Even Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng do not compare favorably. However, due to Yunzheng's extraordinary aptitude, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect cannot accommodate her. Those with guilty consciences are well aware of how the Blue Electric Tyrant sect regards Yunzheng. Out of fear, envy, and even jealousy, they exacerbate their rejection of her. The darker aspects of human nature are truly repugnant. Yunzheng harbors a profound disdain for the arrogant, self-righteous, and shadowy clan of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. After the awakening of the giant spirit golden dragon, all her pent-up negative emotions from 6 years erupted, prompting her to leave for the city of Algu with her mother in a fit of anger. Yunzheng could not deter her, and he understood that the Blue Electric Tyrant sect was not a suitable environment for Yunzheng. Perhaps a change of scenery would foster her better growth. Sometimes, Yunzheng also ponders whether Yunzheng's decision was indeed the correct one. There was a time when Yunzheng wondered why characters like Yunzheng were never mentioned in the original work. Eventually, he realized that had he not arrived, Yunzheng might have perished during the wilderness training at the tender age of 6. It is crucial to recognize that had it not been for Yunzheng's presence, the closest to the silverback wolf at that moment would have been Yunzheng and the boy student who kept shouting. At 6 years old, Yunzheng's little legs would undoubtedly have been no match for the silverback wolf. Facing a single silverback wolf was arduous enough for her. What of a pack of wolves? The essence of cultivation is inherently subjective. Had Yunzheng died, Yunzheng would likely have remained at level 84 for eternity. A soul Douluo, born of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and the son of its leader, would probably have met his demise during the Soul Hall's soul-hunting expedition before he even had the chance to make an appearance in the original narrative. Of course, all of this is mere speculation. The current reality is that Yunzheng's arrival has allowed Yunzheng to survive, free from the cold remarks of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and to grow up untroubled in the city of Tianding. Everything is progressing positively, and Yunzheng has successfully broken through to the title Douluo rank, becoming the second title Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. After achieving this rank, Yunzheng's influence within the sect has significantly increased. Combined with his father's endorsement, the two title Douluos can easily intimidate the parasites within the clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that now, if Yunzheng so wishes, he could bring Yunzheng and her mother back to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and even those who had previously conspired against them would have to acquiesce. Yet, Yunzheng refrains from doing so, knowing that the time is not yet ripe. It is no longer a question of whether the Blue Electric Tyrant sect can accept Yunzheng, but rather whether she can forgive them. The choice lies with Yunzheng, and it is evident that she harbors no affection for the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Chapter 27. Yunzheng, I want to change Yunzheng's clothes this time. Yunzheng did not come alone. He brought along his legitimate wife, the sister of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji's sister, named Ning Fengqian, although chosen for a marriage alliance by the sect, possesses considerable innate talent. However, due to the inherent limitations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, she abandoned her cultivation after breaking through to the Soul King rank. This is a choice made by many within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as reaching level 79 is often deemed sufficient. After all, their families lack for nothing, so why impose such stringent demands upon themselves? Ning Fengqian is quite satisfied with her marriage to Yunzheng. Such is the fate of the scions of noble families. Rarely do they have control over their destinies. Ning Fengqian has long since seen through this. The clan has provided her with endless resources, a life of luxury, and an extraordinary status, making it only natural for her to contribute to the clan. At least her husband is a man of exceptional caliber, a genius of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, strikingly handsome, leaving Ning Fengqian with little to criticize. Perhaps it is her unassuming and gentle nature that has led Yunzheng to gradually fall in love with her. Indeed, Yu Zhongbai is a man devoted to love, yet he is also an ordinary man, and who could remain indifferent with such a captivating wife at home? Yu Qing'er's mother understands this well. Yu Qing'er's mother, named Lu Yun, hails from humble beginnings, possessing only average cultivation talent. She remains merely an auxiliary soul master to this day. The one aspect that sets her apart is her identity as a potion master. Potion masters are not uncommon in the Douluo Continent. Many sects have them. The two most renowned potion masters on the continent today are Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, and Du Gubo, a revered elder of the Tiando Empire. Of course, it is also possible that the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects harbor even more skilled potion masters in secrecy. Lu Yun is simply an ordinary potion master. The longing pill that Yunzheng consumed yesterday was concocted by her. However, it is clear that an ordinary potion master cannot gain the recognition of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Thus, Lu Yun has always harbored a sense of inferiority. Even though she has never doubted Yu Zhongbai's affection for her, she feels unworthy of such a remarkable man. Lu Yun even believes that Yu Zhongbai should be with Ning Fengqian, as they are a match made in heaven, and she ought to step aside. Of course, this notion is solely held by Lu Yun. Neither Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian, nor Yu Qing'er has ever entertained such thoughts. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai is truly fortunate. At home, he has a gentle and virtuous wife, and outside, an adoring partner. His only daughter, while seemingly aloof, is merely displaying the pride of a young girl. He has also taken on a disciple who is exceptionally talented, and now he has achieved the rank of titled Douluo, truly riding the waves of success. Returning to the main point, upon arriving in the city of Tianding. Although Yu Qing'er intended to reproach Yu Zhongbai for missing Yunzheng's birthday, she found herself retreating behind her mother upon seeing Ning Fengqian, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yu Qing'er harbors complex feelings towards Ning Fengqian. On one hand, she resents her for taking her mother's husband and refuses to call her mother. On the other hand, Ning Fengqian has genuinely been kind to both her and her mother. Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian appear to be good friends, which complicates Yu Qing'er's feelings further. It has already been mentioned that due to her own circumstances, Ning Fengqian is unable to bear children, which makes her exceptionally tolerant towards Yu Zhongbai and treats Yu Qing'er as her own. Even during many occasions at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect when the rowdy children bullied Yu Qing'er in Yu Zhongbai's absence, it was Ning Fengqian who came to her aid. Such pure concern and affection are the hardest to refuse, leaving Yu Qing'er unable to respond coldly to Ning Fengqian. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er so hesitant, Lu Yun shot her a disapproving glance. Yu Qing'er frowned at this, finally stepping forward awkwardly and calling out, "Mother, Father." When Yu Qing'er addresses Lu Yun, she uses the affectionate term mother while referring to Ning Fengqian as mom, which serves to distinguish between the two. As for her address to Yu Zhongbai, it is much more whimsical. When in high spirits, she calls him father, but when displeased, she resorts to dad. There have even been instances where, in a moment of anger, she has simply called out hey to him. Amusingly, among the 4 members of the Yu Zhongbai family, he, burdened by a sense of debt towards Yu Qing'er, is always at her beck and call, while Ning Fengqian's concern for her daughter borders on indulgence. To prevent Yu Qing'er from developing the spoiled demeanor of a pampered princess, Lu Yun, the gentle mother, must don a mask of strictness and assume the role of the stern parent. Consequently, there are times when even Yunzheng struggles to persuade Yu Qing'er. Yet a mere glance from Lu Yun compels her to comply. You are truly obedient. At the sound of mother, Ning Fengqian smiles knowingly, producing a delicate bracelet from her bosom and personally adorning Yu Qing'er with it. The bracelet is embellished with emerald green gemstones, splendid yet not ostentatious, exuding an enchanting fragrance that is utterly captivating. One must acknowledge the opulence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, as their offerings are indeed rare treasures. While others may not discern its value, Yu Zhongbai is well aware that the gemstones in this bracelet are the elusive emerald green crystals, which not only nourish the meridians but also diminish the likelihood of falling into madness, a true treasure for soul masters who cultivate their bodies. Previously, when an elder from their clan sought a couple for his grandson, Ning Fengqian did not acquiesce, yet she now bestows an entire bracelet upon Yu Qing'er. Ning Fengqian certainly exhibits a double standard. Of course, Yu Zhongbai, while cognizant of this, refrains from voicing his thoughts and feigns ignorance, looking around and inquiring, "Where is Zheng?" Upon hearing Yu Zhongbai's question about Yunzheng, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Yu Qing'er's delicate features as she replied in a soft voice, "He practiced late last night. He might still be resting now." Lu Yun, standing nearby, simply smiled in silence. Yu Zhongbai, undeterred, jestingly chastised, I had prepared a surprise for him. And this rascal is sleeping instead. With that, he strode towards Yunzheng's room. Ning Fengqian followed closely. Her curiosity piqued about this disciple her husband had taken under his wing, having heard much praise about him from Yu Zhongbai. Naturally, she was eager to meet him. Yu Qing'er and Lu Yun followed suit. Yu Zhongbai had no qualms about barging in on Yunzheng. Upon reaching his door, he flung it open with little ceremony. As Yu Qing'er had indicated, Yunzheng was indeed still resting. He had been utterly exhausted from the previous night's endeavors, which included being drugged by Yu Qing'er, followed by an extensive training session that lasted until midnight, and subsequently absorbing an external soul bone that continued until the early hours of the morning. He was quite worn out, and in the end, he simply relaxed and fell into a deep slumber, not even having the time to change out of his clothes. Yunzheng slept peacefully, lying on his side with a pillow cradled in his arms and a blanket tucked between his legs, exuding an endearing innocence. However, at this moment, Yu Zhongbai and the others were evidently oblivious to Yunzheng's serene slumber. Their attention was captivated by the pitch-black tail that had mysteriously sprouted from behind him. This tail, over a meter long, was entirely ebony, adorned only with a few layers of jade-like shells, unremarkable in appearance but exuding a subtle, almost otherworldly allure. It lazily swayed in the air, occasionally wiping away the drool that threatened to escape from the corner of Yunzheng's mouth, as if it had seamlessly merged with him. Witnessing this scene, Yu Zhongbai momentarily stood in astonishment. Had his disciple undergone a transformation? Not only Yu Zhongbai, but the three women accompanying him were equally bewildered, clearly unaware of the existence of an external soul bone. Simultaneously, Yunzheng was stirred awake by the commotion, rubbing his eyes and in a daze. Catching sight of Yu Zhongbai, which dispelled much of his sleepiness, he hastily sat up and bowed, addressing him as master. At that moment, Yunzheng noticed the beautiful woman beside Yu Zhongbai, someone he did not recognize, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Sensing his confusion, Yu Zhongbai introduced her, saying, "This is your Shirmu. Shirmu is Lu Yun, and your Shirmu is Ning Fengqian, distinguished from Yu Qing'er for clarity." Yunzheng, taken aback, respectfully saluted. "I have come to pay my respects to my esteemed mother." Before Ning Fengqian could respond, Yu Zhongbai interjected, "There is no need for hasty formalities, Yunzheng. Could you elucidate what lies behind you?" Upon hearing this, Yunzheng was initially taken aback, but soon realized that his external soul bone had been exposed. Yunzheng's body stiffened instantly, and even the sinister skeletal tail behind him began to twitch nervously. After a few breaths, Yunzheng finally managed to muster an awkward smile and, with a forced bravado, explained, "Master, if I were to say that this is an external soul bone I recently acquired, would you believe me?" External soul bone. Upon hearing this term, Yu Zhongbai's brows knitted together. Indeed, the tail behind Yunzheng did conform to the concept of an external soul bone. However, Yu Zhongbai was puzzled as to where Yunzheng had obtained such a thing. Just then, a delicate voice pierced through the air, and Yu Qing'er stepped forward, asserting confidently, "It is indeed an external soul bone. I found it together with Yunzheng." Yunzheng, witnessing Yu Qing'er's defense of him, felt both amused and exasperated. While her support touched him, the blatant flaws in her lie were simply untenable. Sensing Yu Zhongbai's skepticism, Yu Qing'er grew anxious. She understood that it was best to have Yu Zhongbai and the others leave, allowing her and Yunzheng to devise a strategy in private. It is often said that individuals can unleash hidden potential in times of crisis, and Yu Qing'er was no exception. Her previously muddled mind suddenly sparked with inspiration as she exclaimed, "You all go out first. I need to change Yunzheng's clothes." When Yu Zhongbai visited Tianding City before, Lu Yun would often say this, inevitably sending Yu Qing'er out of the room. Yu Qing'er believed that this phrase held some sort of magical power, compelling people to willingly depart. However, as soon as she uttered those words, everyone present fell into a state of stunned silence. Yunzheng, with his hand pressed to his forehead, wore an expression that was almost unbearable to behold. Ning Fengqian displayed a teasing demeanor, her gaze flitting between Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun with a playful mockery. Yu Zhongbai, feeling the weight of embarrassment, cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his discomfort. Lu Yun mirrored this sentiment, her radiant face flushed crimson as she shot a furious glance at Yu Qing'er, leaving the latter at a loss for words. Chapter 28. You still claim you are not transformed from a soul beast? Yu Qing'er's excuses evidently failed to convince Yu Zhongbai and the others. This girl simply did not grasp the deeper meaning behind her words, merely mimicking what she had heard. This only added to Yu Zhongbai's embarrassment, while Lu Yun, feeling a mix of shame and anger, was about to admonish her but was restrained by Ning Fengqian. Enough. Ning Fengqian chuckled lightly, pulling Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun aside. The children have their own secrets to share. Let us not intrude upon Qing'er. In truth, Ning Fengqian had her own matters to discuss with the two of them. After all, some subjects ought to be treated with discretion when it comes to children. Clearly, Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun, in their eagerness, had not exercised enough caution. Nor had they considered that Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er might comprehend such profound matters. As the matriarch, Ning Fengqian felt it her duty to impart some wisdom to Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun. One should never underestimate a 9-year-old child. Ning Fengqian's own niece was also 9, and she was nothing short of a little sorceress. Upon hearing Ning Fengqian's words, Yu Zhongbai contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow her lead. Indeed, his curiosity regarding the origin of Yunzheng's external soul bone was piqued. However, as a soul master, one must inevitably harbor secrets. Not every soul master bearing secrets is a formidable force, but those who can truly be called strong undoubtedly possess untold mysteries. Reflecting inwardly, Yu Zhongbai acknowledged that he too held many secrets that could not be divulged to outsiders, even to his father, or to Ning Fengqian and Lu Yun, who might be equally unaware. A soul master who is easily seen through is synonymous with mediocrity. Yu Zhongbai certainly did not wish for his only disciple to fall into the realm of the ordinary. Rather, he was intrigued to see what conclusions Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, these two young sprouts, might arrive at. Lying is an art. Sometimes, if a falsehood is sufficiently convincing, it can become reality. Yu Zhongbai held little expectation for Yu Qing'er, as she had been overly sheltered and lacked guile. His anticipation lay with Yunzheng. He was eager to discover whether this astute and worldly wise child, who had been savvy since a young age, could provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Truthfulness was not a necessity, but coherence was essential. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhongbai smiled faintly, taking Lu Yun's hand as they followed Ning Fengqian away. Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er watched as Yu Zhongbai and the others departed. Only after observing Yu Zhongbai close the door did Yu Qing'er rush towards Yunzheng. Grasping his tail as if seizing irrefutable evidence, she suppressed her excitement and softly exclaimed, "Naughty Yunzheng, how can you claim you are not transformed from a soul beast? A typical soul master would never possess a tail." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression darkened immediately. This girl still remembers this matter. Yunzheng, feeling a pang of headache, longed to reclaim his own tail. However, this was irrefutable evidence in the hands of Yu Qing'er, who would not easily relinquish it to him. Yu Qing'er clutched the bony tail tightly, even cradling it in her bosom. One might mistakenly believe it to be her external soul bone. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could only manage a bitter smile, resigning himself to being embraced by Yu Qing'er, much like the ears of a rabbit or the whiskers of a cat. Yunzheng's tail was exceedingly sensitive, and it was not to be touched casually by others. Otherwise, he would feel an unsettling sensation akin to being tickled. Yet, observing Yu Qing'er's current demeanor, if she were to learn of this peculiarity, she would not only refuse to release him, but would likely become even more exhilarated. Contemplating this, Yunzheng let out a helpless sigh and remarked, "If I were to transform into a soul beast, you would be the first I devour." "Humph, I am not afraid." In response to Yunzheng's utterly unthreatening threat, Yu Qing'er appeared completely unfazed, proudly declaring, "Mother said, with father around, you wouldn't dare to eat me. What nonsense is this? What has the teacher's wife said?" At first glance, her words seemed innocuous, yet upon deeper reflection, they evoked a sense of intrigue. However, gazing into Yu Qing'er's pure eyes, Yunzheng felt he might be overthinking it, perhaps unbeknownst to him. Lu Yun had indeed regarded him as a soul beast undergoing reincarnation. Yet this realization only compounded Yunzheng's headache. The crux of the matter was that he truly could not articulate the situation clearly. "Do not fear. I will protect you." Noticing Yunzheng's distress, Yu Qing'er immediately patted her chest, resolutely proclaiming her assurance. Clearly, this young girl had firmly convinced herself that Yunzheng was a soul beast in the process of reincarnation. Having grown up within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Qing'er, though not particularly favored by those around her, boasted an exceptionally formidable backing. Her grandfather was the sect leader, the only title de law of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Her uncle served as the acting sect leader, and her father was a prodigy of the sect. Even if she struggled to find companions among her peers, she had unrestricted access to the sect's extensive library. The tomes within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect meticulously chronicled matters pertaining to soul beasts undergoing reincarnation. Although Yunzheng had perused them rather casually, skimming through the pages, she was aware that a soul beast aspiring for reincarnation must possess at least 100,000 years of cultivation. For soul masters, 100,000-year soul ring and the inevitable emergence of 100,000-year soul bone were treasures too enticing to resist. Thus, Yunzheng was acutely cognizant of Yunzheng's desire to conceal his identity, as well as the perilous predicament he currently faced, which prompted her to express such sentiments. In this fleeting moment, Yunzheng found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel moved or to offer a bitter smile. He truly was not a soul beast undergoing reformation. However, what was needed now was a meticulously crafted plan, a plan of utmost precision. Upon concluding her thoughts, Yunzheng displayed an air of seriousness, pondering intently while murmuring to herself, "Father and the others are not easily deceived." Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could not help but let out a sigh, thinking to himself, "So be it. Let the misunderstanding linger. This girl is so befuddled. In any case, I cannot elucidate the matter clearly, so I shall accept the error as it stands." Yunzheng harbored no concerns regarding Yunzheng potentially causing him harm. After all, this young lady had spent the past 3 years harboring doubts about her own transformation into a soul beast. Yet, despite this uncertainty, she exhibited neither estrangement nor avarice, which sufficiently attested to Yunzheng's significance in her heart. Reflecting on this, Yunzheng found himself enlightened. "Yunzheng, listen to me. I will provide an explanation to our master. When the time comes, remember to act accordingly," Yunzheng said earnestly as he gazed at Yunzheng. She blinked in surprise, staring at him blankly before breaking into a smile. "I knew you had a whole lot of schemes brewing." Yunzheng was somewhat at a loss for words, feeling that her comment hardly constituted a compliment. In any case, after reviewing the script, Yunzheng and Yunzheng emerged from the room. Upon seeing them, Yunzheng offered a non-committal smile and inquired, "Have you figured out how to explain?" Under the penetrating gaze of Yunzheng felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Yet he steeled himself and revealed his circumstances, stating, "As our master has observed, this is my external soul bone, obtained during the acquisition of my first soul ring in the soul hunting forest 3 years ago. However, at that time, I was unable to tame it, and it remained dormant within me, unable to be summoned until recently, when I finally acquired the ability to control it." Yunzheng took Yunzheng as his master merely 3 years ago, during the incident in the soul hunting forest, of which Yunzheng remained unaware of the particulars. Moreover, Yunzheng possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb external soul bones, thus he could only assert that this ability was acquired 3 years prior. As for other matters, Yunzheng remained silent, succinctly summarizing his stance with the words, "I know nothing." After all, he was merely 9 years old. How could he comprehend so much? Indeed, I can attest to that. At this moment, Yunzheng stepped forward, speaking with conviction. Yunzheng and his companions observed Yunzheng and Yunzheng with keen interest, nodding in tacit acknowledgement. After a prolonged pause, Yunzheng finally spoke in a deep, resonant voice, somewhat satisfactory. He found Yunzheng's explanation acceptable, with minimal flaws, and it was commendable for a child of 9 to articulate so well. As for the truth of the matter, Yunzheng was indifferent. After all, it was advantageous for his disciple to possess an external soul bone, so why delve deeper into the intricacies? However, as a mentor, Yunzheng subtly remarked, "Yet, Zheng, your recent progress in cultivation seems rather swift. The last time I saw you, you had barely reached level 17, and now you have already attained level 20. The surprise I prepared for your birthday has become unnecessary." This statement carried dual implications. First, in its literal sense, that the birthday gift Yunzheng had intended for Yunzheng was now redundant. Second, it served as a reminder to Yunzheng that his fabricated tale contained inconsistencies. If the external soul bone had indeed been acquired 3 years ago, why had Yunzheng's cultivation not seen significant advancement until now? Chapter 29. A soul master can only trust their own martial soul. Yunzheng undoubtedly discerned the implicit meaning behind Yunzheng's words, and he immediately felt a sense of embarrassment. In the depths of his subconscious, Yunzheng believed that deceiving his master was inherently wrong. However, the secret of old man Zhuzi must not be revealed. Caught in this dilemma, he felt conflicted. Observing the troubled expression on Yunzheng's face, Yunzheng chuckled heartily, patting Yunzheng on the shoulder, and declared, "Fear not. Since you possess another opportunity, it is indeed your fortune." Yet, do not be negligent with this external spirit bone. For a soul master, an external spirit bone is not merely a means of combat. It can also shield you from a fatal blow in the future. Do not conceal it as you have in the past. With these words, Yu Zhongbai unveiled the origins of the external spirit bone. Moreover, Yu Zhongbai implied that Yunzheng need not hide the fact of his possession of the external spirit bone. Its value is undeniable, although it cannot be taken away like ordinary spirit bones for those with dark hearts. The absence of something in their possession translates into a threat. If I do not have it, neither shall you. If I lack an external spirit bone while you possess one, I shall eliminate you. In summary, the adage rings true: a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can bring peril. Yet, it is also said that only the common man bears such a burden. Yunzheng is far from ordinary. Yunzheng is the direct disciple of Yu Zhongbai, a distinguished title Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Is it conceivable that he cannot safeguard a single external soul bone belonging to his disciple? If an external soul bone exists, it must be wielded with care, lest, in a moment of dire necessity, one finds themselves ignorant of its usage, which would be a most unjust demise. Imagine a soul master devoid of wings, tails, or spider legs, suddenly endowed with an additional limb. It would be quite natural for them to struggle with its flawless control, would it not? Only by cultivating the external soul bone into one's fifth limb can its fullest potential be realized. At this moment, Yunzheng had yet to ponder such complexities. He was merely relieved that Yu Zhongbai did not pursue the origins of the external soul bone. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he was interrupted by Yu Qing'er's sudden exclamation. No, why should it be taken away just because it is not in use? Father, you promised a surprise. How can you renege on your word? Yu Qing'er would not allow Yunzheng to be overlooked when it came to matters of benefit. Although Yu Zhongbai had celebrated Yunzheng's birthday twice before, this occasion was distinct. It also commemorated Yu Zhongbai's recent breakthrough as a title Douluo and could not be dismissed lightly. Yunzheng had initially intended to take the easy path, but Yu Qing'er's interjection left him at a loss. Yu Zhongbai, with a wry smile, explained, however, what I have prepared for you, my dear Zheng, is a dragon's roar ascension pill, which, now that you have surpassed level 20, is rather ineffective. The dragon's roar ascension pill is a unique elixir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Its purpose is straightforward: to elevate the cultivation of soul masters below the great soul master level by up to 2 levels, but only for those below that rank. And each soul master may only consume one throughout their lifetime. Currently, the alchemist system on Douluo Continent remains incomplete, with the majority of concocted potions being poisons, antidotes, explosive energy pills, or healing elixirs, while those that can directly enhance a soul master's cultivation are exceedingly rare, and even those come with stringent limitations. Moreover, there are no effective elixirs for high-ranking soul masters. Due to this confluence of factors, the Dragon's Roar Ascension Pill, despite its limited applicability, is a precious commodity even within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. Among the current generation of juniors, only Yunzheng, and a select few other gifted descendants are qualified to partake. As a gift, it would indeed be considered a delightful surprise. However, fate had conspired against Yunzheng, as he had fortuitously assimilated the external soul bone just yesterday, causing his soul power to surpass level 20. Consuming the Dragon's Roar Ascension Pill post-level 20 would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Yu Zhongbai would not permit Yunzheng to engage in such self-destructive folly. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon's Roar Ascension Pill, Yu Qing'er recognized that Yu Zhongbai was not intentionally neglectful, yet she feigned displeasure, huffing, "That doesn't matter. It's still your fault. You must compensate." Indeed, Yu Qing'er was being somewhat unreasonable, but Yu Zhongbai relished the opportunity. He would not foolishly decline such a splendid chance to bond with his daughter. Very well, very well. Yu Zhongbai quickly offered a conciliatory smile and said, "How about this? Since I have not brought any suitable gifts, let Zheng'er choose for himself. Whatever he desires, I shall grant him. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Yu Qing'er's cunning eyes, yet she still turned to Yunzheng, seeking his opinion. Yunzheng, of course, would not dare to disrespect Yu Zhongbai's wishes. He nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." At that moment, Yu Qing'er approached Yunzheng and whispered in his ear, "Don't be too polite with my father. He is quite wealthy." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's expression stiffened. "Dear lady, if we cannot communicate through secret sounds, must you whisper? Your father is a distinguished title Douluo. Do you truly think he cannot hear us?" With that thought, Yunzheng couldn't help but glance towards Yu Zhongbai, and indeed, he noticed a rather unnatural look on his master's face. Yunzheng felt a pang of discomfort as he perceived his precious daughter, still in her blossoming youth, might be spirited away by his own disciple. The mere thought sent a twinge of paternal concern through him, and his gaze towards Yunzheng deepened with contemplation. Perhaps sensing the weight of Yunzheng's stare, Yunzheng involuntarily shivered and promptly declared, "Master, I wish to learn the spear." "The spear?" Yunzheng furrowed his brow at this request, instinctively inclined to decline. He was aware of Yunzheng's first soul skill and understood the underlying reasons for his desire to study the spear. Had it not been for that, Yunzheng would have certainly reprimanded Yunzheng for such an audacious thought, in order to uphold the integrity of a master. Yunzheng held a firm belief. As a soul master, one must trust solely in their martial spirit. Any external force beyond one's martial spirit was not something a true seeker of strength should aspire to. For instance, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, any junior possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit who wished to refine their body or learn the secret techniques of transformation would be readily taught by the elders. However, if anyone dared to express a desire to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Tang Sect or the distraction technique of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, they would swiftly receive a reprimand, complete with a resounding slap, accompanied by the admonishment, "Is this truly what you should be learning?" Indeed, if circumstances permitted, other soul masters wielding hammers could indeed perform the chaotic wind hammer technique. In the early stages of their cultivation, it might even yield surprising victories. Yet, as their strength grew, without the Tang hammer martial spirit, the effectiveness of the technique would ultimately falter, rendering it inferior to a mere strike from their own martial spirit. Wouldn't it be far wiser to devote that time and energy to honing the power of their own martial spirit? Moreover, once one masters powers beyond their martial spirit, they may unconsciously believe they have alternative paths available to them. With an abundance of methods, complacency in developing their martial spirit may ensue. Take Tang Sect from the original story, for example. He possessed various skills such as Tang Sect's hidden weapons, Xian Gong, and the techniques of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, among others. However, it was precisely these skills that led to his incomplete development of his martial spirit. It has long been said that even fallen leaves and fluttering flowers can serve as hidden weapons. Tang Sect, with his blue-silver grass martial spirit, combined with numerous throwing techniques from the hidden weapons, could have easily pursued the path of an agile attack-type soul master. If mastered, he could unleash a torrential downpour of lethal projectiles, equally formidable. Yet, he did not choose this route, partly due to his master's guidance towards a control-type soul master path, and partly because he had already discovered a superior alternative. He was capable of crafting countless powerful hidden weapons. Why would he need to transform his martial spirit into a weapon? Thus, while Yunzheng could understand Yunzheng's desire to learn the spear or archery, if Yunzheng dared to pursue swordplay, knife techniques, or hammer techniques, Yunzheng would not hesitate to demonstrate the magnitude of a master's authority. Returning to the matter at hand, Yunzheng's wish to learn the spear was anticipated by Yunzheng. 3 years prior, Yunzheng had already broached the topic, but at that time, Yunzheng felt that Yunzheng's active usage time for his first soul skill was still too brief, with his conventional methods relying on the frost sky feather bow. Furthermore, the spear was a heavy weapon. Without sufficient strength to support it, one could not wield it effectively in battle. Considering these factors, Yunzheng had rejected Yunzheng's aspiration to learn the spear 3 years ago, advising him to strengthen his physique and wait until he could sustain his energy and enhance his active skill usage time before revisiting the idea. Initially, he intended to use the same reasoning to dissuade Yunzheng again. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yunzheng had now reached level 20, with his first soul skill's active usage time extending to 40 seconds, and he had made notable progress in body refinement. It appeared that learning the spear had become an inevitable pursuit. Yet this left Yunzheng in a predicament. The crux of the matter was that he himself was not proficient with the spear. As a title Douluo with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, he had always prided himself on his mastery of lightning techniques, and had never employed a weapon since beginning his training. He was truly a spellcaster. When had he ever learned to wield a spear? Although Yunzheng, as Yunzheng's master, had prepared himself to learn in advance to better instruct Yunzheng, he had never anticipated Yunzheng's rapid progress. Just a while ago, Yunzheng had been at levels 15 or 16, and Yunzheng had not felt any urgency. Even 6 months ago, when he was preparing to enter seclusion for advancement, Yunzheng had barely reached level 17. Yet now, who could have foreseen that Yunzheng had acquired an external soul bone, propelling him beyond level 20 in a mere half-year? Even the longing ascension pill that Yunzheng had prepared had become redundant, a circumstance he had never anticipated. They had clearly agreed that soul power should be dense and slow to cultivate. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Yunzheng pretended to ponder, feigning a contemplative demeanor as he weighed the pros and cons of Yunzheng's request to learn the spear. Yunzheng felt a subtle tension creeping in. Although he believed he was ready to learn the art of spear mastery, he held great regard for Yunzheng's opinions. Yunzheng did not presume that his vision could surpass that of a formidable titled Douluo. If Yunzheng thought the time was not yet right, Yunzheng would not necessarily abandon his aspirations, but he would undoubtedly reconsider his approach. After a few breaths, a spark of inspiration flickered in Yunzheng's mind. He nodded emphatically and addressed Yunzheng with conviction. There is no need for haste in this matter. He then elaborated. While it is indeed time for you to learn some spear techniques, you currently lack a second soul ring. Without a clear direction for your soul skills, embarking on hasty learning could lead to more harm than good. It would be wiser to wait until you acquire your second soul skill, allowing you to study in a more systematic manner in conjunction with its effects. Initially, Yunzheng's refusal caused Yunzheng to feel a pang of disappointment. However, upon hearing the entire explanation, Yunzheng found merit in his mentor's words and nodded thoughtfully. As Yunzheng had pointed out, Yunzheng had only one soul skill, and the first soul skill did not definitively chart his future path. Unlike Yunzheng, whose first soul skill, Giant Spirit Breath, unleashed a devastating beam of golden light indicative of a powerful attack specialization, Yunzheng's first soul ring, although it granted him 3 soul skills, did not provide clarity regarding his direction. Considering the 2 passive soul skills, Yunzheng surmised that he might follow the path of either a power attacker or an agility attacker, which was indeed the route Yunzheng had envisioned for him. However, whether he would ultimately lean toward the former or the latter would hinge on the nature of his second soul ring and the skills it would bestow. The distinction between agility and power attack specializations was significant, and the learning trajectories were markedly different. Thus, Yunzheng's reasoning was both sound and justifiable. Deep within Yunzheng's heart lay a lofty aspiration. He wished for the frost sky featherbow to embody agility, while the frost language spear would represent power. Yet, this remained a mere wish, as he was uncertain how the divine second soul ring would alter his martial soul. The frost sky featherbow and the frost language spear were originally one and the same, yet now they manifested as a dual-form soul. Yunzheng pondered whether the second soul ring would grant each form a distinct soul skill, or if only the true form, the frost sky featherbow, would receive a skill. Should the former be true, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. If the latter proved correct, it would be somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, the pursuit of the second soul ring was undoubtedly the right course of action. Regardless of whether he would become an agility or power attacker, it was essential to establish a clear direction. If he were to embrace the power attack path, he would strike with heavy blows from afar. Should he choose the agility route, he would focus on swift and precise strikes. With this in mind, Yunzheng declared, "I shall defer to my master's guidance." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng nodded with satisfaction. However, amidst their mutual joy, Yunzheng suddenly expressed her discontent with a delicate huff, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. The Dragon Roar Ascension pill had lost its efficacy, and it seemed the time was not yet right for mastering the spear techniques. Ultimately, Yunzheng had gained no tangible benefits, prompting Yunzheng to advocate on his behalf. Yet, this time, Yunzheng did not display any signs of discomfort. Instead, he calmly reassured her, "Who says so?" Yunzhenger's complaint struck a chord with Yunzheng. In fact, he had been waiting for her to voice this sentiment. He then proclaimed, "Since I have stated that we shall wait until Zheng possesses his second soul ring before imparting the spear techniques, I shall ensure that he receives the most suitable soul ring." Yunzheng's martial soul was extraordinary, and his first soul ring was indeed unique. Yunzheng was determined to carefully select the ideal soul ring for his disciple. It must emphasize ice attributes, possess remarkable speed, exhibit formidable attack power, and have a sufficient age, regardless of whether Yunzheng would ultimately become an agility or power attacker. The second soul ring was of paramount importance and must not be taken lightly. The extraordinary nature of Yunzheng's first soul ring could not be concealed. As Yunzheng gradually enhanced his cultivation, the age of his soul ring also progressed incrementally. It was regrettable, however, that despite having surpassed level 20, The limit for absorbing soul rings had yet to breach the millennium threshold, seemingly stagnating at around 900 years. Should Yunzheng choose to endure, it would merely be a matter of time before the limit could extend beyond 1,000 years through the enhancement of his constitution. Nonetheless, he believed that since he could absorb the ring, there was no necessity to pursue a 1,000-year soul ring deliberately. The difference between a 900-year and a 1,000-year soul ring was not as significant as one might imagine. Regardless, there remained a distinction between a 400-year and a 900-year soul ring. Although Yunzheng's first soul ring retained its yellow hue, it shimmered with a faint purple tinge, which could not escape the keen gaze of Yunzheng. In response to this, Yunzheng's explanation remained ambiguous. He merely stated that he was unsure of the changes. Coupled with Yuqing's unwavering assertion that she had witnessed Yunzheng absorb his first soul ring, Yunzheng did not press the matter further. After all, as the saying goes, if it is a good thing, why delve too deeply into it? Nonetheless, Yunzheng kept the peculiarities of Yunzheng's first soul ring in mind. He made an intentional visit to the master, who was renowned for his unparalleled research on martial souls across the continent. If even the master was unaware, it might truly be an unsolved mystery. To Yunzheng's surprise, the master indeed provided an explanation. Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, there had been instances akin to Yunzheng's, where during the process of martial soul mutation, not all innate talents were converted into innate soul power. Consequently, the excess potential was infused into the first soul ring, allowing it to evolve gradually alongside the soul master. As for how far it could evolve, that depended on the residual potential during the martial soul's mutation. The soul master in historical records had merely elevated their first soul ring to the 1,000-year level before it abruptly ceased. Nevertheless, the divine nature of the bestowed soul ring now had an authoritative explanation. It seemed to be a complete contrast to the master's situation. The master's innate talent could not sustain the mutation of the martial soul, resulting in its stalling and reducing to a state akin to a pig. In the master's explanation, Yunzheng's exceptional talent allowed for the martial soul's mutation to remain unexhausted, thus converting the surplus potential into an enhancement of the first soul ring's age. Returning to the main topic, upon hearing Yunzheng's response, Yunzheng felt a surge of gratitude. This was the advantage of having a background. Had he not befriended Yuqing or sought Yunzheng as a mentor, he might still be studying at a junior soul master academy, unable to reveal his external soul bone easily. And the selection of his second soul ring would likely have been a haphazard choice from a soul beast of merely 600 or 700 years. Noticing the respectful gaze from Yunzheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Those close to home understand their own affairs. He had merely intended to use this so-called quest for soul beasts to bolster his knowledge of the spear mastery techniques. While he did not need to be an expert, he could not afford to be completely uninformed. Regardless, Yunzheng anticipated that his search for soul beasts would take at least 3 to 2 months, as he likely would not find one sooner. However, under Yunzheng's watchful gaze, Yunzheng was resolute in his determination to find the most suitable soul beast for Yunzheng. Yunzheng and Yuqing, two innocent children, remained oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in Yunzheng's eyes. However, Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian, with their keen perception, swiftly caught on to the subtle vexation reflected in the eyes of their beloved, instantly discerning Yunzheng's thoughts, and cast him 2 disdainful glances. Yunzheng managed a sheepish smile, pleading with his 2 wives not to expose his shortcomings. Naturally, Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian had no intention of allowing Yunzheng to maintain his dignity in front of Yunzheng and Yuqing. Ning Fengqian approached Yunzheng, affectionately ruffling his hair before producing a string of bracelets, which she personally adorned upon him, saying, "In our first meeting, I have not prepared much. But let this soul guide artifact serve as both a greeting gift and a birthday present from your master." The moment the 7 treasures Liuli sect made their move, one could ascertain their intentions, though Ning Fengqian merely referred to it as a soul guide artifact without disclosing its spatial geometry. It was evident that such a gift was far from trivial. Receiving such a grand present before their initial encounter left Yunzheng somewhat flustered, prompting him to glance at Yunzheng. Yunzheng chuckled, saying, "It is a gift from an elder, so it cannot be declined. Since it comes from your master, accept it with ease." Yunzheng was well aware that Ning Fengqian had gone to great lengths to ensure Yunzheng would not refuse. This soul guide artifact, while perhaps considered a treasure by ordinary standards, was clearly not on par with the level of a greeting gift in the eyes of the 7 treasures Liuli sect. The true gift was what lay within the soul guide artifact itself. Once Yunzheng received Yuzhongbai's approval, he graciously accepted the soul guide artifact, bowing deeply as he expressed, "Thank you, master." "Oh, you need not be so polite with me." Ning Fengqian feigned displeasure, casting a playful glare at Yunzheng. It must be said, Yunzheng's appearance was indeed charming, and coupled with Yuzhongbai's disciple status, Ning Fengqian found herself enamored with him at first sight. Fortunately, Yunzheng proved to be far more amiable than she had anticipated, which saved her considerable effort. "All right, enough of this. Aren't we here to celebrate Yu Lang's title? Standing here accomplishes nothing. Follow me." At this moment, Lu Yun chimed in, taking Yunzheng's hand with her left and pulling Yu Qingyo along with her right as they headed towards the living room. Yu Zhongbai and Ning Fengqian's visit to Tianding City was not solely for Yunzheng's birthday celebration, but also to commemorate Yu Zhongbai's ascension to the title of Douluo. Lu Yun had been preparing for this occasion for several days, demonstrating her heartfelt dedication. Indeed, while the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect was likely organizing a grander celebration to showcase their might in light of Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough, he held little interest in such affairs and casually handled them before directly bringing Ning Fengqian to Tianding City. In contrast, Tianding City offered him a sense of comfort. Yet, just as Yu Zhongbai reveled in joyous laughter with his family, the high-ranking leaders of several top-tier factions on the Douluo Continent convened in unison. Their discussions varied, yet all converged upon the same target: the newly titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, Yu Zhongbai, also known as the Thunder Prison. Chapter 31. 3 years later, outside Sotoa City, a young boy and girl traversed the road, resembling a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The boy was handsome and charming, while the girl was strikingly adorable. As they walked, they garnered countless admiring glances from passers-by, yet they remained entirely indifferent, seemingly accustomed to the attention. To describe them as merely a boy and a girl might be somewhat inaccurate. The boy appeared akin to a child of 8 or 9, standing at around 1.45 meters, while the girl towered over him, her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings drawing the eyes of many a youthful admirer. However, should anyone's gaze linger for more than 5 seconds, an icy chill would creep in, a silent reminder that this boy and girl were not entities to be trifled with. This dissuaded many onlookers from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. It was evident that this pair of siblings hailed from a prestigious lineage. Their attire reminiscent of the scions of a great clan. Ordinary people would be foolish to attempt to engage them. Yet, what puzzled many was the girl, who appeared more like an older sister, displaying an affectionate demeanor as she tightly grasped her brother's hand. At times, she would even neglect to watch where they were going, playfully requesting him to carry her. In contrast, the younger brother bore a look of resigned indulgence, frequently glancing around to discern directions while also keeping an eye out for any audacious onlookers. This boy and girl were, of course, Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er. As for why 12-year-old Yunzheng was still mistaken for a child of 8 or 9, one must consider, is a height of 1.45 meters truly considered short at 12 years of age on Earth? Yunzheng is of average height, yet he finds himself surrounded by peers in Douluo Continent, each more robust than the last. At merely 12 years of age, many tower at heights of 1.70 meters or even 1.80 meters, while Yunzheng, standing at a mere 1.45 meters, appears to possess the stature of an 8 or 9-year-old child in this realm. However, he soon realizes that the local inhabitants of Douluo Continent merely develop at an accelerated pace. Their height limits are not as exaggerated as one might assume. The average commoner stands around 1.70 meters to 1.80 meters, while nobles and clan heirs may be slightly taller, yet still fall within the realm of normalcy. Most natives typically cease growing by the age of 14 or 15, leaving little room for further development. Thus Yunzheng feels confident in his ability to eventually surpass them. In summary, the future holds promise. For now, however, Yunzheng is resigned to bearing the title of a young boy. Returning to the matter at hand, as they stroll along the path, Yunzheng leads the way, and Yu Qing'er follows without a care in the world, her spirits high. Why not allow Yu Qing'er to guide, given that she managed to lose her way even at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Wandering all the way to the mixed zone, Yunzheng cannot entrust her with such a responsibility. "Yunzheng, why are you so determined to attend Shrek Academy?" she inquires, her curiosity piqued. Although she has heard from her father that this institution is rather unique, it does not even hold qualifications to participate in the Grand Soul Master Tournament of the continent. Why go to such lengths to register? Perhaps it is simply boredom that drives Yu Qing'er to lazily swing Yunzheng's arm as she poses her question. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng smiled faintly and inquired, If one day you were to awaken and find yourself in the world of Snow White, what would you wish to do? Over the past 6 years, whenever Yunzheng found himself exasperated by the incessant company of Yuqing'er, he would recount tales from his previous life. However, since Tang San was also a traveler, Yunzheng could not ascertain whether he hailed from Earth or which era he belonged to prevent revealing his identity. The stories Yunzheng shared with Yuqing'er were foreign fairy tales or tales of Calabash brothers, avoiding any mention of Journey to the West. The tale of Snow White was the first story Yunzheng recounted to Yuqing'er, and it became her favorite. This was rooted in a misunderstanding. Initially, Yunzheng had no intention of telling these stories. During one tutoring session, he inadvertently uttered the words by Shui Gongzhu, White Learning Princess. Although Yuqing'er was oblivious to the meaning of these words, her intuition suggested they were far from flattering. Determined to uncover the meaning behind by Shui Gongzhu, Yuqing'er resorted to various methods of persuasion, including coercion and even attempting to drug him. Ultimately, Yunzheng had no choice but to clarify with the story of Snow White. This inadvertently led to Yuqing'er's misconception, as Yunzheng had previously referred to her as by Shui Gongzhu, causing her to naturally identify herself with the character of Snow White. The thought that she was the most beautiful girl in Yunzheng's eyes filled Yuqing'er with sweetness. This was precisely why she cherished the tale of Snow White. At that moment, upon realizing Yuqing'er had misunderstood, Yunzheng found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he would never foolishly reveal the truth. The reality would remain locked within him. Ever since Yuqing'er had formed her misconception, she had already become Snow White in Yunzheng's heart. I don't want to. Yunzheng was taken aback when Yuqing'er not only refrained from answering but also shook her head resolutely. Why not? Aren't you fond of Snow White? Yunzheng blinked in confusion. Yuqing'er gazed intently into Yunzheng's eyes and earnestly replied, because you wouldn't be there. I don't want to be apart from you. Everything loses its charm without you. As soon as Yuqing'er finished speaking, Yunzheng was momentarily speechless. She had this uncanny ability to touch the softer parts of his heart, infusing her warmth in a manner that seemed utterly oblivious to her impact. After a few breaths, Yunzheng regained his composure, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently asked, "Then what if I were to accompany you? What would you wish to do? Isn't it obvious? Of course, I would defeat the wicked queen, shatter the magic mirror, and ensure that Snow White lives a life filled with happiness." Yuqing'er exclaimed enthusiastically without a hint of hesitation. Yet the world of Snow White was vast, encompassing not just a single kingdom, but also deep mountains inhabited by dwarfs and many others in need of assistance. Why focus solely on Snow White? Yunzheng countered. This question seemed to stump Yuqing'er. Her brows furrowed as she pondered. But if I went to Snow White's world and didn't meet her, what would be the point? Exactly. That is precisely it. Yunzheng laughed heartily, teasingly responding. Yunzheng's laughter left Yuqing'er even more bewildered. With her enchanting eyes darting about, she inquired, "But what does this have to do with our arrival at Shrek Academy?" Yunzheng was about to elucidate, yet his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he emitted a chilling snort. Without any visible movement, 2 soul rings, a yellow and a purple, flashed behind him, and a cerulean beam of light cut through the air, only to vanish moments later. A piercing scream echoed in the next instant, prompting passers-by to turn towards the source of the sound. They beheld a man with an ice-blue arrow embedded in his right leg, blood gushing uncontrollably. The onlookers were struck with horror. Among them were not only ordinary citizens, but also several soul masters, yet even they could not discern what had transpired. They recognized that Yunzheng had unleashed a soul technique, but they only caught a fleeting glimpse of the cerulean light before the man was struck. What occurred in between remained a mystery. It was as if the arrow had traversed space itself, directly targeting the man's leg. In that moment, a collective instinct led all to avert their gazes. They clearly recalled that the man had previously cast a lascivious glance at Yuqing'er, and now he had been wounded by Yunzheng's arrow. They had no desire to share his fate. Yuqing'er, having heard the anguished cry, instinctively turned to look. Yet Yunzheng abruptly grasped her hand and urged her to move forward briskly, wishing to shield her from the unfolding chaos. Yunzheng's arrow was indeed rather ruthless. It not only wounded the man's right leg, but also allowed a chilling energy to seep in. Even if that leg were to escape permanent disability, substantial funds would be required to hire a healing soul master, which would undoubtedly be a severe penalty for an ordinary individual. Yet, this is the essence of Yunzheng. He focuses solely on the outcomes, disregarding the causes. With his hands unclean, one must pay the price. The Yunzheng of today is not the same as 6 years ago. He no longer needs to be worldly or cunning, especially when dealing with an ordinary person who hardly warrants his caution. This situation is reminiscent of the petty thief who once attempted to steal Yunzheng's leather wallet. Nevertheless, Yunzheng did not eradicate the threat entirely. He had not yet descended to such depths of cruelty. As for retribution, he harbors no fear in this realm of Douluo Continent, where everyone is categorized by their innate soul power by the age of 6, leaving ordinary people with no chance for resurgence. They say the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are troublesome. However, in Douluo Continent, those without innate soul power do not even get the opportunity to become little ghosts. Yunzheng was not particularly concerned about Yunzheng witnessing his actions. After all, she was a soul master, and such trivial matters would hardly intimidate her. His intention in drawing Yunzheng away was simply to conceal the peculiar feelings stirring within him. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Yunzheng possessed keen insight, and the ice arrow that belonged to Yunzheng was unmistakably conspicuous. Coupled with Yunzheng's awkward demeanor, Yunzheng felt a surge of delight in her heart. She eagerly approached him, leaning close to whisper teasingly in his ear, "Are you jealous?" "I am not," Yunzheng retorted, his face flushing crimson, refusing to turn around as he stubbornly denied it. Upon hearing his response, Yunzheng erupted into a fit of melodious laughter, playfully exclaiming, "But your tail is showing." At her words, Yunzheng's entire body stiffened, and he swiftly turned to look, searching for any trace of the malicious spirit's bone tail. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng could hardly conceal his realization that he had been played by Yunzheng. He shot her an irritated glare. However, Yunzheng remained unfazed, laughing playfully and appearing even more delighted. Chapter 32. He dares. Amidst Yunzheng's half-amused, half-teasing banter, the flustered Yunzheng finally led her into the city. The soul currency required for entry was provided by Yunzheng. In truth, throughout their journey, Yunzheng had not utilized a single soul coin, as all expenses were borne by him. 3 years prior, Yunzheng had received merely 1 gold soul coin each month from the Spirit Hall, which, while sufficient for an ordinary person, was far from opulent for a soul master. However, after Yunzheng celebrated his 9th birthday, he found himself no longer wanting for soul currency. At that time, Ning Fengqian had gifted him a soul guiding device as a meeting present. Initially, Yunzheng believed it to be simply a soul guiding device. Although he already possessed a storage space from the esteemed Lord Juzi, he was still eager to have a personal soul guiding device to mask Lord Juzi's presence. Little did he anticipate that Ning Fengqian's so-called gift was not merely a soul guiding device, but rather a veritable treasure trove within it, literally a mountain of gold and silver. It was evident that Ning Fengqian, hailing from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, had bestowed upon Yunzheng not only a vast storage space, but also boxes upon boxes of gold soul coins. In addition to a black gold card from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With such wealth, Yunzheng could easily establish a small sect. Moreover, he received numerous vials of elixirs, some for detoxification, others for healing, nurturing energy, and even blood coagulation, encompassing an extensive range of varieties. Ning Fengqian had also prepared an array of clothing for him, from the age of 9 up to 20. There were even ample spiritual herbs, including plenty of dragon yang grass, a precious herb for body refinement, indicating that Ning Fengqian had thoroughly equipped Yunzheng with the fundamental resources needed for his cultivation journey. Not to mention, upon acquiring this soul-guiding device, even the entirety of the impoverished Min clan would not necessarily possess wealth that rivaled Yunzheng's. It was only upon opening the soul-guiding device that Yunzheng truly grasped the profound significance behind the phrase wealth capable of rivaling nations. Naturally, overwhelmed by such a grand gift, Yunzheng felt somewhat at a loss. He contemplated returning the favor to Ning Fengqian, but was dissuaded by Yu Zhongbai. Since Ning Fengqian had given the gift to Yunzheng, it was clear she had no intention of reclaiming it. Moreover, these treasures were not solely for Yunzheng, but were meant to be shared with Yunzheng. Yu Zhongbai, perceiving Yunzheng's impulsive nature, had entrusted the more level-headed Yunzheng with financial oversight. After Yu Zhongbai's explanation, Yunzheng felt entirely justified in accepting Ning Fengqian's soul-guiding device. Otherwise, it would indeed have felt somewhat burdensome. Upon entering Soto City, both Yunzheng and Yunzheng maintained a calm demeanor. Soto City was not particularly renowned. While it was undoubtedly more developed than the city of Agu, it bore a resemblance to Tianding City. Having witnessed grander sights, Yunzheng felt no sense of novelty. While Yunzheng, with memories from his previous life, remained equally composed. Are we not heading to Shrek Academy? Why have we entered the city? Inquiring curiously. Yunzheng grasped Yunzheng's hand while observing the architecture around them. Yunzheng cast a glance at the evening glow on the horizon and sighed, explaining, "The Shrek Academy is still at least an hour's journey from Soto City. With darkness approaching, if we do not enter the city, we will have no choice but to sleep in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng nodded thoughtfully. As Yunzheng had pointed out, although it is not uncommon for soul masters to spend the night in the wild, both he and Yunzheng had experienced such circumstances when they were merely 6 years old. However, this was not an expedition to hunt for soul rings. Nor was there any pressing matter requiring haste. Why should they subject themselves to discomfort? "So where shall we stay tonight?" Yunzheng asked, gazing around in confusion. Yunzheng shrugged his shoulders and remarked nonchalantly, "I suppose we must settle for a hotel or inn for the night. After all, we are heading to Shrek Academy tomorrow." Upon hearing the terms inn and hotel, Yunzheng blinked in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend. After several breaths spent in contemplation and reassessment, her expression suddenly transformed into one of playful intrigue and subtle ambiguity. She embraced Yunzheng and exclaimed sweetly, "Yunzheng, at last, you've come to your senses." At first, Yunzheng was taken aback, but upon noticing the flush on Yunzheng's delicate face, he immediately comprehended that the girl had misconstrued the situation. Realizing this, Yunzheng's expression darkened, and he doused her with a metaphorical bucket of cold water, stating firmly, "2 separate rooms." In response, Yunzheng furrowed her brows and retorted, "1 room. We must economize. This was your suggestion." Hearing her words, Yunzheng could not help but roll his eyes and instinctively countered, "In that case, why not bathe together as well? It would be a splendid way to conserve water resources." "Very well." Yunzheng's thoughtless words evidently struck a chord with Yunzheng, as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her enchanting eyes, revealing a demeanor that was decidedly intrigued. Upon witnessing the situation, Yunzheng, feeling both powerless and resigned, tugged at the corners of his mouth and awkwardly remarked, "Forget I said anything," as he hesitated once more. The smile on Yunzheng's face was replaced by a look of reproach, and she questioned him with mock indignation, "Do you not like me? How could that be possible?" Faced with such a life-altering question, Yunzheng answered without a moment's thought. Yet soon after, he let out a wry smile, explaining, "If my master finds out, he would surely take my life." Would he dare? Upon mentioning Yunzheng's eyes widened with defiance. She exhibited a fearless demeanor, for they were in Soto City, far from the reach of authority. She believed that once the matter was set in motion, Yunzheng would have no choice but to accept the situation. He would dare. Unfortunately, Yunzheng did not share her audacity. He nodded earnestly, providing an affirmative response. Over the past 6 years, the barrier between Yunzheng and Yunzheng had long been shattered. Yunzheng had already developed feelings for Yunzheng, and he too, over time, had grown fond of the girl who seemed to have devoted herself entirely to him. Ordinarily, one would expect mutual affection to flourish, especially given Yunzheng's bold nature. Once she had set her sights on Yunzheng, she had contemplated possessing him entirely. Engaging in more audacious acts was not beyond her. Yet, Yunzheng remained hesitant to cross any boundaries. Yunzheng was one reason for his restraint. He was quite the doting father. Although he could accept his daughter's affection for Yunzheng, his paternal instincts were stirred by the thought of his daughter being only 12 years old, causing his heart to ache. This was a hurdle Yunzheng himself could not surpass. In his eyes, anyone under 14 was merely a child. Yet, to take a step back, as a native of the Douluo Continent, Yunzheng had indeed matured more rapidly than Yunzheng. At 12, she was already approaching the grace of a 17 or 18-year-old girl from his past life. However, Yunzheng was a genuine earthling, experiencing the typical development of a normal 12-year-old boy. He could not afford to risk his reputation over such a delicate matter. Yunzheng would rather wait several more years. It is quite peculiar. While Yunzheng is hesitant and reserved, Yunzheng is remarkably proactive. If not for Yunzheng's unwavering will, he would have been entirely consumed by her advances. The 3 elders at home are similarly inclined. Even Yunzheng's stance is not overly resolute. Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian are particularly supportive of Yunzheng behind the scenes, especially Lu Yun. Reflecting back, it is worth noting that when Yunzheng was 9 years old, the dragon yang herb that Yunzheng had him consume was no ordinary matter. While Yunzheng may be unaware of the herb's medicinal properties, how could Lu Yun, as a master alchemist, remain oblivious? Nevertheless, Lu Yun chose not to disclose anything to Yunzheng. Instead, she entrusted the Dragon Yang pill to Yunzheng, who then passed it on to Yunzheng. This realization is indeed chilling. As Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian would say, a childhood companion who is not only strikingly handsome, but also exceptionally talented, and whom one harbors feelings for, should be held close, lest they be whisked away by another. The possibility of Yunzheng being abducted remains a subject of debate. Yet it is undeniably true that Yunzheng has been corrupted by their influence. It is important to note that it was the Dragon Yang pill that activated a peculiar switch within Yunzheng. Ever since that moment, she has developed an intense obsession with administering drugs to Yunzheng, believing that such actions would render him more sincere. Between the ages of 9 and 12, Yunzheng is aware of at least 11 instances of this, of which he successfully discerned 8. In 3 instances, however, he inadvertently fell victim to her schemes. Fortunately, the potency of the substances Yunzheng employed was not overly fierce. With the aid of the chilling essence of extreme ice and his own willpower, Yunzheng managed to suppress the malevolent fire within. Yunzheng has come to recognize this, and now she is no longer satisfied with merely the Dragon Yang grass. Last time, Yunzheng witnessed Lu Yun handing a packet of potent aphrodisiac to Yunzheng. Yunzheng now refrains from consuming anything that Yunzheng offers him, fearing that he might inadvertently encounter misfortune. Chapter 33, Rest. Yunzheng harbored his own reservations, yet Yunzheng remained unconcerned. After all, Yunzheng had rebuffed her, leaving her in a state of discontent. Observing Yunzheng's pitiful demeanor, akin to a tearful child, Yunzheng found himself unable to resist her act. Despite knowing it was feigned, with a soft sigh, he resignedly conceded, "Very well. Aside from matters unsuitable for children, I shall grant you whatever you desire." This was precisely the affirmation Yunzheng had been awaiting. In an instant, her expression of grievance dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. Witnessing this transformation, Yunzheng sighed once more, realizing that he was inevitably at the mercy of Yunzheng. "Where shall we stay tonight? I want you to decide." Yunzheng fixed her gaze on Yunzheng with an intensity that suggested she was prepared to weep should he decline. After 6 years, how could she not understand him? If Yunzheng were truly the impulsive type, she would have already succeeded in her pursuits long ago. In truth, Yunzheng held a deep respect for Yunzheng's thoughts. Her motivations for administering a little potion were more about playful provocation than anything else. Moreover, what if it actually worked? Yunzheng had orchestrated this scenario to ensure she could dictate their lodging for the evening. The specifics of the hotel or inn mattered little. What was crucial were 2 conditions. There must be only 1 room available, and it should possess excellent soundproofing. In that circumstance, even if nothing inappropriate were to occur, she aimed to leave Yunzheng blushing with embarrassment. Yunzheng had long since deciphered Yunzheng's subtle idiosyncrasies. She intended to stir his passions while simultaneously compelling him to suppress them. In truth, she relished this playful game, basking in the ambience of flirtation while eagerly anticipating Yunzheng's transgression of his own boundaries, experiencing a thrill akin to tasting forbidden fruit. Thus, she remained ever enthusiastic about this endeavor. As for the notions of propriety and restraint associated with young women, Yunzheng did not perceive the act of enticing her boyfriend as a breach of decorum or modesty. Indeed, Yunzheng and Yunzheng had long since pledged their lives to one another. They were childhood sweethearts, deeply attuned to each other's hearts. Yunzheng was forthright in her affections, and Yunzheng's maturity belied any lingering boyish naivety, rendering their relationship a natural progression. Yunzheng harbors no fondness for sibling games. In truth, he is 3 months younger than Yunzheng. Ultimately, although Yu Zhongbai and the others remain oblivious, Yunzheng and Yunzheng are already destined for one another. Yunzheng, however, bears no psychological burden regarding this. After all, who says one cannot engage in romance at the tender age of 12? To return to the matter at hand, upon hearing Yunzheng's words, Yunzheng instantly grasped her subtle intentions. A warmth surged through his nostrils as his gaze unconsciously drifted towards her slender black stockings, only to be quickly retracted as he nonchalantly replied, "I shall agree to your request." Yunzheng, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush and let out a soft huff, secretly thinking, "Your tale is far more candid than your eyes." Unbeknownst to them, Yunzheng's malevolent spirit tail had already made its appearance, entwining itself around Yunzheng's thighs several times, as if yearning to meld with her. This time, however, Yunzheng refrained from teasing Yunzheng. She instead leaned against the spirit tail, reveling in her delight. She cherished the way Yunzheng seemed infatuated with her. It is noteworthy that since acquiring the malevolent spirit tail, the window to Yunzheng's soul has shifted from his eyes to this tail. The tail unfailingly manifests Yunzheng's emotions in various forms. When he is anxious, it quivers. When he is deep in thought, it spins rhythmically. And when he feels dejected, it droops listlessly. Such instances are countless. Initially, Yunzheng had intended to cultivate an impassive demeanor. Yet the emergence of the spirit tail has rendered this aspiration an arduous endeavor. There were times when he even speculated whether an independent soul resided within the tail, one that deliberately opposed him. However, he later realized that it was merely an unconscious manifestation of his own actions. After all, if such a soul truly existed, it would not be tucking him in at night and wiping his drool. This phenomenon arises from Yunzheng's insufficient mastery over the spirit tail. After all, even one's limbs can sometimes be influenced by subconscious impulses, leading to involuntary actions. Thus, it is understandable that his body has yet to fully adapt to the presence of the external spirit bone. Once he gains complete control over the malevolent spirit tail, he might wield it as effortlessly as his own limbs. Fortunately, only Yunzheng, Yu Qing'er, Yu Zhongbai, Lu Yun, and Ning Fengqian are privy to this situation. Had more individuals learned of it, Yunzheng would indeed be troubled, as he does not wish to be someone whose thoughts are easily discerned. Though they resolved to let Yu Qing'er choose a hotel for the night, neither Yunzheng nor Yu Qing'er felt rushed, for sunset was still some time away. Besides familiarizing themselves with the local customs of Soto City, they also needed to address their hunger. Having subsisted on dry rations throughout the journey, they had grown weary of it. They found a seemingly pleasant restaurant to enjoy a meal, while it paled in comparison to Lu Yun's culinary skills. It was certainly a vast improvement over their previous fare. Upon exiting the restaurant, they found the sun dipping low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over Soto City, which made one yearn to stretch in relaxation. That said, Soto City showed no signs of a curfew. On the contrary, it seemed to come alive at this hour. The Grand Sol Arena at the city center glimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating the eye and tempting one to explore further. Street vendors began to emerge, as ordinary folk typically toil from dawn till dusk, giving way to the world of soul masters. Regrettably, both Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng are not particularly combative souls, showing little curiosity towards the so-called Grand Sol Arena. Most of the arenas across various cities bear a striking resemblance to one another, offering little of interest. In contrast, they yearned for a place to rest. After a long day of travel, even though both were seasoned in physical training, a sense of fatigue had settled upon them. Moreover, with their unspoken feelings for one another, there was an implicit understanding between them. Amidst the numerous hotels and inns in Soto City, Yu Qing'er immediately gravitated towards the Rose Inn. It was, after all, a couple's hotel, designed specifically for those youthful hearts aflame with desire, adorned with unique pink rose decor that few girls could resist. Furthermore, such establishments typically boast comprehensive amenities and a touch of whimsy. Alas, they arrived too late. The last room at the Rose Inn had already been rented out half an hour prior. This was not unexpected for Yunzheng, as the original story had depicted this very scene. He knew that the individuals who had secured the room were Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, Yunzheng bore no intent to forge connections. He simply departed the Rose Inn with a reluctant Yu Qing'er. Upon leaving the Rose Inn, Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er were left with no choice but to seek alternative accommodations. Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er expended little effort and swiftly found a suitable residence. It is well known that when a man and a woman seek a room together, they are invariably left with but one option. Such matters are merely a matter of a fleeting glance. Those working the front desk at hotels are seldom naive. Moreover, due to Yunzheng's deceptively charming appearance, standing alongside Yu Qing'er, they appeared more like siblings than a couple, and the front desk staff harbored no suspicions, not even requesting a tip. Chapter 34. Shrek the following day. On an unusual day, Yunzheng overslept, departing from their dwelling only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Shrek Academy is not located within the city of Soto. Rather, it resides in a village situated on the opposite side, not far from Soto. Given the pace of Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, it would take them approximately another hour to reach their destination. Yunzheng held the map in both hands, while Yu Qing'er grasped the sinister bone tail of Yunzheng, occasionally bursting into silly laughter, seemingly lost in a whimsical thought. Yunzheng, indifferent to the girl immersed in her own world, gazed at the lush fields of yellow flowers flanking the road. The rich yet subtle fragrance of the blossoms wafted through the air, eliciting a gentle smile from him. He was uncertain of the plant's name in Douluo, but it bore a striking resemblance to the yellow daylilies of his previous life. For the moment, he would simply regard it as such. Humans are often like this. After spending an extended period in the countryside, they yearn for the bustling vibrancy of the city, yet after becoming accustomed to urban life, they find themselves longing for the tranquility and freshness of rural existence. Perhaps sensing Yunzheng's serene disposition, Yunzheng remained quiet throughout their journey, trailing behind him and savoring the harmony of the moment. Once ensnared in a particular emotion, time tends to slip away swiftly. By the time Yunzheng and Yunzheng regained their awareness, they had already arrived at the village where Shrek Academy was located. Yunzheng, are you certain that a place like this could possibly harbor an academy? Yunzheng tugged gently at Yunzheng's sleeve, gazing curiously towards the village at the horizon, her voice imbued with innocent curiosity. Yunzheng followed Yunzheng's gaze and was instantly struck by a sense of bemusement. It was no surprise that Yunzheng reacted this way. The village housing Shrek Academy was undeniably dilapidated, presenting an appearance that hardly suggested a conducive environment for quality education. In all honesty, this was Yunzheng's first encounter with such a place. The state of disrepair at Shrek Academy was, after all, to be expected. The academy boasted a formidable faculty, in addition to the 3 soul saints, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Shaoxin. The remaining instructors were also powerful soul emperors. With such a distinguished group, earning a fortune anywhere on the Douluo Continent would be a trivial matter. With merely a word from them, many would eagerly rush to offer their financial support, especially Shaoxin. It is worth noting that he is the only food system soul saint on the Douluo Continent to date, given the rarity of his abilities. Should he choose to align himself, the elders of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly roll out the red carpet for him. This is no exaggeration. Compared to the ambitious Pope Bibidong, the contributions a food system soul saint could provide during warfare are unparalleled. Should Shaoxin pledge genuine loyalty, Bibidong would certainly grant him a status rivaling that of Gue Meiyuguan. However, Flander and his companions held themselves in high regard. They were unwilling to conspire with the Spirit Hall and looked down upon the inept nobility, accustomed to a carefree existence. They detested the constraints of familial ties and could not bring themselves to exploit the weak. Thus, they found themselves in dire straits. Such is the nature of the world. To escape the ugliness of the mundane, one must endure the poverty of seclusion. Consequently, Shrek Academy had fallen to such depths. Nevertheless, Yunzheng was not at all surprised. Instead, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's a tad better than I had anticipated." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng cast an astonished glance at Yunzheng. Her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired, "Did you know about this all along?" Yunzheng feigned mystery as he shrugged and jested, "I merely happened to know." This marked Yunzheng's inaugural visit to Shrek Academy, and no one had ever elaborated on the details of the academy to him. The original narrative repeatedly underscored the academy's initial state of disarray. Yunzheng had long since prepared himself mentally, and having braced for the worst, everything seemed far less disheartening. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. Without expectations, there will be no disparity. Such is the essence of it. TCH. Such pretense. Yunzheng playfully stuck out her tongue at Yunzheng, her voice laced with mock annoyance. With a non-committal chuckle, Yunzheng noticed the lingering hesitation on Yunzheng's face and gently inquired, "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to go? Since we are already here, who knows what delightful surprises might await us?" Yunzheng wrinkled her delicate nose and pinched Yunzheng's tail, retorting, "Didn't you say that one should not be deceived by superficial appearances? You might end up disappointed." Yunzheng unflinchingly shattered Yunzheng's illusions, his mischievous expression appearing rather mischievous. "Hey," Yunzheng protested playfully, exclaiming, "I've finally given myself a reason. Must you be so heartless? If you treat my tale kindly, I would certainly refrain from such remarks." "I refuse, you have already stated it." Amid their playful banter, Yunzheng and Yunzheng had already located Shrek Academy. It must be said that Shrek Academy holds a certain renown in the nearby regions. Not to mention the fact that merely graduating can elevate one to the rank of a viscount in the empire, which is enough to attract numerous applicants. Consequently, even though Shrek Academy struggles to enroll students each year, often facing the prospect of empty seats, the enrollment period still draws a crowd, with throngs of people gathering, allowing Yunzheng and Yunzheng to quickly pinpoint the location of Shrek Academy. "Fraught, return my money." As Yunzheng and Yunzheng approached the crowd, They were suddenly met with a coarse and furious voice resonating amidst the throng. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng couldn't help but smile, surprised that he could witness such a notable scene. It had been previously stated that the registration fee was 10 golden soul coins and was non-refundable once paid. Just then, a voice emerged, laced with a lazy disdain, seemingly indifferent to the furious man's roar. Indeed, those who could teach at Shrek Academy were typically soul emperors at the very least, regarded as exceptional individuals across the Douluo Continent, and within the two great empires. They were at least marquises. For a common low-ranking soul master to boast in front of him without eliciting anger was already a testament to his patience. Would he truly be expected to provide a courteous smile as a soul emperor? That was utterly preposterous. However, this voice evidently infuriated the man, who bellowed even louder, "No, you must refund me. This is outright robbery. 10 golden soul coins is no trivial amount. What you are doing is no different from bandits." The teacher responsible for registrations at Shrek Academy, clearly irritated, clicked his tongue and said in a low voice, "Move by. Take care of this." In the next moment, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed, as a figure leaped down from the treetops. Dai Mu Bai summoned his evil eye white tiger martial soul, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling around him. His chilling gaze met the man demanding a refund, and he calmly declared, "If you can defeat me, the registration fee will be returned in full." Under the weight of that tiger's roar, the man instantly wilted, no longer daring to mention the money. At the same time, the teacher from Shrek Academy rose and proclaimed, "Let me reiterate, even among soul beasts, Shrek is an exceptionally unique entity. The very essence of Shrek Academy is that of a monster academy. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. The entrance examination consists of 4 stages. If you are over 13 years old or possess a soul power below level 21, do not waste your efforts or money." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly dissipated, with half of them leaving immediately. Such stringent criteria were enough to turn away countless applicants. Observing this scene, the Shrek Academy teacher nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Flinder, the old miser, he was not inclined to sift through each individual. It would be akin to treating him like a beast of burden. Now, with a single proclamation, he had deterred dozens of pretenders, significantly easing his burden. Yet, he could only ponder how Flinder would react upon witnessing this. Would he erupt in fury? This announcement not only sent away the unworthy, but also cost the Academy the income of at least several hundred golden soul coins. Such a declaration only compounded the already tenuous financial situation of Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai, having witnessed the entire exchange, observed the departing figures. He contemplated speaking up, but wisely chose to remain silent. Both parties were formidable. It was best to keep a low profile and avoid any unnecessary entanglements. In the blink of an eye, the registration area of Shrek Academy shifted from bustling to desolate. Nevertheless, there were still some present. While geniuses who could surpass the great soul master level before the age of 13 were rare, they were not entirely absent in the vicinity. Along with Yunzheng and his companions, there were still a handful of hopefuls, accompanied by their parents. Though most were at the threshold of levels 21 or 22. It was a manageable situation for Dai Mu Bai. He recalled that last year, the teacher overseeing the first round, Xiao Xian, had revealed the subsequent examination content outright, dissuading nearly 90% of the registrants, resulting in a meager collection of only 30 golden soul coins. The absurdity did not end there. After registration, Flinder sought Dai Mu Bai for the fees, and Dai Mu Bai begrudgingly paid out of his own pocket. Fortunately, this time things seemed much improved. Though only a dozen applicants were still not to Flinder's liking, he could at least make do. Moreover, Dai Mu Bai was aware that among these candidates, at least 2 had the potential to pass all 4 assessments, unlike the previous year, which yielded nothing. As Dai Mu Bai pondered these thoughts, a clear and gentle voice broke through. "Old sir, our registration fee totals 20 golden soul coins." Emerging from the crowd were a young man and woman, both youthful and carefree, as they presented the 20 coins. This pair was none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang San, Dai Mu Bai smiled knowingly and discreetly gave him a thumbs up, to which Tang San responded with a faint smile. Although their first encounter had been far from amicable, culminating in a fierce altercation, they had established a connection, and Dai Mu Bai held a certain admiration for Tang San, recognizing a kinship of sorts. The Shrek teacher overseeing the first examination, having noticed this interaction, felt a surge of joy. As Dai Mu Bai's instructor, he was familiar with his character. Although Dai Mu Bai was somewhat flamboyant, he was also proud. He would never deign to acknowledge an ordinary person. Only those he deemed worthy could garner his attention. The fact that this young man and woman had earned Dai Mu Bai's recognition strongly suggested they could likely pass the 4 assessments of Shrek Academy. With this thought in mind, the Shrek teacher's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed warmly, "Excellent. Extend your hands." Hearing this, Yunzheng could not help but stretch his neck to see the front. He was equally curious about Tang San and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, the crowd was sparse. Otherwise, given Yunzheng's modest height, he might have struggled to catch a glimpse. Yunzheng was unable to behold the full visage, only catching glimpses of 2 profiles. Indeed, Xiao Wu radiated beauty that seemed to bubble over, her lustrous black braids cascading past her waist, and her delicate waist, accentuated by a pink garment, appeared even more slender. Her side profile was strikingly charming, imbued with a hint of rosy allure, although her features had yet to fully blossom. One could still perceive the essence of unparalleled beauty within. In stark contrast, Tang Sen appeared rather ordinary. Before the awakening of his blue-silver grass into blue-silver emperor, Tang San's appearance was quite conventional, neither unattractive nor exceptionally appealing. However, it must be acknowledged that perhaps due to his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, or perhaps due to the wisdom of past lives, Tang San's eyes sparkled with brilliance and bore a serene depth. Yunzheng conceded that in this regard, he could not rival Tang San. This was, after all, quite natural. The gaze of a person cannot be feigned. A depth as profound yet unweathered as Tang San's eyes is not cultivated without a measure of life experience. In the 30 years of Yunzheng's past and present, his previous life was smooth sailing, devoid of any significant tribulations. In this life, only the 6 years since his reincarnation could be regarded as a test of his character, while the remaining 6 years have also unfolded without a hitch. Compared to Tang San, Yunzheng's experiences appear rather insipid. Yet, in Yunzheng's eyes, the most absurd aspect remains Tang San's height. By the age of 12, he was nearing 1.7 meters tall. Such growth cannot simply be attributed to nourishment. What are you thinking? As Yunzheng was lost in contemplation, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by Yu Qing'er's voice, realizing she was almost upon him. He chuckled awkwardly and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, just daydreaming." However, Yu Qing'er clearly did not buy Yunzheng's feigned nonchalance. With a playful roll of her eyes, she chided him, "Then what is this?" As she spoke, she raised both hands, revealing the evil spirit bone tail, which was swaying and spinning in her grasp. The moment the evil spirit bone tail entered Yunzheng's line of sight, it abruptly stiffened, twitching unnaturally a couple of times before it awkwardly turned away. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qing'er was overcome with amusement, her melodious laughter resonating through the crowd and drawing the attention of many onlookers. Noticing the gazes of those around them, Yu Qing'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly stifled her laughter, shooting Yunzheng an accusatory glare, evidently attributing the entire incident to him. Seeing this, Yunzheng could only manage a rather innocent smile. Meanwhile, the laughter of Yu Qing'er caught the attention of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing amidst the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a disinterested glance before losing interest, while Ning Rongrong, with a furrowed brow of confusion, fixed her gaze on Yu Qing'er as if trying to confirm something, even abandoning her place in line. After a few breaths, still unable to ascertain her suspicions, Ning Rongrong, being quite bold, chose to leave the queue and approached Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, tentatively calling out, "Qing'er?" Yunzheng paid little mind to Ning Rongrong's soft voice. But upon hearing the familiar yet strange address, Yu Qing'er instinctively turned around. She was still gripping the evil spirit bone tail, and with her sudden movement, Yunzheng found himself circling around her as well. At that moment, both Yu Qing'er and Yunzheng finally laid eyes on Ning Rongrong. As expected of the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong was adorned with accessories in her hair, at her chest, on her wrists, and around her waist, all reflecting her noble status and illustrious family background. The embellishments were simple, yet perfectly placed, and her flowing long hair along with the lace at the hem of her clothing exuded the essence of a pampered little princess, while still retaining the playful charm of her peers. However, at that moment, there was an expression of both anticipation and a hint of nervousness on her face. This anticipation and nervousness were directed not at Yunzheng, but rather at Yu Qing'er. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing'er initially appeared somewhat bewildered, but soon her expression mirrored Ning Rongrong's as she tentatively called out, "Rongrong?" The moment the words left her lips, Ning Rongrong let out a sigh of relief, leapt forward, and embraced Yu Qing'er, exclaiming, "Qing'er, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Yu Qing'er released her grip on Yunzheng's tail and joyfully returned the embrace, giggling, "It's really me. Ever since I left that place, you hardly contacted me. I thought you had forgotten about me. It's all because of my uncle." Upon hearing Yu Qing'er's complaint, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose and replied, "Ever since you left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, my uncle sealed off all news about you and Aunt Lu for your protection. I only just learned that you went to Oga City, but by the time I got there, you had already moved. What about you? Why didn't you write to me? You know I'm at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong continued, "Every time you only had Aunt bring a couple of messages, but she hardly ever returns to the sect." At this remark, Yu Qing'er's charming face stiffened. In truth, she had not forgotten about Ning Rongrong. There were several instances when she had considered writing to her, but the words she penned were difficult to articulate. Moreover, the secrets she wished to share were of a more personal nature not suitable for Yunzheng's assistance. Thus, she could only rely on Ning Fengqian to convey a few messages. Reflecting on this, Yu Qing'er felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the truth was difficult to voice. With a slight blush, she almost blurted out, "It's all my father's fault." Yunzheng, overhearing Yu Qing'er's attempt to shift the blame, couldn't help but feel sympathy for his master. In all fairness, Yu Zhengbai had never hindered Yu Qing'er from writing letters. However, Yunzheng was no fool. Revealing the truth at this moment would likely result in Yu Qing'er tearing him apart. Thus, out of self-preservation, he chose to let Yu Zhengbai take the fall. Chapter 36. Is she really 12? Upon witnessing the camaraderie between Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng felt a bit dazed, as Yu Qing'er had never mentioned anything regarding Ning Rongrong to him. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he realized there was nothing particularly strange about it. After all, Yu Qing'er was the daughter of Yu Zhengbai, and Ning Rongrong's aunt was Ning Fengqian, who was married to Yu Zhengbai. This union served as a link between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, whether through familial ties or mutual interests. It was only natural for Ning Fengqian to maintain a good relationship with Yu Zhengbai, occasionally bringing her daughter along to visit relatives. Thus, it was only logical that Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er would become acquainted. In a strict sense, even Yunzheng could be considered a peer to Ning Rongrong. Reflecting further, it was reasonable for Yu Qing'er not to discuss Ning Rongrong with Yunzheng, as he was unfamiliar with her. And which girl would casually speak of her closest friend in front of her admirer? "Yunzheng, allow me to introduce you. This is my only and first friend from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, Ning Rongrong." At this moment, Yu Qing'er pulled Ning Rongrong closer, enthusiastically introducing her to Yunzheng. "Yunzheng?" Before Yunzheng could respond, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. Initially, she had thought Yunzheng was Yu Qing'er's younger brother. However, it was becoming apparent that she had misjudged. Yunzheng did not share the Yu surname. Yunzheng remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Ning Rongrong's demeanor, merely offering a polite greeting. "Hello." Subsequently, Yu Qing'er began to introduce Yunzheng to Ning Rongrong, stating, "Rongrong, this is Yunzheng, he is." However, as Yu Qing'er spoke, she suddenly faltered. Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at Yu Qing'er, and Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. In contrast, Yu Qing'er's face flushed a deep crimson. After steadying herself, she continued, "He is the direct disciple of my father and also my boyfriend." Upon uttering this declaration, Yu Qing'er took the initiative to embrace Yunzheng's arm, seemingly to validate her words. This marked the first time Yu Qing'er publicly acknowledged her relationship with Yunzheng, an admission that left her feeling even more bashful than she had anticipated. Yunzheng, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he observed Yu Qing'er's rosy cheeks, found himself somewhat flustered as well. However, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by this scene. After blinking in surprise, she scrutinized Yunzheng closely, eventually breaking into a knowing smile. Without hesitation, she pulled Yu Qing'er aside and teased, "Qing'er, so, you fancy this type? A young boy's growth. You certainly know how to play." As the little witch of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong possessed an extensive breadth of knowledge that far surpassed Yu Qing'er's understanding. Yu Qing'er initially failed to grasp the implication until she noticed the playful smirk on Ning Rongrong's lips, at which point her face turned a brilliant shade of red. "What nonsense!" Yu Qing'er shot Ning Rongrong an annoyed glare and retorted, "Yunzheng is not some young boy. He simply matures at a slower pace. He is of the same age as I am, not some sort of development project." It became evident that when close friends gathered, the topics of conversation could be far more provocative than outsiders might imagine. Yu Qing'er's remark successfully shattered Ning Rongrong's initial impression of Yunzheng. "Ning Rongrong, Her expression shifting to one of intrigue, peered over Yunzheng's shoulder and appraised Yunzheng once more. Her bright eyes conveying a silent message. Is he truly 12 years old? After a prolonged pause, Ning Rongrong finally asked in a tone laced with skepticism, same age? Indeed. Yunzheng replied, rolling her eyes at Ning Rongrong. 12 years old? Yes. Under Yunzheng's persistent affirmation, Ning Rongrong reluctantly accepted this reality. Coming from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had encountered a wide array of individuals, and those of shorter stature like Yunzheng were not entirely uncommon. While she acknowledged that Yunzheng's height was somewhat regrettable, his appearance and demeanor were undeniably exceptional. Among the aristocracy of the Heavendo Empire, many noble women were quite taken with such traits. If Yunzheng were to be placed in the capital, it was hard to imagine the number of envious ladies who would be captivated by him. Furthermore, the fact that Yunzheng was favored as a direct disciple by Yu Zhongbai indicated that his talents were not lacking. Given these considerations, Ning Rongrong begrudgingly acknowledged Yunzheng's worthiness as Yunzheng's boyfriend. Had Yunzheng been an empty faade, it was likely that Lady Yu would have devised some form of challenge. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong placed significant value on Yunzheng. Their friendship had begun long before they turned 6. At that time, Yunzheng had been ostracized at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, while Ning Rongrong, as the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, had found herself isolated due to her lofty status and somewhat domineering nature. In truth, both Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong had been each other's first genuine friends in life. On the other hand, Yunzheng, recognizing Ning Rongrong's change in expression, was aware that a misunderstanding had occurred, yet she had no intention of clarifying it. In fact, Yunzheng's height had attracted Yu Zhongbai's attention years prior. Yet despite thorough examination, no abnormalities were found. Everything was perfectly normal, albeit Yunzheng's development lagged slightly behind others. Thus, Yunzheng understood that Yunzheng merely matured at a slower rate rather than being short, and she harbored no concerns regarding his height. As for why she refrained from explaining things to Ning Rongrong, it was a lesson learned early on. One must be cautious of friends, a principle Yunzheng had grasped since childhood. Notably, she recalled how Lu Yun once regarded Ning Fengqian as a close confidant, only for it to end poorly. Well, enough of that. What brings you here? Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Yunzheng shifted the conversation back to Ning Rongrong. Speaking of which, Ning Rongrong sighed. I found the sect rather dull, so I thought I'd come out for some fun. What about you? How did you end up here with your young boyfriend? It wasn't me bringing him. It was he who brought me. Yunzheng shook her head earnestly, correcting Ning Rongrong's misconception. With a sigh, she continued. We had nowhere else to go, and Yunzheng seemed quite curious about Shrek Academy, so we came here. Yunzheng's statement was not fabricated. Indeed, both she and Yunzheng had found themselves without a destination. Ordinary Soul Master Academies did not appeal to either of them, nor did they hold any regard for the two royal academies, as Yunzheng was disenchanted with the haughty demeanor of nobility. The Spirit Hall was out of the question, as Yu Zhongbai stood opposed to it. As for the Four Elements Academies, their attributes did not align. Although Yu Zhongbai contemplated returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School with Yunzheng and Yunzheng had no desire to go back. Ultimately, their decision led them to Shrek Academy, while Yu Zhongbai escorted Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian back to their school. As Yunzheng was drawn away by Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng found himself momentarily free. In truth, had Yunzheng wished to, he could have listened attentively to the exchange between the two girls. But he lacked the habit of eavesdropping on such conversations and chose instead to idly survey his surroundings. Among the original 7 members, Yunzheng had already spotted 4. Oscar was likely selling sausages in the academy, while Ma Hongjun might be indulging in music at a tavern, leaving only Zhu Xing, who he recalled had arrived later during registration. With this thought in mind, Yunzheng instinctively turned to glance behind him. In that instant, he found Zhu Xing effortlessly, without the need for further identification or confirmation. At that moment, a wave of bewilderment washed over Yunzheng. Is she truly 12 years old? It was no exaggeration to say her face appeared larger than his own. Yunzheng was utterly astounded. In this world, there truly exists a girl of formidable prowess. And astonishingly, she is merely 12 years old. Chapter 37. Ning Rongrong's envy. The appearance of Zhu Xing left Yunzheng in awe, momentarily rendering him speechless. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been engaged in nostalgic conversation with Yunzheng, also noticed Yunzheng's unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, a barely perceptible chill flickered in her eyes. Such a man, infatuated with beauty, must be revealed to Yunzheng in all his true colors. With this thought, Ning Rongrong promptly addressed Yunzheng. Yunzheng, what is your little boyfriend so engrossed in? Ning Rongrong felt it imperative that Yunzheng witness this scene. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Yunzheng instinctively turned her gaze toward Yunzheng, who appeared utterly entranced. Following his line of sight, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Yunzheng's face flushed crimson, seemingly embarrassed by Yunzheng's apparent foolishness, as she stamped her delicate foot in irritation. Unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng harbored no jealousy or resentment. Aren't you upset? Ning Rongrong asked, staring at Yunzheng in disbelief. Every time Yunzheng was mentioned, the sweetness in Yunzheng's eyes nearly overflowed. It was inconceivable to Ning Rongrong that Yunzheng did not harbor feelings for him. Yet, why was she not jealous? Or could it be that Yunzheng was entirely indifferent to Yunzheng's affections for other girls? In a moment of confusion, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of obsolescence wash over her for the first time in her life. Not at all, Yunzheng exclaimed, realizing she had been misunderstood. Her cheeks grew even rosier as she hastily defended Yunzheng. He is probably just surprised, after all. Here, Yunzheng faltered, unable to continue. Such a humiliating matter was difficult to articulate. Is that so? Ning Rongrong replied, still skeptical. She cast another glance at Zhu Zhuqing, reluctantly acknowledging that a normal person's first impression of her would be one of awe and astonishment. However, Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced that Yunzheng was merely surprised rather than entranced. Indeed it is, Yunzheng affirmed with a serious nod. She did not wish for Yunzheng to become too close to Ning Rongrong, yet conversely, she hoped Ning Rongrong would not harbor any biases against him. Truth be told, Yunzheng did not entirely trust Yunzheng. She would often feel a pang of jealousy when he jested with other girls. And sometimes she questioned the sincerity of his words. Yet, while she might doubt Yunzheng's words, she would never doubt his intentions. At that moment, Yunzheng's demeanor was not one of whimsical distraction, but rather one of bewildered astonishment. Internally, he was engulfed in sheer shock. Furthermore, given Yunzheng's peculiar tastes, Yunzheng had long since discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was clearly not his type. Yet, despite her claims of indifference, Yunzheng did not allow Yunzheng to continue staring. With a huff, she marched to his side, unceremoniously grasped his tail, and tugged sharply, reprimanding him in a low voice. Do you not know that staring at girls is exceedingly rude? It's utterly mortifying. A sharp pain surged through Yunzheng, and he barely registered Yunzheng's words, his first instinct being to plead for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please, Yunzheng, let me go. Humph. Yunzheng let out a playful snort, yet her grip remained unyielding, dragging Yunzheng away. Observing this scene, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smirk, uncertain whether to praise their camaraderie or to comment on the strength of Yunzheng's grip. Once they returned to Ning Rongrong's side, Yunzheng was rubbing his sore backside, while Yunzheng feigned exasperation despite feeling a pang of sympathy. Ning Rongrong burst into laughter at the sight, yet concurrently, a twinge of envy stirred within her heart. What girl does not yearn for such overt affection? However, upon reflection, as a child of a prominent clan, what freedom and love could she truly possess? Even Ning Fengji's elder sister was compelled to make sacrifices in the face of familial interests. Upon closer examination, what difference was there for her? If the clan leader faced such constraints, Ning Rongrong would be no exception. With this thought, a shadow of melancholy crossed Ning Rongrong's gaze, though she quickly masked it with a smile, addressing Yunzheng cheerfully. All right, enough of this mischief. Our turn is approaching. I agree wholeheartedly with Miss Ning. Yunzheng chimed in eagerly. Yunzheng shot him an annoyed glance, yet her heart softened, allowing him respite from her earlier grip. Yunzheng hastily stowed away the malevolent bone tail, recognizing it as a vulnerability in the presence of Yunzheng. It was indeed prudent to conceal it. As Ning Rongrong had aptly predicted, the candidate ahead of Yunzheng and his companions was swiftly eliminated. This individual had just celebrated his 12th birthday yesterday and was unfortunately stagnated at a mere level 20, lacking even a soul ring. Had his martial soul possessed even a modicum of potential, he might have been afforded an opportunity, yet alas, his martial soul was rather mediocre. The instructors of Shrek Academy clearly preferred not to let him squander any more time. Following this, there remained 3 more assessments. Once this candidate departed, it was Yunzheng and his group's turn. Ning Rongrong, with great generosity, promptly produced 30 gold soul coins and declared, "This shall serve as our registration fee." Yunzheng and Yunzheng did not indulge in any pretense with Ning Rongrong. For the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school truly had no need for petty squabbles. Shrek's teacher, with a cheerful smile, accepted the gold soul coins and said, "Extend your hands." When addressing Yunzheng and the others, the teacher's demeanor was noticeably more amiable. It was not a matter of favoritism based on wealth. Rather, he valued their character and composure. Yunzheng and his companions exude an air of confidence and composure. Clearly well prepared and evidently knowledgeable about Shrek Academy, they are highly likely to succeed in their admission. The instructors at Shrek tend to exhibit greater patience with such prospective students. Yunzheng recalled that the teacher was named Li Yusong. His martial spirit, the Pan Longstaff, held significant prestige. 2,000 years later, it would stand atop the continent. Even in this era, the Pan Longstaff boasted its representatives, including the formidable Qianjun Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo of the Spirit Hall. However, Li Yusong had not attained such heights. He was merely an ordinary soul emperor, with his first soul ring still white. While lost in thought, Yunzheng extended his arm. Li Yusong examined the bones of the three individuals one by one, nodding with satisfaction. Despite Yunzheng's shorter stature, bone age was an undeniable indicator of potential. "All right, let me see your cultivation." Li Yusong chuckled. Buzz. Ning Rongrong was the first to summon her martial spirit, unveiling the exquisite seven-treasure glazed tower, accompanied by two yellow soul rings shimmering in radiant light. Upon witnessing this, Li Yusong's composure evaporated, replaced by an unsettling cold sweat. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Does your family know you are here?" "Regardless of their knowledge, I have met the requirements, haven't I?" Ning Rongrong replied with a sweet smile, turning the question back on him. Indeed, Li Yusong managed a dry chuckle, not denying her assertion. After all, if the sky fell, he had Flinder and Zhao Wujin to support him. He was merely an employee, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect could not hold him accountable. Next came Yunzheng and Yuqing'er. The air resonated with two buzzing sounds as the frost sky bow and the giant spirit golden dragon manifested. Li Yusong's heart, which had only just calmed, surged once more with trepidation. These were undoubtedly martial spirits of exceptional caliber, rivaling the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. What astounded Li Yusong even more was the sight of Yunzheng's two soul rings. One was a purple thousand-year soul ring, while the other was yellow with a hint of purple, nearing the threshold of 1,000 years. Li Yusong had seen many great soul masters with soul rings of contrasting colors, typically one white and one yellow. Yet, how could it be that a mere 20-level soul master possessed a 1,000-year soul ring? Chapter 38, The Fourth Challenge. 1,000-year soul ring. Even Ning Rongrong beside him widened her eyes in astonishment. It was common knowledge that the first and second soul rings of soul masters were typically of 100-year level, a fact universally acknowledged among soul masters. Yet, Yunzheng had silently shattered this norm. Perhaps there were beings on the continent with even more outstanding soul ring configurations than Yunzheng's, but at least none present had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Thus, when Yunzheng released his 1,000-year soul ring, their shock was entirely justified. As a soul emperor, Li Yusong regained his composure swiftly, fixing a penetrating gaze on Yunzheng. His brows knitting together in deep concentration, he mused internally, "Never before have I encountered such a martial spirit. This chilling aura is unseen even in the harshest northern realms. The density of his soul power is astonishing, surpassing that of Mu Bai despite being at the 20-plus level." During the bone examination, it was evident that this young man possessed an exceptional physique, brimming with vitality, far from ordinary. Perhaps it was this extraordinary constitution and soul power that enabled him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Li Yusong seemed to have found a somewhat acceptable rationale for himself, and the shock within him gradually subsided. He could only convince himself in this manner, as the undeniable truth lay before him, no matter how exaggerated the situation. He could only attempt to explain it with the theoretical knowledge he possessed. Unfazed by the astonished gazes surrounding him, Yunzheng calmly inquired of Li Yusong, "Sir, may we pass?" Only when Yunzheng spoke did Li Yusong awaken from his reverie, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, of course." As he spoke, he spotted Dai Mubai returning and called out, "Mubai, come here and take these three to the fourth challenge." Dai Mubai, upon hearing Li Yusong's command, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "There's more? Enough chatter. Hurry up." Li Yusong retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. At that moment, Yunzheng and Yuqing'er had already retracted their martial spirits, so Dai Mubai did not see the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Coming. Dai Mubai sighed, reluctantly approaching to escort Yunzheng and his companions. There was no helping it. Among the entire Shrek Academy, he was the only student capable of maintaining order. Oscar, as a support soul master, lacked the necessary intimidation, while Ma Hongjun, though a powerful assault soul master with an exceptional phoenix martial spirit, was too chaotic due to his inherent evil fire to be relied upon for maintaining decorum. Yet, it was worth noting that there were only these 3 students in the entire Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai could only comfort himself with the thought that the capable must bear a heavier burden. Once Dai Mubai departed, Li Yusong let out a long sigh, murmuring to himself, there truly are many little prodigies this year. Unlike the previous Tang Sect, Dai Mubai and the trio of Yunzheng were unfamiliar with each other prior to this moment, and there was little to discuss. Matters concerning the academy would wait until Yunzheng and his companions passed the 4th challenge, and Dai Mubai intended to introduce the 4th challenge only once everyone had gathered, to avoid unnecessary verbosity. As they walked, Yunzheng and his companions encountered Oscar, but to Yunzheng's surprise, Oscar did not approach them to promote his sausages. In truth, Oscar had intended to, but after being reprimanded by Dai Mubai earlier, he felt somewhat disgruntled. Furthermore, upon seeing Ning Rongrong, he felt as if the flowers of spring had once more blossomed for him. To avoid imposing on the fair maiden, Oscar wisely chose to keep his distance, especially given his current disheveled appearance. With Oscar's distraction absent, Dai Mubai quickly led Yunzheng and his companions to reunite with Tang Sect and the others. Afterward, he hurried back, having spotted Zhu Zhuqing in the crowd. Dai Mubai felt it was essential to meet his nominal fiancée. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu were equally astonished to discover 3 registrants who had broken through to the 25th level before the age of 12, their faces reflecting a moment of surprise. However, out of politeness, Tang Sect nodded to Yunzheng and his companions, acknowledging their presence. Yunzheng and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, and thereafter, the conversation dwindled. Regardless of the nature of their future relationship, for the moment, they remained mere strangers. To engage in profound discourse with only a shallow acquaintance is invariably an awkward affair. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu stood together, while Yunzheng and his companions formed their own distinct group, maintaining a clear boundary without intruding upon one another. Nevertheless, the atmosphere did not descend into an uncomfortable silence. Xiao Wu was ever eager to share her thoughts with Tang Sect, while Ning Rongrong remained preoccupied with inquiries regarding Yunzheng's Millennium Spirit Ring. Rongrong, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Yu Qing'er interjected with amusement, explaining, initially, Yunzheng's first spirit ring was merely 400 years old. It gradually ascended to a Millennium Spirit Ring over time. Spirit rings can advance. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, according to my father, during the mutation of Yunzheng's martial spirit, not all of his potential was fully manifested. The excess potential only revealed itself in the form of an enhanced spirit ring duration after he absorbed the first spirit ring. As she spoke, Yu Qing'er wore a proud expression, akin to a swan, and declared, to put it simply, Yunzheng's martial spirit cannot accommodate the entirety of his talents. In all honesty, Yu Qing'er was a genuine prodigy in her own right, yet standing beside Yunzheng, her brilliance often appeared overshadowed, leading others to inadvertently overlook her. Much like during the first trial, where both Ning Rongrong and Li Yusong had focused solely on Yunzheng's solidified spiritual power and Millennium Spirit Ring, they failed to notice that Yu Qing'er's spiritual prowess surpassed Yunzheng's. However, she bore no resentment towards this. In fact, she found joy in praising Yunzheng, even more so than receiving compliments herself. Is that true? After hearing Yu Qing'er's explanation, Ning Rongrong felt rather ignorant. Of course, Yu Qing'er affirmed with conviction. Meanwhile, in the office of the Shrek Academy Dean, despite being called an office, it resembled a small, humble dwelling, hardly befitting a soul saint. Yet, this was indeed the case. After reading the letter in his hands, Flinder chuckled heartily and addressed the towering figure before him. Old Zhao, this year, there are 6 little prodigies who have jumped directly from the first round to the 4th. It seems I need you to take the field personally. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Zhao Wujing huffed, his expression one of disbelief. Do you think I'm a fool, Flinder? Don't think I'm unaware that among these 6 prodigies is the sole daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She is the cherished jewel of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, the treasure of the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. If anything were to happen to her under my watch, wouldn't I be at the mercy of 2 titled Douluos? Flinder clucked his tongue in exasperation, reproaching him. You are the vice president of the academy. You are still the dean. Zhao Wujing remained resolute. unyielding in his stance. In terms of titles, you may outrank me. Why don't you take the lead? Old Zhao, what are you afraid of? You are the unmoved king. Even the 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall could not best you. Now, a few youngsters have you trembling in fear. Flender feigned derision, continuing, moreover. I'm sending you to be an examiner, not an assassin. Do you think I would truly have you engage in a serious confrontation with a few children? Flender's provocation proved effective, as Zhao Wujing's demeanor softened. Seizing the opportunity, Flender pressed on, and you've said it yourself. She is the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you think I would dare accept the future heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as a student without the consent of Sect Master Ning? What do you mean? Zhao Wujing exclaimed, both surprised and skeptical. Flender smiled confidently, producing a letter of remarkable quality, its material resembling silk or jade, adorned with golden edges and the emblem of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, signifying its owner's esteemed status. Zhao Wujing's eyes gleamed with interest, and he hesitated no longer, though his stance remained somewhat ambivalent. I'll double your bonus for this month. Flender narrowed his eyes, speaking with intent. With a resounding slap to his thigh, Zhao Wujing laughed heartily. Ah, what do I care for money? Do you think I'm someone who values wealth? My main concern is alleviating the dean's burdens and infusing fresh blood into the academy. With that, he strode out, as if fearing Flender might change his mind. Zhao Wujing truly did not care for money. What mattered to him was to coax Flender, known for his frugality, into parting with it. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Flender revealed a shrewd side, recognizing that Zhao Wujing had a misunderstanding of the phrase wealth rivaling nations. The amount of his bonus amounted to mere pittance compared to the scholarship funding provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not long after, Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance remained as frosty as ever, her icy demeanor contrasting sharply with her fiery physique, which accentuated her allure as an ice queen. In contrast, Dai Mubai bore a subtle hint of hostility, as if he had just endured an unpleasant encounter. It was evident that the reunion between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was less than harmonious. Fortunately, Dai Mubai managed to rein in his emotions, not allowing his inner turmoil to surface. Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others, he approached with a smile, bypassing the group, and declared, "All right, now that everyone is here, we can commence the assessment for the 4th round. What about the others?" Tang Sect inquired, frowning instinctively. He recalled that many had been queuing for the 2nd and 3rd rounds. They've all been eliminated. Dai Mubai, in a less than cheerful mood, provided a curt response without turning back, dismissively. Yet, this was not an act of bias, after spending so many years at Shrek Academy. It was clear who would pass and who would not. In fact, it had become apparent by the 2nd round, as Dai Mubai had already noted that among those with potential to join Shrek Academy were just these 6 individuals before him. Tang Sect, perceptive as ever, recognized Dai Mubai's discontent and refrained from further questioning. However, Ning Rongrong, unencumbered by such reservations, who did not know Dai Mubai, boldly asked, "May I inquire about the content of the 4th round's assessment?" Simple. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, seemingly having moved past his earlier displeasure, deliberately avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's gaze as he addressed Ning Rongrong, stating in a serious tone, "The 1st round assesses talent, the 2nd round evaluates potential, the 3rd round tests temperament. And aside from the 1st round, you have all been deemed to have passed the remaining 2. The 4th round, however, will evaluate your combat strength as soul masters. As soul masters, they must face various battles. I believe you all understand this, correct?" Hearing this, Yunzheng and the others nodded in agreement. "Then who will be our examiner for this round?" Ning Rongrong inquired, seeking clarity on a practical matter. "That would be me," Dai Mubai replied, a charming smile gracing his features, his confidence radiating unmistakably. "You." Ning Rongrong's delicate face was filled with astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "You are a teacher at Shrek Academy? So young?" As the future junior master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had long been preparing for her journey to Shrek Academy. Before leaving the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she had conducted considerable research about Shrek Academy. While she couldn't uncover every detail, she was well aware that the most enticing aspects of Shrek Academy, apart from its unique motto, were its formidable faculty. The weakest among the teachers at Shrek Academy were all Soul Emperors, and even the newest instructors were expected to be at least Soul Kings. Looking at Dai Mubai, although he appeared striking, he seemed no older than 15 or 16. The notion of a 15 or 16-year-old Soul King left Ning Rongrong utterly astonished. This was far more impressive than the first soul ring prodigy, Yunzheng. However, before Ningrongrong could dwell on her surprise, she heard Xiao Wu's derisive snort as she curled her pinky finger and stuck out her tongue, feigning disdain towards Dai Mubai, saying, "What a boast without evidence. You're only in your 30s, just a student. What are you pretending to be?" It was evident that Xiao Wu was still perturbed by the conflict between Dai Mubai and them from the day before. Dai Mubai, however, found her reaction amusing and retorted, "Who says a student cannot serve as an examiner? I refuse to believe that, unless you provide evidence." Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, glared defiantly at Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Yunzheng found himself in an awkward position. He had been gazing intently at Zhu Zhuqing, who, though silent, must have sensed his infatuated stare. At that moment, Yu Qinger was unsure how to face Zhu Zhuqing, but fortunately, they soon advanced past the first round. Originally, Yu Qinger had hoped to never encounter Zhu Zhuqing again, only for her to now find herself in the fourth round alongside her. The thought of attending classes with Zhu Zhuqing, while her boyfriend had been staring at her like a fool, made Yu Qinger's face flush with embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole to hide Yunzheng in. With this in mind, Yu Qinger shot Yunzheng a glare. Though she said nothing, her eyes spoke volumes, reproaching him with a mournful tone. "It's all your fault. How will others perceive us now?" After years of companionship, Yunzheng understood the meaning behind Yu Qinger's gaze and instantly adopted an innocent expression, silently responding, "I didn't mean to, but she was just too captivating. Just too captivating to look at." Yu Qinger's expression was fierce, as she stealthily stepped on Yunzheng's foot, her weight bearing down on him. Ouch! Yunzheng feigned a gasp, yet Yu Qinger was not deceived. He had no choice but to admit his fault and plead for mercy. Only then did Yu Qinger relent, finally warning him with her eyes, "If you ever dare to look at another girl, I will give you the strongest medicine and tell my father that you deceived me, leaving you to face the consequences." Yu Qinger understood Yunzheng's actions and knew they were not born out of affection, yet emotions were emotions, and jealousy had to be felt. If every girl could maintain absolute rationality in front of her beloved, the world would not be filled with love-stricken individuals driven to madness. Yu Qinger had refrained from voicing her feelings before, partly to spare Yunzheng's pride, and partly to avoid appearing unreasonable. Otherwise, she truly would not have cared how Zhu Zhuqing viewed them. However, what Yu Qinger did not anticipate was Yunzheng's perplexed expression, his large eyes filled with confusion. In Yunzheng's eyes, Yu Qinger seemed to convey a message. "Your gaze is too complicated. I cannot comprehend it." Humph. Yu Qinger felt a mix of shyness and anger, letting out a huff as she stomped on Yunzheng's foot once more, her face clearly displaying her discontent. Yunzheng was utterly perplexed. He merely spoke the truth. Yet how could one pair a single glance with 3 or 4 distinct emotions? Yunzheng genuinely found it incomprehensible. It can only be said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. However, Yunzheng could not simply disregard Yu Qinger's fleeting whims and thus approached her, just as he intended to offer her some comfort. A voice, as coarse and resounding as a drum, suddenly boomed. "No need to argue. I shall join you for some fun. Isn't that fair enough?" The crowd turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a figure as robust as a small mountain, with muscles glistening like steel under the sun, and his crew-cut hair standing upright, enhancing his formidable presence. Teacher Zhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dai Mubai gasped, his previous charming demeanor vanishing in an instant as he anxiously exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, weren't you supposed to be the examiner for the 4th trial? Your personal appearance here seems a tad harsh, doesn't it?" "I'm willing." Zhao Wudre grunted dismissively, not even sparing Dai Mubai a glance. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a wave of despair wash over him. He found himself at a loss for words. Given that Zhao Wujie has made up his mind, we are in for trouble." Dai Mubai sighed heavily, turning to Tang San and the others with a serious expression. "What level of soul master is Teacher Zhao?" Tang San asked, his heart sinking at the words. Dai Mubai regarded Tang San with a thoughtful gaze before responding in a measured tone. "Let me put it this way. Teacher Zhao is a rank 76 soul sage of the assault system, wielding the martial soul of the mighty Golden Bear. It is said that when the martial soul hall sent 16 soul emperors to hunt him down, he fought his way out and gained fame from that battle. At that time, he was merely a soul emperor, and now he has ascended to soul sage. I cannot even fathom the extent of his power." The mere mention of the title soul sage sent a shiver down Tang San's spine. Having grown up in the Holy Spirit village, he had often listened to the village chief extolling the might of soul sages. Now, witnessing Zhao Wujie firsthand, he inevitably drew parallels between him and the village chief's descriptions. Dai Mubai's mighty golden bear. Ning Rongrong, the most well-informed among them, remained unfazed by the notion of a soul sage but was struck by Zhao Wujie's name. Her eyes widening in recognition as she whispered, "Is he the immovable king?" Dai Mubai glanced at Ning Rongrong and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Teacher Zhao is often referred to as the immovable king. What does that mean, Rongrong? As Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai exchanged words, Yunzheng, bewildered, furrowed her brows and inquired. Not just Yunzheng, but Xiao Wu and the others also directed puzzled looks toward Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Ning Rongrong did not hold back, fixing her serious gaze upon the approaching Zhao Wujie. Her voice was deliberate as she stated, "If he truly is the immovable king, then we are in quite the predicament today. My father once sought to recruit the immovable king. Although he was declined, my father still held him in high regard. According to my father, despite being a soul sage, even an ordinary soul Douluo might not be his match. With the support of a sect's resources, he could potentially reach the rank of title Douluo. Is it really that exaggerated?" Yunzheng questioned skeptically, unable to suppress her doubts. After all, in her eyes, Yu Zhongbai was unparalleled in strength, being a title Douluo. She could hardly believe Zhao Wujie could stand on equal footing with him. However, Ning Rongrong simply shook her head, unable to provide reassurance. Truth be told, if Zhao Wujie lacked the qualifications to be a title Douluo, he would not have drawn Ning Fengji's attention. On the other hand, Tang San and the others grew increasingly grave. Indeed, within Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San discerned numerous underlying implications, such as her background and the formidable nature of her sect. Yet, at this moment, the most valuable and direct piece of information for Tang San was that Zhao Wujie possessed soul Douluo-level combat prowess. To face a soul sage was already daunting. The prospect of encountering a soul Douluo-level challenge was unfathomable. If one could contend with a soul Douluo, why would they even attend Shrek Academy? At this moment, Zhao Wujie arrived before the group, noticing the somber expressions on their faces. He laughed heartily. "Do not be anxious. I am not here to bully you with my cultivation. You may all come at me. As long as you can withstand my attacks for a stick of incense's time, you will pass. Rest assured, if even one of you endures until the end, all of you will succeed." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions remained unyielding. This was not merely a matter of numbers. In the face of overwhelming strength, quantity held no significance. One must take action. Regardless, we have come this far. We cannot surrender without a fight. At this juncture, Yunzheng stepped forward, a light chuckle escaping his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination as he gazed toward Zhao Wujie, stating calmly, "Furthermore, I refuse to believe that the illustrious immovable king would truly engage in earnest combat with a group of mere students. An assessment is merely an assessment. There must be a way to pass." Indeed, Tang San concurred earnestly, nodding at Yunzheng. "This young man speaks wisely, yet even if we are to battle, we should not act recklessly. Prior to this, let us become better acquainted." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. He was certain that Tang San had adjusted his phrasing after noticing his height. After Tang San's introduction, he revealed his martial soul. A vibrant blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm, winding around his arm, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings hovering behind him, showcasing a robust soul power that left the onlookers in awe. Simultaneously, Tang San introduced himself. "I am Tang San, possessing the martial soul of blue-silver grass. A 29th level control system, Great Soul Master." Following him was Xiao Wu, her pink soul power manifesting as a delightful little rabbit leaping from her embrace, also adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Her fluffy rabbit ears added to her playful charm as she introduced herself. "I am Xiao Wu, with the martial soul of the soft bone rabbit, a 29th level agility attack Great Soul Master. Zhu Qing, martial soul, ghostly spirit cat, 27th level agility attack Great Soul Master." Zhu Qing swiftly summoned her martial soul, her cold beauty now even more striking as she revealed her 200-year soul rings. Originally, Yunzheng intended to summon his martial soul alongside Yunzheng, yet she seemed to still harbor resentment towards him. With a huff, she stepped forward first, a resounding dragon's roar captivating everyone's attention. "I am Yunzheng, martial soul, giant spirit golden dragon, a 29th level assault system, Great Soul Master." A golden dragon silhouette flickered, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yunzheng completed her introduction. The dragon-themed martial soul and beast spirits were synonymous with strength. Those associated with dragons were rarely anything but powerful. That dragon's roar sent chills down the spines of all present who possessed beast martial souls, underscoring the formidable nature of Yunzheng's martial soul. Even Zhao Wujia, observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes, casting a penetrating glance at Yunzheng, internally pondering, of the Yu family, with a dragon martial soul, is she yet another branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? It is often said that dragons are inherently indulgent, and this notion is vividly embodied by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Within the continent, there exists only one Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, yet numerous dragon-shaped martial souls abound, including the Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, and Toad Dragon, which are predominantly the bloodline branches of the sect. The specifics of these branches, however, remain a mystery to outsiders. Yet, the inherent arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect prevents them from acknowledging the identities of these non-Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul bloodlines. To put it plainly, they refuse to recognize those who were born of them, akin to donning trousers yet denying kinship, resulting in many jade surnamed dragon-shaped martial soul masters appearing across the continent. With little to no genuine connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, only upon breaking through to the Soul King realm can they earn a modicum of recognition from the sect. True acknowledgement as direct descendants comes only upon ascending to the Soul Sage realm. Indeed, Flanders is acquainted with a branch member who has achieved the Soul Sage realm. This is not an unusual occurrence. In Zhao Wujia's eyes, Yunzheng is one such branch member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Shortly thereafter, Ning Rongrong unveiled her martial soul, and a splendid brilliance emanated as a majestic blue glazed tower emerged amidst the radiance. The moment the 7 treasure glazed tile appeared, it captivated the attention of all present. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 auxiliary soul master, playfully blinked and cheerfully greeted everyone. Please take good care of me. At that moment, even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing cast a sideways glance, while Zhao Wujia squinted, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes. In Zhao Wujia's perspective, Yunzheng's status is indeed remarkable, potentially linked to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, yet ultimately unrecognized as a branch. To phrase it more candidly, she is akin to an illegitimate child, not particularly significant. Aside from her biological parents, it would be challenging to find anyone within the vast Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect willing to support her. Conversely, Ning Rongrong represents a different stature entirely. She is the genuine daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's leader, a true treasure amidst 2 titled Douluos. Frankly, Zhao Wujia harbors a certain apprehension towards offending this young lady. Despite Ning Rongrong's confident demeanor regarding Zhao Wujia's prowess, even rejecting the overtures of Ning Fengxi, such boldness stems from the gentle nature of Ning Fengxi. A gentleman may be deceived by virtue, but had Gu Rong or Chen Xian personally approached, Zhao Wujia might have acquiesced without hesitation. The emergence of the 7 treasure glazed tile certainly piqued interest. Upon witnessing the 7 treasure glazed tile, Tang San's lips curled into a slight smile. Renowned for its formidable auxiliary effects, Ning Rongrong's presence undoubtedly bolstered Tang San's confidence. Brother, her martial soul is so beautiful, Xiao whispered to Tang San, expressing her admiration. This martial soul is far more than mere beauty. Tang San replied with a gentle chuckle, neither confirming nor denying. After Ning Rongrong, only Yunzheng remained. Yunzheng, with an air of nonchalance, summoned the frost sky feather bow, allowing a frigid aura to emanate from it. An ethereal blue light illuminated the scene as an exquisitely crafted ice bow, resembling a work of art, materialized in his hands. The translucent bow, akin to crystal, refracted a spectrum of colors under the sun's rays, while 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, floated behind him, capturing the attention of all present. I am Yunzheng, wielder of the Frost Sky Feather Bow. A dual elemental soul master at level 27, he introduced himself with a subtle smile as every gaze in the crowd converged upon him. The onlookers divided into 3 factions. One faction, comprising Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, was captivated solely by the intricate beauty of Yunzheng's weapon. The remaining individuals were fixated on the 1,000-year soul ring that adorned him. The last faction consisted solely of Yunzheng, who, having grown accustomed to the elegance of the Frost Sky Feather Bow over the years, merely admired it from afar, well aware of Yunzheng's formidable soul ring. Brother, I think I may have spoken too soon, Xiao said, entranced by the bow, tugging at Tang San's sleeve in a daze. Her voice, though not deliberately hushed, reached Ning Rongrong's ears clearly. Yet, this time, Ning Rongrong refrained from retorting, her own eyes filled with astonishment. Previously focused on Yunzheng's thousand-year soul ring, she now realized the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit. The frost sky feather bow, in stark contrast to the seven-treasure glazed tile, which epitomized opulence and grandeur, exuded an understated magnificence, captivating even the noble Ning Rongrong. Tang Sect, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's comment, was fixated on the purple soul ring behind Yunzheng, murmuring incredulously, "A thousand-year soul ring. He has shattered the limits of a soul master to such an extent?" He was not alone. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shared his astonishment. How intriguing, Zhao Wujie mused, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face as he regarded Yunzheng. After a considerable pause, the crowd began to regain their composure. A dual elemental soul master? Dai Mubai pondered aloud, his unique eyes fixed on Yunzheng. What does it mean to be a dual element soul master? Following his inquiry, the gaze of the others unanimously turned towards Yunzheng, clearly curious about this classification. While speed and strength could be attributed to various top-tier martial spirits, such as the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the evil eye white tiger, which were categorized as strong attack systems, Yunzheng's self-identification as a dual-element soul master suggested a more complex narrative. Perhaps he was merely a showman, seeking to embellish his prowess with grandiose claims. If that were the case, disappointment might linger among the spectators. Yet, Tang Sect appeared contemplative, considering Yunzheng as a bearer of twin martial spirits. After all, he himself was a control and strong attack dual-element soul master. However, Yunzheng offered no further clarification, instead dismissively stating, "Explaining this is rather convoluted. Suffice it to say, consider me a soul master possessing both speed and strength." Seeing Yunzheng's reluctance to elaborate, the others acquiesced, acknowledging that regarding him as a distinguished strong attack soul master sufficed. Once all introductions were concluded, the focus shifted to strategy formulation. Among soul masters, an unspoken rule prevailed. During initial encounters, the most skilled individual would assume command. In cases of equal proficiency, auxiliary or control-type soul masters were preferred, as they maintained a broader perspective of the battlefield. Consequently, Tang Sect naturally stepped into the role of commander. Upon observing this, Yunzheng chose to remain silent. In truth, he could have acted as the brain of the team. Over the past 6 years, Yu Zhongbai had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding team coordination. However, Yunzheng did not wish to overshadow Tang Sect, nor did he want to miss the opportunity to gauge Tang Sect's capabilities. There was ample time ahead, and such matters of command would present themselves in due course, so there was no need for haste. Yu Qinger, however, felt compelled to defend Yunzheng's honor. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she was still nursing jealousy towards him. It was evident that Tang Sect possessed genuine talent. The tactics he proposed were coherent and comprehensive, demonstrating remarkable judgment under restricted conditions. In Yunzheng's estimation, even if he were to assume command, the outcome would not differ much. "You all seem to be well prepared," Zhao Wujie remarked, stepping forward, arms crossed, and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Tang Sect, unfazed and composed, returned the smile, affirming, "Of course." Moments later, the group dispersed, with all but Dai Mubai taking their positions. As a powerful assault-type soul master, Yu Qinger stood at the forefront, while Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked her to the left and right, respectively. Tang Sect positioned himself centrally, with Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong bringing up the rear. Although Yunzheng was a dual-attribute soul master excelling in both offense and agility, his martial spirit was an icebow, indicating his role as a ranged attacker rather than a frontline fighter. By placing Yunzheng at the back, not only could he leverage his strengths, but he could also provide protection for the support soul master, Ning Rongrong, an advantageous arrangement indeed. Zhao Wujie's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he observed their formation. Subsequently, the 6 summoned their martial spirits, unleashing a dazzling array of colors as 12 soul rings ascended. Among them, a striking purple thousand-year soul ring emanated powerful waves of soul energy, causing Dai Mubai, who was spectating, to feel a surge of trepidation. However, Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, was not easily intimidated by a few great soul masters. He merely scoffed, showing no intention of summoning his own martial spirit. Observing the situation, Dai Mubai swallowed nervously and then bellowed, "Begin!" With that exclamation, Zhao Wujie stomped his foot, unleashing a terrifying force that surged towards Ning Rongrong, causing the already soft ground to visibly crack. All soul masters understood that if the enemy possessed a soul master wielding the 7 treasures glazed tower, They must be the primary target of attack. Though Zhao Wujia harbored fears of Chen Xian and Gu Rong, the assessment was still serious. Chen Xian and Gu Rong were not present. Seeing this, Tang San released his blue-silver grass, intending to pull Ning Rongrong out of harm's way. When suddenly a sharp command rang out, "Drink." With another resounding crash, Yunzheng, who stood at the forefront, dashed to the cracked ground. Her right arm, covered in golden dragon scales, slammed down, causing the earth to quake violently. The force Zhao Wujia had unleashed was significantly diminished. "Wow!" Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight. Indeed, Zhao Wujia's strike had not been at full strength, but as a soul sage, his might was formidable. Known for his immense power as the unmoving king, the mighty golden bear, even a mere display of his strength could not be easily shaken by a great soul master. That girl is a bit reckless, Zhao Wujia mused internally, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Ultimately, however, Yunzheng could not fully withstand Zhao Wujia's onslaught. Sensing the overwhelming force, she did not press on. Instead, she leaped back, calling out, "Yunzheng." "Understood." Yunzheng responded, letting out a fierce cry. Before anyone could react, he too stomped the ground, causing cracks to form in the earth beneath him. When the fissures collided, a thunderous sound erupted, enveloping the area in dust. As the dust settled, both Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong emerged unscathed, with only the opposing cracks on the ground bearing witness to the earlier clash. "Yunzheng, well done." Yunzheng, who had partnered with him for 6 years, was the first to react. It seemed she had forgotten their earlier discord, and was about to praise him when she noticed Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu watching him with sparkling eyes. Her expression soured, and she merely huffed, "Humph." The second to react was, of course, Tang San. With Zhao Wujia momentarily lost in astonishment, he seized the opportunity to issue a sharp command. Yunzheng, already harboring pent-up energy, would have charged forward regardless, but with Tang San's encouragement, Ning Rongrong and the others sprang into action. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Yunzheng. The 7 treasures are famed. The first is strength. In a flash, she was upon Zhao Wujia, a faint dragon's roar echoing as she unleashed a punch. With a 30% power increase from the 7 treasures' glazed tower, even Zhao Wujia could not help but take notice. A thunderous crash resonated as Yunzheng and Zhao Wujia's fists clashed. Yunzheng gritted her teeth, while Zhao Wujia remained unfazed, his stance unchanged, even teasingly remarking, "Impressive power, but alas, you're just shy of forcing out my martial spirit. You should worry about yourself, you clumsy bear." Just then, Xiao Wu appeared on Zhao Wujia's shoulder, activating her first soul ring. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Zhao Wujia did not budge. He remained as immovable as a mountain, impervious to her efforts. Realizing her intent, Zhao Wujia chuckled, "Little rabbit, your strength is far from sufficient. First soul skill, bind." At that moment, a multitude of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujia's legs. He frowned and prepared to break free, only to see Tang Sen smirk. Fingers poised to strike as he softly intoned, "Control the crane and capture the dragon." With that, Zhao Wujia's body jolted, feeling as if he were being lifted from the ground, and he was indeed sent flying. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Yunzheng, and Yunzheng's eyes brightened. First soul skill, Giant Spirit's Breath. Second soul skill, Air Leap Arrow. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. The 7 treasures are famed. The first is Strength. The second is Speed. 4 fierce declarations rang out in unison as 5 soul rings illuminated. 3 streaks of light surged towards Zhao Wujia. Yunzheng and Yunzheng received enhancements in strength, while Zhu Zhuqing experienced an increase in speed. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow of ethereal darkness, launching an assault, while Yunzheng unleashed a golden ribbon of energy. At last, Yunzheng made his move. The frost sky feather bow was drawn to its full moon, and an ice arrow shot forth with a piercing sound, vanishing into the air, leaving Dai Mubai momentarily dumbfounded. To speak candidly, even while suspended in midair, facing 6 opponents, and with 3 attacks aimed at him, Zhao Wuji remained utterly unperturbed. It would be an understatement to say he was calm. After all, Zhao Wuji was a formidable figure, the unmoving king, renowned even among soul saints. The 13 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall had failed to best him in the past. So how could he falter against 6 great soul masters today? Ultimately, it was merely a test, a deliberate act of restraint on his part. If he were to truly engage, Yunzheng and the others would scarcely have a moment's opportunity to strike. This is no exaggeration but a fact. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wuji even found the leisure to critique the others. In his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing was merely average. Her speed was commendable. Yet as an agility-focused soul master, she could only be regarded as satisfactory. Xiao Wu did not exhibit any remarkable performance. But her mastery over her soul power and abilities was undoubtedly exceptional, characterized by her precise and decisive movements. Ningrongrong. As a support-type soul master and the possessor of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, was inherently extraordinary, thus evading critique. The remaining trio, Tang San and Yu Qing'er, were of comparable standing. Truthfully, Tang San's martial soul was rather unimpressive. Blue-silver grass was synonymous with weakness. However, his cultivation was commendable, proving his exceptional talent. And he possessed a leader-esque demeanor, calm and composed, coupled with his recent technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Zhao Wuji's impression of Tang San was notably elevated. Yu Qing'er, lacking Tang San's composure and leadership qualities, nonetheless wielded a martial soul that could rival Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Her cultivation at the 29th level placed her on par with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Furthermore, her ability to halt ground fissures and deliver a powerful punch resonated strongly with Zhao Wuji. Finally, Yunzheng stood in a league of his own. While his cultivation might not be the highest among them, the chilling aura he exuded and the palpable weight of his soul power were undeniable. Yunzheng embodied both Tang San's steadiness and Yu Qing'er's strength, and the presence of his Millennium Soul Ring surely earned him the highest regard in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Upon realizing this, Zhao Wuji instinctively glanced in Yunzheng's direction, spotting the glowing yellow soul ring, and blinked in bewilderment. Musing, this lad's Millennium Soul Ring is actually his first soul ring? As for the assaults from Yunzheng and his companions, Zhao Wuji did not spare them a glance. What piqued his interest most was Yunzheng's second soul skill, aptly named the Sky Leap Killing Arrow. The ability to vanish into thin air, undetectable even to Zhao Wuji, was a testament to Yunzheng's prowess as an agility-focused soul master. Agility-focused soul masters are not merely defined by speed. They are akin to assassins within a team, tasked with flanking and decapitating foes. It is not always about speed. Remaining undetected is equally effective. Yunzheng's second soul skill was truly a masterstroke of stealth. The suddenly disappearing ice arrow would catch anyone unfamiliar with Yunzheng completely off guard. However, it must be said again, Zhao Wuji was a soul saint, the unmoving king. He had his confidence. Even if he stood firm, allowing Yunzheng and the other great soul masters to bombard him relentlessly, he would emerge unscathed. To put it bluntly, even a bathhouse scrub master could scrape off layers of dirt from him, yet Yunzheng and his companions might not even breach his defenses. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wuji's disdain, Yunzheng smirked silently, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his lips. Yunzheng, now at level 27, possesses a first soul ring that grants him an exquisite 27% ice attribute damage enhancement and a corresponding 27% armor penetration effect. When he releases an arrow, whether it be a human or a spirit, it is bound to draw blood. Not even Zhao Wuji would be spared, and if Qian Dalu were to stand here today, he too would feel the chill. As Yunzheng contemplated this, the swift Zhu Zhuqing had already reached Zhao Wuji, her black ethereal claws flashing through the air. Yet, they met resistance as if striking steel. Zhu Zhuqing felt the numbing effect of her ethereal feline claws after summoning her martial spirit, rendering her unable to advance further. Undeterred, Zhu Zhuqing silently unleashed her second soul skill, Ethereal 100 Claws, relentlessly attacking Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Yu Qing'er's colossal breath of the giant spirit surged forth, transforming into a resplendent golden dragon, only to be seized by Zhao Wuji, who effortlessly crushed it with his bare hands. With a fierce roar, Zhao Wuji activated his first century-old soul ring amidst the dust, unleashing his immovable king form. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped, their pupils constricting in surprise. Daimubai could only manage a bitter smile, feeling helpless as he muttered to himself, "Teacher Zhao is truly serious now." In that instant, an ice arrow shot down from the sky, mere arm's length from Zhao Wuji. At such close range, the burly Zhao Wuji, known more for his strength than speed, found it impossible to evade. However, Zhao Wuji made no attempt to dodge. With a disdainful grunt, he struck out with his enormous bare paw, intending to shatter Yunzheng's ice arrow just as he had done before. Indeed, he succeeded. The ice arrow shattered under his forceful blow. Yet, in that moment of rupture, Zhao Wujie emitted a low grunt as the chill seeped into his body. He furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance towards Yunzheng, who was smiling lightly in response. What a clever lad! Zhao Wujie grinned, his fierce eyes reflecting a mix of anger and admiration. With another thunderous roar, he released his soul power, sending Zhu Shuqing, who was nearest, hurtling away, along with Yuqing and the others who were forced back several steps. Realizing the need to prevent Zhao Wujie from capitalizing on this moment, Yunzheng's expression turned serious as he unleashed 3 more arrows. Having already calculated Zhao Wujie's moves once, he was not one to fall for the same trick again. Glaring at Yunzheng, Zhao Wujie was about to act when Tang Sect executed his technique, control the crane and capture the dragon, aiming to restrain Zhao Wujie. Tang Sect understood that Yunzheng's attacks posed the only real threat to Zhao Wujie. They had to protect him at all costs. However, this time, Zhao Wujie was prepared. Unlike before, when he had been caught off guard, he now activated his first soul skill while in his martial spirit state, amplifying his power significantly. Tang Sect could not restrain Zhao Wujie and was instead repelled by the backlash from his own attempt. Feeling the sudden force of control, Zhao Wujie turned to Tang Sect, momentarily baffled whether to commend his bravery or chastise his recklessness. Yet, this glance was misinterpreted by Xiao Wu. Concerned and flustered, she assumed Zhao Wujie was enraged and ready to attack Tang Sect. In a flash, she positioned herself before Tang Sect, activating her second soul skill. Pink light glimmered in her eyes, momentarily immobilizing Zhao Wujie. But the next moment, he shook off the trance. The charm soul skill was always a double-edged sword, wielded skillfully. It was a divine technique, but mishandled, it could bring harm to both the user and the target. Just as Xiao Wu had once been powerful, she was now merely a 29-level Great Soul Master, with neither her soul power nor mental strength able to compare with Zhao Wujie's. The vast disparity in cultivation led to the failure of her charm, resulting in a backlash that made her cough lightly, releasing a seductive mist of blood that inadvertently dripped into Tang Sect's palm. Seeing the crimson droplets in his hand, Tang Sect's eyes widened in shock, his gaze hardening with intensity. Zhao Wujie, oblivious to this, found himself at a loss for words. He bore no ill will towards Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, but they had brought this upon themselves. Their injuries were a consequence of the vast gap in their cultivation. Such misfortune could hardly be blamed on Zhao Wujie. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on the real threat, Yunzheng. The ice arrows had already been loosed, and Zhao Wujie, not knowing when they would strike from the sky, opted to utilize his 5th soul skill to avoid further embarrassment. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. This was Zhao Wujie's soul control soul skill. Indeed, using his 5th soul skill against a great soul master seemed somewhat unfair. Yet Zhao Wujie did not intend to employ it against Yunzheng. He merely sought to shatter the ice arrows hidden in the air. Why aim at Yunzheng? Zhao Wujie reasoned that no matter how well Yunzheng concealed his arrows, they could not possibly change direction. But to Zhao Wujie's astonishment, just as he activated his 5th soul skill, a voice rang out, and Yuqing positioned herself in front of Yunzheng. Startled, Zhao Wujie attempted to retract his skill, but it was too late. He had always operated on a grand scale, and such precision was foreign to him. Even more unexpectedly, under the force of his 5th soul skill, Yuqing remained steadfast, unaffected by the gravitational waves, countered instead by a small golden dragon that appeared out of nowhere. However, Yuqing, having drained her soul power to withstand Zhao Wujie's control skill, paled and fell to one knee. Seeing this, Zhao Wujie was left speechless. To his honest surprise, he had done nothing wrong, yet Tang Sect and his companions had unwittingly placed themselves in peril. Zhu Qing was paralyzed while attacking Zhao Wujie. Tang Sect was injured by the backlash of his attempt to control him. Xiao Wu, under a misunderstanding, suffered the consequences of her charm technique, and Yuqing, in her bid to protect Yunzheng, had exhausted her strength. The irony was that Zhao Wujie had initially aimed to target the 3 elusive ice arrows. Chapter 43. Yunzheng's Full Power Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Yuqing fell, 3 ice arrows burst forth from the air. Zhao Wujie, unable to evade, had no choice but to face them head-on. His second soul ring illuminated as his colossal golden paw, akin to a fortress wall, surged forward, effortlessly demolishing Yunzheng's ice arrows, which shattered like brittle glass upon contact. Yet, despite this, the armor penetration effect from Yunzheng's first soul skill still plagued Zhao Wujie. With a grunt, Zhao Wujie's heavily muscled face revealed a flicker of resignation. Yunzheng's ice arrows are remarkably elusive. primarily due to the unpredictable effects of the Void Leap killing arrow, which renders them nearly impossible to evade, coupled with their inherent armor-piercing capabilities and damage amplification. Even if one manages to deflect them, they must still endure the resultant harm. Furthermore, Yunzheng's ice arrows are composed of the purest essence of ice, emanating an oppressive chill that, once it infiltrates the body, leaves even Zhao Wujie at a loss for a moment, forcing him to rely on his superior soul power to momentarily contain it. The damage inflicted is not substantial. Even the extreme cold can be subdued by Zhao Wujie's immense soul power. However, it is somewhat embarrassing for him to be challenged by someone who is, after all, merely a grand soul master. The battle took a sharp turn, as Zhao Wujie indeed found his soul power significantly constrained by the 4 ice arrows shot by Yunzheng. Yet he remained an unstoppable force. Conversely, on Yunzheng's side, Zhu Zhuqing's hands had gone numb, her combat strength diminished severely, Xiao Wu was incapacitated by backlash, and Yu Qing'er had exhausted her soul power, leaving her equally unable to continue the fight. Strictly speaking, only 3 of them were left capable of battling on. The assessment required them to withstand Zhao Wujie for the duration of an incense stick, yet they had barely passed the halfway mark, placing them in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yu Qing'er's pale complexion, Yunzheng rushed to her side, supporting her as he noticed that she was merely drained of soul power without any other injuries. He let out a sigh of relief, half concerned and half reprimanding, "You foolish girl. Have you not heard that this is a test? Zhao Wujie is not one to act recklessly. Why would you throw yourself into the line of fire like this?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wujie's heart felt a wave of comfort. Finally, someone with understanding. Yu Qing'er, initially pleased by Yunzheng's concern, felt a twinge of grievance upon hearing him scold her. She shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "You needn't bother. Go find your buxom sister." Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. All right. I acknowledge my mistake and promise it won't happen again." He felt compelled to appease her, as reasoning was futile at this juncture. "You only know how to placate me," Yu Qing'er responded, her mood brightening somewhat, though she maintained a facade of haughty indignation. Observing all of this, Zhao Wujie rolled his eyes and shouted, "Kid, have you forgotten that you are still in an assessment? Or do you plan to waste time like this?" Upon hearing the words, Yunzheng offered a detached smile and promptly instructed Yu Qing'er, "Go to Miss Ning's side." Perceiving the coldness in Yunzheng's gaze, Yu Qing'er nodded innocently and obediently ran over to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Yunzheng approached Zhao Wujie, adopting a respectful stance with his fists clasped, and intoned, "Senior Zhao, I seek your guidance." This declaration momentarily startled Zhao Wujie, who incredulously pointed to himself and asked, "You wish to spar with me?" "Indeed." Yunzheng stood resolutely, neither affirming nor denying further. Zhao Wujie quickly regained his composure, casting a penetrating glance at Yunzheng before jovially inquiring, "What? Do you have some spirit about you?" In response to Zhao Wujie's slightly mocking inquiry, Yunzheng did not flinch, meeting his gaze with fervent intensity, and articulated deliberately, "To see the outcome without questioning the cause is folly. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, you have harmed Qing'er, and that is an undeniable truth. You have harmed her, thus I shall retaliate." At this proclamation, the onlookers were taken aback, and Zhao Wujie's eyes narrowed, his voice growing cold as he asked, "Can you truly accomplish that? Let us find out." Yunzheng assumed his stance, as 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, hovered in the air, shifting uncertainly. Simultaneously, the ominous bone tail emerged, dark as obsidian, causing the crowd to furrow their brows in confusion, yet they understood that this was not the moment for inquiries, stifling their curiosity and awaiting Yunzheng's next move. "You seek your own suffering," Zhao Wujie bellowed, disregarding Yunzheng's intentions, and unleashed a powerful punch, intending to obliterate all barriers. Surely, a mere great soul master could not withstand the might of a soul sage. However, in the next instant, the obsidian protrusion on Yunzheng's tail glimmered with a mesmerizing crimson hue, and as the tip swept before Zhao Wujie, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Wujie appeared as though ensnared by a binding spell, frozen in place, his elevated fist showing no sign of descending. This moment was fleeting, barely an instant. But as Zhao Wujie's gaze returned to Yunzheng, he found that Yunzheng had vanished without a trace, as if he had dissolved into thin air. First soul skill, armed modification. Soon after, Yunzheng's voice echoed from above Zhao Wujie's head, as the frost sky feather bow disassembled in midair. fragments of ice and snow reflecting radiant hues in the sunlight. Following a resonant hum, an exquisitely crafted frost great halberd gradually materialized, accompanied by Yunzheng's soft incantation, true name liberation. Frost whisper halberd. When did he ascend? Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted sharply, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment. Not only Zhao Wujia, but Dai Mubai and the others were equally bewildered, eager to discern how Yunzheng had managed to reach such heights. Even Yuqing shared in their astonishment. The 7 treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Fortunately, at this juncture, Ning Rongrong, with her lineage from a prestigious support family, did not falter. Upon witnessing Yunzheng's offensive, she decisively unleashed her first and second soul skills, enveloping Yunzheng in beams of amplification that elevated his power to an unprecedented level. TSK. Zhao Wujia clicked his tongue, neither evading nor retreating, and struck out with an open palm. Although it was not a soul skill, it carried with it immense force. Zhao Wujia was indeed an examiner, yet he too had his pride. A great soul master had dared to provoke him, igniting a flicker of ire within him. Zhao Wujia did not aim to harm Yunzheng, but rather to instill a lesson in respect for one's teacher and the path of learning. With a resounding crash, the halberd and palm collided, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated widely, causing the ground beneath Zhao Wujia to crumble. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, as the mockery and disdain that had previously occupied his heart dissipated, leaving only sheer astonishment in its wake. Yunzheng was inherently endowed with immense strength, to the extent that he once refrained from unleashing his full potential due to being unable to match his physical prowess with his power. However, after training his physique under the tutelage of Yu Zhongbai, he has made some progress in his vitality and blood essence, though he still cannot recklessly unleash his strength. A single sweep of his arm carries the weight of 1,000 pounds, and with both arms combined, it amounts to 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Enhanced by the might of the 7 treasures glazed tower, this strike from Yunzheng could cause even many high-ranking soul masters to lament their defeat on the spot. Moreover, with the ice attribute enhancement and armor-piercing effect granted by his first soul ring, under the ultimate ice martial spirit's influence, even Zhao Wujia, who had already activated his martial spirit and was in a state of the immovable king, felt his internal organs tremble, struggling to maintain his vitality. He even sensed a sweetness in his throat, and had he not forcefully swallowed it, the illustrious name of the immovable king could have been tarnished in that very moment. It is worth noting that even many soul emperors would not withstand such injuries as Zhao Wujia did. The force was impressive, yet it still lacked a touch of finesse. Although he felt a surge of astonishment, Zhao Wujia would never outwardly display it. With a deep and resonant voice, he bellowed. Seizing the opportunity while Yunzheng's previous strength had not yet dissipated and his new strength had not fully manifested, he struck out with another palm. Having witnessed Yunzheng's power, Zhao Wujia increased the force behind this palm strike, wary of being overly arrogant. Just as his palm was about to make contact with Yunzheng, the latter's tail shimmered with an enigmatic light once more, and Zhao Wujia felt a blur before his eyes, causing his strike to miss entirely. Fascinating. With a glimmer in his eyes, Zhao Wujia, regaining his focus, quickly located Yunzheng and turned his gaze towards him, expressing his admiration. The combination of illusion techniques with high-speed movement is a commendable synergy of soul skills. At this moment, Yunzheng's left arm trembled slightly as he forced a smile and remarked, "Senior, you flatter me. However, you were still a tad slow." Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon Yunzheng's left arm, and with a hint of regret, he responded, "Your skills are still lacking, leaving this old man to witness your folly." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng gave a bitter laugh, not denying his own mistake. Indeed, as Zhao Wujia had observed in that fleeting moment, Yunzheng had indeed been a fraction too slow, resulting in the shockwave Zhao Wujia unleashed impacting his left arm, which was now dislocated. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on Yunzheng. The illusionary soul technique was a gift from an external soul bone, while the rapid movement technique, known as Xuanbu, had been bestowed upon him by Uncle Zhu when he was merely 12. He had only had this soul skill for a few months, and expecting him to seamlessly integrate it into his combat strategy in such a short time was somewhat unreasonable. It is worth mentioning that at the age of 12, the skills Uncle Zhu provided were not limited to just Xuanbu, but also included an unnamed technique that accelerated Yunzheng's cultivation speed, which shall remain undisclosed for now. What's there to laugh about? You are quite impressive. When Xiaobai was your age, I used to chase him around and beat him. He could contend with a soul sage at the great soul master level, and you are truly one of a kind. Zhao Wujie waved his hand dismissively at Yunzheng's self-deprecating remarks, generously offering praise. You are indeed remarkable, but have you considered that in your eagerness to attack, your soul power may deplete too quickly? How do you intend to endure for the duration of this incense stick? Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yunzheng further. Or do you genuinely plan to defeat me? The previous strike had garnered Zhao Wujie's admiration for Yunzheng, and he was curious to ascertain Yunzheng's intentions. Hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Yunzheng could only smile wryly in resignation. He wished to prolong the battle as well, but circumstances did not permit it. The active duration of his first soul skill was merely 54 seconds. If he did not seize the moment, he would likely revert to the state of Frost Sky Feather Bow before he could even launch a few more attacks. In truth, Frost Sky Feather Bow was not ineffectual. When paired with Sky Leap Killing Arrow and the effects of Xuanbu, Yunzheng could indeed vex Zhao Wujie considerably. But that would merely be akin to giving Zhao Wujie a gentle rubdown, which was not the outcome Yunzheng desired. Naturally, given the current circumstances, Yunzheng would never reveal his shortcomings. In response to Zhao Wujie's inquiry, Yunzheng merely shrugged and nonchalantly replied, "If senior wishes, you may easily eliminate us all." Hearing this, Zhao Wujie paused momentarily, but Yunzheng continued with a playful tone, "Of course, the condition being you can pass the test of Dean Flender." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression stiffened, and after a few breaths, he glared at Yunzheng with evident irritation, growling, "Kid, do you not realize that being too clever at times can lead to a lack of friends?" Peering beyond the surface to grasp the essence. It was evident that when Zhao Wujie came to serve as the examiner for the fourth round, Yunzheng and his companions had already passed the entrance examination of Shrek Academy. Flender's intention in sending Zhao Wujie was twofold. First, to merely fulfill a formality. Fearing that Dai Mubai might not be able to manage Yunzheng and his group of prodigies, thus bringing disgrace to Shrek Academy. Second, to showcase the strength of Shrek Academy, putting Yunzheng at ease. Zhao Wujie was well aware of these 2 points, yet now that Yunzheng had laid them bare, he felt somewhat embarrassed. In response to Zhao Wujie's jest, Yunzheng simply smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further. Observing Yunzheng's carefree demeanor, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of irritation and huffed. "Initially, considering your impressive talents, I was inclined to let you pass the 4th round effortlessly. But now that you dared to mock me, I am quite displeased, so my approach has changed." With that, Zhao Wujie's 7 rings glimmered ominously as he declared, "You think you can run? You intend to avenge that girl, do you? Let us see how you plan to handle the situation now." In quick succession, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings behind Zhao Wujie illuminated, amplifying gravity and employing a tracking mechanism augmented by gravitational compression. Yunzheng felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him, as if lead had filled his legs, rendering them unbearably weighty. Centered around Zhao Wujie, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters sank, and an irresistible force shrouded Yunzheng, inexorably pulling him towards Zhao Wujie. Yunzheng instinctively utilized the instant step to evade, only to discover that Zhao Wujie seemed to have anticipated his every move, swiftly altering his direction. The oppressive force of gravity once again descended upon him, leaving him with no means of escape. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha! The fact that I can compel you to employ 5 soul techniques in succession is a testament to your pride." With that, he unleashed his 2nd soul technique, the mighty diamond palm. No sooner had Zhao Wujie uttered these words than an immense bear paw struck forth, crashing towards Yunzheng like a mountain toppling a pillar of jade. With the dual reinforcement of gravitational compression and tracking precision from his soul techniques, Yunzheng found himself utterly unable to evade. The mighty diamond bear is specifically designed to counter flamboyant displays. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie possessed a sense of restraint. This attack was calibrated to the level of a soul king and was not executed with full force. Given Yunzheng's prior performance, it was clear that he would be unable to block it, but he would not sustain any serious injuries, perhaps merely spitting out a bit of blood at most. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yunzheng's gaze sharpened with determination. Realizing there was no escape, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. With a fierce resolve, he rejoined his dislocated left arm and grasped his spear with both hands. The 2nd soul ring behind him illuminated, and he bellowed, "Second soul skill, the strike from above." With a resonating hum, the blade of his frost whisper spear swelled in the wind, rapidly expanding to 10-fold its previous size. 3 meters away, the spear's blade shimmered like a cold gleam under the sun. Yunzheng leaped high into the air, harnessing the force of gravity to propel himself towards Zhao Wujuan. Does his martial spirit possess two forms, and do the soul skills also undergo transformations? Zhao Wujuan thought, astonished by the spectacle before him. Just as Zhao Wujuan was taken aback, the Frost Whisper spear collided with the mighty King Kong palm. The impact erupted like thunder, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The shockwave forced Ning Rongrong and the others to retreat, shielding their faces as dust filled the air. Ice blue and golden beams of light intertwined and clashed amidst the haze, ultimately fading into oblivion. In the next moment, Yunzheng's battered figure was flung out from the dust. Upon seeing this, Yuqing'er swiftly broke free from Ning Rongrong's support. Disregarding her weakened state, and fueled by her vitality, caught Yunzheng mid-fall. Though blood trickled from the corner of Yunzheng's mouth, his appearance was not excessively grim. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he struggled to rise from Yuqing'er's embrace and declared with a loud voice, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy." At that moment, a frustrated voice emerged from the dust. "You scoundrel! Not only do you take advantage, but you also feign innocence." The onlookers then beheld Zhao Wujuan's figure, and to their astonishment, 5 distinct footprints were clearly visible beneath his feet. Yunzheng unexpectedly forced Zhao Wujuan to retreat several steps. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were traces of already frozen blood at the corner of Zhao Wujuan's mouth. Dai Mubai and the others looked at Yunzheng in astonishment. But Yunzheng remained unfazed, merely wearing an enigmatic smile. Emerging from the dust, Zhao Wujuan cast a sidelong glance at Yunzheng, scratching the back of his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "How could one be so formidable? If only you were a bit more pliable, I might have let you pass." Thus upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong understood immediately and eagerly inquired, "Enough. Hold on." Zhao Wujuan grunted irritably, intending to declare their passage, when suddenly Tang Sect called out to him. Zhao Wujuan frowned in confusion, looking at Tang Sect, who mirrored Yunzheng's earlier gesture. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Wujuan and articulating clearly, "Please, senior, bestow your guidance upon us." "What?" Zhao Wujuan was taken aback, blinking in confusion. "But you have already passed. Haven't you?" "This matter is unrelated to the assessment. It is merely a personal request." Tang Sect spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujuan was momentarily stunned, then noticed Xiao Wu, who lay in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, and suddenly comprehended. He slapped his forehead in realization and directed a scolding at Dai Mubai. "For heaven's sake, little Bai, are the youth of today so precocious?" Zhao Wujuan himself was still single. "Teacher Zhao, such words should not be spoken lightly. How could I possibly know about such matters?" Under Zhao Wujuan's pointed inquiry, Dai Mubai, who usually prided himself on his charm, became unusually flustered, his gaze wandering, his speech faltering, almost instinctively denying it. "Humph." Zhao Wujuan, unaware of Dai Mubai's schemes, scoffed dismissively and turned his attention back to Tang Sect. Observing the coldness and determination on Tang Sect's face, Zhao Wujuan, in his fury, laughed bitterly, declaring, "Very well. I shall grant you your wish. Should you lack genuine ability, you may leave Shrek on your own." It was this very statement for which Tang Sect had been waiting. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, and countless hidden weapons surged forth from the moonlit night, soaring toward Zhao Wujuan like a dragon. The contrast between Tang Sect's and Yunzheng's battles could not be more pronounced. Yunzheng relied solely on brute strength to confront Zhao Wujuan, epitomizing sheer aggression, while Tang Sect employed a more cunning approach, his myriad concealed weapons appearing in rapid succession, complemented by his mastery of elusive techniques and other formidable skills. Though not as visually stunning as Yunzheng's display, it was equally heart-stopping. If one were to consider, Tang Sect could indeed instill greater fear than Yunzheng. After all, the thought of someone adept in hidden weapons and poisons is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Ultimately, the confrontation between Tang Sect and Zhao Wujuan yielded no significant change. Tang Sect unleashed the dragon whisker needle, catching Zhao Wujuan off guard and leaving him with a swollen head, truly a humiliating defeat. As Zhao Wujuan departed, Yunzheng bowed respectfully to his retreating figure, which Tang Sect and the others interpreted as a gesture of respect, prompting them to follow suit, including Dai Mubai and the approaching Oscar. A total of 8 individuals bowing deeply to Zhao Wujuan. Yet, in truth, only Yunzheng understood the true meaning behind his bow. Chapter 45. "Two old fathers, I implore you, I desire it all." As Yunzheng and his companions embarked on their academic journey, Flander, the dean, suddenly rose from his seat in the office, his eyes behind the lenses filled with a grave astonishment. Just moments ago, he had sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Terrifying and deeply concealed, far beyond the capabilities of Zhao Wujia or Xiao Xian. Flander realized that someone had infiltrated Shrek Academy, possessing formidable strength and malicious intentions. Taking a deep breath, Flander unfurled a pair of ebony wings from his back, vanishing in an instant. As the Dean of Shrek Academy, he felt compelled to uncover the identity of this lurking presence, regardless of whether they bore good or ill intentions, whether it was an inadvertent mistake or a deliberate act. He could not allow any harm to befall his cherished dream, Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain of Shrek Academy, Yunzheng, concealed within the forest, also sensed the fleeting yet potent aura of killing intent. His brow furrowed deeply as he summoned the surging soul power within him, revealing his form and calling out, "Might you not reveal yourself?" From that menacing aura, Yunzheng discerned more than just a threat. Most importantly, he recognized that the individual was also a titled Douluo. Continuing to remain hidden served no purpose, especially since his daughter and disciple were about to enter Shrek Academy. Yunzheng needed to ascertain who was observing the academy. This sudden surge of killing intent did not belong to Chun Xian or Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, indicating that yet another titled Douluo was fixated on this place. The hidden titled Douluo, upon hearing Yunzheng's voice, paused momentarily, seemingly surprised by the presence of a second titled Douluo. However, knowing he had been exposed, he approached openly, cloaked in a gray robe that enveloped his formidable frame. The weathered lines on his face bearing testament to the passage of time. None other than Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. Yunzheng recognized Tang Hao instantly, equally taken aback by his unexpected presence. After a few breaths, Yunzheng inhaled deeply, regarding Tang Hao with keen interest, and remarked, "I never anticipated that the Haotian Douluo, who vanished for 12 years, would appear here. I too did not expect the illustrious Thunder Prison Douluo to manifest in a humble mountain village," Tang Hao replied. His piercing gaze fixed on Yunzheng, the veins in his arms bulging beneath the gray robe, his soul power swelling, poised for action. Despite their seemingly amiable exchange, both men had become acutely aware of the latent danger. Any sign of discord could ignite a violent confrontation. In response to Tang Hao's inquiry, Yunzheng exhibited no desire for concealment, stating plainly, "There's no choice. A shameless individual is bullying my precious daughter and has even harmed my disciple and perhaps even my niece." This statement bore a curious duality. On the surface, it revealed his connection to Yunzheng and the others, yet it also served as a warning to Tang Hao. Yunzheng aimed to convey that regardless of Tang Hao's intentions, he should maintain his distance from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he, along with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would not hesitate to oppose him. Moreover, Tang Hao is currently a wanted man in the Spirit Hall, and Yunzheng possessed several cards that could threaten him. In adult discourse, such words carried significant weight. Tang Hao understood Yunzheng's implications, yet he was caught off guard when, after listening, Tang Hao paused briefly before relinquishing his simmering hostility, gravely stating, "Someone has harmed my son." "Your son?" Yunzheng's initial reaction was one of confusion, but he quickly grasped the implication, looking at Tang Hao with newfound understanding. Tang Hao. "So it is. It appears we have arrived here with similar intentions." Tang Hao neither confirmed nor denied this assertion. He did not request Yunzheng to conceal his whereabouts. Such an action was unnecessary, as astute individuals instinctively understood their roles. From Yunzheng's perspective, he would certainly not divulge Tang Hao's location to the Spirit Hall, as it would serve no beneficial purpose. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was already at odds with the Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a principle Yunzheng comprehended well. Moreover, with Tang San and Yunzheng likely to be classmates for several years, Yunzheng had no inclination to seek conflict with Tang Hao. For the sake of his daughter and disciple, both Tang Hao and Yunzheng grasped this unspoken understanding, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. However, upon discovering that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, a sly smile crept across Yunzheng's lips as he quipped, "I am curious about how His Majesty Haotian feels regarding the little rabbit by his legitimate heir's side." With that, the Haotian hammer, weighing over 1,000 pounds, crashed to the ground, sending tremors through the rear mountain of Shrek Academy and creating a seemingly bottomless pit, altering the very essence of Tang Hao's aura. The crimson light flared in Tang Hao's eyes, and a torrent of murderous intent surged forth, echoing like the wails of demons. as a palpable mist of sanguine fog enveloped the area. In that moment, Tang Hao appeared as a vengeful specter rising from the depths of hell, poised to strike. It was widely believed that Tang Hao had survived the trials of the City of Slaughter. It seemed the rumors held true. Yu Zhongbai's pupils constricted, a silent admiration forming in his heart. I can slay Qian Xuanji, thus I can also eliminate you. Tang Hao warned, his eyes gleaming with malice. Do not test my limits. Yu Zhongbai, crackling with arcane energy, met Tang Hao's fierce gaze. His own eyes transformed into brilliant silver lightning as he calmly replied, Relax. I harbor no bias against your family's choice in partners. However, you must understand that she is a soul beast of 100,000 years. If her presence poses a threat to my daughter or disciple, I shall not be so accommodating. Heroes do not speak of their past valor. You know well how you escaped the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, and I shall not reopen old wounds. But be aware, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has forged its place among the top 3 sects through bloodshed. Do not claim I did not forewarn you. With those words, both titled Douluos summoned their martial spirits. The majestic Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon soared forth from the tempest, unleashing a thunderous roar, while the Haotian hammer descended with immeasurable might. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, intertwining silver lightning with the crimson tide of murderous intent, cleaving the heavens as the entire rear mountain trembled. As if on the brink of collapse. In that moment, 18 soul rings hung suspended in the sky, with the brilliant crimson 10,000-year soul ring shining like a constellation amidst the firmament. Certainly, both individuals exhibited remarkable restraint, engaging only within their respective domains, without causing any disruption within Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's form remained concealed beneath his gray robe, obscuring his expression, while Yu Zhongbai felt a growing intensity in his heart. Ultimately, it had only been 3 years since Yu Zhongbai achieved the rank of title Douluo. Even with the nurturing benefits of his spirit rings, he had only reached level 93. In contrast, Tang Hao had already ascended to the ranks of Super Douluo. As fellow possessors of the continent's most esteemed martial spirits, should a confrontation ensue, it was evident that Yu Zhongbai would find himself at a disadvantage. However, Yu Zhongbai was not overly concerned. Even if he could not overpower Tang Hao, he could retreat. For he had the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and a substantial portion of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect backing him. Tang Hao would dare not let the Haotian sect learn of his whereabouts. Both Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao were proud individuals, locked in a stalemate where one would either have to concede or a fierce battle would erupt. Yet, fate did not grant them the opportunity to determine a victor. Just as they were about to make their moves, an unexpected figure burst onto the scene. Upon witnessing Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, particularly the 18 spirit rings adorning them, the figure was instantly taken aback and hurriedly clasped his fists, speaking with utmost caution. Flender pays his respects to both your excellencies. May I inquire what brings you to Shrek? If it is within my means, I shall offer my utmost assistance. Flender's abrupt appearance interrupted the burgeoning clash of energies between Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. The two exchanged a glance, mutually agreeing to retract their dissipating power and turn their attention to Flender. In that moment, Flender felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, akin to being struck by countless bolts of thunder, as a silver gaze and a crimson glare settled upon him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back, saturating his shirt in an instant. Flender had encountered but a handful of titled Douluos in his lifetime, and never had he faced 2 of them simultaneously, particularly one being a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the other a Haotian hammer, with one bearing a spirit ring of 100,000 years. Flender dared not draw a breath. While he had an inkling of Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao's identities, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Fortunately, neither Yu Zhongbai nor Tang Hao intended to intimidate Flender. Tang Hao, straightforward as ever, stated, The indomitable king has wronged my disciple, now that I am here. Do we have an issue? Yu Zhongbai added with a smirk, Zhao Wuji's actions against my daughter and harm towards my disciple. What do you think my purpose here is? Upon hearing this, Flender immediately comprehended the situation. To his dismay, he had initially thought that the greatest caution should be exercised towards Ning Rongrong among this cohort of students, only to realize that he was actually in the company of a cadre of young nobles. Even Zhu Zhuqing was of significant aristocracy within the Star Luo Empire. Your Excellencies, Old Zhao is merely fulfilling his duties, with no intention of oppression. Given your esteemed identities, do you not think it excessive to confront him 2 against 1? Flender, being a friend of Zhao Wuzhe and the one who had appointed him as an examiner, took a risk by pleading for Zhao Wuzhe in the presence of Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. 2 against 1? Tang Hao scoffed disdainfully. Isn't Zhao Wujia fond of taking on multiple opponents? Today, I shall grant him the opportunity to earn his renown. This statement encapsulated the situation. Defeating both Tang Hao and Yunzheng would undoubtedly catapult Zhao Wujia to fame, but the harsh truth remained. Zhao Wujia was simply not capable of such a feat. Yet, facing both Yunzheng and Tang Hao simultaneously would certainly be an unparalleled experience for him. With a resigned sigh, Flinder turned his gaze towards Yunzheng, hoping he might grant Zhao Wujia clemency. Observing Yunzheng's playful arch of an eyebrow, Flinder felt a sense of foreboding as he teased. Do you not prefer 2 against 1? Old Zhao is truly unworthy of the personal guidance from both your excellencies. Flinder chuckled awkwardly and nodded vigorously. Very well. Yunzheng laughed heartily. If 2 against 1 is undesirable, then let it be 2 against 2, Flinder. You shall join as well, lest outsiders accuse us of bullying the outnumbered. Flinder's smile faded instantly upon hearing this proposition. Chapter 46. Breakthrough. The first order of business after enrollment was, of course, the allocation of dormitories. Just as in the original story, Tang Sect shared a room with Oscar, while Yunzheng was left to room with Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun, being rather unconventional, typically did not spend the night in the academy dorms. However, even if he did, few would dare share a room with him. For one could never predict when he might succumb to his unpredictable fiery temperament. In retrospect, prior to Yunzheng and the others' enrollment, there had only been 3 students in the entire academy. Dai Mubai, being exceptionally strong, would not have been a match for Ma Hongjun if the latter's fire had truly spiraled out of control. On the other hand, Oscar, lacking any fighting prowess, would certainly be no competitor against Ma Hongjun, especially considering Oscar's striking looks. Thus, it could be surmised that Oscar's decision to maintain a bushy beard might have not merely stemmed from laziness in grooming. Of course, this was merely jest. If Ma Hongjun were to unleash his fiery chaos within Shrek Academy, the first to know would undoubtedly not be Dai Mubai or Oscar, but Flinder himself. Ma Hongjun was Flinder's most favored disciple, akin to the bond between Yunzheng and Yunzheng, a relationship closer than mere father and son. Flinder had invested a considerable amount of effort into Ma Hongjun, far exceeding that of any other student. Returning to the matter at hand, the presence of Yunzheng among the girls made it somewhat cramped for 4 individuals to share a single room, necessitating a similar arrangement to that of Yunzheng and his companions, with 2 students per room. Yunzheng, already acquainted with Ning Rongrong, naturally shared a room with her, while Zhu Zhiqing paired with Xiaowu. As the day drew to a close, exhaustion enveloped everyone, and after navigating the challenges of the 4th round, it was late. Following a hasty dinner, they each retreated to their respective rooms for rest. The most animated atmosphere was undoubtedly in the room shared by Ning Rongrong and Yunzheng, as the 2, being good friends, reveled in their long-awaited reunion, exchanging an endless stream of chatter. In contrast, the other rooms felt notably quieter. As it was their first meeting, no matter how adept one was at socializing, it was improbable to become familiar with one another immediately. It remained true that superficial connections often led to awkward encounters. After a brief exchange of greetings, Yunzheng and Dai Mubai retired to their respective beds. With no further conversation between them, Yunzheng, of course, was not seeking slumber. In a strict sense, he had not experienced sleep for nearly 6 years. Ever since the awakening of his martial soul, he had endeavored to replace sleep with cultivation. Initially, this transition was somewhat challenging. However, as he grew accustomed to it, he found a profound preference for cultivation. After all, burdened with an extraordinary martial soul, Yunzheng was not inherently endowed with abundant soul power. Thus, he could only rely on diligence to compensate for his shortcomings. It is noteworthy that upon reaching his 12th birthday, Grandfather Zhu presented him with the 4th version of the external skill Instant Step along with a nameless cultivation technique. Initially, Instant Step bore no title. Grandfather Zhu merely provided him with a method to cultivate a self-created soul skill and a technique for enhancing soul power. The name Instant Step was one that Yunzheng himself devised. As the name suggests, this soul skill enables rapid movement, akin to teleportation. Regrettably, due to the brevity of time since its acquisition, Yunzheng had yet to master it, and achieving a transcendent level of proficiency remained a distant aspiration. However, in comparison, the nameless technique proved to be of far greater assistance to Yunzheng. While Instant Step indeed possessed formidable effects, compensating for Yunzheng's most glaring deficiency in mobility, the nameless technique significantly accelerated his cultivation rate. Prior to this, Yunzheng lacked for nothing. He excelled in talent, strength, and resources, with the only notable shortcoming being his cultivation speed. Observing his progress, one could see that Yunzheng had attained the 29th level, standing just a hair's breadth from the pivotal 30th level, while Yunzheng lingered at a mere 27th level. It is important to note that during these 6 years, Yunzheng had been even more industrious than Yunzheng, and with the divine soul rings and external soul bones at his disposal, his slow cultivation rate was evident. This predicament was unavoidable. Grandfather Zhu had granted Yunzheng an extraordinary martial soul, but had not endowed him with the accompanying talent. An innate soul power of merely 8.5 levels rendered the cultivation of such an exceptional martial soul somewhat arduous. Yunzheng could only strive to prevent his cultivation from stagnating. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, over time, he would inevitably lag behind Yunzheng in her advancement. Perhaps in a few years, she would ascend to the realm of Soul Emperor, while he would still be struggling at the level of Soul King within the Soul Sect. Fortunately, the esteemed Lord Zhu did not disappoint Yunzheng. When he was 12 years old, he bestowed upon him a nameless cultivation technique. With this technique, coupled with the nurturing power of the bestowed soul ring, Yunzheng's pace of cultivation, while perhaps not comparable to that of innate soul powers like Xiao Wu and Tang Sect, would at least live up to the promise of his innate soul power level of 8.5. Yunzheng estimated that his cultivation speed was now comparable to that of Douluo Bai, a significant improvement from before. Unfortunately, whether it was the instant step or the nameless technique, Yunzheng only understood their application, lacking the comprehension to teach them in simpler terms. He could employ them but not impart their knowledge, despite his initial intention to instruct Yunzheng. Returning to the matter at hand, his battle with Zhao Wuji today yielded considerable gains, coupled with Yunzheng's own cultivation nearing the 28th level. He resolved to make a concerted effort to break through that threshold today. The process of breaking through was remarkably smooth, for Yunzheng's foundation was solid, making the breakthrough a natural progression. With a deep breath, he expelled a cloud of stagnant energy and, after circulating his breath, opened his eyes slowly. To his surprise, he found Douluo Bai, with his golden hair, staring intently at him, nearly pressing his face against Yunzheng's. Startled, he instinctively let out a shout. The sudden exclamation from Yunzheng startled Douluo Bai, causing him to shudder and realize his own indiscretion. He chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, took a few steps back, and finally remarked, "It's nothing. I merely noticed that you seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, and my curiosity was piqued. Do you know that just moments ago, I nearly slapped you across the face?" Yunzheng rolled his eyes and replied dryly, "What is so fascinating about a breakthrough? You've experienced it yourself." Upon hearing Yunzheng's words and recalling his earlier demeanor, Douluo Bai felt a sense of relief. After all, Yunzheng possessed strength capable of matching Zhao Wuji. Although Douluo Bai held confidence in himself, receiving a slap from Yunzheng would undoubtedly be painful. "I have indeed experienced breakthroughs, but witnessing one like yours is truly a first for me." Regaining his composure, Douluo Bai's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Yunzheng, earnestly stating, "Did you not notice? When you were cultivating just now, it felt as if you were isolated from everything around you, and the flow of your soul power was exceedingly rapid. If it weren't for your unchanged complexion, I would have thought you were succumbing to madness." The intensity of that sensation was especially pronounced during your breakthrough. Seeing that Douluo Bai appeared sincere, Yunzheng furrowed his brows. "Is that true? Would I deceive you?" Douluo Bai asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng narrowed his eyes, pondering the situation described by Douluo Bai. He was genuinely uncertain, as it was impossible for him to perceive his own appearance while cultivating. "Perhaps it was due to the nature of my cultivation technique?" Yunzheng could only respond vaguely. "I see." Upon hearing the term cultivation technique, Douluo Bai immediately fell silent. As a member of the Star Luo royal family, he understood many opportunities that existed among soul masters. Although cultivation techniques were rare on the Douluo Continent, nearly all soul masters who possessed one regarded their technique as a closely guarded secret, even more so than their own martial soul skills, for rarity begets value. To directly inquire about the specifics of someone's cultivation technique was not only exceedingly impolite in Douluo, but it could also lead to misunderstandings from others. Douluo Bai clearly wished to avoid any misinterpretation by Yunzheng, hence his silence. "By the way, what about the tail on your back during the day?" Douluo Bai, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired about Yunzheng's tail. "Are you referring to this?" Yunzheng responded, generously revealing his evil spirit bone tail, since it was already exposed. And knowing he would be sharing a dormitory with Douluo Bai for a considerable period, it was only a matter of time before Douluo Bai discovered it. Moreover, Yunzheng had no intention of concealing it. "Indeed, what exactly is this?" upon catching sight of the evil spirit bone tail. Dai Mubai's peculiar eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed for clarification. It's an external soul bone. Yunzheng shrugged, candidly admitting, although Dai Mubai had already suspected its nature. Hearing the confirmation from Yunzheng made him involuntarily gasp in surprise. After all, Dai Mubai was a prince of the Douluo Empire. And even if he were not particularly favored, he was well aware of what external soul bones entailed. Aren't you afraid I might become envious? Dai Mubai inhaled deeply, asking Yunzheng with a significant tone. He could not fathom whether Yunzheng was genuinely naive or simply trusted him, though Yunzheng appeared as an innocent youth. His demeanor during the day suggested he was far from a simpleton. Yet, why would he have faith in Dai Mubai, considering they had only just met? In response to Dai Mubai's inquiry, Yunzheng merely chuckled lightly and retorted, if you were to feel envy, then why inquire further? His confidence stemmed from two sources, his own self-assurance and the knowledge he had gleaned from the original work. Naturally, Dai Mubai had no inkling of Yunzheng's thoughts. Upon hearing Yunzheng's reply, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, but after a few breaths, he regained his composure and could only manage a wry smile, lamenting. There is a saying that teacher Zhao was not incorrect about. Sometimes being too clever truly makes it difficult to find friends. To this, Yunzheng simply responded with a non-committal laugh. Perhaps it was Yunzheng's trust in himself, or perhaps it was indeed a case of instant rapport. Dai Mubai still cautioned Yunzheng, you should be careful. External soul bones tend to attract calamity. Then let them come. Yunzheng did not take Dai Mubai's warning to heart, stretching leisurely and speaking with an air of nonchalance. He certainly understood the adage about bearing the burden of wealth, but the truth was, he had Yunzheng Bai backing him, an illustrious titan of the Thunder Prison. What was there to fear? As for those of lesser strength, Yunzheng considered it mere experience for himself. Those considerably stronger would have to weigh carefully whether they could withstand the wrath of the Thunder Prison Douluo before making a move against him. Chapter 47. Yunzheng's Quirk S1. Seeking all. PS2. Due to a significant portion of the next chapter being based on the original text, an additional chapter will be released today. Yunzheng responded with a lightness that stirred tumultuous waves within Dai Mubai's heart. In Yunzheng, Dai Mubai perceived a resolute confidence and composure that he had long since lost. He could not fathom the source of Yunzheng's self-assurance. He only realized that these qualities represented what he had once abandoned. Forced to flee to the Heaven Do Empire by Davis, Dai Mubai called it a strategic retreat to bide his time, but deep down, he recognized the truth. He was afraid, utterly demoralized by Davis, unable to lift his head in his presence, and thus departed from the Douluo Empire. Though their situations were not directly comparable, Dai Mubai was undeniably awed by Yunzheng's spirited demeanor. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, intending to express something, when suddenly, the vibrant voice of Yunzheng rang out from outside. Yunzheng, it's time to rise. The sun is already shining brightly. Upon hearing her, Yunzheng paused, glanced out the window, and upon witnessing the radiant sunlight, murmured, is it already this late? Realizing that Yunzheng was waiting for him outside, he called out hastily, coming. With that, he quickly tidied himself and rushed out. Yunzheng and Ning Rong awaited him outside, while Dai Mubai, watching Yunzheng's departing figure, pondered what choices Yunzheng might make if he were to assume Dai Mubai's former position. A clever individual seemingly capable of reading hearts. Outwardly indifferent, yet inwardly assertive, Dai Mubai found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he shouted, damn it, that glutton. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he dashed toward the cafeteria. As he passed by Yunzheng, he took a moment to advise. If you don't want to go hungry this morning, you'd best hurry to the cafeteria. Ning Rong and Yunzheng exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by Dai Mubai's abruptness, while Yunzheng remained unfazed, leisurely continuing his morning routine. 15 minutes later, the trio finally arrived at the cafeteria. They could have been quicker, but most of the time was spent with Yunzheng attending to his personal grooming. For heaven's sake, how many times must I say it? No one is allowed in the cafeteria before everyone has eaten. Why did you arrive so late? Before Yunzheng and the others could approach the dining hall, they were met with the furious shouts of Dai Mubai, accompanied by an unfamiliar yet audacious voice. At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shuqing also arrived, forming a group of 6, all of whom were bewildered by the commotion emanating from the dining hall. It was only upon entering that they grasped the situation. The breakfast prepared for them had already been devoured by a single individual, none other than Ma Hongjun. As Tang San and the others surveyed the chaotic scene, they couldn't help but marvel at the mess, realizing it was the work of one gluttonous soul. To the uninformed observer, it might have appeared as if a soul beast had invaded the academy. Such an insatiable appetite. This could be understood, however, as Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit had side effects that led to an insatiable hunger. His rigorous training resulted in a constant burning of energy, without adequate nourishment. Even a spirit as robust as the evil fire phoenix would leave him utterly drained. Yet, it must be noted that despite his voracious consumption, Ma Hongjun was remarkably efficient, leaving each white porcelain bowl impeccably clean, as if it had been polished to a shine. If one were not to be bothered by the thought, there would be no need for further washing. In that moment, Tang San and his companions couldn't help but reflect on the truth of Shrek Academy's reputation. Indeed, there was not a single ordinary individual among them. A 15-year-old dandy, a 14-year-old man with an absurdly mature demeanor, and a bottomless pit of a stomach. Initially, Tang San had assumed that Dai Mubai was the most eccentric of the group, but it seemed that before their enrollment, Dai Mubai might have been the most conventional among them. Yunzheng, having read the original work, was not at all surprised by Ma Hongjuan's ability to consume copiously. Rather, his gaze was predominantly fixed upon Ma Hongjuan himself. Yunzheng was filled with curiosity about this extraordinary individual who had transitioned from boyhood to manhood at the tender age of 6. It is worth noting that while he may have been given an unfortunate name, his nickname was indeed fitting. Ma Hongjun was undeniably rotund. What made this even more remarkable was the fact that Ma Hongjuan's corpulence was remarkably smooth and firm, with no hint of sagging. In Yunzheng's previous life, such a figure would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers, eager simply to pat this rare belly. It was said that the tactile sensation was delightful, and one need not fear being labeled a rogue. Yet, Yunzheng found it difficult to comprehend this fascination. To put it plainly, he had a penchant for legs. For him, black stockings and white tights were far more enticing, along with fishnet stockings and pantyhose. In the midst of his musings, Dai Mubai had already introduced Ma Hongjun to the group and was preparing to gather everyone, only to find Yunzheng still lost in thought. Furrowing his brow, he approached Yunzheng, waved a hand in front of him, and upon receiving no response, gave his shoulder a gentle pat. "Ah, what is the matter?" Startled by Dai Mubai's touch, Yunzheng snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth, relieved to find no drool present. Dai Mubai, suspecting nothing amiss, informed him, "Class is about to start. The first lesson is taught by the dean. We should hurry." "Oh right, let us go." Yunzheng nodded, still somewhat dazed, and turned to exit the cafeteria. Dai Mubai followed behind, observing Yunzheng's slightly awkward stride, recalling the earlier gesture of wiping his mouth, and presumed he was merely hungry. He added, "Don't worry. The first class usually lacks substantial content. Given the dean's temperament, he will likely just collect our tuition fees. If you're truly hungry, we can head to Suatua City afterward, where the rotund fellow will also prepare food." Yunzheng appeared perplexed by this sudden mention, yet seeing the goodwill in Dai Mubai's expression, he nodded, saying, "I understand. Thank you." Dai Mubai, satisfied with the response, nodded back and ran over to Zhu Zhuqing, eager to curry favor. Although Zhu Zhuqing currently treated him with indifference, Dai Mubai held firm in his belief that persistence, shamelessness, and the steadfast application of these principles would eventually win her heart. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's companion, Yuqinger, couldn't help but let out a soft huff of annoyance. While Dai Mubai was oblivious to Yunzheng's thoughts, Yuqinger was astutely aware of them. The ghostly tail behind Yunzheng was an unmistakable sign, swaying gently and appearing soft, clearly indicating the indecent thoughts occupying his mind. At that moment, Yunzheng approached Yuqinger. "You big pervert, put your tail away," she exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him. Taken aback by her admonition, Yunzheng turned to look at his ghostly tail, his face reddening. He coughed awkwardly, pretending nonchalance as he tucked the tail away, as if nothing had transpired. Yuqinger, noticing this, chose to maintain his dignity in front of others, shot him a mock glare, and warned playfully, "I'll settle the score with you later." She was not truly offended by Yunzheng's inappropriate thoughts, knowing well that she herself was not without fault. Her intention to confront him stemmed from her bewilderment over why he would entertain such peculiar ideas in a cafeteria setting. Coughing at that moment, Yunzheng refrained from arguing. The conversation between Yunzheng and Yuqinger left Ning Rongrong utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend what this couple was engaged in, and upon glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who, despite their mutual affection, continued to refer to one another as siblings, she felt a sense of being out of touch. As stated by Dai Mubai, The first class of the semester indeed had little substance. Flander merely instructed Yunzheng and the others to pay their tuition fees, announcing a gathering in the afternoon before promptly dismissing them. The class was so casually conducted that even Tang Sect found himself wanting to voice a complaint. However, before the dismissal, Flander did send Oscar to take Ning Rongrong for a few laps around the field. It was only at this moment that Yunzheng noticed Oscar had shaved off his beard. It must be said, Oscar truly deserved the title of the most handsome man in Douluo, with features so exquisite that they evoked no feelings of jealousy, even from Yunzheng. Particularly striking were his enchanting peach blossom eyes. A mere glance from them could rival the effects of a soul skill meant to charm. Nonetheless, Oscar's beauty was of little concern to Yunzheng. A man's attention should be directed towards women, and he found it rather trivial to ponder over another man's appearance. Moreover, as someone who had a penchant for legs, he was hardly focused on facial aesthetics, and even had a slight tendency towards face blindness. Returning to the matter at hand, after Yunzheng and Yuqing settled their tuition fees, they intended to venture into Suatua City in search of food. Although Ma Hongjun offered to prepare breakfast for everyone again, Yunzheng and Yuqing declined his generous offer. Their refusal was not due to a lack of trust in Ma Hongjun. After all, Dai Mubai's endorsement ensured Ma Hongjun's culinary skills were reliable, but simply a desire to avoid imposing on him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that to satisfy Yunzheng and Yuqing's appetites, Ma Hongjun would have to dedicate the entire morning to the task alone. Yunzheng and Yuqing, being practitioners of body refinement, possess an immense appetite. Even without engaging in training, each of them can consume a meal equivalent to that of 4 individuals. Together, they require sustenance for 8, excluding Ma Hongjun. The combined intake of the two surpasses that of the remaining few. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yunzheng and Yuqing set their course towards Suatua City. However, before they could exit the village, an unexpected figure caught their attention. Oh, Qingqing. Yunzheng, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong, who had just stealthily slipped away, appeared before them, her face illuminated with delight as she waved her hand and approached the duo. Upon witnessing this, Yunzheng's gaze darkened, as he evidently grasped Ning Rongrong's intentions. However, Yunzheng chose to remain silent. To speak candidly, he harbored no disdain for Ning Rongrong's princess complex. After all, she was indeed born to such a fate. As the direct descendant of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's leader, cherished by 2 formidable super Douluos, and the esteemed young master of her sect, her innate talents were unparalleled. In the vast realm of Douluo Continent, few could rival her status and position. Yet, despite this, her arrogance and capriciousness were unbecoming within the same team. In a collective, the essence of unity does not solely hinge on camaraderie, but rather on equality. Only under the premise of equality can true unity be achieved. Should one person exalt themselves above others, dismissing their teammates, harmony within the group is utterly unattainable. This would be acceptable in other teams, but they were sole masters, an occupation regarded as the noblest and most perilous on the Douluo Continent. The phrase dancing on the edge of a knife aptly describes their existence. Given Ning Rongrong's current mindset, she was evidently ill-equipped to integrate into the team. Dai Mubai and the others could not cater to her whims. She must be the one to adapt. Contemplating this, Yunzheng could not help but sigh. The events that were to unfold were inevitable for Ning Rongrong to confront, no matter how embarrassing they would be. To truly belong to Shrek Academy, she must evolve, which was also a desire held by her father, Ning Fengji. Nevertheless, as the old adage goes, better a short pain than a long one. It would be more prudent to face Flander's reprimands now rather than clash with her companions in the future. Yuqing and Ning Rongrong appeared oblivious to Yunzheng's thoughts. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yuqing momentarily froze before smiling gently and saying, "Shouldn't we be the ones asking you? Didn't the dean instruct you to run laps? What are you doing here?" "Humph, don't mention it." Ning Rongrong clearly wished to avoid the topic, wrinkling her nose as she grasped Yuqing's hand, eagerly exclaiming, "Are you all heading to Soto City? Perfect. I want to go too. Let's go together." That might not be appropriate." Yuqing hesitated, contemplating whether to decline. "Qingqing, are you going to reject me too?" Upon seeing Yuqing's indecisive expression, Ning Rongrong instantly donned a pitiful countenance, evoking sympathy that made it difficult for anyone to turn her down. Yuqing felt similarly, letting out a resigned sigh and replying, "All right then, but upon your return, you must make up the remaining laps. I can accompany you." Understood, understood. Ning Rongrong appeared oblivious to the seriousness of the matter. merely linking arms with Yunzheng and merrily racing toward the academy's exit. As they ran, she turned back to Yunzheng, sticking out her tongue playfully and grinning. Sorry, Yunzheng. This morning, you have no choice but to tolerate me as your third wheel. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng merely smiled faintly and refrained from further comment. By the time Yunzheng and his companions returned to the village, it was already afternoon. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's gaze towards Yunzheng and Yuqing'er was filled with a lingering sense of suspicion. She simply could not fathom how these two individuals managed to consume such an astonishing quantity of food. Were their stomachs somehow akin to soul-guiding devices? Moreover, how could they indulge without any apparent weight gain? Under Ning Rongrong's scrutinizing gaze, Yuqing'er bashfully nudged her, playfully chiding, "Oh dear. Rongrong, you've been staring the entire way. If you keep this up, I might just get upset. I'm just curious." Ning Rongrong replied with a coy smile, her words trailing off. "What is there to be curious about?" Yuqing'er retorted, rolling her eyes before adding, "And don't forget, you still owe the dean several laps." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression fell, her fair face flushed with reluctance. "I fear it may be too late." At that moment, Yunzheng's indifferent voice rang out ahead. At his words, Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong instinctively turned to look in his direction. Yunzheng chuckled lightly and stepped aside, revealing that Dai Mubai and the others had already gathered. Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong exchanged embarrassed glances and steeled themselves to approach the group. Dai Mubai and the others acknowledged Yunzheng with nods, while Flender merely cast a fleeting glance their way. Simultaneously, Oscar rushed over from outside the village, appearing utterly exhausted. Drenched in sweat, a stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Ning Rongrong beside Yuqing'er. "Oscar, have you completed your laps?" Flender inquired with a neutral tone, his gaze sharpening upon the newly arrived Oscar. Oscar, taken aback by the question, instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong, gritted his teeth, lowered his head slightly, and replied firmly, "Yes. I have completed them. I was asking about your group, not just you." Flender, seemingly anticipating Oscar's response, placed a hand on his shoulder and, after sealing Oscar's soul power, reiterated the question, "I shall ask you once more, has your group finished their laps?" This time, Flender's tone had evidently shifted, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to straighten up and instinctively hold their breath. Oscar, not lacking in intelligence, discerned Flender's underlying intent. Nevertheless, he stubbornly asserted, "Yes. We have completed our laps." "Such commendable team spirit," Flender remarked, an enigmatic smile tugging at his lips as he patted Oscar's shoulder, his voice turning cold. "Regardless, a lie is a lie, especially a clumsy one at that. I have sealed your soul power. You are to run another 20 laps, and you shall not rest until they are completed." Oscar, unperturbed by Flender's reprimand, merely glanced at Ning Rongrong without uttering a word before sprinting away. Flender then redirected his attention to Ning Rongrong, inquiring coolly, "Tell me, have you completed today's assignments?" In response to Flender's interrogation, Ning Rongrong skillfully adopted a timid demeanor, replying meekly, "The distance was too great, and I hadn't tea at breakfast, so I couldn't persevere." "So you chose to accompany Yunzheng and Yuqing'er to feast in Soto City, only returning just now, correct?" Flender's expression hardened as he confronted Ning Rongrong, his voice rising in volume. "Are you spying on me?" Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed as anger surged within her, shedding her pretense and retorting sharply, "I am merely fulfilling my duties as an instructor, ensuring that my students complete their assignments." Flender narrowed his eyes, an invisible pressure descending upon them, leaving Ma Hongjun beside him utterly silent, fearful of incurring Flender's wrath. For Ma Hongjun, Flender was akin to a father figure, and in the face of such anger, a son knows better than to interject. "Dean, Rongrong did not mean any harm. She assured me that she would make up the remaining laps." At that moment, Yuqing'er, unable to bear the tension any longer, interjected nervously, "If the dean intends to punish her, I am willing to take her place." "Silence!" Flender's voice thundered at Yuqing'er, unleashing a fraction of his soul sage-level pressure. Yuqing'er felt her body freeze, a chilling awareness creeping over her, as if a pair of piercing eyes were scrutinizing her. Flender was about to say something to Yuqing'er when he suddenly noticed Yunzheng's gaze behind her. From the look in Yunzheng's eyes, Flender was certain that this young man understood his intentions and likely approved of his approach. However, Yunzheng was known for his unyielding nature. Flender vividly remembered the words spoken by Yunzheng to Zhao Wujin the previous day regarding the principle of observing outcomes without inquiring about causes. Flender was not apprehensive of Yunzheng, but Zhao Wujin had yet to rise. With this thought, Flinder merely shot a glare at Yunzheng and chose to remain silent. Observing this exchange, Yunzheng comprehended Flinder's intent and subtly nodded in agreement, pulling Yunzheng back to his side. Chapter 49. A Heart Like a Mirror, Yunzheng. Indeed, an additional update has been made. I shall continue to add even without the official release. After Yunzheng pulled Yunzheng back, Flander turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, snorting coldly, and said, Oscar's fault was in making excuses for you, which is somewhat understandable, but your unilateral departure from the academy and disregard for its arrangements is inexcusable. Exaggeration. Ning Rongrong screamed. Undeterred by the powerful aura of the soul saint emanating from Flander, it is merely an academy. Indeed, this is Shrek Academy. If you dislike it, you are free to leave. Prior to this, Flander may have exhibited a hint of intentionality in his demeanor, but when Ning Rongrong belittled Shrek Academy, Flander was genuinely enraged. His voice became subdued, and a flicker of barely contained fury danced in his eyes, as if it were on the brink of eruption. Do you dare to expel me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising sharply. Humph. Flander squinted, not responding to Ning Rongrong, but rather turned to Dai Mubai and commanded, Mubai, pack up Miss Ning's belongings. Flander's actions provided a clear answer. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. On one hand, he felt compelled to obey his master's order. Yet on the other, he believed Flander would not act so ruthlessly. However, the fury on Flander's face appeared genuine, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of indecision, caught between compliance and resistance. If he truly went to pack her belongings, it would indeed leave Ning Rongrong with no opportunity to remain. Fortunately, just as Dai Mubai was wrestling with his thoughts, Yunzheng suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye, Dai Mubai saw Yunzheng shake his head. In an instant, Dai Mubai understood and respectfully acknowledged Flander's command, though he remained motionless. Flander, you are merely a soul saint. Ning Rongrong bit her lip tightly and let out a fierce scream. Do you believe I cannot summon people to dismantle your academy? Indeed, I am a soul saint. Flander looked down at Ning Rongrong, then spoke with a hint of mockery. But in my eyes, every student in this academy surpasses you in excellence. I am the sole legitimate heir of the Seven Treasure Tang Sect, the future Vice Sect Master, a genius who broke through level 20 before the age of 12. A once-in-a-century prodigy of the sect. Do you dare to look down upon me? Ning Rongrong's expression twisted in defiance as she shouted. Humph. Flander scoffed, pointing at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, a 37-level assault Soul King at the age of 15, who broke through the Soul King realm at 13. He is the youngest student in the history of this academy to break through level 30. As he spoke, Flander pointed out the others. Xiaowu and Tang San were both 29-level Great Soul Masters, fully capable of breaking the record left by Mubai. Yunzheng was also a 29-level Great Soul Master, proficient in body cultivation techniques. Ma Hongjun, despite his martial soul's shortcomings, possessed an extraordinary top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls, there were no more than a handful in the entire continent who could surpass him. Yunzheng, at the level of a Great Soul Master, had clashed with Zhao Wujie, and with a solidified soul power. He was not only of a higher cultivation level, but also possessed a 1,000-year level first soul ring. His single push could unleash a force of immense weight. After mentioning these individuals, Flander turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, What is your purpose in coming to the academy? To become stronger. Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly, her gaze firm. Upon hearing this response, Flander nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Ning Rongrong, delivering his words without mercy. Zhu Zhuqing shares a similar level of cultivation with you, yet she possesses a steadfast and determined heart, while you do not. As for Oscar, at the mention of Oscar, a clear pride surfaced on Flander's face, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery as he challenged Ning Rongrong. Have you ever seen a food-type support soul master with innate full soul power? Impossible. Ning Rongrong instinctively retorted. How could a support-type soul master possess innate full soul power? Not only Ning Rongrong but also Tang San and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Oscar is unprecedented. His achievements are limitless. If you are the future strongest of the Seven Treasure Tang Sect, then he will replace the sect and become the most powerful support soul master on the continent. Flander, aware of the dangers of excess, tempered his words slightly, gazing up at the distant drifting clouds as he spoke. After a few breaths, once Ning Rongrong began to accept this reality, Flander looked back at her. This time, he did not express anger or scold her. Rather, he adopted a tone of earnest guidance. A support soul master without the protection of partners is merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even your father would not dare to claim supremacy over the world, let alone you, a mere child. Upon hearing Flander's words, Ning Rongrong's emotional defenses crumbled completely. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she ran away without looking back. Seeing this, Yunzheng felt compelled to chase after and comfort Ning Rongrong. But Ning Rongrong's earlier behavior was so incongruous with her memories that she was at a loss for how to face her. Flander, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. With his dark wings unfurled, he took to the air, intending to inform Oscar that he need not run and to first comfort Ning Rongrong. Before departing, Flander cast a deep look at Yunzheng. Were it not for Yunzheng's cooperation, Flander feared today's situation would have turned disastrous. After Flander and Ning Rongrong left, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Wu muttered in disappointment, "I didn't expect Rongrong to be so fierce." "Yunzheng, why did you stop me just now?" Dai Mubai finally inquired, seeking clarity on his confusion. Yunzheng cast a displeased glance at Dai Mubai and remarked, "You are truly a simpleton. If the dean truly intended to expel Miss Ning, he would not need to waste so many words. He could simply dismiss her, couldn't he? Are you suggesting that the dean does not wish to send Ning Rongrong away?" Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. "Is there any other possibility?" Yunzheng shrugged, asserting with an air of certainty. Ma Hongjun, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, displayed a look of dismay on his round face and could not refrain from exclaiming, "Then what are we to do? If it is indeed that troublesome woman, what if she turns her ire towards me next time? Will the dean not flay my skin off?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's lament, the others were at a loss for a response and could only offer awkward chuckles. "Fear not. What do you believe the dean was doing just now? He was merely correcting Miss Ning." Yunzheng interjected once more. First, he intentionally provoked her. Then he exaggerated the situation, ultimately shattering her pride, only to rebuild the bonds of friendship in her heart once she was vulnerable. His skill is truly astonishing. It appears the dean has engaged in such tactics before. Will Rongrong truly change? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression one of astonishment and confusion. "Most likely. At least Miss Ning is certainly unwilling to depart from the academy without a fight." Yunzheng spoke confidently, as if he held all the answers. Yunzheng gazed at Yunzheng, her heart swelling with emotion. She understood him well. He was not one to speak excessively, yet here he was, tirelessly elucidating matters for Dai Mubai and the others, all to salvage some semblance of Ning Rongrong's reputation among them. After all, should Ning Rongrong sever ties with the group, it would render Yunzheng, as her friend, in a rather difficult position. Actually, Rongrong was not always like this. With this thought, Yunzheng stepped forward to defend Ning Rongrong. People can change, can't they? Ma Hongjun, unaware of the bond between Yunzheng and Ning Rongrong, blurted out without a second thought. This left Yunzheng at a loss. She wished to clarify Ning Rongrong's situation, but unfortunately, she was not eloquent and, in her moment of anxiety, found herself at a loss for words, seeking assistance from Yunzheng with a pleading look. Sighing under Yunzheng's imploring gaze, Yunzheng had no choice but to respond again. "It is not quite fair to say so. Miss Ning merely exhibits a bit of the temperament of a young lady." Yunzheng's statement was evidently unconvincing to the crowd, even causing Tang Sect's gaze to take on an unusual quality. After all, the image of Ning Rongrong screaming while pointing her finger at Flinder was truly unforgettable. Yunzheng was well aware of this and continued. "The combination of a privileged family background, the boundless tolerance and indulgence of elders, along with innate talent, allows for achievements that seem unattainable to others to become readily accessible before Miss Ning. In such circumstances, it is quite understandable that a sense of arrogance may arise. Furthermore, Miss Ning is also a pitiable individual." Pitiable. As soon as Yunzheng uttered these words, those around him widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at him as if they could hardly fathom that he too could speak such nonsense. If Ning Rongrong were indeed a pitiable person, would that not imply that the world is left only with the crippled and the beggars? Yunzheng chuckled softly, explaining with a measured tone, "In terms of identity, status, and wealth, Miss Ning is indeed a rarity in this world. However, it is precisely for this reason that she has borne a heavy burden since her birth. The interests of her sect, the expectations of her elders, the fierce competition for power, and so on. To put it plainly, given Miss Ning's background, it is highly probable that her future husband will not be someone she can choose for herself. Just imagine. The person you end up with is not the one you love." Upon hearing these words, everyone present, except for Ma Hongjun, froze in place. Yunzheng then delivered his concluding remarks. To be fair, if I were Miss Ning, I would be even more excessive. At this moment, Xiao Wu and the others could no longer contain their nods, as if they were beginning to understand Ning Rongrong. Yu Qing'er also smiled sweetly, delightedly planting a kiss on Yunzheng's forehead. Yunzheng, why do I feel as if you know everything? Dai Bai, recalling Yunzheng's previous displays of insight, could not help but make a remark in light of Yunzheng's current words, which were as clear as a mirror. Indeed, it's as if he possesses a telepathic connection. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "What telepathy is there? It is merely a matter of observing and discerning from an objective standpoint." This statement was not mere banter. Yunzheng's clarity of mind and his composed judgment of the unfolding events stemmed from two key factors. Firstly, he had perused the original work and possessed a thorough understanding of the characters' personalities. Secondly, his finely honed ability to read expressions and intentions since childhood had indeed proved beneficial to him. How terrifying that is nevertheless. Even so, Ma Hongjun, still feeling a twinge of trepidation, retreated behind Dai Bai, muttering quietly, "It feels as if you know the color of my underpants today. Even if I possess such telepathy, I would have no interest in your undergarments." Yunzheng retorted with a wry smile, his eyes twitching in exasperation. Chapter 50, The Great Soul Arena Today. As I perused the comments, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of individuals you all are, growing to 1 meter at merely 11 or 12 years of age. After all, he is a sensitive attack-type soul saint. Flanders soon returned. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Dai Bai and the others had shed their previous shyness. A glance at the crowd surrounding Yunzheng revealed everything to him, prompting a knowing smile as he recalled Zhao Wuji's assessment. This lad is too clever to make friends. Having already explained everything, Flanders felt no need to elaborate further. He simply stated, "Today's lesson will not take place at the academy. We shall convene in Soto City in 1 hour." Upon hearing the mention of Soto City, Dai Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their eyes widening with realization. They were about to voice their thoughts when they noticed that Flanders had already taken flight. Sighing, Dai Bai glanced back at Yunzheng and the others, his eyes betraying a hint of pity. "What's wrong?" Tang Sect inquired, noticing Dai Bai's sigh and driven by curiosity. "The dean is ruthless." Dai Bai was about to elaborate when Ma Hongjun abruptly interrupted him. "Wait a moment," he exclaimed, covering Dai Bai's mouth with his hand, squinting his already small eyes in a feigned deep contemplation as he directed his gaze at Yunzheng. "I refuse to believe you truly know everything, unless you tell me right now why the dean summoned us to Soto City." At this declaration, Dai Bai and Xiao Wu turned their attention to Yunzheng with great interest, and even the usually aloof Zhu Shiqing cast a curious gaze his way. Only Tang Sect offered a wry smile, expressing an apologetic glance towards Yunzheng for Xiao Wu's indiscretion. Yunzheng, initially reluctant to elaborate, found himself compelled to respond upon noticing the eager gaze of Yu Qing'er beside him. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "The simplest form of logical reasoning dictates that since we are attending a class, it certainly cannot revolve around mere indulgence in food and leisure. Given that we must venture to Soto City, it follows that it must pertain to something not available within the academy, and it should be related to the cultivation of soul masters. If all goes as anticipated, it is likely to be the Soto City Soul Arena." Goodness, Yunzheng, you would have made a splendid detective. As soon as Yunzheng finished speaking, he heard Ma Hongjun and Dai Bai exclaim in unison, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and skepticism as they gazed at him. From their reactions, the crowd deduced the answer, staring at Yunzheng in disbelief. Tang Sect steadied his mind and inquired of Dai Bai, "So, the dean truly intends for us to go to the Soul Arena in Soto City?" "It seems so." Dai Bai nodded affirmatively, explaining, "The dean has always adhered to the principle of quality over quantity, and the academy implements elite education. Thus, our educational methods differ significantly from those of other institutions. Participating in battles at the Soul Arena is merely a fundamental aspect of our curriculum." He continued, "I just didn't expect the dean to arrange such a practical course for you on the very first day. Is there a difference?" Tang Sect, unfamiliar with the Soul Arena, couldn't help but ask further. Patiently, Dai Bai elaborated on everything from the rules of the arena to the academy's expectations, detailing the challenges of advancing in soul emblems and sharing stories of his own past misfortunes, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Yunzheng observed keenly. Realizing that Dai Bai was not merely explaining things to Tang Sect, He was subtly cautioning Zhu Xing to be vigilant. The others were merely incidental to the conversation. Yunzheng, are you truly that clever? At that moment, Yunzheng, completely oblivious to Dai Mubai's words, nestled against Yunzheng, poking his cheek with a hint of skepticism. Yunzheng initially failed to grasp her meaning, but after a moment, he shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, "Do you think I am foolish?" A bit. To his surprise, Yunzheng nodded earnestly, stating, "You can't even manage your own tail." Yunzheng had been prepared to feign anger, but her remark extinguished his confidence. He scratched his head awkwardly, mustering the courage to reply, "That was an accident. Alas, you weren't so astute before, were you? Why does it seem that since arriving at Shrek, you know everything?" Yunzheng, not dwelling on his response, leaned in closer, murmuring dreamily, "Because I've read the original work." Yunzheng silently chuckled to himself, inwardly lamenting. Yunzheng remained silent, and Yunzheng merely mentioned it casually, not requiring a response from him. Inhaling the scent emanating from Yunzheng, Yunzheng appeared to be lost in it, remaining silent for a considerable time. "May I take Rong Rong with me to Suatua City?" After a prolonged pause, Yunzheng finally whispered in Yunzheng's ear, her voice imbued with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, as if she feared a rejection from him. Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback by her words. After casting a surprised glance at Yunzheng, he quickly comprehended her intent. Yunzheng wished for Ning Rongrong to integrate swiftly into the group, facilitating a warmer acceptance from everyone. After all, Dai Mubai and the others had just begun to empathize with Ning Rongrong due to Yunzheng's remarks. Indeed, this was the most opportune moment. Yunzheng, of course, would not refuse, for humans are inherently social creatures, and he genuinely wished for Ning Rongrong to integrate seamlessly into their group. The delay caused by searching for Ning Rongrong and Oscar consumed some time, yet they still had a generous hour at their disposal, with Oscar providing his sausages and Ning Rongrong offering her amplifying support. They proceeded at a pace even swifter than Flinder had anticipated. Initially, Ning Rongrong was somewhat hesitant to lower her pride, but witnessing the clumsy yet steadfast support from Yunzheng, coupled with Yunzheng's subtle encouragement, she ultimately took action. Yunzheng's defense of Ning Rongrong prevented the group from ostracizing her, even if they could not immediately forget past grievances. Upon arriving before Flinder, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He had expected Oscar and Ning Rongrong to be absent, yet here they were, seemingly in harmony. Flinder could discern, however, that Ning Rongrong had only managed to join through Yunzheng's insistence. Without her, Ning Rongrong would still feel quite awkward. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement. As an educator, Flinder possessed ample patience to guide his students. "Dean, it hardly seems necessary to be so serious on the first day of class." When Dai Mubai learned that Flinder genuinely intended for Yunzheng and the others to battle at the Grand Soul Arena, he chuckled nervously, protesting weakly. Flinder merely cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and responded with a hint of solemnity, "Monsters must train as monsters do." Besides, he surveyed the room and continued, "As I previously mentioned, you are the most exceptional cohort in the history of Shrek Academy. Surely you do not wish to be confined to monotonous textbooks?" No sooner had Flinder finished speaking than Xiao Wu and Yunzheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were not merely dissatisfied. They had no intention of engaging with the so-called books at all. Flinder's words struck a chord with them. Yunzheng was a princess of academic struggles, and had it not been for Yunzheng's tutoring and the leniency of their instructors, her exam results over the past 6 years would have been dismal. Xiao Wu's situation was even more outrageous. While Yunzheng struggled with her studies, Xiao Wu had not studied at all. For her, gnawing on books was far less appealing than gnawing on carrots. With Tang Sect, the encyclopedia of soul masters, by her side, she felt no need to learn anything. Observing the excitement of Xiao Wu and Yunzheng, Tang Sect and Yunzheng exchanged knowing sighs, resting their heads in their hands with wry smiles. However, Dai Mubai remained somewhat uneasy. Before he could voice his concerns, Flinder interrupted, "Enough. Xiaobai, you should focus on your own worries." Yunzheng and the others were all high-ranking soul masters above level 25. Achieving victory at the Grand Soul Arena would not pose a challenge for them. Conversely, you, who have been lingering around the Grand Arena for 2 to 3 years, have only managed 3 victories thus far. Do you truly wish to graduate or not? At this, Dai Mubai wilted and nodded despondently. The student understands. It was hardly Dai Mubai's fault. The burden left from 2 years prior was indeed substantial. Having broken through to Soul Master at the age of 13, Dai Mubai had been nearly invincible before his promotion. Yet, This breakthrough had diminished his prowess, as Flinder had strictly prohibited cowardly behavior, compelling the freshly promoted Dai Mubai to compete at the Grand Arena. At that time, Dai Mubai, barely at level 30, faced opponents of level 37 and 38. Seasoned veterans in the arena, from whom he scarcely emerged victorious. During that period, his confidence was nearly shattered. Having persuaded Dai Mubai, Flinder departed swiftly. He would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. In the Soto City Grand Arena, Yunzheng and Tang Sect were fresh faces, and others would certainly be unaware of their true battle capabilities, but Flinder was well aware. He intended to stake all his assets on the two of them. Flinder had no doubt that amidst the high-ranking soul masters in the Soto City Grand Arena, no one could rival Tang Sect and Yunzheng. This venture was a sure win. Chapter 51. Do you understand? Flinder left in haste, and though Tang Sect seemed to have further inquiries, Flinder had already vanished. Tang Sect appeared bewildered, while Dai Mubai and the other senior students exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Flinder's character. Ma Hongjuan's eyes darted around, calculating whether he should seize the chance to make some money. It was a dire situation. Despite not being greedy, Ma Hongjuan was indeed in need of funds. The Spirit Hall provided 10 gold spirit coins to the high-ranking soul masters each month. Logically, even with Ma Hongjuan's hearty appetite, it should suffice. However, he had other unmentionable extravagant expenses. As a principal benefactor, Ma Hongjuan maintained his limits. While dining for free was acceptable, indulging in illicit pleasures was not. Reflecting on this, Ma Hongjuan nodded in agreement, noticing no one was paying attention to him, and quietly slipped away from the group. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already dragged Tang Sect to sign up for the doubles competition. Dai Mubai seemed intent on teaming up with Zhu Zhuqing, but alas, as a soul master, he was at a disadvantage against her, a high-ranking soul master. He had no choice but to register for the singles competition alone. Yu Qing'er, wishing to support Ning Rongrong, paired up with her, casting an apologetic glance towards Yunzheng in the process. Yunzheng held no objections to the situation, after all. Since they had already brought the person along, it would be unreasonable to let her sit idle. However, given that Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master, engaging in individual combat was out of the question, and her participation in a doubles match was inevitable. From the current circumstances, the only ones who could partner with Ning Rongrong in a doubles match were either Yu Qing'er or Yunzheng, as it was necessary to accommodate her needs. Once Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong departed, only Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yunzheng remained in place. Zhu Zhuqing, as always, maintained her aloof demeanor and walked away alone. Damn, where's that fatso? Oscar exclaimed, feeling somewhat awkward as he searched for Ma Hongjuan's presence, grumbling under his breath. For him, the familiarity he shared with Ma Hongjuan was far greater than with Yunzheng, and the pressure in Yunzheng's presence was overwhelming. Can't find Ma Hongjuan? How about we team up? Yunzheng approached and extended the invitation. Upon hearing Yunzheng's voice, Oscar visibly tensed, turning stiffly to respond. Let's forget that idea. You go ahead and enjoy the individual matches. I'll wait for that fatso. Oscar's apparent distance from Yunzheng stemmed less from intentional avoidance and more from trepidation. He was a talented individual, yet he understood there was a disparity between himself and Yunzheng. After all, Yunzheng, at merely 12 years old, had the audacity to confront Zhao Wujing, exhibiting a talent that surpassed his own. Although Oscar was unaware of Yu Zhengbai's identity, he could sense that Yunzheng's background was extraordinary. After all, how could someone who could share laughter with Ning Rongrong possess an ordinary status? In the presence of Yunzheng, the only asset Oscar felt he could boast was his appearance. This sense of distance made him feel constrained in front of Yunzheng, and he preferred to seek out Ma Hongjuan, where they shared a mutual understanding, both being underdogs, sparing him from feelings of inadequacy. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng did not press the matter further, but nodded and made his way to the individual arena. Oscar's reaction was precisely what Yunzheng had anticipated. After all, they had only known each other for a single day, and their familiarity was minimal. It was hardly plausible for them to bond instantly. Moreover, the awkwardness radiating from Oscar was palpable, and there was no need for Yunzheng to impose undue pressure on him. The registration process was quite straightforward. One merely needed to provide their name and submit a gold soul coin to obtain an iron soul badge in the Grand Soul Arena. However, due to the considerable number of participants registering for the individual matches, Yunzheng found himself waiting for a while. Out of sheer boredom, he sought out Dai Mubai, who was similarly at leisure. Dai Mubai had just come down from the Soul Master Arena, and in comparison to the Great Soul Master Arena, The battles in the Soul Master category were far more exhilarating, with fewer registrants since those who had achieved the rank of Soul Master rarely sought the limelight in the arena. Accompanying Dai Mubai was Oscar. After a brief exchange of greetings among the three, they settled down, while others busied themselves preparing for the matches, with the exception of the absent Ma Hongjun. The trio found themselves in a rare moment of leisure. What do three men do when gathered together? Watch battles? How pedestrian. Naturally, they discussed women, with Zhu Zhuqing absent. Dai Mubai felt no need to feign innocence, and he and Oscar unabashedly critiqued the young ladies in the arena, though their banter might seem a tad vulgar. It was one of life's simple pleasures, akin to how groups of girls would gather to discuss which young man was more captivating. It was all in good fun, an exchange of playful jests that helped pass the time. In contrast, Yunzheng found it challenging to interject, as they were still strangers to one another. Dai Mubai and Oscar were unaware of Yunzheng's true character, and his demeanor, marked by a calm maturity that belied his youth, often led them to subconsciously steer clear of him during their discussions. Look, that girl is stunningly voluptuous. I swear her head is bigger than mine, exclaimed Dai Mubai, nudging Oscar with excitement. However, Oscar ignored him entirely and shot a disdainful glance in his direction, retorting, Dai, how many years has it been, and you still think like this? Besides her figure, do you not care about appearance at all? Look at the girl across from us. She embodies beauty, though she can't quite compare to Ning. You can see her from over there? Dai Mubai exclaimed incredulously. You have quite the keen eye. At this, Dai Mubai could only roll his eyes, huffing in defiance. What use is a pretty face if the body is lacking? Get lost, you die-hard body worshipper. Get lost, you die-hard face worshipper. Ugh. At this moment, Yunzheng could no longer contain himself, clicking his tongue lightly and murmuring, Do you not understand? She looks like a toilet. What? Yunzheng's voice was not loud, yet Dai Mubai and Oscar still heard him. Their expressions stiffened, as they initially believed they had offended this serious individual. They exchanged awkward smiles, ready to explain, when Yunzheng spoke again. The true beauty lies right before our eyes. Failing to appreciate it while gazing at the vulgar is nothing short of wasteful. What beauty? Dai Mubai and Oscar were taken aback, clearly perplexed by Yunzheng's definition of beauty. A cold chuckle escaped Yunzheng's lips as his gaze drifted to the air above the battle arena, landing on the legs of the host. Delicate, straight, smooth, and exquisite, as refined as jade, as pristine as silver corn. As he spoke, Yunzheng abruptly turned to Dai Mubai and Oscar, extending his thumb while narrowing his eyes, declaring with righteous fervor, This is the profound essence of our generation. Initially, Dai Mubai and Oscar were bewildered, but upon following Yunzheng's previous gaze, realization dawned upon them. No way. Kindred spirits, Oscar exclaimed, seemingly surprised that the seemingly innocent Yunzheng possessed his own aesthetic sensibilities. Bah! Hearing Oscar's remark, Yunzheng scoffed, retorting with disdain, I am not of the same ilk as you. I have transcended your base interests. The obsession with ferocity and beauty is heretical. Yunzheng, of the same ilk, is not exactly a compliment, Oscar remarked awkwardly, chuckling nervously. I am aware. Yunzheng nodded confidently, adding, I never claimed we were good people. At a loss for words, Oscar was momentarily speechless. To be frank, among the three present, each was a serious individual, and none could be deemed virtuous. After all, no woman had ever declared to them, You are a good person. Haha. At that moment, Dai Mubai burst into laughter, draping his arm around Yunzheng's shoulder and chuckling. Yunzheng, I thought you were a blockhead, yet you turned out to be quite perceptive. The desires of flesh and nature. What man is not drawn to beauty? Yunzheng shot Dai Mubai a glance, responding matter-of-factly, well said. However, I still believe that the obsession with ferocity is the ultimate truth. Nonsense. The majority of people are captivated by beauty. You are the true outliers. Yunzheng calmly brushed aside the strands of hair falling on his forehead and flamboyantly declared, Leg's lover, forever a deity. What deity forever? Just as the three were embroiled in an animated debate, Yuqinger and Ning Rongrong unexpectedly appeared behind them. Noticing the lively exchange, Yuqinger curiously inquired, What deity forever? Immersed in their discussion, Yunzheng and his companions had failed to notice the girl's approach until Yuqinger spoke, startling them. Yunzheng was so taken aback that his evil spirit tale nearly revealed itself. The topic they were discussing was strictly for the camaraderie of brothers. It was absolutely not to be shared with girls. Not only Yunzheng, but Oscar also instinctively tensed at Ning Rongrong's arrival. However, he soon realized he had no right to feel anxious, leading to a sudden loss of interest. He forced a hollow laugh, appearing despondent. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, had no reservations. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was absent, and neither Ning Rongrong nor Yu Qing'er was her roommate, so he felt fearless. Dai Mubai cast a teasing glance at Yunzheng and nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, it's nothing much, just that Yunzheng just said," before he could finish. Yunzheng swiftly covered his mouth. In a place unseen by Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, Yunzheng fixed Dai Mubai with a threatening gaze and whispered fiercely in his ear, "We are in this together. If worst comes to worst, I'll take a beating. But you shall never approach Miss Zhu. The choice is yours." Gulp. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and nodded rapidly. "What are you doing?" Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, noticing the commotion, approached with heightened curiosity. "Nothing." Dai Mubai and Yunzheng exclaimed in unison, as though they had rehearsed it. However, observing their poorly concealed demeanor, Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she questioned, "If it's nothing, then why were you two hugging?" At this revelation, everyone present fell silent. Dai Mubai and Yunzheng exchanged glances, and a wave of nausea washed over them. They instinctively shoved each other away while muttering, "Get lost." After a brief bout of playful banter, Zhu Zhuqing returned, perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Yunzheng. She had not encountered Tang Sect this time, and had instead secured her first victory in the Soul Arena of Suodo City. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu had yet to return, seemingly planning to finish their team battle before engaging in individual matches. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Dai Mubai straightened himself, adopting a dignified posture, resembling a refined gentleman, provoking disdainful looks from Yunzheng and Oscar. "So, Yunzheng, what were you three discussing?" Initially, Yunzheng thought he had successfully brushed off the earlier matter, but Yu Qing'er showed no sign of letting him off the hook as she leaned closer, her fair cheeks nearly touching his. Yunzheng could even sense the warmth of her breath. However, at that moment, Yunzheng felt an unsettling chill from behind. Yu Qing'er had seized hold of his nervous tail, smiling sweetly as she addressed him with an exceedingly sugary tone. "You must know, you cannot deceive me. Oh, one day, I shall wrap myself around you." Seeing his own tail betraying him, Yunzheng seethed with rage, vowing internally, "Well." On the other side, witnessing the interaction between Yunzheng and Yu Qing'er, Dai Mubai and the others erupted in playful cheers. To them, it seemed as though Yunzheng wielded some form of telepathy, foreseeing events before they unfolded, while Yu Qing'er appeared to be the least articulate among them. Yet, before Yunzheng, she seemed to possess an uncanny understanding, while he appeared as an open book to her. This blatant contrast and favoritism delighted the youthful spectators. "Now, let's invite contestant Yunzheng and contestant Long Tao to the stage." Just as Yunzheng found himself at a loss, the host's melodious voice rang out. "Both contestant Yunzheng and contestant Long Tao are newcomers. We eagerly await the thrilling soul battle they will present." Yunzheng, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily leapt from the spectators' platform and dashed onto the battle arena. "Humph." Yu Qing'er let out a sorrowful hum, seemingly calculating how she would settle the score with Yunzheng later. Once Yunzheng had departed, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to return to Yu Qing'er's side, linking her arm with hers, and inquired with puzzlement, "Qing'er, why is it that Yunzheng cannot deceive you?" "Because of his tail." Upon mentioning this, a proud expression involuntarily graced Yu Qing'er's face as she continued, "His evil spirit bone tail can speak, and it never lies. It's just that you all are unaware." Tail language. Oscar, perhaps sensing a chance to engage with Ning Rongrong or simply prompted by his own thoughts, exclaimed, "What is tail language?" Just as Oscar finished, another voice chimed in. Without much thought, Oscar instinctively replied, "It's the language of the tail." "Tail language? Oh, you're speaking of my brother Sheng." Upon the mention of a tail, the newcomer immediately comprehended and exclaimed. It was only then that Oscar turned around to see the portly figure of Ma Hongjun. "Hey, where have you been, you fatso? I've been looking for you everywhere." Oscar rushed over to Ma Hongjun, scolding him while playfully slapping his belly. "I was just earning some extra cash," Ma Hongjun retorted, brushing Oscar's hand away with irritation, his excitement palpable as he added, "Let me tell you, my brother Zheng's odds are 1 to 5. And he is up against a seasoned soul master of level 29. I've wagered my entire fortune on him. If he wins, we'll enjoy the show. If he loses, I'll be left with nothing. By the way, has my brother Zheng taken the stage yet?" After Ma Hongjun spoke, everyone fell silent, staring at him in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Oscar and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, both raising their thumbs in unison, exclaiming, "You are truly something else. You never miss an opportunity to associate with people. What is wrong with that?" Ma Hongjun protested innocently, "Why refuse free money? The three women exchanged exasperated looks and stood up, relocating to a new spot, pretending not to know them. How embarrassing. Qing'e, you just mentioned that Yunzheng's tale can speak. What exactly do you mean? Once seated, Ning Rongrong remained curious about this so-called tale language, sweetly asking Yu Qing'e hummed in satisfaction, enjoying the attention, but shook her head, declaring, I want to tell you. This is a secret between me and Yunzheng. How could I possibly share it with anyone else? So stingy. Ning Rongrong pouted, scrunching her delicate nose in playful reproach. Meanwhile, Yunzheng and his opponent had already arrived at the battle arena. The duel did not commence immediately. There was a deliberate interval for the contestants to engage in verbal sparring. This served to intensify the rivalries, ensuring that the upcoming battle would be all the more thrilling, while also allowing the host to stir the atmosphere among the audience. Who would want to watch a bland duel? The spectators craved the conflicts and rivalries between the contestants. The schemes and deceptions. Some would rise, others would fall, some would achieve fame overnight, while others would toil in obscurity for years. Only through such narratives could the arena be imbued with a legendary allure. Long Tao's name alone suggested a fleeting existence. Observing his unremarkable opponent, Yunzheng silently scoffed. Just as Yunzheng was indulging in his thoughts, Long Tao also cast a glance at him, smirking mischievously, taunting, Yunzheng, I know you. You're that little beggar. I never expected you to have made it big. Huh. At this remark, Yunzheng instinctively felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Only those from the August City could know of his past as a little beggar. To encounter someone from August City at the Grand Battle Arena of Swoto City was truly unexpected. As the battle system evolved, it became increasingly rare for soul masters to engage in excessive banter. Those who became soul masters were rarely fools. Such antics would only provoke unnecessary enmity and risk being exploited by the arena for profit. Yet, exceptions existed. Under certain circumstances, soul masters still relished the opportunity to taunt. Especially seasoned veterans relished the chance to provoke newcomers, aiming to rattle their confidence during the verbal sparring, thus enhancing their own chances of victory. In the Grand Battle Arena of Swoto City, Long Tao was also a newcomer, but at the August City Arena, he was seasoned. He was well-versed in these unspoken rules. Initially, Long Tao had looked down upon such vile tactics, considering Yunzheng merely a mere child, inferior in cultivation. Long Tao did not perceive him as a worthy opponent. However, upon recognizing Yunzheng, his demeanor shifted. 12 years prior, Long Tao had been in August City, already a soul master then. He was aware of Yunzheng's past as a beggar, and thus understood that Yunzheng was no noble scion. In just 12 years, Yunzheng had transformed from a beggar into a prodigy who broke through to level 28 at the tender age of 12, with boundless potential. This realization filled Long Tao with resentment. How unfair life was. Why should a beggar raised by an old man possess unparalleled talent, breaking through to level 28 at 12, while he, in his 30s, remained stuck at level 29? Why should something he once deemed worthless now compete alongside him, and in the near future? Perhaps he would have to look up to Yunzheng. With such twisted thoughts, Long Tao glared at Yunzheng, mocking, You're that little beggar from back then, aren't you? How did you end up looking like a dwarf? Uh-huh, I get it. You must not have had much to eat with that old beggar. Right. That old man was so deluded, he couldn't even sustain himself, yet dared to take you in. Whatever happened to that old beggar? Let me think. Oh, I remember now, he must have died. I saw him before he passed. He looked like a living corpse, utterly disgusting. But if that is the case, doesn't that mean you're now an orphan? Oh dear, how pitiful. I forgot, you're an abandoned child. Your parents rejected you the moment you were born. Long Tao spared no effort in uttering unpleasant words, aiming both to provoke a crack in Yunzheng's composure and to vent his own raw jealousy. He would rather contend with a young master from a prominent clan than face Yunzheng, whom he once regarded as a mere insect. How revolting this person is! Exclaimed Oscar from the audience, filled with indignation. Ma Hongjun, equally incensed, shouted, Brother Xing, this kind of person deserves a lesson. Unleash your skills against Teacher Zhao, and let him witness the treachery of human nature. Dai Mubai also stood up, succinctly declaring, Let us give him what he deserves. Dai Mubai and the others were unaware of Yunzheng's past. Yet they could discern from Long Tao's demeanor that he was deliberately choosing the most offensive remarks to irritate Yunzheng, which was simply intolerable. If it were someone else, they might have merely observed the spectacle, but it was Yunzheng who was battling in the arena. The earlier debate among Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yunzheng in the audience had, in an unspoken manner, drawn them closer together. Although they could not yet be called brothers, they were at least kindred spirits. How could they stand idly by while a comrade was shamed? As for Ma Hongjun, his entire fortune was tied to Yunzheng, leaving him no room for indifference. However, Yunzheng seemed oblivious to their voices, remaining steadfastly silent and refusing to counter Long Tao's provocations. This left Oscar and the others bewildered, with Ma Hongjun directly questioning. Why I SNT Brother Zheng speaking? Is he trying to act tough? Oscar speculated uncertainly. Yunzheng is angry. At that moment, Yuqing's worried voice broke through. She fixed her gaze on Yunzheng's back, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. The battle commenced. Simultaneously, the host announced the start of the duel. Long Tao looked down on his opponent, dismissing him as a worthless individual who could barely utter a word in response to insults. What true skill could he possess? After all, a 12-year-old, 28th level soul master like Yunzheng had little time to hone his mentality and practical skills. He was merely a candle with a silver wick. Yet, as Long Tao pondered, Yunzheng had already activated his martial spirit, the exquisite frost sky, feather bow dazzling all present. While the purple Millennium Soul Ring rendered the entire arena silent, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. A Millennium Soul Ring. Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, his jealousy intensifying. Second soul skill, Sky Leap Killing Arrow. Yunzheng remained undeterred by the surrounding environment. The second soul ring illuminated, and with a swift motion, he drew his bow and released the arrow in one fluid action. A brilliant ice blue light flashed through the air, vanishing in an instant. Long Tao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively murmuring, "Did it miss?" In the next moment, an ice arrow shot forth, leaving no time for Long Tao to react. The arrow pierced through his abdomen, a wave of excruciating pain engulfing him, yet not a drop of blood spilled forth. The biting cold surged within Long Tao's body, freezing his blood before it even had the chance to flow. Long Tao's eyes were bloodshot, the cold creeping into his heart, accompanied by the agonizing sting of frostbite and a suffocating numbness that filled him with terror. Trembling uncontrollably, he struggled to utter a coherent word. Just then, he sensed a blur before him as Yunzheng appeared at his side, softly declaring, "Your desire for death is as easy as turning your hand." Without delay, Yunzheng grasped Long Tao's legs, now encased in ice, and with a titanic force, he hurled him down onto the arena floor. Boom! A deafening crash resounded, causing a significant portion of the arena to collapse. Everything transpired so rapidly that Long Tao hadn't even summoned his martial spirit before the battle concluded. Many spectators merely turned around, only to witness Yunzheng standing triumphantly amidst the ruins, holding a half-frozen leg in his grasp, with shards of ice scattered among the debris. By heavens! Oscar, who had witnessed the entire scene, gasped in astonishment, rooted to the spot, his expression filled with shock. Though the act of killing did not frighten Oscar and his companions, all soul masters, they had never taken a life themselves. Yet, they understood that death was an inevitable fate for soul masters. They had simply not anticipated Yunzheng's decisive and ruthless demeanor. Gulping nervously, Ma Hongjun muttered, "If Zheng Ji finds out I bet on him, will he come after me?" Oscar glanced at him, nodding seriously, "Very likely." "Huh," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. "Then tell me, if I were to face Zheng Ji, what are my chances of winning?" 30-70, Oscar replied, trying to console him despite knowing it was misleading. "You scoundrel. Although we are brothers, you really don't need to deceive me like this. A 70% chance is far too unrealistic." Alas, Ma Hongjun remained unconsoled, instead wearing a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's lament, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, 70%. That belongs to him. The 30% is merely my benevolent gesture as your brother. That's quite exaggerated. In my opinion, it should be a 50-50 chance, interjected Daimobai, who had been silent until now, shaking his head and gazing gravely at Ma Hongjun. Daimobai's words instilled a flicker of hope in Ma Hongjun, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Really? Is such a high chance truly possible? Oh, no. Daimobai shook his head again, his expression solemn as he clarified. Not a chance of winning, but a chance of survival. When I say 50-50, it means there's a 50% likelihood that Yunzheng will show mercy and spare your life, and a 50% chance that we may never see you again. What kind of 50-50 is that? In the 54th chapter, The Dream of Returning Home, it marked Yunzheng's first experience of taking a life with his own hands in both this life and the previous one. To claim he felt no peculiar emotions would be untrue. However, it was not an overwhelming sensation. Overall, he remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was due to Long Tao's body being frozen. Devoid of any gruesome spectacle, only a few bloody fragments remained, rendering the impact less jarring than one might envision. Guilt was absent. Instead, he felt a profound sense of exhilaration, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Yunzheng believed he had always lived with clarity. Although he generally disregarded others' opinions, he viewed situations from an outsider's perspective, which allowed him to comprehend behaviors that often seemed irrational to many. Empathy, stepping into another's shoes, and considering their emotions revealed that the world held no mysteries. Today was no different. Yunzheng understood Long Tao's thoughts were driven by jealousy and insecurity. Yet understanding did not equate to forgiveness. If one were to release their own emotions merely because they understood another, what would that make Yunzheng? Even when Long Tao referred to him as a dwarf, Yunzheng was not overly angered. He often jested about himself in such a manner, knowing he would eventually grow taller. There was no need to become agitated over it. However, Long Tao had crossed a line by calling him an old beggar and, more grievously, by mentioning Yunzheng's parents. The old beggar had saved Yunzheng's life. While his parents represented the deepest yearnings within him, anyone who dared touch that would meet their demise. Yunzheng did not voluntarily traverse to another realm. Prior to his journey, he was not an orphan. He possessed a home in the Douluo Continent, yet it did not embody his true homeland. Deep within his heart, there lingered a dream of returning home. Yunzheng envisioned a day when he could once again return to Earth, bringing Yuqing'er to meet his parents, to let them know that their son has achieved success, and to bring joy to his beloved elders. Yunzheng is acutely aware that this dream is rather distant, and it is entirely possible that even upon acquiring unparalleled strength and ascending to the realm of immortals, he may never realize it. Nevertheless, one must always harbor dreams. Moreover, since Master Zhuzi has the ability to bring him here, there must surely be a way for him to return. At the very least, Master Zhuzi has already demonstrated that a passage exists between Earth and the Douluo Continent. Even if Master Zhuzi can only traverse in one direction, Yunzheng is determined to forge a route back from the Douluo Continent to Earth. Should his return be hastened, Yunzheng will await. Should it be delayed, he shall manipulate the flow of time. Ultimately, it is within human agency. Yunzheng is not yet so detached that upon crossing into another realm, he would simply resign himself to the notion that all from his past life is rendered null and void. Yunzheng is not a soul that has transmigrated after death. Rather, he is a being who has traversed realms while alive. He harbors many unresolved sentiments and attachments from his past life. However, Yunzheng is acutely aware that these matters belong to a future yet to unfold. At present, he is merely an inconspicuous figure, far from being a soul master. And the concept of time travel seems distant and lofty, leading only to self-inflicted troubles. Had it not been for Long Tao's insults toward the old beggar and Yunzheng's parents, he might never have unearthed the dreams buried deep within his heart. With a dismissive scoff, Yunzheng focused on the severed limb in his hand. He discarded it carelessly before turning away from the soul-fighting arena. The outcome was evident. After a brief silence, the grand arena erupted into the most fervent cheers of the day. Long Tao's demise hardly constituted a spectacle, for in the grand arena, it was not uncommon for soul masters to meet their end. Other cities even established arenas specifically for life and death battles. Thus, in the grand arena, death is merely a routine occurrence. Long Tao's death would merely add another name to the stone tablet in front of the Soto City arena. However, the audience had never before witnessed someone as ruthless and decisive as Yunzheng, who could obliterate nearly half of the arena with a single strike. Wasn't the thrill of the grand arena precisely what they sought? What could possibly be more exhilarating than this raw and brutal dominance? Yunzheng paid no heed to the surging cheers directed at him, and instead made his way towards Yuqing'er and her companions. At that moment, Yuqing'er leaped from the audience and ran towards Yunzheng, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Yunzheng, are you all right?" In comparison to Yunzheng's act of taking a life, Yuqing'er was more preoccupied with his well-being. She was no longer the innocent and unblemished girl she once was. The only person in this world who still believed in her purity was her father, Yu Zhongbai. In Yuqing'er's eyes, Long Tao deserved his fate. He deserved to die. However, she did not wish for Yunzheng to be haunted by any psychological shadows stemming from Long Tao's demise. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and others also hurried over. Yunzheng first took the delicate hand of Yuqing'er, then surveyed the surroundings with a faint smile, saying, "Rest assured, I am not so fragile." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally felt at ease. However, Yunzheng was somewhat puzzled by the fact that Ma Hongjun seemed quite intimidated by him, hiding at the back and appearing reluctant to approach. Noticing the expression on Yunzheng's face, the others exchanged knowing smiles, while Oscar playfully nudged Yunzheng with his elbow, teasingly remarking, "Yunzheng, Aren't you connected to his heart? Just look at what the chubby fellow is thinking now. Don't. Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than a frown, squeezing himself in front of Yunzheng and obsequiously saying, "Don't look. There's nothing to see. If you happen to offend Brother Zheng's eyes, that would be quite inappropriate. How about this? I shall treat Brother Zheng to a meal. You are magnanimous. So please overlook this matter." Cough, cough. As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar pretended to cough a couple of times and meaningfully added, "Chubby, treating Yunzheng without inviting us would also be rather improper, wouldn't it?" "You." Ma Hongjun glared at Oscar, who was seizing the opportunity to stir trouble, muttering a curse under his breath before begrudgingly swallowing his pride and gritting his teeth to utter, "Fine. I will treat." Seeing this, the crowd could not help but be amused by the antics of the two. In truth, everyone understood that even if Yunzheng was aware of Ma Hongjun betting on him, he would not genuinely be angry. At most, he would take the opportunity to have a little fun at his expense. It was merely a jest between friends. Yunzheng remained unaware of the mischief orchestrated by Ma Hongjun, nor did he feel compelled to pry into the matter, as it likely pertained to trivialities that bore no significance. Had there been any transgressions that would have crossed Yunzheng's threshold, Yuqing'er would have informed him forthwith. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that after the light-hearted banter exchanged between Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the atmosphere had undeniably lightened considerably. Subsequently, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, and the group's accomplishments that day were commendable. Yunzheng and Zhu Zhiqing each secured their inaugural victories in personal duels, while Xiao Wu and Tang San triumphed in both their team and individual battles. Dai Mubai also emerged victorious in his encounter with the Soul Zune, and the duo of Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong claimed victory in their team match as well. Typically, involving a support-type Soul Master in a two-person battle is not deemed wise. With only 2 participants, the distribution of strength is limited. It is often more advantageous to include an additional battle-oriented Soul Master rather than relying on a support type to enhance capabilities. This was exemplified by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who, despite their efforts, were decisively defeated in their duo match. In group battles, the role of a support-type Soul Master is undeniably pivotal, yet in a 2-person contest, it is unreasonable to expect a support type to exponentially amplify their allies' combat prowess. Fortunately for Yuqing'er and Ning Rongrong, they encountered 2 control-type Soul Masters. The latter's lack of offensive capability posed little threat to Ning Rongrong, and the control-type Soul Masters, upon recognizing Yuqing'er as a powerful assault type, unconsciously lowered their guard, intending to immobilize her, given the well-known advantage control types have over assault types. However, to their astonishment, Yuqing'er was immune to control. The 2 control-type Soul Masters initially believed they had struck gold, only to realize they had unwittingly unleashed a specter. An assault-type Soul Master impervious to control rendered the efforts of the control types utterly futile. Yuqing'er activated her second soul skill, empowered by the Golden Dragon, and charged forth with unrelenting ferocity, swiftly dispatching the 2 control-type Soul Masters with a couple of decisive punches. The outcome was nothing short of remarkable, utterly unreasonable. Chapter 55. Yin Banshan, the first day of Yunzheng and his companions at Shrek Academy has come to a close. Overall, it was quite fulfilling. Aside from the unfortunate Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the others emerged victorious. Yunzheng, in particular, gained fame in a single battle, capturing the attention of Director Ao from the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, who personally approached Yunzheng with the hope of collaborating for exhibition matches. These so-called exhibition matches are essentially staged fights. Director Ao, having navigated the complexities of the Soul Arena for over a decade, recognized the potential fortune in Yunzheng. With his youthful physique, striking appearance, magnificent martial soul, exceptional talent, and fierce combat style, it was evident that any arena featuring Yunzheng would undoubtedly attract an audience. If Yunzheng were to agree, Director Ao could leverage his influence at the arena to promote Yunzheng, allowing him to secure victories in several thrilling matches, ultimately making him a star player at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. This is what one might call the process of deification. Following that, Director Ao could orchestrate a few intentional losses for Yunzheng, reaping substantial profits from both audience attendance and underground betting. The means employed are of little concern to Director Ao. For him, profit is paramount. However, Yunzheng was not in need of money, having received ample soul coins from Ning Fingjiao, nor was his objective at the arena to accumulate wealth. Moreover, even if he were in need, he would not stoop to earn it in such a manner. Yunzheng was all too familiar with the process Director Ao proposed, leading him to directly decline the offer, much to Ao's dismay. Nonetheless, Yunzheng cared little for Ao's thoughts. Even if Ao eventually found someone willing to compromise their dignity for money, Yunzheng would remain silent. For cutting off someone's financial means is akin to a fatal blow in the realm of commerce and in the culturally stagnant Douluo Continent. Exhibition matches do indeed serve a necessary purpose. When Yunzheng and his companions returned to the academy, dusk had already fallen. After a brief exchange, they retired for the night. Ma Hongjun and Flinder did not return with the others, and it was evident what they were up to. Notably, among the 8 returning students, only Xiaowu genuinely went to sleep, while the others seized the opportunity to train diligently through the night. Before Yunzheng and Tang Sect's arrival, Dai Mubai and Oscar were not particularly studious, but now, witnessing their roommate's dedication to cultivation, they found it difficult to rest and joined in. Ning Rongrong, inspired by Oscar's talent and Yu Qing'er's encouragement, also began to train. As for Zhu Qing, her self-discipline is unmatched among them. Only Xiaowu, blissfully unaware, enjoyed a deep, restful slumber. For her, while others were enhancing their abilities, she was merely recovering hers. After all, Xiaowu had been training for tens of thousands of years. What was wrong with indulging in a bit of rest? For her, survival alone guarantees that becoming a title Douluo is merely a matter of time. The night passed without incident. The following day, the group convened as usual. As Yunzheng anticipated, the second lesson of the day was indeed related to Oscar's sausages. However, Oscar was late, not intentionally, but due to an unexpected breakthrough he experienced during the night, breaking through the level 30 barrier. Unaware of this, Flinder reprimanded him and commanded him to produce sausages for everyone to consume in his presence. It must be said, Oscar's soul skills, though somewhat lewd, resulted in sausages that were both flavorful and effective. Once he overcame his initial hesitation, they became far more palatable. Yet, upon hearing Oscar's boastful incantations about possessing a large sausage and a small sausage, Yunzheng couldn't help but reminisce about his lost innocence. Once upon a time, he had naively believed that the reason Oscar's soul skills were deemed inappropriate was due to the phrase old man. Back then, in Yunzheng's mind, those 2 words were considered quite vulgar. Reflecting on this made him sigh internally. What transpired afterward was rather unremarkable. Flinder tasted one of Oscar's sausages and, upon realizing Oscar had indeed broken through to level 30, was taken aback, only to find a smile creeping onto his face. A 14-year-old food-type support soul master has even greater merit than a 13-year-old assault-type soul master like Dai Mubai. The others congratulated Oscar, greatly satisfying his vanity. Naturally, with Oscar having reached level 30, it was time for him to hunt for his 3rd soul ring. Since Shrek Academy prides itself on having monstrous students, the process for soul ring acquisition is not conventional. Students must collaborate to capture their rings while the instructors merely supervise to ensure their safety, not assisting in the hunt. Nevertheless, it should be noted that when the situation demands action, the instructors will intervene. This protocol is primarily to cultivate the students' teamwork skills. Flinder, occupied with other matters, assigned Zhao Wuji to lead the group. It was evident that, given the limited number of soul saints at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji was the only viable option. With only 3 soul saints available, Flinder being otherwise engaged and Xiao Xian being a support soul saint, the choice was clear. The destination for this soul hunting expedition was the Star Doe Forest, and it would have been precarious to let Li Yusong and his team lead, as they might not withstand powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Flinder instructed them to head directly to the soul hunting town outside the Star Doe Forest, where the supervising teacher would await their arrival. Given the considerable distance between Shrek Academy and the Star Doe Forest, even with unwavering speed, they would not reach their destination until evening. Brother Zhang, are you really certain that the supervising teacher this time will be old Zhao? Ma Hongjun could not help but inquire as they arrived at the soul hunting forest. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng shrugged and remarked, "Let us wait and see." Yunzheng concluded his remarks, yet Ma Hongjun remained skeptical. Although the others had jested about Yunzheng's ability to foresee events, it was all in good fun. Could it be that someone truly possessed such uncanny foresight? However, the teacher leading the group was decidedly unreliable. At that moment, Oscar glanced around the bustling soul-hunting town and suddenly chuckled, turning to Dai Mubai. "The Star Doe Forest is vast. You wouldn't have taken a wrong turn, would you? Do you take me for a fool?" Dai Mubai shot him an exasperated glare and replied, "Use that ostentatious brain of yours. Would I make such a trivial mistake? Dai Mubai, I suspect you are directing your contempt at me, and I have irrefutable evidence." Ma Hongjun interjected indignantly. Dai Mubai paid him no heed, his gaze continually drifting towards the girls, seemingly curious about what Zhu Zhuqing favored. Poor Dai Mubai. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing joined Shrek Academy, he had transformed from a flamboyant young master into a devoted admirer overnight. If Yunzheng had his way, he would assert that Dai Mubai deserved this. Debts of affection must be repaid in due course. Enough of this dilly-dallying. We are 5 minutes late, and you're still indulging in idle chatter. A gruff voice resonated from behind the group, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. They needed not turn around to recognize the speaker. Zhao Wujia's voice was unmistakable. What surprised Zhao Wujia was that none of the young ones were looking at him. They were all fixated on Yunzheng. Brother Zheng. No, wait. Yun Xiansheng. Why hide such abilities? Do you consider us outsiders? Ma Hongjun was the most animated, rushing over to Yunzheng, fawning, Yun Xiansheng, let's make a deal. I'll treat you to a meal if you help me discern my romantic fate. Zhao Wujia's face darkened at this spectacle. Was his authority as a teacher truly so inconsequential? Yet, he found some solace in the fact that one person, Yunzheng, glanced his way. Zhao Wujia nodded inwardly, thinking, this rascal may be cunning, but he knows how to respect his teacher. In truth, Zhao Wujia had misinterpreted Yunzheng's glance. It was merely a fleeting curiosity about how harshly Tang Hao had dealt with him. However, upon a cursory glance, Yunzheng was startled to discover not only bruises on Zhao Wujia's body, but also burn marks from electric arcs. Goodness, the master has been here too? In that instant, Yunzheng's mind raced with thoughts of whether he had done anything inappropriate with Yu Qing. Should he be caught in the act? Would Yu Zhongbai not behead him? Yunzheng, why are you still dawdling? Teacher Zhao has already booked our lodgings. We should hurry. While Yunzheng was lost in thought, Yu Qing tugged at him, playfully chiding. Only then did Yunzheng snap back to reality, nodding blankly and following Yu Qing to rejoin the group. After a long day of travel, everyone was famished. Despite the late hour, they unanimously agreed to address their hunger first. Oscar's sausages were indeed palatable, but indulging in them constantly would become monotonous. Dai Mubai, ISNT teacher Zhao joining us? Upon arriving at the restaurant in the inn, Tang San noticed Zhao Wujia heading upstairs and inquired of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, unfazed, replied, no need. It's our academy's rule. Travel expenses are self-managed for teachers and students alike. The academy is clear about this, unlike those aristocratic institutions where one is indebted to another, exchanging favors with no true value. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled knowingly, agreeing, indeed. Once seated, a waitress promptly approached with the menu. It was clear that Dai Mubai was regarded as the leader among them, especially since Tang San had just called him boss. However, Dai Mubai did not even glance at the menu. Instead, he pointed to Ma Hongjun, saying, no need to show it to me, just give it to him. In terms of culinary prowess, Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly the strongest at Shrek. The waitress hesitated, and before she could respond, Ma Hongjun eagerly snatched the menu. Although Dai Mubai had previously stated that travel costs were self-managed, since they were dining together, expenses would be shared. At this moment, it was evident that Ma Hongjun was determined to indulge himself. Having previously saved his spirit coins by dining at the academy, he was now keen to feast lavishly, especially with several wealthy companions present. He could not bear to miss the opportunity to treat them. With this thought, Ma Hongjun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he waved his hand grandly, declaring, no need to look. Bring out everything you have and double it. The waitress was momentarily stunned. Such an order would cost a fortune. Hurry up, Ma Hongjun urged, fearing Dai Mubai and the others would catch on. The waitress quickly nodded and hurried to the kitchen. Once the waitress was out of sight, Ma Hongjun exhaled in relief, confident that even if Dai Mubai and the others wanted to backtrack, it was too late. With this in mind, he cast a smug glance at Yunzheng. What of the so-called sage? What of the fortune teller? Today, I, Ma Hongjun, shall defy the heavens. Noticing Ma Hongjun's gaze, Yunzheng couldn't help but smile, teasingly saying, don't look at me like that. You're the one footing the bill. So order as you please. Huh? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. Dai Mubai chimed in, indeed. Just yesterday at the Grand Seoul Arena. Did you not promise to treat us? Are you backing out? Exactly. Fatty, remember, your reputation is on the line. You wouldn't want to be seen as untrustworthy. Would you? Oscar added with a playful grin. Goodness. The banter from Yunzheng and the others left Ma Hongjun's face darkened with embarrassment. Yet, under the collective gaze of jesting and teasing, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from trying to take advantage of his affluent friends. Now, he was the one who had shot himself in the foot. The fool was none other than himself. With a heavy sigh, Ma Hongjun resigned himself to this harsh reality, slumping in his seat. Fortunately, Yunzheng and the others did not press the issue further. After a modest meal, they refrained from challenging Ma Hongjun again. Otherwise, given Yunzheng and Yuqing's appetites, even 2 servings might not suffice. However, Ma Hongjun was unrelenting, devouring his food with ferocity, scarcely pausing to utter a word. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yunzheng and his companions had finished their meal. The remaining time was spent either chatting or amusing Ma Hongjun, which felt quite relaxed. Bang. Boss. Hurry up with the food and drinks. If you take too long, I might just tear your establishment apart. Amidst the playful banter, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open, and a haughty young man strode in, shouting arrogantly. Behind him, a group of 7 or 8 similarly arrogant youths followed, with a middle-aged man at the end, looking down his nose at everyone. The innkeeper and the staff hurried to greet them, fearing any slight against these individuals. The reason was simple. They were all dressed in silk robes adorned with the words Tsanhui Academy. While not the most prestigious of institutions, it was still a Spirit Master Academy, and anyone wearing its uniform was undoubtedly a Spirit Master. The innkeeper and staff were just ordinary folks, and they dared not provoke those lofty Spirit Masters. What kind of people are these, so arrogant? Xiao Wu remarked quietly, sticking out her tongue at the group. TCH. Upon hearing her, Dai Mubai scoffed, propping his feet up on a stool, about to say something when Yunzheng interrupted him. The members of Tsanhui Academy observed this interaction with narrowed eyes, mistakenly believing Dai Mubai was about to confront them, and their expressions turned hostile. At that moment, Yunzheng's voice reached Dai Mubai's ear. There's no need for that. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. If a fight breaks out, only the innkeeper, the staff, and the kitchen cooks will bear the brunt of it. We are not afraid of trouble, but there is no need to seek it out. Moreover, if a dog barks at you, you cannot engage in a quarrel with it, especially since that dog is not barking at us. Dai Mubai turned to glance at Yunzheng, who seemed utterly unconcerned with the commotion from Tsanhui Academy. Realizing the wisdom in Yunzheng's words, he sat back down. If Spirit Masters stirred trouble, the innkeeper would pay the price. Even if they taught the Tsanhui Academy members a lesson, the establishment would still be unable to withstand their wrath once they left. With Dai Mubai silent, Oscar and Ma Hongjun naturally refrained from acting rashly. And Tang San remained calm, seated like a mountain, while Xiao Wu displayed her indignation but was restrained by Tang San. However, the silence of Yunzheng and his companions was misconstrued as cowardice by the Tsanhui Academy members. Furthermore, the beauty of Yuqing and the other women caught the attention of the haughty youth leading the group. He smirked and approached Yunzheng and his companions. Some individuals possess an innate belief that the world revolves around them. The reasons for the Tsanhui Academy member seeking trouble with Yunzheng were simple. First, the exquisite beauty of Yuqing and the others aroused his desire for mischief. Second, Yunzheng and his companions remained seated, appearing to disregard them entirely. Third, he had observed them whispering to one another, surely speaking about Tsanhui Academy. The arrogant youth ignored Dai Mubai and Yunzheng, heading straight for Yuqing, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he leered, "Little girl, would you like to play with me?" As he spoke, he reached beneath the table, attempting to touch Yuqing's thigh. In that instant, Yuqing's gaze hardened, ready to retaliate, but someone was faster. Bang! The arrogant youth was taken aback as Yunzheng seized a porcelain bowl and smashed it into his face. The youth felt a sharp pain, and his body flew backward, the force shattering his facial bones. The porcelain bowl, protected by Yunzheng's spirit power, embedded itself into his cheek, blood gushing forth. "Did I give you permission to act so brazenly?" Yunzheng stood, an aura of frost radiating from him, his eyes glinting with an icy glare. The temperature around him plummeted significantly as a chilling frost spread. Chapter 57. 9 against 1. Dai Mubai and the others watched in shock as the arrogant youth approached, eager to see how Yunzheng would handle the situation. But before they could comprehend what had transpired, the youth was already sent flying. At that moment, not only were the members of Tsanhui Academy stunned, but Dai Mubai and his friends were as well. Dai Mubai stared blankly at Yunzheng, bewildered. "Didn't you say? If a dog doesn't bark at me, I can ignore it. But if it dares to bark at me, I won't argue. I'll just break its legs." Without turning back, Yunzheng fixed his gaze on the Tsanhui Academy group, enunciating, "Besides, this dog not only barked at me but also tried to bite. I can only put it down and make soup." Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned by Yunzheng's domineering logic. recalling the previous day when Long Tao had met his end at Yunzheng's hands. At that time, Long Tao had raved at Yunzheng, who had remained silent. Yet at the instant the duel began, he had dispatched Long Tao with brutal efficiency. If one mistook Yunzheng's youthful appearance for harmlessness, that would be a grave error. He was a person of few words but fierce resolve. What about the innkeeper? Daimubai soon remembered Yunzheng's earlier statement and asked, puzzled. Simple. Yunzheng gestured. And the frost sky feather bow materialized in his right hand, emanating a chilling aura that spread around him. He drew the bow to its full moon, an ice arrow ready, and declared, first, we shall obliterate them. At the same time, the haughty youth, who had just been struck, seemed to regain his senses. Writhing in agony on the ground, letting out pitiful screams as blood flowed freely from his mangled face, staining the earth around him. His companions rushed to help him, carefully extracting the porcelain bowl embedded in his face, only to be met with shock at the sight. He bore no semblance of humanity. His face was grotesquely caved in. The imprint of the bowl's bottom clearly visible, his bones shattered, his jaw dislocated, and his mouth, unable to close, revealed a few missing teeth scattered on the ground, which his companions dutifully picked up. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man from Songhui Academy glared at Yunzheng and his group with barely contained fury, his gaze as frigid as Yunzheng's. At that moment, Ma Hongjun recognized the gravity of the situation, hastily swallowing his food, and, brandishing a chicken leg, burst into laughter, exclaiming, isn't this just someone looking for their teeth after getting beaten up? Brat. With those words from Ma Hongjun, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer hold back, shouting at Yunzheng and his companions, which sect do you belong to? Do you wish to oppose Songhui? Oppose Songhui? Yunzheng scoffed disdainfully. Songhui is not worthy. Yunzheng's words caused Yi Zhiqiu's pupils to constrict sharply, a blend of astonishment and fury coursing through him. His anger was directed at Yunzheng's audacious mockery of the Songhui Academy, while his surprise stemmed from Yunzheng's unflappable demeanor, suggesting formidable backing. Caught in a tumult of emotions, Yi Zhiqiu found himself hesitant to strike. Humph. Are you too cowardly to even reveal your names? With uncertainty clouding his judgment regarding Yunzheng and his companions, Yi Zhiqiu narrowed his eyes and provoked, I am Shrek Academy's Dai Mubai. Rising with pride, Dai Mubai approached Yunzheng. Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this name, Yi Zhiqiu squinted and pondered for a moment, realizing he had never heard of such an institution, which instantly relieved him. A nameless third-rate academy daring to defy Songhui. It appears I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your superiors. With a cold snort, Yi Zhiqiu raised his hand and commanded, seize them. At his instruction, the remaining students of Songhui Academy sprang into action. 8 individuals, all great soul masters, summoned their soul rings, manifesting their martial spirits, some resembling deer, others hyenas, all glaring menacingly at Yunzheng and his companions. The 8 members of Songhui Academy did not regard Yunzheng and his group as a threat, considering the eldest among them appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, with the youngest seemingly under 10. They had never heard of their academy, and thus assumed they were not exceptional talents, perhaps only 3 or 4 great soul masters at most. So what was there to fear? Had Yunzheng revealed his soul rings? The mere presence of a purple 1,000-year soul ring would have been sufficient to intimidate them. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu maintained his composure, unwilling to intervene personally. Yet what transpired next left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Before the 8 Songhui students could close in, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself, leaping from the crowd. With the soft-bone rabbit spirit activated and 2 yellow soul rings shimmering, accompanied by Ning Rongrong's enhancement, she darted about like a pink blur. Within moments, the 8 Songhui students were sent flying from the inn. The entire sequence, from Xiao Wu's leap to the expulsion of the 8, transpired in the blink of an eye. A brawl? I relish it. Upon landing, Xiao Wu playfully struck a cute pose, a lingering smile gracing her lips. 100-year soul ring. Yi Zhiqiu paid no heed to the 8 students already airborne, his gaze fixated on the 2 yellow soul rings beside Xiao Wu, astonishment written across his face. Yet, at this juncture, Yi Zhiqiu felt compelled to act. The reputation of Songhui Academy could not be tarnished, regardless of the student's status. Talents existed within Songhui, after all. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu let out a cold chuckle, summoning 5 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, as the Xiangui martial spirit enveloped him. The air shimmered with the powerful pressure of a soul king, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of Yi Zhiqiu's mouth as he declared, today, I shall educate you on behalf of your instructor, Soul King. At the appearance of Yi Zhiqiu's 5 soul rings, Tang San and the others stood up, realizing that if Yi Zhiqiu were merely a soul master, either Yunzheng or Dai Mubai could easily dispatch him, should he be a soul ancestor. The collective strength of Yunzheng, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong would suffice. However, if he were indeed a soul king, he would demand their utmost respect. Soul King, I shall strike you, turtle. Yu Qing'er was the first to shout defiantly, her giant spirit golden dragon spirit manifesting as she unleashed a powerful punch toward Yi Zhiqiu, bolstered by her golden-scaled gauntlets and the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile. The sight of Yu Qing'er's 200-year soul rings startled Yi Zhiqiu anew. Yet, he remained unfazed. Instead, he regarded her with disdain. Casually, he activated his first soul skill, summoning a series of turtle shells to form an impenetrable shield around him, waiting contemptuously for Yu Qing'er to strike. A defensive Soul King should not be so easily breached by a powerful attacking Great Soul Master, should he? Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, provide support. In that moment, quick-witted Tang San unveiled his martial spirit, blue silvergrass, ensnaring Yi Zhiqiu's legs. As he activated his first and second soul skills, he called out to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Instantly understanding, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu moved to follow Yu Qing'er's lead. The trio, 1 powerful attacker and 2 agile supporters, unleashed a flurry of strikes, even causing cracks to form in Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell shield. Yi Zhiqiu's pupils dilated in shock, clearly unprepared for the ferocity of the girl's assault. In a hurry, he released his second soul skill, Xin Shui Eye Seal, with a resounding crack. As Yi Zhiqiu's second soul ring illuminated, the moisture in the air instantaneously crystallized into solid ice, enveloping his turtle shield. This not only enhanced its defensive capacity, but also imbued it with frost-infused counterattack properties. What a resilient shell! Under the onslaught of frost, Yu Qing'er and her companions were forced to retreat, with Xiao Wu frowning in disbelief. Suddenly, as the trio fell back, an ice arrow shot forth from the shadows. Yunzheng's arrow was released with an undeniable brilliance, without the invocation of a second soul skill. As a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu could hardly overlook it. However, he found himself constrained by the blue silvergrass, and deemed Yunzheng's attack as inconsequential. It is well known that the power of arrows is often feeble. Even Yu Qing'er's fist, enveloped in the resplendent golden light of the giant spirit, failed to breach Yi Zhiqiu's defenses. What remarkable effect could Yunzheng's arrow possibly possess? Yet, the reality proved otherwise. Although Yunzheng's arrow did not penetrate Yi Zhiqiu's defenses, the chilling aura of the ice arrow, augmented by a 28% armor penetration and damage increase, decisively infiltrated Yi Zhiqiu's protective shield, effectively piercing through to his veins. As a soul master of the Xian Gui martial spirit, Yi Zhiqiu specialized in defense. However, his soul power inherently bore the qualities of humidity and frost, which were perfectly countered by Yunzheng's supreme ice. Furthermore, Yunzheng's first soul skill was designed to negate the advantages of all defensive soul masters, rendering Yi Zhiqiu's encounter with Yunzheng a stroke of misfortune. In all honesty, even in a one-on-one duel, Yunzheng could easily wear him down with his agile tactics. Yet, Yunzheng had no desire to act as a lone wolf with his comrades nearby. Under the impact of this arrow, Yi Zhiqiu experienced cold for the first time. A creeping numbness began to envelop his entire body, dulling his thoughts and senses. Yunzheng appeared to have anticipated the outcome, swiftly releasing another arrow while commanding, "Fight." Among the crowd, the first to react was Yu Qing'er, who without a moment's hesitation turned back and charged forward, unleashing an attack with the ferocity of a giant spirit, leaving no route of retreat for herself. For Yu Qing'er, as long as Yunzheng was by her side, there was no need to overthink during battle. She would comply with his every directive, trusting that even in the event of a misstep, Yunzheng would find a way to remedy it. Following her lead, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu also sprang into action, their eyes gleaming with determination as they unleashed a barrage of attacks without regard for cost. The air was filled with a cacophony of ice arrows, dragon roars, and tiger howls, along with the swift red-black shadows of their assaults, overwhelming Yi Zhiqiu, who struggled to respond effectively. Under the dual restraints of frost and blue silvergrass, Yi Zhiqiu's reaction time and mobility were drastically impaired, forcing him to absorb Yunzheng's team's attacks without the capacity for any meaningful counterattack. Fortunately, given that Yi Zhiqiu was a defensive Soul King, he managed to endure. Had it been another type of Soul King in his place, the outcome might have been dire. In truth, it was only Yu Qing'er, Yunzheng, and Dai Mubai who managed to inflict real damage, while Ning Rongrong's enhancement effects were primarily beneficial to the three of them. Tang San, Zhuxing, and Xiao Wu merely served to restrain their opponent. Xiao Wu had somewhat concealed her true strength, and Tang San refrained from utilizing hidden weapons. Otherwise, even if Yi Zhiqiu possessed formidable defensive capabilities, he could not have withstood their onslaught for so long. On the other side, Oscar was filled with excitement. Yet as a food-type soul master, he felt powerless, forced to observe from a safe distance. At this point, Yunzheng and his companions had not yet exhausted their soul power, rendering Oscar's sausage supply unnecessary, thus relegating him to the role of a mere spectator. Hey, give me some sausages. Meanwhile, the slowest to react, Ma Hongjun, also grew animated, discarding his chicken leg and rushing to Oscar's side. Hearing Ma Hongjun's voice, Oscar shot him a glare and retorted, "You haven't even used a soul skill. What? Did you exhaust your soul power just from eating? Enough chatter. Hurry." Ma Hongjun disregarded Oscar's words, glancing at Yi Zhiqiu who was engulfed by countless attacks, anxiously urging him. "If we don't act fast, Yi Zhiqiu will be done for." TSK. Oscar clicked his tongue, likely guessing Ma Hongjun's thoughts. Amidst his envy, he produced a dozen sausages and tossed them to Ma Hongjun. With his pudgy hands, Ma Hongjun caught the sausages and eagerly stuffed them into his mouth, chewing hastily. Almost immediately, his evil fire phoenix martial soul activated, with 2 yellow soul rings illuminating around him. Empowered by the sausages, Ma Hongjun's soul power surged to its peak, and the blazing flames of the phoenix erupted around him. Phoenix flame line. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun let out a fierce roar as a fire column, as thick as a person, shot forth. The heat wave from the flames caught the attention of Dai Mubai and the others. The instant Ma Hongjun's voice rang out, Tang San and Dai Mubai were both startled. "Stop!" Tang San exclaimed, yet it was too late. Ma Hongjun's flames had already surged forward, leaving him no choice but to drag Yunzheng and the others away with his blue-silver grass. "Idiot!" Dai Mubai cursed vehemently, wishing he could strike Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to Tang San and Dai Mubai's protests, was consumed by the roaring flames. At that moment, Yunzheng's gaze sharpened, and the purple thousand-year soul ring behind him glimmered silently. Boom! The flames cascaded like a pillar towards Yi Zhiqiu, who was already protected by a battered tortoiseshell shield. The fire acted as the last straw for his fragile defense, and in an instant, the shield crumbled, forcing Yi Zhiqiu to rely on his martial soul's innate tortoiseshell to withstand the flames. However, the phoenix fire was not to be trifled with. Even though Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king, he found himself in dire straits. The tortoiseshell on his back blackened and withered visibly, a faint scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air as Yi Zhiqiu's soul power rapidly depleted. Simultaneously, the extreme cold that had been seeping into him began to dissipate under the flames, and the blue-silver grass entwining him had turned to ash. At this point, Tang San's blue-silver grass was far from able to provide fire immunity. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu remained composed. The ice penetrating his body was minimal, and with the flames aiding him, he quickly suppressed the chilling numbness that threatened to overwhelm him. Raging water. In a moment of recovery, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed a piercing shriek, activating his 5th soul ring as a torrent of icy water surged forth toward Ma Hongjun. The collision of water and fire produced a thick cloud of steam, enveloping the entire first floor of the inn. "Fool!" Witnessing this, Dai Mubai shouted furiously, rushing towards Yi Zhiqiu. But before he could approach, Yi Zhiqiu summoned the water wave to force him back. From the start, Yi Zhiqiu had underestimated Yunzheng and his companions, deeming them mere soul masters with Dai Mubai being the strongest among them. How could he, a proud soul king, possibly falter? Yet after experiencing setbacks, Yi Zhiqiu realized that Yunzheng's group truly posed a threat to him. Driven by humiliation and rage, he was now fighting with all his might. A serious soul king, even wounded, was not something a mere soul venerable like Dai Mubai could approach. Realizing his folly, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of panic. Yet he found himself trapped with no clear escape. Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king. It was foolish to think he could match him in soul power. However, retreating would only result in being overwhelmed and frozen by Yi Zhiqiu's water wave. "Rongrong, enhance me." Just then, Yunzheng, who had been positioned at the back of the group, suddenly let out a fierce shout, brandishing the frost language spear, and in a graceful motion, he teleported right before Yi Zhiqiu. Ning Rongrong reacted swiftly, sending forth 2 beams of enhancement light that enveloped Yunzheng. Yi Zhiqiu's heart raced in surprise. He had not anticipated Yunzheng to possess a teleportation soul skill. The large spear radiated an intimidating chill, yet facing the pressing situation, Yi Zhiqiu had no time for deliberation. With a cold snort, he thrust his palm forward, intending to employ the same tactic and repel Yunzheng with a crashing wave of water. But before Yi Zhiqiu could summon the water, a pitch-black tail, as dark as obsidian, shot forth from behind Yunzheng, its arrowhead glimmering with a sinister crimson light. An enchanting whisper echoed in Yi Zhiqiu's ears as he suddenly found himself gazing into a pair of profound eyes, slowly becoming entranced. Realizing he had succumbed to an illusion, Yi Zhiqiu quickly bit his tongue to jolt himself awake. As the principal of Sanghui Academy, he was adept in illusion arts, and thus, he was not unfamiliar with such tricks. With a downward strike. Yet, by the time Yi Zhiqiu's awareness returned to reality, Yunzheng was already upon him. The massive spear blade descending from 3 meters above, as the flames surged back towards him. The brief moment offered no opportunity for Yi Zhiqiu to perform any significant actions, forcing him to instinctively retreat into his tortoise shell for self-preservation. With a resounding crash, the blade of the spear and flames descended simultaneously, causing the entire inn to tremble under Yunzheng's immense power. Yi Zhiqiu was not entirely unjustified. Previously, Zhao Wujin had also suffered under Yunzheng's series of strikes. So it was hardly surprising that a soul king like him would fall victim as well. In truth, Yunzheng himself was uncertain whether this blow would defeat Yi Zhiqiu, but it was undoubtedly the most formidable attack he could muster. Regardless, even if Yunzheng could not breach Yi Zhiqiu's formidable defenses, he would certainly not emerge unscathed from the dual baptism of Phoenix Fire and Ultimate Ice. Gradually, the steam dissipated, and Dai Mubai and the others swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting the outcome. What on earth was happening at this late hour? Just then, Zhao Wujin unexpectedly descended from the stairway, his rugged voice successfully drawing the attention of Dai Mubai and the others. With a grunt, Zhao Wujin made his way down, expressing his dissatisfaction. Eating is for eating. Sleeping is for sleeping. How is it that 8 or 9 people are bullying an old turtle? As he spoke, Zhao Wujin suddenly froze mid-sentence. At the edge of his vision, he beheld Yunzheng with one foot on Yi Zhiqiu's shell, wielding the moonlight frost sky feather, with an ice arrow aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu's forehead. The chilling gleam made Yi Zhiqiu break out in a cold sweat. They had truly managed to defeat a Soul King. To be candid, Zhao Wujin had been aware of their actions from the very beginning, but he refrained from intervening immediately. One reason was to test Yunzheng and his companions, while the other was to wait until they could no longer hold out, allowing him to emerge as their teacher and bask in their admiration. Yet, it appeared that his involvement might no longer be necessary. At this moment, Yunzheng also spotted Zhao Wuji and let out a long sigh of relief. After retrieving a soul guide from Yi Zhiqiu, he unceremoniously kicked Yi Zhiqiu towards Zhao Wuji, stating, "Teacher Zhao, I leave the rest to you." Having said that, Yunzheng approached the store manager and the attendant, extracting the soul coins from Yi Zhiqiu's soul guide, dividing them into 3 portions, and handing them over to the 2 individuals. Consider this compensation. You may share it with the kitchen staff. Should you fear any repercussions from Sanghui Academy, this amount will suffice for you to relocate to another city and live comfortably for the rest of your lives. This was the most prudent solution that Yunzheng could conceive. You are their teacher. On the other side, Yi Zhiqiu, now before Zhao Wuji after being kicked, regarded him as a potential savior. Trembling, he implored Zhao Wuji for justice. However, to his dismay, Zhao Wuji merely cast a disdainful glance at him before swatting him away with a single strike, just before losing his balance. Yi Zhiqiu faintly heard Zhao Wuji's contemptuous voice remark, "If my students cannot handle you, what would it say about my skill if I practiced on you?" Chapter 59. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The following day dawned. For Yunzheng and his companions, the ordeal at Sanghui Academy was but a fleeting episode. They had not escalated the situation to the point of fatality. Yunzheng was no bloodthirsty individual. After delivering a lesson, he simply expelled the people of Sanghui Academy, leaving the most unfortunate one as the arrogant young man who had attempted to harass Yuqinger. He would likely never show his face in public again. Early the next morning, the group entered the Stardo Forest. This forest was vast, spanning the 2 great empires of Tiando and Xinglao, and was one of the 3 major habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, compared to the other soul beast territories, such as the Sunset Forest and the northernmost region, the Stardo Forest boasted a superior quantity and overall strength of soul beasts. It is widely said that as long as one does not provoke the legendary Ice Empress in the northernmost region, The Stardow Forest is undeniably a no-go zone for humanity. In summary, it is wise to avoid recklessly venturing into the Stardow Forest. Otherwise, even a tidal Douluo might face peril. Of course, this danger is relative, as the risk level in the outskirts and mixed zones of the Stardow Forest is significantly lower. Yunzheng and his companions aim to procure a third soul ring for Oscar, specifically one from a soul beast of a millennium's worth of cultivation. This task did not require an extensive venture, as the outskirts of the Stardow Forest would suffice. Within these peripheries, the most formidable soul beasts typically possessed around 3,000 to 4,000 years of experience. Even a coalition of 5 or 6 seasoned soul masters would likely encounter no grave peril, especially with Zhao Wuji accompanying Yunzheng and his team. As they journeyed, Tang Sect gradually emerged as the leader of the group, garnering the respect and admiration of his peers. His profound knowledge was undeniably impressive, encompassing the habitats of various soul beasts, the distribution of flora, and even the intricate behaviors, toxicities of plants, and the relationships between different species. He could articulate these subjects with ease, resembling a living encyclopedia of the soul master realm. Remarkably, what even Zhao Wuji struggled to elucidate, Tang Sect addressed with clarity and confidence. Having such an individual in their midst undoubtedly bolstered their sense of security. The knowledge Tang Sect possessed was imparted by his esteemed mentor. Given the rapport between Yu Zhongbai and the master, it was evident that, should Yuqing'er and Yunzheng express a desire to learn, the master would generously share his insights. However, the challenge lay in the ability to truly absorb and comprehend this wisdom. As for Yuqing'er, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Compelling her to study felt akin to imposing a hardship upon her, for the vast expanse of eclectic knowledge was akin to an impenetrable tome. As for Yunzheng, Yunzheng indeed wishes to learn, but to speak candidly, he truly lacks the time. After a long day filled with essential studies, training, spending time with Yuqing'er, practicing archery and spear techniques, as well as body refining, Yunzheng found little time left for any additional learning. Indeed, if he were to squeeze his schedule, he could find some spare time, but Yunzheng was not a machine. It was impossible to work nonstop for 12 hours. To return to the matter at hand. As the season transitioned from summer to autumn, the soul beasts remained quite active in anticipation of the impending hibernation period. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the group encountered a soul beast that was over 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, its attributes and abilities did not align with Oscar's, leading them to abandon the pursuit. They subsequently encountered numerous other soul beasts, all ranging from 10 to 100 years old. Adhering to principles of sustainable development and avoiding unnecessary slaughter, Yunzheng and his companions refrained from attacking these creatures. By noon, Ning Rongrong, feeling fatigued, leaned against Yuqing'er's shoulder and remarked softly, "Chen, I never realized hunting for soul beasts could be so exhausting. Hunting souls as a soul master is indeed a matter of luck. We must endure." Yuqing'er offered a gentle smile and comforted her softly. Coming from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was accustomed to receiving her soul rings prepared by the sect. She had never before needed to hunt for them. This expedition into the Stardow Forest was truly a novel experience for her. "Oh," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, and she ceased her complaints. Deep down, she understood that her words were merely a conversation with Yuqing'er. After receiving a stern reprimand from Flandra, she realized that at Shrek Academy, she could not maintain the demeanor of a spoiled young lady. Some challenges were inevitable. However, the secretive exchange between Ning Rongrong and Yuqing'er did not escape Yunzheng's notice, who, after a moment of contemplation, surmised their conversation. He turned to observe Oscar and Ma Hongjun, discovering a hint of fatigue on their faces, and said to Tang Sect beside him, "Brother San, shall we rest for a moment?" Notably, among the 9 students of Shrek, the 3 oldest were still Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang Sect, with Yuqing'er now ranking 4th, followed by Ma Hongjun. Yunzheng was the 6th, followed by Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing in succession. Of course, these were merely the apparent ages. If one were to consider their actual ages, Xiao Wu would be regarded as the ancestor of them all. Hence, Ma Hongjun referring to Yunzheng as brother was somewhat misleading, yet according to Ma Hongjun, it was the principle of the adept as teacher that warranted such a title. Given Yunzheng's performance in the battle arena, something is approaching. Before Tang Sect could respond, Zhao Wujia suddenly bellowed. The group tensed, and Tang Sect exclaimed, "Zhuqing. See what it is." Understood. Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the command, activated her spirit possession, swiftly ascending to the treetops for a better view. "It's a soul beast. Red, elongated. about 6 to 8 meters long, flying 3 to 4 meters off the ground at great speed. Can it fly? A bird-like soul beast? Ning Rongrong speculated upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's report. Tang Sect furrowed his brow, already forming a suspicion, and inquired further. Zhuqing, look again. That soul beast should not have a red head, but rather a red comb on its head and pink wings. It's here. Upon hearing the exchange between Tang Sect and Zhu Zhuqing, Yunzheng discerned the identity of the approaching soul beast. Fixing his gaze, he readied his frost sky feather bow, knocking an ice arrow, waiting for the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Indeed, it is the red comb, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed. Zhao Wujie and Tang Sect's eyes lit up in unison, exclaiming, "Phoenix-tailed cockatrice." Based on Zhuqing's description, this creature was estimated to possess around 1,800 years of cultivation, making it a perfect match for Oscar in terms of attributes and age. With a slight smile, Tang Sect confidently stated, "Oscar, since you are so knowledgeable about this soul beast, you should take the lead." Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang Sect, contemplating. Tang Sect nodded and addressed Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, your martial spirit has a suppressive effect on the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. When it approaches, summon your spirit." Turning to Yunzheng, Yuqinger, and Dai Mubai, he noticed they were already prepared, prompting him to chuckle awkwardly. Firepower suppression. Understood. Dai Mubai grinned, affirmatively nodding. Just as Dai Mubai spoke, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice burst forth from the thicket. Tang Sect's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Fatty, now's the time." With that, Ma Hongjun activated his martial spirit, unleashing a resounding cry of the phoenix that enveloped the phoenix-tailed cockatrice in a wave of scorching power, causing it to momentarily freeze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Sect launched his blue silver grass, expertly ensnaring the creature's tail. Meanwhile, Yunzheng, Yuqinger, and Dai Mubai unleashed their attacks. Icy arrows infused with the brilliance of the giant spirit and the white tiger striking in unison, but the ice arrows vanished midway. The phoenix-tailed cockatrice, not to be underestimated, instinctively responded to the looming threat, shaking off Tang Sect's blue silver grass that bore thorns and parasites. As the giant spirit and white tiger's beams converged, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice contorted its body at a near-impossible angle, narrowly evading the twin assaults. Tang Sect felt a flicker of mockery in the creature's eyes at that moment. Yet, just then, an ice arrow shot forth from below, piercing the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. With a pained roar, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice flapped its wings frantically, driven by a primal instinct to flee. It was unfortunate for the creature. Having just escaped one peril, it now found itself ensnared in another. "Don't let it escape," Tang Sect shouted urgently as he saw the phoenix-tailed cockatrice attempting to flee. Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action without hesitation, having already been weakened by the intense cold. The phoenix-tailed cockatrice's speed diminished significantly, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to close the gap in an instant. In a desperate bid for survival, the creature unleashed a seven-colored mist from its mouth. Enveloped by the mist, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of numbness wash over her, losing control of her body and plummeting from the sky. Damn it! In a state of panic, Dai Mubai mistook Zhu Zhuqing's predicament for a venomous attack and, in a fit of rage, activated his first and third soul rings simultaneously. He leaped in front of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, seizing Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, and, fueled by anger, delivered a powerful punch. "Wait, Mubai?" Tang Sect shouted in alarm as he witnessed Dai Mubai lose his composure. "That mist is not poisonous." At that moment, Dai Mubai was evidently oblivious to Tang Sect's voice. Solely focused on avenging Zhu Zhuqing, he unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in a resounding thud as the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent crashed to the ground. Observing this, Tang Sect hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Fortunately, Dai Mubai's strike did not claim the serpent's life, it merely rendered it unconscious. Had that punch sent the serpent to its demise, Oscar would have been inconsolable. Thanks to the serpent's tough and slippery scales, nearly 30% of Dai Mubai's force was dissipated upon impact. Moreover, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was distracted and had already allocated all her enhancement abilities, failing to bolster Dai Mubai's strength. Otherwise, the fate of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent would have been uncertain indeed. Relieved that the serpent had survived, Tang Sect exhaled deeply and promptly summoned Oscar. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already landed, cradling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. At this juncture, Dai Mubai had come to his senses, and the paralysis effect on Zhu Zhuqing had dissipated. However, both seemed to have forgotten their surroundings, with Dai Mubai gazing dazedly at Zhu Zhuqing, who, in turn, stared back at him, leaving their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Ahem. Just as the two shared their poignant gaze, Yunzheng's untimely cough echoed in the air. The moment Yunzheng's voice resonated, Dai Mubai visibly stiffened, and Zhu Zhuqing hastily leaped from his embrace, fleeing towards the direction of Yuqing'er and the others. As the soft jade slipped from his grasp, Dai Mubai regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and feigning nonchalance as he approached Yunzheng's side. Yunzheng clearly discerned the faint resentment in Dai Mubai's eyes as he approached. In response, Yunzheng merely shrugged with an air of confidence, even if he chose silence. Zhu Zhuqing would not allow Dai Mubai to hold him indefinitely, especially with everyone watching. Such a display would not bode well. Haha, consider yourself fortunate, for you have encountered such an exceptional soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie excitedly rubbed Oscar's head, his expression brimming with delight. For Zhao Wujie, nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the gradual growth of the students. And seeing Oscar acquire a splendid soul ring filled him with more happiness than if he had received a soul bone himself. However, Oscar found it increasingly difficult to endure Zhao Wujie's affection, his handsome face strained with a forced smile. Tang Sect and Ma Hongjun, meanwhile, displayed a lack of loyalty. Watching with glee, Ma Hongjun purely relished Oscar's misfortune, while Tang Sect embraced his inner cunning, finding pleasure in Oscar's plight. At long last, when Zhao Wujie's excitement waned, he finally released Oscar. Before Oscar could catch his breath, Zhao Wujie presented him with a dagger, declaring, "Pierce its crest, and this soul ring shall be yours." Oscar hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. As a soul master, slaying soul beasts was a duty he must fulfill. Despite his reluctance, he recognized this necessity. Having faced it thrice before, there was no room for pity. Concurrently, Xiaowen noticeably turned her head away. "Stop." Oscar inhaled deeply, prepared to strike down the Fengwei chicken crest serpent when a sharp voice suddenly rang out, and a pink serpent's tongue shot towards him like lightning. Startled, Oscar, powerless to evade such a swift attack, found himself at the mercy of Zhao Wujie, who, with a cold expression, swiftly struck out, severing the serpent's tongue. The figure concealed in the foliage let out a muffled grunt, clearly wounded by Zhao Wujie's hidden force. "What is this? How dare you launch a covert attack before me?" Zhao Wujie snorted coldly, his soul's sage-level power surging like a tidal wave towards the serpent's direction. The figure, clearly taken aback by Zhao Wujie's audacity, hastily retreated a couple of steps, but another force helped her erect a barrier, thwarting Zhao Wujie's pressure. "Calm down." Soon after, a hunched figure emerged from the shadows, first comforting her granddaughter before turning to Zhao Wujie with a meaningful nod, stating, "I did not expect to encounter the illustrious immovable king here. It is a pleasure to meet you." Simultaneously, the hunched figure revealed her 6 soul rings, their brilliance illuminating her vicinity, allowing Zhao Wujie to clearly see her visage. "Ah, just a soul emperor, yet she acts as if she is something grand." Ma Hongjun scoffed disdainfully upon seeing the 6 rings, sarcasm dripping from his words. However, before he could finish, Zhao Wujie swiftly interrupted him with a light tap to his head, turning to the elderly lady with a beaming smile. "Ah, it is the esteemed Chao Tianxiang. What an honor." To be frank, Zhao Wujie did not fear Sol Douluo's might, while he might not match the renowned Long Gong in strength. He was confident in his superior background, thanks to Yunzheng and the others. Just look at the current batch of Shrek Academy students. The only son of the Haotian Douluo, the daughter and disciple of the Leiyu Douluo, and the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Indeed, even the least favored prince of Xinglua would not be a match for Long Gong. Moreover, after receiving a thorough lesson from Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao that night, Zhao Wujie was confident he could break through to the Sol Douluo level within 3 years. Why should he fear Long Gong? However, avoiding unnecessary conflict was prudent. Though the other party clearly bore ill intentions, Zhao Wujie was still inclined to engage with Chao Tianxiang amicably before tensions escalated. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, esteemed Chao Tianxiang?" Zhao Wujie asked with a charming smile, feigning ignorance. Chao Tianxiang, observing Zhao Wujie's sly demeanor, silently cursed him but managed a forced smile. "My granddaughter has reached the 30th level, and we were the first to discover this Fengwei chicken crest serpent. However, this wretched creature proved cunning, allowing it to escape. If the king does not believe me," she added, "you may check if there are any wounds left by me on its abdomen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression grew solemn as he exchanged glances with Dai Mubai, who understood and approached the Fengwei chicken crest serpent to investigate. Chao Tianxiang awaited the outcome with an expression of indifference, her unwavering demeanor indicating to Zhao Wujie that her claims were likely true. If what Chao Tianxiang said was accurate, the situation could become troublesome, as they were not forcibly taking the serpent, but standing on firm ground. Zhao teacher, there are none. Just as Zhao Wujia pondered how to safeguard Oscar's soul ring, Dai Mubai's hesitant voice reached his ears. This complicates matters, Zhao Wujia thought, initially dismissing Dai Mubai's remark as inconsequential, but his expression quickly shifted to one of astonishment as he retorted, none? Indeed, Dai Mubai affirmed earnestly. The Fengwei chicken crest serpent bears only the arrow wound and frostbite inflicted by Yunzheng. There are no other marks. None. How could this be? Zhao Wujia was taken aback, and before he could process Dai Mubai's response, Chao Tianxiang let out a disbelieving scream. Ignoring Dai Mubai's attempts to stop her as she rushed to the Fengwei chicken crest serpent to examine it. To her surprise, she found that the serpent's abdomen indeed bore only an arrow wound and frostbite, with no trace of her previous injuries, or perhaps her marks had been obscured. Yet, none of this mattered. What was crucial was that Chao Tianxiang could no longer prove that the serpent had been discovered by her and her granddaughter first. Zhao Wujia, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter, feigning regret as he remarked, "What a pity, esteemed Chao Tianxiang. It seems this Fengwei chicken crest serpent is not the one you encountered earlier. You claim that the serpent you found bore your wounds, yet this one does not. It is evident that this is not the same serpent you originally encountered." His logic was clear and reasonable. Zhao Wujia's words caused Chao Tianxiang to tremble with rage, glaring at him, but upon meeting Zhao Wujia's confident gaze, she gradually regained her composure. In truth, she had ventured out to hunt souls without the company of Long Gong. If matters escalated with Zhao Wujia, only she would suffer the consequences. Now that the evidence had vanished, attempting to reclaim the soul beast from Zhao Wujia was a futile dream. After careful consideration, Chao Tianxiang forced a smile, gritting her teeth as she addressed Zhao Wujia. "It seems you are correct. In that case, we shall not disturb the immovable king any further." "Grandma," Meng Yiran protested, but this time, Chao Tianxiang was resolute, firmly dragging her away. Zhao Wujia watched Chao Tianxiang's retreating figure, his heart sinking. Had she argued her case, it would have indicated room for negotiation. Her decisive departure, however, suggested that she was genuinely angered. It is likely that the next time they meet, it will be a personal visit from the esteemed Long Gong to Shrek Academy. However, Zhao Wujing remains unperturbed, as he often says. Let them see who ultimately suffers after offending this group of little ancestors surrounding him. Chapter 61. Fate's Calculations. How could Chao Tianxiang, a dignified soul emperor, possibly lose track of a millennium-old soul beast? In truth, Zhao Wujing understands that the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake they encountered is indeed the very one that Chao Tianxiang had previously encountered. Chao Tianxiang is equally aware, yet without evidence. One can easily turn black into white. The root of this matter lies in Yunzheng's arrow. Had Yunzheng's arrow not fortuitously masked the scars left by Chao Tianxiang, it is conceivable that Zhao Wujing would have had to entangle himself with her over the matter at hand. It would have been impossible for Zhao Wujing to retrieve the item, but without Yunzheng's serendipitous shot, the situation would not have been resolved so effortlessly, and he would lack the justification to ask Chao Tianxiang to depart. Contemplating this, Zhao Wujing cast a glance at Yunzheng. Noticing Zhao Wujing's gaze, Yunzheng merely shrugged innocently. Zhao Wujing did not dwell on it. He did not believe Yunzheng acted with intent, viewing it simply as a coincidence. After all, in Zhao Wujing's perspective, no matter how astute Yunzheng may be, he could not possibly foresee the future. One could only consider it unfortunate for Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter. Yet, in reality, Yunzheng was indeed deliberate in his actions. Yunzheng did not intentionally target Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. He simply wished to prevent Tang Sect and Meng Yiran from engaging in a duel. Yunzheng was undoubtedly aware that such actions might offend the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. However, faced with the choice between the level 80 Dragon Lord and the nearly 10,000-year-old Titan Ape, he would still make his decision with clarity. In comparison, Yunzheng would rather incur the wrath of the former than confront the latter. Yunzheng will not forget that in the original work, Tang Sect achieved his breakthrough to the 30th level during his sparring with Meng Yiran. Subsequently, in their quest to find Tang Sect's third spirit ring, the group delayed until nightfall, which ultimately led them to encounter the Titan Great Ape. While it is true that the primary reason for Shrek's encounter with the Titan Great Ape lies with Xiao Wu, the direct cause was Tang Sect's advancement to the 30th level. Had it not been for the pursuit of the third spirit ring for Tang Sect, they may not have encountered the Titan Great Ape at all. Yunzheng had to admit his selfishness. through his actions. Tang Sect not only lost the opportunity to break through level 30, but also forfeited the formidable 8 spider lances. Yet, that was the Titan giant ape. Yunzheng dared not gamble. Although the original narrative did not depict any casualties, what if the Titan giant ape, a soul beast of such magnitude, could easily reshape mountains with a mere gesture? Who could withstand such force? As for Tang Sect, he could always compensate him later. 5 years hence, when Yunzheng aided Xiao Wu in surviving the soul-hunting mission of the Spirit Hall, surely he could atone for today's selfishness, couldn't he? Wretched man, if you do not act soon, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake will perish from the cold. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai urged Oscar, who was momentarily dazed. The relentless encroachment of extreme ice was no trifling matter. Oh. Oscar, as if awakening from a dream, nodded and without hesitation, swiftly dispatched the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Initially, he feared for the safety of his third soul ring when it approached Xiang, but unexpectedly, the situation turned favorable, and within moments, Xiang had departed with her granddaughter. Now, Oscar was anxious that Xiang might change her mind and felt no hesitation. A purple soul ring ascended from the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar took a deep breath, seated himself on the ground, summoned his sausage martial spirit, and began absorbing the soul ring. Zhao Wujia safeguarded Oscar, while Dai Mubai and Yunzheng remained vigilant. The 4 girls and Ma Hongjun busied themselves with preparing food. It must be noted that Ma Hongjun possessed a remarkable talent for culinary pursuits. Not only did he relish food, but he also excelled at preparing it. Dai Mubai and Oscar often jested that if he were not a soul master, he could easily thrive as a chef, earning a handsome income. Similarly, Ma Hongjun mused that if Yunzheng were not a soul master, he could surely make a living as a fortune teller. Returning to the matter at hand, they were all seasoned individuals aware that absorbing a soul ring was a painstaking endeavor, especially for an auxiliary soul master like Oscar. Absorbing a millennium-level soul ring would take no less than 1 or 2 hours, and during that time, the others could not merely wait idly. They needed to satisfy their hunger. To put it bluntly, when venturing out, one ought not to starve, even in the face of death. As for Tang Sect, he had been on high alert, and, after expending considerable soul power in dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, took the opportunity to recuperate. An hour and a half later, Oscar finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, slowly opening his eyes to find everyone gathered around him, eagerly inquiring, "How do you feel? What ability did you gain? What kind of sausage was it? Was it delicious?" It was evident that the last question was posed by none other than Ma Hongjun. Hiki. In response to the crowd's inquiries, Oscar did not reply, but instead chuckled to himself, brimming with excitement. "TSK, is this scoundrel-esque condition worsening?" Dai Mubai observed Oscar's playful demeanor and sighed in exasperation. "I'm only curious about how delectable this fellow's third soul skill is." Ma Hongjun licked his lips and turned to Yunzheng, asking earnestly, "Half-sage, could you lend your fortune-telling skills to discern it?" Yunzheng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in annoyance and exclaimed, "Do you really think I'm a fortune-teller?" Dai Mubai and the others exchanged banter, seemingly forgetting about Oscar, the very subject of their conversation. "You glutton only know how to eat. My third soul skill is flight." Oscar huffed, clearly displeased, yet proud of his revelation. Flight? At the mention of this term, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment, as if confirming he hadn't misheard. As a terrestrial being, who wouldn't he yearn to soar through the skies like a bird? Moreover, isn't it said that giving wings to a tiger enhances its prowess? It was evident that if he could fly, Dai Mubai's mobility in battle would undergo a remarkable transformation. Perhaps we should first sample the flavor. However, Ma Hongjun seemed less interested in flying, fixated instead on the taste of Oscar's third soul skill. As the evil fire phoenix, although currently restricted by his soul power from flying, he was aware that, like Flinder, he would eventually soar through the heavens. Oscar shot a disgruntled glare at Ma Hongjun, ignoring him, and turned back to Dai Mubai, declaring, "Indeed, it is flying, for a full minute." "A minute?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression fell, and he chuckled awkwardly. "A minute. If we encounter a wider canyon, I doubt we could even cross it." In response to Dai Mubai's skepticism, Oscar, seemingly prepared for this, smirked and asked mysteriously, "What if we fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed cuckoo snake for a minute?" The mere mention of the phoenix-tailed cuckoo snake's speed startled everyone, including Yunzheng and the others, while even the initially dismissive Ma Hongjun gaped in surprise at Oscar. To fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed cuckoo snake for a minute would cover at least 2,000 meters. Even Zhu Zhuqing, the fastest among them, could hardly match that. Haha. At last, this trip was not in vain. Zhao Wujie was the most exhilarated, clapping Oscar on the back with a beaming smile. Just for this soul skill, it would be worth offending the Dragon King. Once the excitement subsided, Yunzheng wisely suggested, since Oscar has found his third soul ring and our objective has been achieved, we should hasten our departure. Yes, Zhao Wujie, reflecting for a moment, nodded in agreement. Let us return to the academy. We are in the Star Doe Forest. Even the outskirts are fraught with danger, especially after offending the Dragon King and the Serpent Queen. If they decide to ambush us, it would spell trouble. Teacher Zhao, I fear we cannot return just yet. Just as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, Tang Sect suddenly interjected. Tang Sect smiled shyly, scratching his head as he continued, I just broke through the 30th level while meditating. What the hell? The moment Tang Sect's words fell, Yunzheng was left speechless. A 12-year-old soul master was a rarity across the continent. Indeed, among them, both Yu Qing'er and Xiao Wu were likely to break through to soul master at 12, and might even surpass Tang Sect's record, but at this moment, Tang Sect was the first among them to achieve this milestone. Third brother, you are incredible. Little San, rest assured, we will handle the soul beast matters. The group showered Tang Sect with blessings and praise, and he beamed with genuine happiness, while Yunzheng managed to smile. After all, Tang Sect's breakthrough was a cause for celebration, and he couldn't possibly remain glum. After the jovial exchange, Zhao Wujie spoke up. All right, everyone. We will head south for another 10 miles to set up camp for the night. Tomorrow, we will find the best soul ring for Little San. Yes. Oscar began absorbing the phoenix-tailed cuckoo snake soul ring around noon. After an hour and a half, it was now late afternoon. Although the sun still hung high in the sky, nightfall was approaching, and once the golden crows set, countless malevolent spirits would emerge from the Star Doe Forest. Even the outskirts posed extreme dangers to humans. For soul masters, the best course of action when night fell in the forest was to find a relatively safe spot to stay put and avoid competing with night vision-capable soul beasts. After a brief while, Zhao Wujie led the group to a relatively safe hillside, where they would likely spend the night. Brat, you and the girls prepare dinner, while the rest of us set up the tents. Dai Mubai, being the eldest, naturally assumed the role of leader, methodically assigning tasks. However, Oscar was clearly unwilling to adhere to Dai Mubai's orders, indignantly confronting him. Why must I prepare dinner with the girls? Dai Mubai shot Oscar a disdainful glance. If it weren't for his pride, he would have gladly prepared dinner with Zhu Zhuqing, yet this guy was unappreciative. As the elder brother, Dai Mubai had deliberately created opportunities for Oscar to get closer to Ning Rongrong. Yet Oscar was ungrateful and even turned the tables. Utilize your talents. Ma Hongjun, throwing an arm around Oscar's shoulders, boisterously stated, dinner preparation? Isn't that your forte? It's called specialization. By the way, what exactly is your third soul skill? Can we have a taste? Upon hearing this, both Dai Mubai and Oscar fell silent. Ma Hongjun refrained from mentioning the effects of Oscar's third soul skill. Yet he was incessantly obsessed with its flavor. This guy was simply greedy. Fine. Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, also addressing Oscar, even if we don't eat. We must at least see what your third soul skill is. It will be dark soon. Since you all so earnestly inquire, I shall graciously enlighten you. Under Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's persistent questioning, Oscar smugly smirked, raising a finger skyward, and dramatically declared, Behold, my magnificent third soul skill that allows one to soar. Subsequently, Oscar flamboyantly proclaimed, I possess a mushroom sausage. I knew it. This guy's soul skill was becoming increasingly ridiculous. The moment Oscar's words left his mouth, Dai Mubai facepalmed, cursing under his breath, while Ma Hongjun could only shake his head. Although the flavor of Oscar's sausage was decent, its name was undeniably off-putting. Yet, one could not deny that Oscar had the audacity to boldly proclaim his soul skill. At the same time, a sausage adorned with a mushroom cap appeared at Oscar's fingertip. Its appearance could only be described as grotesque. While Oscar's first and second soul skills were indeed sausages, at least they didn't have mushroom caps. As the sausage made its appearance, the cheeks of Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls flushed crimson, while Ma Hongjun let out a dry chuckle and remarked, I've suddenly realized that I'm not particularly curious about the taste of this sausage. Humph. If you want to eat it, I shall indulge myself. Oscar, too, found himself blushing, yet being the master of his own soul skill. He feigned indifference with a scoff and tilted his head to swallow his uniquely shaped third soul skill. The moment Oscar consumed the mushroom sausage, a fierce wind howled, and the once dimly lit sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Ma Hongjun, glancing upward, mumbled in confusion, "Wasn't this supposed to be about flying? Why has it turned off the lights?" Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard and stammered, "It wasn't me." Boom. In the next instant, a massive stone hurtled toward them, and Oscar stood frozen, unable to react. At that moment, Yunzheng, who had been on high alert, teleported beside Oscar, seizing him and shouting, "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Roar. Just as Yunzheng's words fell, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, stirring up a storm of dust and debris, while two immense beastly eyes in the sky radiated a chilling aura. The Titan giant ape. Tang Sect and Zhao Wujin recognized the colossal beast looming above, their pupils constricting in unison, hearts racing uncontrollably. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, was an apex existence among soul beasts, with power, speed, and defense nearly impeccable. A century of cultivation could rival 1,000-year soul beast, and this Titan giant ape before them possessed at least 50,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to a title Douluo among soul masters. Zhao Wujin quickly comprehended that their chances of escaping unscathed today were virtually non-existent. "Mubai?" Zhao Wujin bellowed, his tone brooking no dissent. "You must lead everyone away when the time comes, regardless of me. While I am absent, you must ensure their safety." Without waiting for Mubai's response, Zhao Wujin stepped forward, inhaling deeply, and feigned nonchalance as he addressed the forest king. "We mean no offense. And if we have inadvertently encroached upon your territory, we shall leave immediately." Boom. Before Zhao Wujin could finish his sentence, the Titan giant ape displayed a mocking expression and, with a single punch, created a deep crater mere inches from Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was momentarily taken aback, but an overwhelming fury surged within him, and he roared, summoning the power of the diamond bear, leaping high into the air as his first, third, and fifth soul rings illuminated simultaneously, charging toward the Titan giant ape while shouting at Mubai, "Get them out of here." Though the Titan giant ape could comprehend Zhao Wujin's words, it paid no heed. Its sole intent was to find Xiao Wu. Had it not seen her with Zhao Wujin and the others, it would have effortlessly eradicated them as mere soul beasts. What affection could the Titan giant ape possibly hold for human soul masters? However, since Zhao Wujin dared to strike, the Titan giant ape had no qualms about teaching this brazen human a lesson. With a mere finger, the Titan giant ape sent the charging Zhao Wujin tumbling back. It then casually hurled a boulder, causing Zhao Wujin to startle. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Mubai suddenly rushed forward, intercepting the colossal stone. "Mubai? Have you lost your mind? Didn't I instruct you to lead them away?" Seeing Mubai, Zhao Wujin felt a mix of gratitude and anger, shouting to mask his inner turmoil. "You're the one who has gone mad." Mubai gritted his teeth, bracing against the boulder, and managed to squeeze out a retort. "Such a disgusting task. I'd have had Tang Sect and Yunzheng handle it." "Huh." After uttering this, Mubai's third soul ring flickered, doubling his strength and soul power, and with a mighty shout, he shattered the boulder. "You." Zhao Wujin choked on his words, tears glimmering in his fierce eyes. Swish. Just as Zhao Wujin was about to speak, an ice arrow suddenly zipped between him and Mubai, followed closely by a flaming tree ignited by phoenix fire. Concurrently, Tang Sect's clear voice rang out, "Sorry, Mubai. Such a vile act. Neither Yunzheng nor I could carry it out." Chapter 63. Consider it a favor owed to me. Roar. With the assistance of Ma Hongjun, Yuqinger, and Zhu Shuqing, Tang Sect hurled a fearsome fiery tree at the Titan giant ape, but despite its impressive appearance, it lacked the necessary force. The Titan giant ape merely roared in response, the shockwave extinguishing the flames, and the fire tree was obliterated by the raging winds before it could even approach the Titan giant ape. Although Yunzheng's ice arrows possess armor-piercing capabilities, he is merely a great soul master. Even the most exquisite ice, when met with the mountainous form of the Titan giant ape, dissipates as if a cow had plunged into the sea, never to return. "Damn it!" Zhao Wujia exclaimed furiously. "When we return to the academy, I shall deal with you." "Let us speak of this upon our return," Dai Mubai replied with a hearty laugh, unperturbed. The Titan giant ape, irritated by the audacity of these humans to jest in its presence, contemplated delivering a lesson. Though it would not resort to lethal force out of deference for Xiao Wu, a mild reprimand would be permissible. With such thoughts in mind, the Titan giant ape extended a finger towards Dai Mubai. While Zhao Wujia, as a soul sage, was somewhat respectable, Dai Mubai, as a mere sole sovereign, was but an insignificant insect that could be crushed with a sneeze. How dare you, beast? Zhao Wujie would not allow the Titan giant ape to have its way. In a fit of rage, he summoned his seventh soul ring, which illuminated the night with a blend of muddied gold light. In that moment, the formidable figure of the great strength diamond bear emerged, pushing back against the Titan giant ape's finger, the manifestation of a martial spirit. A life or death soul skill of a high-level soul master above level 70 granted Zhao Wujie the ability to use his first 6 soul skills without restriction, amplifying their power by 150%. Ning Rongrong, having exhausted her soul power, bestowed upon Zhao Wujie enhancements of strength and speed, granting him attributes comparable to a soul Douluo. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School rightfully earned its reputation as the continent's foremost auxiliary martial spirit, not only due to its powerful support effects, but also because of its unparalleled amplification that disregards differences in cultivation level, making it a coveted skill among countless soul masters. Yet, even with such advantages, the Titan giant ape remained dismissive. To put it bluntly, it had never regarded the situation with any seriousness. What did the martial spirit manifestation matter? What significance did the attributes of a soul Douluo hold? Even if a title Douluo were to descend with full force, the most it could achieve would be an even contest with the Titan giant ape. On the other side, everyone exerted their utmost to assist Zhao Wujie in resisting the Titan giant ape, yet Xiao Wu intentionally avoided the front lines, her expression fraught with conflict. Behind her stood only 4 individuals. Oscar, supporting the exhausted Ning Rongrong, while Yunzheng's gaze flickered as he instantaneously appeared beside Xiao Wu, whispering, "If I were you, I would leave with it." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu trembled, her eyes wide with shock as she regarded Yunzheng, her mind swirling with myriad questions. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Yunzheng casually loosed an arrow, assisting Yuqing in bringing down a fragment of rock ahead. His tone shifted to one of rigidity as he continued, "If you wish to spare everyone from peril, depart with this behemoth. Trust me, should any misfortune befall someone, you cannot bear that responsibility." With that, Yunzheng disregarded Xiao Wu's reaction and swiftly left to join Yuqing in battle. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie's martial spirit was shattered by the Titan great ape, causing him to cough up blood and plummet from the sky. This sight jolted Xiao Wu into action. No longer hesitating, she leaped from the debris in the air towards the Titan great ape, only to be yanked back by Tang Sect's control technique, grasping the crane and capturing the dragon. Yet, just as one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, neither could anyone deter a soul intent on recklessness. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid ensnared Tang Sect, flinging him backward as she found herself captured by the Titan great ape, with its target secured. The Titan great ape paid no heed to the remaining individuals, unleashing a furious roar that sent them staggering back before departing. What ensued was rather mundane. Ma Hongjun and the others felt fortunate to have survived, and indeed, they had reason to rejoice. Encountering the Titan great ape in the Stardow Forest and only losing one person was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Although this sentiment may seem callous towards Xiao Wu, it remained a harsh reality. Typically, encounters with the Titan great ape, a soul beast of such caliber, often resulted in total annihilation. Deep down, everyone understood that the chances of survival for someone taken by the Titan great ape were exceedingly slim. Yet, Tang Sect could not come to terms with this. He demanded to see Xiao Wu, living or dead. Rationally, the wisest course of action would have been to rest briefly and then vacate the perilous area, returning later to search for Xiao Wu. However, Tang Sect disregarded this. Previously, he had been avoiding his feelings for Xiao Wu, but he now realized that he had fallen in love with her. Without Xiao Wu, his life would be devoid of meaning. Even in death, he wished to perish alongside her. In this near-obsessive fervor, Tang Sect's eyes burned crimson as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Oscar, demanding that he provide him with a flight mushroom sausage. If Oscar had been sufficiently experienced and rational, he would have refrained from assisting Tang Sect, allowing a mentally unbalanced individual, one who yearned for death, to recklessly enter the treacherous Stardow Forest in pursuit of the Titan great ape would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Yet, youthful emotions often outweigh reason, and Tang Sect's sincere and fervent feelings profoundly affected Oscar, compelling him to hand over the flight mushroom sausage. Familial bonds, romantic love, and friendship often reign supreme over reason in the hearts of youth. Ironically, apart from Zhao Wujie, everyone present was young. By the time Zhao Wujie noticed, Tang Sect had already consumed the flight mushroom sausage. Zhao Wujie attempted to intervene, but soon found that not only had Oscar been swayed, but others were equally moved. As Zhao Wujie reached out to seize Tang San, Ning Rongrong cast a beam of amplification light upon him, propelling him into the air. The others implored Zhao Wujie to grant Tang San an opportunity. Zhao Wujie, already suffering from a splitting headache due to the backlash of his martial spirit, was further infuriated to the point of speechlessness. Nevertheless, he could not allow Tang San to venture into danger. He had to be retrieved. When they found Tang San, he was already in the process of absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Witnessing this scene, Yunzheng could not help but marvel at the powerful inertia of history. Tang San's attempt to absorb this soul ring was already beyond the acceptable limits. And with the deadly nature of the faceless demon spider's soul ring, the group dared not disturb him, opting instead to wait in silence, hoping for his success. Fortunately, Tang San's absorption progressed smoothly, and all that remained was to wait. However, this wait stretched on for several hours. Dawn broke, and even Xiao Wu had returned. Yet Tang San remained unresponsive. The group felt both joy and confusion at Xiao Wu's return, to which she explained that she, too, was uncertain. After the Titan Great Ape had seized her, she lost consciousness, and upon awakening, it had vanished. In a twist of fate, she had even experienced a breakthrough to the 30th level, and with the area filled with soul beasts rendered unconscious by the Titan Great Ape's onslaught, she seized the opportunity to hunt a suitable soul beast, obtaining a 1,000-year-old third soul ring. Xiao Wu's explanation, however, failed to convince the others fully. Yet, since she had returned, it was indeed a cause for celebration, and they chose not to dwell on the matter further. Of course, Xiao Wu would not forget the words Yunzheng had shared with her earlier. Under the cover of night, she intentionally kept vigil alongside him. Although the watch was originally Zhao Wujie's responsibility, now, burdened by the backlash of his martial spirit, he was the one who required rest the most. Do you know my identity? Xiao Wu asked Yunzheng, her expression a mixture of concern and uncertainty. Yunzheng non-committally shrugged and remarked, I happen to be aware. But it is not just me. Sanji's father should also be cognizant of your identity by now. Yunzheng did not express the possibility that Yu Zhongbai might already be aware of Xiao Wu's true identity in order to spare her any undue alarm. After all, the distinctions between Tang San's father and Yu Qing'er's father are unmistakably significant to Xiao Wu. Despite having known for some time, when she heard Yunzheng's affirmations, her expression momentarily faltered, especially upon learning that Tang San's father was also aware of her true identity. Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale. She understood all too well what it meant for a 100,000-year soul beast to undergo transformation and recultivation. If only Yunzheng were privy to this knowledge, it would be one matter, but with Tang San's father also informed, her position beside Tang San could become untenable. Observing the shift in Xiao Wu's demeanor, Yunzheng chuckled softly and reassured her, do not fret unnecessarily. As it stands, no one is aware of your true identity. And the fact that Tang San's father has not impeded your relationship with him speaks volumes about our stance. The reason I revealed your identity today was merely to prevent those two from the core area from approaching you without cause, both now and in the future. And my brother and I are certainly not in a romantic relationship. Xiao Wu retorted instinctively, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yunzheng chuckled lightly, say whatever you wish. Yunzheng, disinclined to engage in a debate with Xiao Wu, recognized that justice resides within the hearts of the people. It was merely Tang San and Xiao Wu themselves who were reluctant to acknowledge it. As for the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, Xiao Wu had already reprimanded them. Without her consent, they would no longer intrude upon her life. With a huff, Xiao Wu shot Yunzheng a glare before lapsing into silence. After a moment, she finally spoke, albeit hesitantly. Regardless, thank you. But could you please continue to keep this secret, especially from my brother? I don't want him to know. Very well. But this will count as a favor owed to me. Yunzheng mused, raising an eyebrow and speaking lightly. Well, you're so stingy. Upon hearing Yunzheng's teasing tone, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief and playfully chided him. I'm not like Sange. I cannot work for you for free. My gentleness belongs to Qing'er. How can you even say that? You and your brother are no different from me and Qing'er. Apologies, but Qing'er and I are not siblings. Chapter 64. An evening for the youth. Once Tang San awoke, Yunzheng and the others departed from the Stardow forest. It is worth mentioning that previously, Oscar's phoenix-tailed chicken snake had stolen Meng Iran's soul beast, and this time, Tang San's human-faced demon spider had once again pilfered Meng Iran's soul beast, both times witnessed by her. On this occasion, Meng Iran had brought her grandfather, Long Gong, along. having had his prey stolen twice. Both Ming Iran and her grandfather were quite irate, seemingly ready to seek justice for her. However, when Ning Rongrong presented the command token of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the elderly man immediately relented, much to Zhao Wujia's disappointment. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and the Snake Lady, Yunzheng and the others prepared to return to the academy. By the time they arrived, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Zhao Wujia instructed the group, "Everyone, return to rest. There will be a break for the next 2 days. And classes will officially commence in 3 days. Do you understand?" "Yes." Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others nod, Zhao Wujia, exhausted, dismissed the energetic young ones, waving his hand as he made his way to his room. After enduring 7 days of backlash from his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujia still felt weak and dizzy. Now that they were back at the academy, he had no need to worry about Yunzheng's safety. All he desired was to collapse into bed. Even if Yunzheng and the others were to blow up the academy, he would rather ignore it and leave the headache for Flinder to deal with. After Zhao Wujia left, Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "There is nothing like the feeling of being home. Is there anyone who wants to join me for a midnight snack? What time is it? All you think about is food." Oscar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. "You don't understand. Being able to eat is a blessing." Ma Hongjun, unfazed by Oscar's mockery, thought that it was Oscar who had the problem for not being enthusiastic about food. With that, Ma Hongjun turned his attention away from Oscar and the others, focusing instead on Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. Zhu Zhuqing did not even glance at Ma Hongjun, leaving on her own, while Xiao Wu and Yu Qing'er stuck out their tongues, saying, "Sorry, eating something so greasy at night will cause breakouts." Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought, completely oblivious to Ma Hongjun's presence. After being rejected by the girls, Ma Hongjun shrugged it off, saying, "If you want to eat, I'll have my snack alone." He had only asked out of courtesy. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sharing a late-night meal with the girls. Although Ma Hongjun appeared rather foolish, he was quite perceptive. His brothers had clear objectives, and he dared not undermine them. After saying this, he excitedly dashed toward the kitchen. Dai Mubai, speechless as he watched Ma Hongjun leave, remarked, "Everyone has had a tiring day. Let us all head back to rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai hurriedly followed Zhu Zhuqing out. Although night had fallen, none of them felt particularly sleepy, including Yunzheng. After escorting Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong back to their dormitory, he sought out the quietest tree, lightly leaping up to rest against a branch. Gazing at the bright moon on the horizon, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable glimmer. It must be admitted that while the Douluo Continent may lack technological advancement and cultural richness, the absence of industrial pollution rendered its environment enchanting. The fresh air invigorated the spirit, the cool night breeze caressed his face, ethereal fireflies danced among the shrubs, and the gentle sound of flowing water composed an ethereal symphony. After the new rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn. The bright moon shines between the pines, and clear springs flow over the stones. The verses of ancient poets were truly captivating. Regrettably, he had not memorized more in his youth, leaving him only able to recite this line. With his arms resting behind his head, Yunzheng mused aloud. According to the calendar from his past life, today should be the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of celebration. Not only for the holiday, but also for enjoying mooncakes. Alas, here he was, destined to spend it alone. Indeed, the seasonal celebrations of the Douluo Continent cannot be compared to those of Earth, yet that round moon in the sky stirred in him a longing for the past. People often take for granted what is within reach, yet remain wistful for what is distant and unattainable. Similarly, Yunzheng, during his time on Earth, harbored youthful fantasies of transcending to a novel realm, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Douluo Continent had once been a splendid world within his imagination. Yet, upon truly traversing into this new dimension, Yunzheng found himself longing for home. In his homeland, there was an absence of extraordinary powers. Individual strength could not surpass that of the collective, nor could one attain the status of an immortal deity. However, at least there existed a realm of harmony and stability. Ordinary individuals need not struggle relentlessly to ascend, for they could still enjoy equitable treatment, an aspect that Douluo Continent could never match against Earth. Just as Yunzheng's thoughts drifted into the ether, a playful voice pulled him back to reality. Yunzheng gazed down and was momentarily taken aback. "Qing'e, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er huffed in annoyance, lightly tapping her toes to leap in front of Yunzheng, and assertively replied, "Of course. I came to find you." Every late autumn and year-end, don't you always enjoy watching the moon? You could spend an entire night doing just that. Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, as if a warm current had flowed through his heart. Then, without waiting for Yunzheng to respond, Yuqing opened her delicate arms and sweetly exclaimed, "Hug me." Yunzheng felt a flutter in his heart. However, upon recalling the lightning scars on Zhao Wujia's body, he could only manage a dry chuckle and waved his hand, saying, "I am not that fragile yet." Yunzheng's refusal left Yuqing somewhat displeased. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she pouted and firmly grasped Yunzheng's arm, playfully chiding, "Come here." As she spoke, Yuqing pulled Yunzheng into her embrace, tightly holding him close. Resting her head on his shoulder, she affectionately nuzzled his cheek before breaking into a satisfied smile. Enveloped in the softness of the young girl's figure, Yunzheng felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. After a token struggle, he acquiesced to her advance. That night, it seemed no one intended to sleep. Yunzheng and Yuqing perched on a tree branch, gazing at the moon, while Ma Hongjun busied himself in the kitchen. Others were equally occupied. On the other side of the village, Zhu Zhuqing stood atop an abandoned temple, quietly playing a ceramic sun. The serene melodies spread through the night air, painting a hauntingly beautiful tableau beneath the bright moon, with the girl's ethereal beauty complementing the serene surroundings. Daimubai sat obediently on a tree stump beneath the temple, silently gazing at the girl who was performing the starry melody. Tang San and Oscar were engaged in conversation about the events of the previous day, with Oscar still feeling a lingering sense of dread. In truth, Oscar had regretted handing the flying mushroom sausage to Tang San. The role of an auxiliary spirit master was to assist others, not to lead them to peril. Had Tang San perished in the Stardow forest, Oscar would have been burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Tang San, however, seemed unperturbed. He felt he had no right to forgive Oscar, for he was truly grateful for Oscar's support. After hearing these words from Tang San, Oscar felt a weight lift from his heart, and their friendship deepened. Among youth, there exists no deceit or treachery, only genuine sincerity. Thus, friendships formed in youth are particularly precious. Before maturity, 3 months of camaraderie can be cherished for a lifetime, while after maturation, 3 years of friendship can be forgotten in an instant. This exemplifies the distinction between heartfelt bonds and mere transactional relationships. This also elucidates the restraint exhibited by Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. Typically, 12-year-old boys who study together for a year or two are likely to become friends. If Yunzheng and Tang San were to grow close, their elder counterparts would not wish for their children to be at odds. Had Yunzheng and Tang San been 20 years old, perhaps Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao would not have been so amiable. Returning to the matter at hand, as Tang San and Oscar engaged in leisurely conversation, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly approached and called Tang San away. This scene was witnessed by Xiao Wu, who, without a doubt, would soon demand an explanation from Tang San. Meanwhile, in their room, Zhao Wujia, hearing the commotion outside, let out a grunt, half envious and half disgruntled, muttering to himself, "Youngsters have such abundant energy. They'll have to repay this sleeplessness later." In the dean's office, Flinders smiled faintly, remarking, "The academy is about to become lively once more." 2 days later, on a day designated for classes, everyone rose early except for Tang San and Xiao Wu. The past few days had nearly ignited a fire in the backyard for Tang San. Although he had explained to Xiao Wu that he was merely discussing concealed weapon transactions with Ning Rongrong that night, he had indeed neglected Xiao Wu while busying himself with pricing discussions, which had understandably stirred her jealousy. It was likely that Tang San was currently occupied with soothing her feelings. When a girl becomes upset, reasoning is of little use. It is essential to first utter the necessary sweet words. Even someone as reserved and pure as Tang San was well aware of this. However, the one who found himself in the most unfortunate position was Oscar. While Xiao Wu had Tang San to console her, Oscar's jealousy went unnoticed by Ning Rongrong, leaving only his friends to provide him with comfort. At times, Oscar would lament to Yunzheng, expressing his frustration that Yuqing and Ning Rongrong spent so much time together that he could hardly find an opportunity to approach Ning Rongrong. But what could Yunzheng do? They were close friends, and their camaraderie was perfectly natural. It was evident that winning the favor of his goddess would be a long and arduous journey for Oscar. By the way, have you noticed how exceptionally lavish today's breakfast is? Ma Hongjun, devouring his meal, mumbled indistinctly, "Has the dean struck it rich?" Alas, Oscar hardly heard Ma Hongjun's words. Lost in thought as he gazed longingly at Ning Rongrong chatting with Zhu Zhuqing, his face reflecting his unspoken woes. Yunzheng and Yuqing'er sat intimately together, their sweet gestures inciting envy. Only Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and retorted, "Is there enough to eat without all this fuss?" Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment, agreeing that regardless of whether Flandra had a sudden change of heart or stumbled upon money, it had nothing to do with them. The greatest happiness was simply being able to feast to their heart's content. Suddenly, a deeply suppressed roar echoed from the back mountain of the academy, as if it were laden with panic or enduring some form of torment. Is that Xiaosan's voice? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, contemplating. It is indeed Xiaosan's voice. Oscar, emerging from his brooding, confirmed decisively. Let's go take a look, Yunzheng declared, leading the way with Yuqing'er towards the back mountain. Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong did not hesitate either, following closely behind. Wait for me to finish this bowl. Ma Hongjun, seeing Dai Mubai and Oscar about to dash out, urgently called out to them, shoving a piece of braised meat into his mouth. Dai Mubai clicked his tongue in annoyance, dragging Ma Hongjun along as he scolded. Will you starve to death if you eat one less bite? Moments later, the group of 8 arrived at the back mountain, lined up to witness the crimson-faced Xiao Wu and Tang Sect, whose bare torso was adorned with 8 sharp, spider-like appendages protruding from his back. The expressions among the crowd ranged from mockery to intrigue and embarrassment, creating a rather amusing scene. Just seconds earlier, Xiao Wu and Tang Sect were on the verge of a kiss, and it was evident that Yunzheng and the others had arrived at an inopportune moment. What is this? Role-playing? Ma Hongjun remarked, bewildered. Perhaps his thoughts were rather unconventional. No one paid attention to his silly comment. Dai Mubai, however, remained composed, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the spear-like appendages on Tang Sect's back. Such a peculiar fluctuation of soul power. It resembles Yunzheng's external spirit bone. Oscar chimed in, confirming Dai Mubai's observation. The expressions of Yuqing'er and the others turned serious. They were not strangers to external spirit bones, having come from distinguished backgrounds. Ma Hongjun's heart raced at the mention. 8 external spirit bones. This statement left the crowd speechless, and Yunzheng patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, solemnly advising, read more, think more. Don't let that big head of yours become a mere ornament devoid of substance. Otherwise, everything will appear as an unsolved enigma. What? Am I not allowed to ask if I don't understand? Ma Hongjun, sensing the teasing undertone in Yunzheng's words, protested with a hint of grievance. This is an external spirit bone. Before Yunzheng could respond, a calm and serious voice resonated from behind the group. Teacher. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu instantly recognized the newcomer, and Tang Sect joyfully rushed over, respectfully bowing. Simultaneously, Yunzheng and the others caught sight of the master. The first impression he gave was one of cleanliness and simplicity, his attire and hairstyle devoid of any superfluous detail. Clad in black and gray, he appeared exceptionally low-key and unadorned, his rugged face marked by a hint of sorrow, and even upon seeing his beloved disciple, he could only muster a stiff smile. Unmistakably a man with a story. Upon seeing the master, Dai Mubai and the others began to whisper among themselves. Yunzheng, who is this uncle? Yuqing'er inquired softly, leaning closer to Yunzheng. Yunzheng felt a twinge of embarrassment at the question, but he soon replied, he is your third uncle. Indeed. Although the master had been expelled from the lineage of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, he had not been removed from the family tree of the Yu clan, making Yuqing'er's address of him as third uncle entirely appropriate. He is. Upon hearing Yunzheng's answer, Yuqing'er instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yunzheng nodded, providing Lu Yuqing with an affirmative response. He is indeed the master of Xiaosan? Oscar murmured hesitantly as he gazed at the master. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others revealed expressions of disappointment. The crowd held high expectations for Tang Sect's teacher, believing that one capable of nurturing such an exceptional disciple must be a learned, powerful, and formidable individual. However, the master's demeanor diverged significantly from their imaginations. Sensing the disappointment from Dai Mubai and his companions, the master chuckled softly and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Xiaosan's master and will be your instructor moving forward. Upon hearing the master's words, both Tang Sect and Xiao Wu expressed their delight, yet Dai Mubai and his peers felt less enthusiasm. Every matter carries its qualifications. Dai Mubai and the others did not know the master, and with him suddenly assuming the role of their teacher, they naturally questioned the legitimacy of his authority. A master must either possess strength or a unique skill, and without any proof, it was evident they would be unconvinced. Although they contemplated challenging the master, they refrained, understanding that his presence here implied Flanders' approval, and out of respect for Tang Sect, They kept their thoughts to themselves. The master, however, perceptively detected the dissent simmering within this group of prodigies. He recognized the necessity of demonstrating his worth to earn their respect. While he lacked true strength indeed, he could not best Ma Hongjun. He possessed a unique skill that he had honed over time. Haha, I understand your skepticism. It's perfectly natural. However, Flanders has entrusted you to me, and regardless, I am now your teacher. The master stated gently. I recognize your disbelief, but I have confidence in myself. How about we make a wager? Allow me 1 week. During this week, you must strictly adhere to the tasks I assign. If, after a week, there is no visible improvement, I will leave immediately. But should there be progress, you must acknowledge my authority. This way, even if I depart, you need not worry about Flanders' displeasure. Everyone retains their dignity. What do you say? Initially, the master had not intended to be so forthright. His original plan involved undermining their pride, exploiting the vulnerabilities of these talents, much like Flanders had done with Ning Rongrong. Yet, prior to this, Flanders had informed the master that among these prodigies was a perceptive individual, Yunzheng. If the master pursued his original strategy, Yunzheng would undoubtedly see through it. Should Yunzheng refuse to cooperate, the master would risk total failure, potentially achieving the opposite of his intentions. Thus, the master chose to engage openly with the group. Aiming his approach directly at Yunzheng, he sought to convey that he recognized Yun's intelligence and had no desire for trickery. He wished to showcase his abilities and hoped for sincere reciprocation. Chapter 66. The Master's Training Teacher. Yu, Tang San, unable to tolerate the master's self-deprecation, pondered aloud. Just as the master believed in him, Tang San harbored absolute confidence in the master, feeling that there was no need for such a wager, as time would naturally reveal the truth. However, before Tang San could finish his thought, the master waved his hand, interrupting him. After silencing Tang San with a glance, he directed his attention toward Dai Mubai and Yunzheng. The master discerned that Tang San and Xiao Wu, being his former students, naturally trusted him. The remaining 8, however, primarily mirrored the sentiments of Yunzheng and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's inclination represented Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjuan's sentiments, while Ning Rongrong and Yu Qinga followed Yunzheng's lead. Dai Mubai had begun to waver. A week was neither too long nor too short, sufficient to ascertain whether this weathered man possessed genuine skills. Seizing the moment, the master declared, moreover, during my tenure as your instructor, I will have full authority over all aspects of the academy, including finances. I will provide the best nutritional support for your training, and necessary medicinal baths will accompany it. Today's breakfast was merely the beginning. Even better offerings will follow. Dailada, I believe this gentleman is destined to be our teacher, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he quickly aligned himself with the master, exuberantly addressing Dai Mubai. Initially, Ma Hongjun had wondered how Flanders could arrange such an extravagant breakfast. But upon discovering it was the master's doing, he promptly switched sides. You glutton. All you think about is food, Dai Mubai remarked, recognizing Ma Hongjuan's thoughts, as he playfully slapped him, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that with the master's assertions, Dai Mubai found no grounds for refusal. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed the master. Very well. Within this week, we will fully cooperate with you, but we ask that our efforts be rewarded. Naturally, the master replied, nodding confidently. After securing Dai Mubai's agreement, he turned his gaze toward Yunzheng. Yunzheng did not overshadow Dai Mubai. He merely offered a subtle nod to the master. Yunzheng undoubtedly trusted the master's abilities. In truth, even without having read the original texts, Yunzheng had a certain understanding of the master's prowess. Over the past 6 years, although he had never met the master, he had, to some extent, been in contact with Yu Zhongbai. Occasionally, Yu Zhongbai would consult the master regarding various issues, which was sufficient evidence of the master's genuine skills. However, since the master wished to prove himself, Yunzheng was more than willing to assist in that endeavor. After receiving the endorsement of both Yunzheng and Dai Mubai, the master felt a sense of relief. In that case, everyone, gather at the village entrance. Taking a deep breath, the master's demeanor shifted from gentle to stern, and he commanded in a commanding voice. The sudden transformation in the master's aura sent a shiver through the crowd. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly harboring some reservations. Yet recalling his earlier agreement with the master, he nodded resolutely and declared, yes. With that, Dai Mubai dashed towards the village entrance. The others exchanged glances, sharing a mutual sense of unease as they followed suit. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that his earlier defection had been rather impulsive. The master did not appear as affable as he had imagined. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they were astonished to find a series of baskets prepared, each filled with what appeared to be hefty stones, labeled with each person's name, one basket per individual, leaving no one excluded. Witnessing this scene, an ominous premonition gripped the hearts of the crowd. "This is the first lesson I shall impart to you," the master's voice echoed from behind them. "The task is to carry these stones and complete 10 laps around the village without utilizing your soul power. If you do not return before nightfall, none shall partake in dinner." As the master's words resonated, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong's faces turned pale, while the others displayed varying degrees of apprehension. Oscar's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. Though none of the others had ever undertaken such a feat, Oscar had first-hand experience. Shrek Village was not overly large, yet it was not small either. Previously, Flinder had instructed Oscar to run 10 laps around the village, and even with the usage of soul power, it had taken him 2 to 3 hours. Now, with the master's demand to run 10 laps while bearing weight and without the aid of soul power, it felt as though they were being asked to undertake an impossible task. Yunzheng and Yuqing bore somewhat peculiar expressions, yet their thoughts diverged entirely from those of Oscar and his companions. While Oscar and the others perceived the task as exceedingly formidable, Yunzheng and Yuqing found the undertaking to be remarkably simplistic. Yunzheng and Yuqing had been training their bodies since childhood. One was endowed with innate strength, while the other possessed an extraordinary physique. The stones before them weighed no more than 30 or 40 kilograms, and it would be no exaggeration to say that they posed no challenge to either of them. "What is this?" Observing the crowd's hesitance, the master squinted his eyes and provocatively remarked, "Has the agreement made by oneself suddenly become void?" Under the master's taunts, Daimubai scoffed and promptly shouldered the basket. Tang San, setting an example, joined Daimubai in swiftly exiting, prompting the others to follow suit. Yunzheng and Yuqing exchanged a glance, both perceiving the peculiarities reflected in each other's eyes, yet they nonetheless hoisted the basket onto their backs. Just as the two were about to dash outside, the master abruptly called out to them. Yunzheng and Yuqing turned back in confusion, only to see the master gesturing for them to approach. Once they stood before him, the master produced 2 sets of bracelets from the soul guiding device, each consisting of 4 pieces. The bracelets were not large. Their design could even be described as exquisite, making them perfect as adornments. However, the moment they struck the ground, they created a noticeable dent in the surface. "These are prepared for both of you by your second brother," the master explained. "The one on the left is for Yunzheng, and the one on the right is for Qing'er. Your second brother wishes for you to wear these bracelets from this day forth." The master cast a glance at the two, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued, "The training from your second brother and myself will occur in tandem. I hope you both can persevere." Upon hearing this, Yunzheng blinked and picked up the 8 bracelets from the ground. In that instant, his expression changed drastically. The bracelets given by Yu Zhongbai to Yuqing weighed at least 300 jin, while Yunzheng's bracelets weighed a staggering 1,000 jin. "Master, you truly cherish me," Yunzheng silently lamented with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Third uncle, is there anything else?" Yuqing asked, somewhat bashfully. Yunzheng observed that when Yuqing called out to her third uncle, the master visibly trembled, and the rigidity of his face began to soften. After all, they were family. It was inconceivable that the master harbored no affection for his niece, Yuqing. However, he had persistently refrained from acknowledging her. Throughout the past 6 years, there had been numerous opportunities for him to meet Yuqing, as Yu Zhongbai had repeatedly suggested bringing her and Yunzheng to see him. Yet the master had always declined. Within the master's heart resided a pathological pride, a nearly self-deprecating dignity. He did not wish for Yuqing and Yunzheng to witness his inadequacies. He aspired to achieve something significant before standing before them. Consequently, Yuqing had only heard of Yu Shaojing by name, without ever recognizing the master in person. Had it been otherwise, if the master had simply revealed his identity as Tang San's mentor and Yuqing's third uncle, there would have been no need for such convolutions. Yet now, with Yuqing proactively addressing him as her third uncle, the master felt a mixture of trepidation and emotion. At a loss, he awkwardly turned away. Yuqing, puzzled by her unfamiliar uncle's demeanor, inquired, "Shall we proceed?" Upon seeing the master nod, she eagerly took Yunzheng's hand and dashed outside. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai had indeed managed to thoroughly assess Yunzheng and Yuqing's capabilities. The burdens they bore, 301,000 jin, were perfectly calibrated to constrain them to the level of ordinary individuals. making even the master's additional weight of a few dozen kilograms feel quite substantial. If this continued, it was likely that Yunzheng and Yunzheng would not perform much better than their peers. They are good kids. After they ran out, the master sighed. But soon after, he breathed out heavily, his expression darkening as he lamented, "Yet I, as their third uncle, have disappointed them." After a brief moment of despondency, the master regained his composure. Previously lacking opportunities, he now found himself as the instructor to this group of prodigies. As a theoretical expert, he was determined to showcase all his abilities in the days to come, earning the admiration of these talented individuals. Xiaojing. While the master envisioned the future, Flandra stormed up to him, brandishing a bill, and indignantly demanded, "Xiaojing, is this truly your idea of a day's worth of provisions?" In the presence of the children, the master had exerted considerable thought and restraint, but before Flandra, his patience had waned. He merely glanced at Flandra and confidently replied, "Indeed. What of it?" Flandra, incensed by the master's demeanor, retorted, "You truly don't grasp the value of household expenses. Do you realize that if you continue this way, the academy will soon face bankruptcy?" 2 months. Without even glancing at the bill in Flandra's hand, the master provided a precise forecast. "The academy's funds can sustain us for 2 months. If you are aware, why then are you being so extravagant? In 2 months, we will be destitute." Flandra lamented, "Do you know that the medicinal baths you prepared for the children have nearly drained my entire savings? Leave that to me. I have my own arrangements." The master assured him confidently as he prepared the medicinal baths for Yunzheng and the others. Chapter 67. The codename of the group. The master's wager with the group was set for 1 week, but in reality, by the 3rd day, Daimubai and the others had become thoroughly convinced of the master's capabilities. He was a stern teacher. Yet it must be acknowledged that he possessed a unique talent for education and training. The title of theoretical master was well-deserved. Even Ning Rongrong acknowledged that within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, no one could rival the master in terms of theoretical knowledge. Although he lacked innate talent and strength, his decades of relentless research into the soul master and soul beast systems had endowed him with wisdom and talent beyond the reach of most. Regardless of the master's past experiences, the fact that he had devoted himself to continuous learning and knowledge enrichment for several decades was already more admirable than 99% of soul masters on the continent. Moreover, the master's teaching methods often conveyed profound concepts in an accessible manner, guiding Yunzheng and the others to their own insights while elucidating the most intricate principles with simple language. Perhaps he understood that he would never have the opportunity to fully showcase his life's work, which is why he began contemplating the education of disciples early on. Having previously taught Tang Sect, he found teaching Yunzheng and the others even more effortless. When it came to training, the master was truly formidable. He could accurately calculate each person's limits and devise tailored training regimens based on individual characteristics. Sometimes, his methods were even amusingly absurd, like asking Tang Sect to build a house with the 8 spider lances, or instructing Ma Hongjun to cook with the phoenix fire, or having Yunzheng and Yunzheng play dodgeball. However, those who diligently followed the master's requirements indeed reaped significant benefits, albeit often at the cost of exhaustion. Of course, the master did not neglect practical combat training. His approach to practical training was equally unconventional, sometimes pairing individuals for free-for-alls or arranging mismatched team sizes, such as 5 against 4, 6 against 3, or even 1 against 8. At times, he would prohibit Yunzheng and the others from using specific abilities, forcing them to fight with their hands tied. Initially, the group struggled to understand these methods, but gradually they began to grasp their underlying rationale. Combat for soul masters could never be as rigid as the textbook suggested. Various forms of conflict, group battles, chaotic skirmishes, and team skirmishes could arise, and their opponents would not be limited to a few predictable types. Take Daimubai, for instance. Before meeting Tang Sect, he had no knowledge of hidden weapons. Before meeting Yunzheng, he had never encountered a dual-element soul master, and before meeting Yunzheng, he had never considered that a powerful assault-type soul master could disregard control. The continent was vast and filled with the extraordinary. An array of enemies could emerge, and the master's goal was to cultivate the group's ability to adapt to various forms of conflict and confront diverse foes. The master's teaching and training methods were varied and innovative, with some techniques that even Daimubai and the others had never heard of proving to be not only effective but also enjoyable. By the time the week had concluded, they had long since forgotten their previous wager. It was no wonder Tang Hao felt secure allowing his only son to study under the master. However, in 2 months, the master's training would inevitably come to a close. It was a necessity. Under the master's guidance, Yunzheng and the others had indeed experienced comprehensive growth, from tangible increases in strength to abstract insights into their martial souls, the integration of soul skills and combat awareness. Their progress was visibly evident. Yet behind these advancements lay a mountain of golden soul coins. Over the past 2 months, Flandre had been nearly brought to tears each night. Each day's bill felt like a death warrant, tormenting his body and spirit, leaving him in despair. When it came to spending, the master was unyielding, purchasing medicinal materials worth thousands of soul coins without a moment's hesitation. Anything beneficial for Yunzheng and the others' training was acquired without a second thought. 2 months prior, Flandre had experienced a period of unprecedented financial abundance when Yunzheng and the others first enrolled. They had received the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School's scholarship and support from 2 titled Douluos. In his lifetime, Flandre had never been so extravagant, to the extent that the bonuses he distributed to Zhao Wujia had doubled. However, it has only been a mere 2 months, 60 days, and he can no longer produce even 1,000 gold soul coins. Flandre truly cannot sustain such extravagant training as before for even a single day. Consequently, the master's training must also progress to its second phase. One day, the master summoned everyone into a room and solemnly declared, after 2 months of training, "The academy has run out of funds." Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, yet not overly surprised. For it was evident that the academy had invested heavily in them, making the depletion of funds a logical consequence. Therefore, in order to repay the academy's financial deficit and for the continuation of their training, I require you all to participate in the soul-fighting tournament beneath Soto City. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, the master continued with half-closed eyes. There are 2 objectives for participating. The first, as I have mentioned, is to repay the academy's financial losses. The second, I want each of you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from Soto City's Grand Soul Arena. At this point, the master suddenly opened his eyes wide, intensely gazing at everyone, and asked slowly, "Do you understand what this signifies?" Under the master's penetrating gaze, the group felt a weight in their hearts, sensing the pressure. "Does it mean we can graduate?" At that moment, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and hesitantly spoke. Previously, Flandre had mentioned that one of the conditions for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Grand Soul Arena. But Ma Hongjun's sudden mention of this shifted the atmosphere in an unusual direction, dissipating the previously serious ambience. The master also twitched his eye, regarding Ma Hongjun with a half-smile, and said, "Student Ma is quite humorous. Tonight, you shall be the first to engage in a personal soul battle. If you lose, you shall run 10 laps around the village tonight." "No, master, I was wrong." Ma Hongjun immediately cried out in distress, hastily pleading for mercy. The master, unperturbed, turned his attention to Tang San and stated, "Xiao San, you are not permitted to use hidden weapons without my consent." Hearing this, Tang San's heart sank. Yet out of trust in the master, he nodded, "Understood." "Good." The master nodded in satisfaction before looking toward Yunzheng and Yuqing'er. "You two must not remove your bracelets." "Understood." Yunzheng and Yuqing'er had anticipated this outcome and offered no resistance. Seeing that they had no objections, the master addressed everyone, producing 9 masks from his robe. "Lastly, while participating in the soul battles, none of you are to reveal your appearances or names. All must wear masks and use code names." After the master concluded, Dai Mubai, with a puzzled expression, said, "Master, is this truly necessary? During soul battles, our martial spirits are visible. For example, Fatty, Yunzheng, and Qing'er possess martial spirits unique across the continent. I have been mingling in Soto City's Grand Soul Arena for years. Those who are observant could easily uncover our true identities." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yunzheng and the others blinked in agreement. "No, the code names and masks are indeed necessary." The master firmly replied, stating gravely, "The arena is a place where life and death are at stake. Entangled with power and monetary disputes, fraught with intrigue. Soul battles, soul coins, popularity, and power are indispensable elements of the Grand Soul Arena. However, you are there to hone your skills, not to engage in competitions or to become renowned stars. How could you expose yourselves? The masks and code names serve to shield you from the prying eyes of the ordinary folk. I have faith in your capabilities. Once you enter the Grand Soul Arena, you will undoubtedly be an unstoppable force, and it is inevitable that you will attract attention. At that time, these masks and code names will spare you from unnecessary troubles. As for those with ulterior motives, At this point, the master paused intentionally, a rare smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Flander will handle it. Even if the master publicly states that Yunzheng and the others are from Shrek Academy, what of it? Would those so-called individuals dare to approach Shrek Academy for anyone? Among the 3 soul saints of Shrek Academy, there truly is no one in Soto City who could easily provoke it. Do they truly believe that everyone is as formidable as Yunzheng Bai or Tang Hao? With the master's words, Daimu Bai suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Then what will our code names be? After the master's lengthy discourse, Yunzheng and the others pondered, but Yuqing'er remained confused. She only knew that the master was correct, but was more curious about what code names they would adopt. At least that was something she could comprehend. Upon hearing Yuqing'er's voice, the master smiled gently. You may choose any names for your pairs, but I have already decided on each of your code names. Daimu Bai, Evil Eye White Tiger. Oscar, Sausage Specialist. Tang San, Thousand Hands Azura. Yuqing'er, Giant Spirit Dragon Maiden. Ma Hongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix. Yunzheng, Frost Sky Archer. Xiaowu, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. Ning Rongrong, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. Zhu Zhuqing, Ghostly Spirit Cat. Chapter 68. The Little Tricks of the Frenzied Battle Team at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. It was not the first time for Yunzheng and the others. Yet as the master had remarked, after 2 months of specialized training, they could now easily defeat other soul masters of the same rank. For instance, Yunzheng, Yuqing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing consistently achieved victories in both individual and paired battles with overwhelming force. Their cultivation had always been among the higher ranks, and even 2 months ago, they could easily secure wins. After the master's 2-month guidance, it would be utterly absurd if they were to falter. The only concerns lay with Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimu Bai, and Oscar. Tang San and Xiaowu had just broken through to Soul Master, with their cultivation only at level 32. While those competing in the Grand Soul Arena typically ranged from level 35 and above, creating a significant gap in power that posed some challenges for the duo. Nevertheless, Tang San and Xiaowu possessed numerous skills and their strength far exceeded that of their peers, even with the master restricting Tang San's use of hidden weapons. They still emerged victorious repeatedly, achieving remarkable results in both individual and paired battles. As for Daimu Bai and Oscar, Daimu Bai faced no significant issues in individual matches, as his level 37 cultivation was sufficient for him to dominate in the Soul Master category. The challenge arose in paired battles. Among the 9 of Shrek, only 4 were Soul Masters. Tang San and Xiaowu formed one team, leaving Oscar, as a support Soul Master, to cling to Daimu Bai. However, the problem was that Oscar was only level 31, and as a support class, he could not provide direct combat power. Most of the time, Daimu Bai had to fend off 2 opponents alone. Fortunately, under the guidance of their master, the duo learned to utilize Oscar's 3rd soul skill to fly kites, resulting in an impressive performance. Ultimately, the time for team battles arrived. However, organizing a team battle in the Great Fighting Arena proved to be quite challenging, as the intricate web of interests involved was vast, with numerous soul masters entangled in the mix. Most of those frequenting the arena were lone wolves, and the confidentiality protocols of the Great Fighting Arena led to a randomized sequence of teams, causing the Shrek team to go an entire week without participating in a team battle. Nevertheless, they finally secured a slot, and Yunzheng and his companions were set to engage in their first 7-member team battle in 3 days. It is worth noting that the Great Fighting Arena hosts team battles of various sizes, including 8 and 9 members. However, 10-member teams are non-existent, as accommodating such a large number of soul masters during a battle would prove exceedingly difficult for the arena. The first team battle for Yunzheng and his companions was a 7-player format, which necessitated that the master make a choice between Yunzheng and Tang San. Both Yunzheng and Tang San possessed leadership capabilities, prompting the master to devise an internal rotation system for the Shrek team. During the 7-player battles, Tang San and Xiaowu would alternate with Yunzheng and Yuqing'er, thereby naturally entrusting the command in the arena to Yunzheng and Tang San. In the case of an 8-player battle, the rotation would occur between Tang San and Yunzheng, ensuring that leadership remained in the hands of these 2 individuals. As for the 9-player format, no rotation was needed. Yunzheng chose to pass the command to Tang San, as even managing 6 individuals was taxing for him, let alone 8. However, the specifics would require careful analysis, and the master was not one to rigidly adhere to a formula. That being said, with 3 days remaining, the master was in no rush to finalize who would lead the Shrek team into its inaugural battle. Neither Yunzheng nor Tang San felt any urgency. They dedicated their days to training at the academy and their nights to honing their practical skills in the great soul arena. While they were unhurried, their opponents were not. For nearly all teams participating in the arena battles had either wealthy benefactors or relied on this as their livelihood, regardless of the former or latter. Any unusual defeat in a team battle could bear significant consequences for them. One evening, in the backstage area responsible for recording the battle sequences, a man and a woman entered. The man was tall and robust, his skin a deep bronze, with muscles that seemed as though they had been forged from iron. Merely standing there, he resembled a towering fortress. The woman, in stark contrast, exuded a captivating allure, her skin like refined cream, hands delicate as flower petals, and her long, snow-white hair cascading down her back. Together, they formed a striking juxtaposition. Ignoring the gazes directed at them, the burly man approached the backstage supervisor and, without regard for his surroundings, placed a heavy bag on the table, booming, "Greetings. Could you assist us in discovering who our opponents are in 3 days?" As soon as his words fell, the attention of the surrounding staff evaporated, each returning to their tasks as if they had not heard him. The Great Soul Arena had strict regulations against disclosing information about the competitors, yet the underlying reality was well understood by all involved. It was also prohibited for internal personnel to engage in gambling, yet it was the very supervisor who led such activities. Such underhanded dealings to acquire information about opponents were commonplace in the backstage, and the staff had become quite accustomed to it. Moreover, the hefty bag of gold soul coins presented by the man would undoubtedly see a portion shared among the staff to ensure their silence, an arrangement everyone tacitly accepted. The backstage supervisor glanced up at the man and the enchanting woman, recognizing their identities without needing to speak. He simply opened the bag on the table, a glimmer of gold illuminating his face, transforming his demeanor into one of eager delight. He addressed the man with an ingratiating tone, "Please hold on. I shall check that for you right away." Swiftly, the supervisor handed 2 forms to the duo and stated, "Your opponents in 3 days will be the Shrek team. Here is their information." The man, upon seeing only 2 sheets, furrowed his brows slightly but accepted them nonetheless. The Shrek team, a new squad. Their information was scarce. After perusing the forms, the man squinted, displaying his dissatisfaction, and casually passed the forms to the alluring woman beside him. The backstage supervisor noticed the man's displeasure but felt no concern. What could he do about it? The information had already been provided. Would he dare take action? The woman, after reviewing the forms, pondered aloud, "This new team has 9 members. It seems we will require more information." The man shot a glare at the backstage supervisor, seemingly suspecting him of withholding further details, but before he could express his grievances, the enchanting woman pulled him away. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Great Soul Arena, a young lady, appearing to come from humble beginnings, soared into the air with the aid of her martial spirit, joyfully announcing, "Welcome to the Great Soul Arena in Soto City. Tonight, the first duel of the evening, a 2-on-2 battle, is about to commence. Please welcome the Explosive Flame Duo and the Frost Dragon Duo." The Frost Dragon Duo was, of course, the name of the pairing between Yunzheng and Yunzheng, and it seemed fortune smiled upon them this evening, as their first duel awaited them. After this match, they would have a chance to rest. "Yay, watch me crush them," Yunzheng exclaimed excitedly, clenching her small fists and leaping from her position. Yunzheng merely chuckled in response. Just as they were preparing to take the stage, the master suddenly called out to them, "Yunzheng, Chinger, I want you to deliberately conceal your strengths in today's and tomorrow's duels, ensuring you do not lose while attempting to mask your true abilities. Can you manage that?" The master regarded the 2 youngsters earnestly, his words laden with significance. Yunzheng paused, clearly grasping the deeper implications of the master's request. Yunzheng offered a knowing smile, refraining from giving the master a definitive answer. Instead countering with a question, "Have you already decided to let us take the stage 3 days hence?" "You are indeed astute." The master's lips curled into a stiff arc as he remarked, 3 days from now will mark the Shrek team's inaugural group battle. Not only must you win, but you must do so resplendently. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood." Yunzheng confidently gestured before leading Yunzheng onto the battlefield. Until they arrived, Yunzheng remained puzzled, raising her delicate brows and playfully chiding, "What riddle are you and Uncle Sam playing at? The master has instructed us to feign weakness and lure the enemy." Yunzheng patiently elucidated, "But we still do not know who our opponents are in this group battle, do we?" Yunzheng persisted in her confusion. "Well, it's rather difficult for me to explain." Yunzheng shrugged helplessly, indicating his own bewilderment. Soon, the soul battle commenced. with Yunzheng and Yuqing at levels 28 and 29, respectively, both possessing elite martial souls. Facing two White Ring Soul Masters, it was, to be honest, quite a mismatch. However, as they engaged in battle, a captivating woman in the audience fixated her gaze upon them, her concentration surpassing that of the host. Meanwhile, in the competitors' preparation area, Dai Mubai and the others paid no heed to Yunzheng and Yuqing's match, choosing instead to strategize for their own battle. At that moment, a burly man with dark skin emerged seemingly out of nowhere, sauntering over to Zhu Yuqing and taunting, "Hey there, little lady. Nice figure you've got. Why hide your face? Let me have a look." He reached out, intending to remove Zhu Yuqing's mask. Dai Mubai could not tolerate this affront. He dashed forward, seizing the man's wrist, and coldly ordered, "Get lost. You're asking for trouble, pretty boy." The burly man scoffed, unleashing a powerful punch fueled by his soul power. Dai Mubai was not to be outdone and retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate. The force of their clash rippled through the air, prompting the burly man to retreat a step while snorting. "Ah, so there's a flower protector here. How dull." With that, he turned to leave. Fury flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he prepared to pursue, but was halted by the staff of the Grand Soul Arena. It was clear the burly man was well-versed in the arena's rules, adept at exploiting them to intimidate others. Chapter 69, A Swift Arrow's Strike. What is there to discuss? I forgot to solicit votes this week. You understand my meaning, right? The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, swiftly bringing forth the Shrek team's first group battle. Group battles have always been the most popular events at the Grand Soul Arena, and today, an extraordinary number of spectators filled the arena, their cheers echoing in anticipation of the night's grand finale. Welcome everyone to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. The impoverished yet spirited host took to the stage once more, exclaiming, "It seems the enthusiasm is palpable. I know what you all are anticipating. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena will surely not disappoint." What followed was the highly anticipated 7-person group battle. All right, I shan't waste your time any further. Let the competing teams enter. The undeniable newcomer champions of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, the Shrek team, the seasoned veterans, the Frenzy team, under the host's deliberate hype. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with fervent cheers resounding as the audience chanted the names of both teams. Although this was Shrek team's first group battle, Yunzheng and his companions had already begun to make their mark in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, boasting an impressive record that warranted the title of newcomer champions. The Frenzy team, having fought and clawed their way through the arena for several years, naturally had a loyal following. In the preparation area, Tang San and Xiao Wu rallied the group. "Let us give it our all." Dai Mubai exchanged reassuring glances with them before leading the team onto the stage. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Frenzy team also stepped onto the battlefield. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the dark-skinned man leading the opposing team, a fiery intensity ignited in Dai Mubai's unique eyes beneath his mask, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "It's him. What's wrong?" Yunzheng noticed Dai Mubai's unusual demeanor and instinctively inquired. "The tall guy at the front. He disgusted me 3 days ago," Dai Mubai retorted coldly. "Oh." Yunzheng's eyes narrowed as he glanced towards the burly man, suddenly chuckling lightly. "Perhaps he wasn't trying to disgust you, but rather probing your capabilities." Dai Mubai was no fool. Yunzheng's words instantly clarified his understanding, and his gaze turned even colder as he looked disdainfully at the burly man, mocking. "And they speak of fairness and justice. In the Grand Soul Arena, nothing is secret if one is willing to pay. Just a means for the weak to enhance their odds." Yunzheng shrugged nonchalantly, appearing at ease. "Regardless, I'll handle him," Dai Mubai declared earnestly, casting a serious glance at Yunzheng. Yunzheng had long anticipated that Dai Mubai would respond in such a manner. With a light chuckle, he replied, "As you wish." The match had yet to commence. They were still in the banter phase. The burly man from the crazy battle team was relentless in his provocation of Dai Mubai and Yunzheng. Initially, Dai Mubai was somewhat irked, but upon observing Yunzheng's nonchalant demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. Yunzheng was not one for idle threats, rather than engaging in verbal sparring. He exuded an air of disdain. Under Yunzheng's influence, Dai Mubai also began to eschew unnecessary chatter before the battle, believing that true strength would speak for itself. Then, the match commenced. In the next moment, the voice of the host resonated, and with a swift motion, before the crazy battle team could react, Yunzheng had already executed a sudden dash. With glimmering ice brilliance, the frost sky feather bow was fully drawn. and the golden century-old spirit rings behind him shimmered. Second soul skill, Sky Leap Arrow. The contest concluded. The ice arrow was released, vanishing into the air. Without a glance back, Yunzheng executed a swift return towards the Shrek team, heading in the direction of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As he brushed past Dai Mubai, Yunzheng unilaterally declared the outcome of this skirmish. What a show of bravado, Dai Mubai remarked with a laugh. Where's the arrow? At the moment Yunzheng made his move, the burly man and the enchanting woman from the crazy battle team were taken aback. Momentarily believing Yunzheng was about to unleash a devastating attack, they hastily gathered their spirit power, preparing to face the impending onslaught. Yet, Yunzheng had already retreated, leaving them bewildered, having not even caught a glimpse of the arrow. Could it be that Yunzheng had not even drawn the bowstring? What was this? A futile shot? However, just as the members of the crazy battle team were engulfed in confusion, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from the rear of their formation. Rui Pan. Upon hearing the scream, the entire crazy battle team reacted instantly. The enchanting woman let out a shriek and turned to look, only to discover that their soul support spirit master had been struck by an ice arrow and propelled out of the battle arena. Having not even had the chance to unleash a single soul skill, the positioning of the crazy battle team was meticulously arranged, with 6 members spread out, safeguarding their support spirit master at the rear. To reach the Rui Pan support spirit master, one would have to breach the defenses of the entire crazy battle team. However, this also meant that their support spirit master was perilously close to the edge of the arena, allowing Yunzheng to easily send the Rui Pan support spirit master flying with a single arrow. Yunzheng retained a glimmer of restraint. The ice arrow had not been sharpened, for it was a dull projectile. Otherwise, it would have sufficed to end the life of the Rui Plate. This was the pinnacle of ice. Once Rui Plate was eliminated from the soul arena, the members of the Rampage team were thrown into disarray. The team's name, Rampage, was derived from Rui Plate's third soul skill, the Mysterious Light, which had an astonishing Rampage amplification effect. Now, with Rui Plate gone, the overall combat strength of the Rampage team had been diminished by nearly a third. In team battles, a support soul master wielding group assistance skills holds an undeniably pivotal position. While the Rampage team panicked, Yunzheng remained composed. Affiliated with Shrek, he chuckled derisively and commanded, "Crush them! Charge!" As soon as Yunzheng's words echoed, Dai Mubai and the others immediately understood and unhesitatingly charged towards the 6 members of the Rampage team. One soul master, accompanied by 3 great soul masters, charging into the formation of 6 soul masters seemed absurd, yet in reality, Dai Mubai and his comrades even held the advantage. The Rampage team lacked a support soul master, but Ning Rongrong's amplifying light was ever at the ready, and Yunzheng's frost sky feather bow could provide remote support at any moment. Besides, apart from Dai Mubai, Yuqinger, Mahongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were not reckless in their approach. They struck once and withdrew, adhering to the strategy Yunzheng had designated prior to the match. What of Rui Plate's absence? Merely a group of great soul masters. Witnessing Dai Mubai and his companion's audacity, the alluring woman of the Rampage team wore a fierce expression. Her snow-white hair splayed like spider legs behind her, and she bellowed, "Kill them!" With a savage charge, a burly man surged forward like a frenzied rhinoceros. Barreling towards Dai Mubai snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating. His first and third soul rings ignited, activating the White Tiger's shield and the White Tiger's Vajra transformation simultaneously. This triad of transformations, including the embodiment of his martial spirit, elevated Dai Mubai's power, defense, and soul power by a staggering 150% as he collided forcefully with the burly man. "Ah, we meet again, pretty boy?" The burly man snarled with a sinister grin, taunting through clenched teeth. Dai Mubai smiled back, retorting, "Don't cry when you lose." On the other side, the alluring woman attempted to ensnare Yuqinger with her web-like hair, only to have it thwarted by Yuqinger's skill, the Rising Dragon. A golden little dragon swirled around Yuqinger, tearing through the web-like strands before they could approach her. Yuqinger giggled, activating her first soul skill, launching several beams of golden light like baby dragons towards a monkey martial spirit soul master beside the alluring woman. The monkey soul master had no choice but to evade. Meanwhile, another monkey soul master, under the alluring woman's gaze, activated 3 soul rings and dashed rapidly towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With the Rampage team devoid of a support soul master, Shrek's team needed to assist their own. thus rendering the situation equitable. Yunzheng cast a glance at the monkey soul master but chose to ignore him. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, engaged in a tussle with two goat martial spirit soul masters, merely spared a glance without any intention of countering. Their nonchalant demeanor startled the alluring woman, who wondered if this frost sky archer could simultaneously protect two support soul masters. However, the monkey soul master had already reached Shrek's rear. Despite knowing Yunzheng was nearby to shield them, he had no retreat. An arrow had been loosed and must be released. 7 treasures, renowned for strength and speed. True name unleashed. Frost language halberd. In that fleeting moment, the amplifying light of the 7 treasures' glazed tower enveloped Yunzheng, transforming his resplendent frost sky feather bow into a formidable frost halberd. Yunzheng's second soul ring illuminated once more. Second soul skill, a strike from above. With a resounding thud, under the dual amplifications from Ningrongrong, Yunzheng's speed and strength reached their zenith. Even the swift monkey martial spirit soul master could not escape Yunzheng's precise assault. The 3-meter-wide halberd blade struck, and the monkey soul master felt his consciousness fade as he was sent flying out of the arena, coughing blood uncontrollably. To be candid, Yunzheng's passive protection capability was nearly non-existent, yet he could strike proactively, by sending everyone who dared lay a hand on Ningrongrong and Oscar flying. He was effectively safeguarding them. Alas, the limitations of these bracelets were overly constricting. After knocking the monkey soul master out of the arena, Yunzheng gazed at the exquisite bracelet on his wrist, lamenting its constraints. If not for these 4 bracelets, a casual strike could have knocked the ordinary martial spirit soul master unconscious, yet now, even at full strength, he could only manage to send the monkey soul master flying a few meters, leaving him still conscious. Chapter 70. The Rampage Team Surrenders. The Frost Sky Archer reigns supreme. As the chilling aura of the frost language halberd dissipated, Yunzheng disregarded the alluring woman and the monkey soul master before her, joyfully exclaiming her triumph. Although the alluring woman was taken aback by Yunzheng's explosive power, she recognized that now was not the time for distraction. Seeing Yunzheng expose a flaw, her white hair surged forward like a web, attempting to ensnare her. Yet, even without Yunzheng's gaze upon her, the golden dragon that danced around her swiftly intercepted the alluring woman's hair strands, tearing them apart with force. TCH. Such a troublesome girl. The alluring woman spat in frustration. Noticing the alluring woman's subtle movements, Yunzheng playfully stuck out her tongue, a cheeky demeanor that appeared particularly irksome to the alluring woman. With the departure of the monkey soul master, the scales of victory began to tip once more. Now, only 12 individuals remained in the arena, with the Rampage team reduced to 5. Even when accounting for the disparity in cultivation levels, the situation was dire for the Rampage team. During the brief skirmish, the alluring woman discerned that although Shrek's 7 members were not highly skilled, their martial spirits were exceptional. Golden Dragon, White Tiger, and Phoenix, compared to the Rampage team's goat, monkey, rhinoceros, and spider martial spirits, they were indeed ridiculed. The martial spirit dominance partially compensated for the cultivation gap, and with the enhancements from the 7 treasures glazed tower, the Rampage team found little hope for victory. Apart from the burly man still locked in a stalemate with Daimobai, the 2 goat martial spirit soul masters and the remaining monkey soul master retreated to the alluring woman's side. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, one could not help but ask, "Spider, what do we do now?" The alluring woman pressed her lips tightly together, noticing Yunzheng's slight panting in the distance. Her eyes brightening as she signaled her teammates to withdraw and stepped forward alone. The 3rd purple soul ring ignited as her snow-white hair, fueled by her soul power, expanded wildly, creating webs that descended like a storm, nearly engulfing the entire soul arena. This was the alluring woman's 3rd soul skill, the heavenly net, the largest control skill known within the realm of soul masters at Soto City's soul arena. Phoenix Fire Line, Giant Spirit Golden Light. There was no evading it. Yunzheng and Ma Hongjun decisively unleashed brilliant golden light and searing flames into the sky, instantly shattering the alluring woman's 3rd soul skill. As the heavenly net was torn apart, the alluring woman smirked, her 3rd soul ring flashing incessantly as countless nets descended upon Yunzheng and his allies. Even as they were swiftly destroyed, she showed no signs of cessation. She intends to consume our soul power. Zhu Zhuqing quickly discerned the alluring woman's intentions, her brows furrowing as she spoke to Yunzheng in a low voice. Humph. Yunzheng, however, merely scoffed dismissively and retorted, "Let us drain her." Soon after, he announced, "Oscar, it's your turn to make an entrance." Upon hearing this, Oscar, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously, muttering, "I have a big sausage." In the next moment, Oscar flung several rejuvenating sausages, one for each person, allowing everyone to consume them. Before long, the soul power that Yunzheng and the others had expended was swiftly replenished. Witnessing this scene, the alluring woman's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat trickling down as she realized that continuing the battle was futile. Meanwhile, Yunzheng called out to Dai Mubai, who was still grappling with the dark. "Muscular man, still playing around?" "TSK. Understood, I'll wrap it up right away." Hearing Yunzheng's voice, Dai Mubai reluctantly replied with a click of his tongue. Observing that Dai Mubai still had the energy to engage in casual conversation with Yunzheng, the dark, muscular man's eyes widened in disbelief. The alluring woman and the other four intended to assist the dark, muscular man, but were deterred by the vigilant gazes of Yuqing and the others. Dai Mubai aimed to confront the dark, muscular man one-on-one, and Yunzheng's group satisfied Dai Mubai's desire without offering any assistance. Not even Ning Rongrong's amplification light fell upon him. Conversely, the frenzied battle team could not expect to support the dark, muscular man. With a roar, Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power and strength entirely. The dark, muscular man felt an overwhelming force wrenching his wrists backward. No matter how he exerted his soul power, he found himself incapable of resistance. The intertwining fingers of a man and a woman may appear quite ambiguous, yet when two muscular men engage in a test of strength, no one would perceive any hint of romantic tension. Crack, crack. Dai Mubai gradually forced the dark, muscular man's hands downward, the bones emitting anguished sounds of unbearable strain. Under the excruciating pain of his joints twisting, the dark, muscular man had long since lost the will to resist, his towering physique helplessly kneeling before Dai Mubai. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and blood oozing from his gums, unwilling to utter the words surrender or defeat. Dai Mubai never intended to force the dark, muscular man to concede. Coldness filled his unique eyes. At the moment the dark, muscular man's fingers twisted to a critical point, a series of chilling sounds erupted, and the dark, muscular man's fingers snapped. Ah! The agony of having his fingers severed sent a piercing scream from the dark, muscular man, his body curling up in pain. Even though Dai Mubai had spared him, he could no longer rise. Severing your fingers serves as a lesson. Dai Mubai refrained from further attacks, merely snorting coldly as he turned to leave. Throughout the encounter, the dark, muscular man had underestimated Dai Mubai's strength. He believed that the punch delivered earlier was Dai Mubai's full power, but in reality, Dai Mubai had intentionally restrained his strength due to the regulations of the Grand Soul Arena, which led him to mistakenly think Dai Mubai was merely average. However, consider this, the dark, muscular man's cultivation was nearly equal to Dai Mubai's, one being the pinnacle of the evil eye white tiger martial soul. With 3 soul rings meticulously crafted by the Star Luo royal family over centuries, the other, a rhinoceros martial soul, could not be deemed inferior, but rather, it was quite ordinary, with a mediocre soul ring configuration. The superiority and inferiority of the two were evident at a glance. Until Dai Mubai walked away, the other members of the frenzied battle team dared not approach. The alluring woman let out a worried scream, but upon seeing that the dark, muscular man had merely suffered broken fingers without any irreversible internal injuries, she finally sighed in relief. Broken bones can heal, if there were any insidious moves. That would indeed be troublesome. At least the Shrek team remained honorable. Even the initial arrow shot by Yunzheng, which could be considered a sneak attack, did not cause the Ru Yipan martial soul master any harm. With this thought, the last remnants of the alluring woman's fighting spirit dissipated. With 3 out of their 7 combat units incapacitated and the remaining 4 in dire condition, the alluring woman had previously expended her 3rd soul skill continuously, leaving her own soul power diminished. In contrast, the Shrek team, with all 7 members intact and their state restored thanks to the sausages, clearly indicated the outcome was already determined. Sigh. The alluring woman sighed heavily, raising her hand wearily, declaring, "Our frenzied battle team concedes." Humph. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, as soon as the alluring woman's words fell, the impoverished host rushed out again, exclaiming in a delicate voice, "Incredible! The Shrek team has overwhelmingly defeated the frenzied battle team, forcing the once mighty frenzied battle team to concede." The Shrek team has once again proven their existence through strength. They have risen to prominence. Shrek, 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 under the host's enthusiastic narration. The entire Soto City Grand Seoul Arena echoed with the name of Shrek. If all goes as expected, after tonight, Yunzheng and the others will gain their first batch of fervent fans. Seated in the audience, Flinder couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Shrek Academy was his lifelong aspiration, and to see it renowned across the continent was his ultimate dream. Once upon a time, this dream had wavered and nearly vanished. But today, he saw hope reflected in Yunzheng and the others. Are you serious? Zhao Wujin, glancing at the emotional Flinder, chuckled lightly, teasing him. Do you understand nothing? I'm making money. Can't I be happy? Flinder retorted angrily at Zhao Wujin, who could only respond with an awkward smile. Chapter 71. The celebration after victory. Well done. Back in the contestants' resting area, the cheers from the audience had yet to subside. Tang Sect excitedly patted Yunzheng and Bai on the shoulder, appearing more elated than if he had won the soul battle himself. Upon introspection, Tang Sect was confident that if he were to take the stage, he could also lead the Shrek team to triumph over the frenzied battle team. However, he could never match Yunzheng's exhilarating display of a soul master leading 3 great soul masters against 6 soul masters, forcing the opponent to concede to save face, an unprecedented feat. Xiao Wu joyfully bounced around with Ning Rongrong and the other girls, celebrating Shrek Team's inaugural team battle victory. Yet, Tang Sect could not resist asking Yunzheng, why did you so decisively choose to attack the frenzied battle team's support soul master at the beginning of the match? Common sense. Strike the support first. Yunzheng shrugged, responding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As Yunzheng's words echoed, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the auxiliary soul masters, froze in surprise. Noticing their reaction, Yunzheng promptly apologized, assuring them, you are under my protection. Nothing will happen to you. Regardless, we have emerged victorious. I propose a celebration for Shrek Team's first win tonight. Let's indulge in merriment and drink to our heart's content. Oscar, not overly concerned, quickly dismissed the earlier tension and enthusiastically echoed the sentiment. Hearing Oscar's declaration, everyone brightened with excitement. Youth, after all, is boundless in energy. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun interjected with a sarcastic tone, you fool. I have no objections to the party, but let me correct you. It's Sui who won, not you. You merely sat in the VIP section, immersed in the experience, doing nothing while this victory was achieved. Oscar glared at Ma Hongjun, indignantly retorting, did my sausages feed the dogs? We would have won even without your sausages. You are merely a decoration. Ma Hongjun, with a cheeky demeanor, playfully picked his nose. You fat fool. I see you need a lesson. Thus began a scuffle between the two, each refraining from using their soul power. Engaging in a brawl akin to street ruffians, exchanging punches and kicks until they tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Yunzheng and the others instinctively took a step back, feigning unfamiliarity with the duo, even in the absence of onlookers, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Just then, the master's cough broke the commotion. Ma Hongjun and Oscar sprang to their feet, standing rigidly before the master, their faces tinged with awkwardness under Yunzheng's teasing gaze. The master, exasperated, glanced at the two mischief makers and, surveying the surroundings, spoke solemnly. Regarding today's match, I have a few points to address. First, Yunzheng. The master fixated on him, his tone turning stern. While your assassination tactic was impressive, it bore many flaws. Now that it has been exposed, it will be difficult to employ it successfully again. Do not succumb to arrogance. You must continuously refine your skills until the day you can strike undetected, even when the opponent is aware of your abilities. Secondly, Bai. The master turned to Bai, but was interrupted by Flinder's half-exasperated, half-reproachful voice from behind. Enough, Xiaogang. The children have just celebrated their victory. They are in high spirits. They won't absorb your words right now. Upon hearing Flinder's voice, the master paused, shifting his gaze to Yunzheng and the others. Noticing their distracted expressions, he couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose I was too serious. Indeed. Flinder shot a glance at the master before stepping forward, unusually cheerful, and declared, today, I'm feeling generous. The academy will cover your expenses. At this proclamation, even the master was taken aback. Flinder, the sunny and affable Xiaogang, gentle and kind Lu Erlong, and now the unexpectedly generous Flinder. Was it truly so? Ma Hongjun stared at his dean incredulously, stammering, is this really happening? Well, I still have the resolve. Flinder felt a pang of regret but, invigorated by the lingering cheers from the audience, gritted his teeth and delivered the statement. The dean is treating. Such an opportunity is rare. Everyone, I shall take the lead. As soon as Flinder finished speaking, Dai Mubai dashed forward, leaving only a blur in his wake. I want 10 servings of braised meat. We won't stop until we're drunk. Amid the ensuing chaos, in the blink of an eye, only Tang San remained behind, abandoned even by Xiao Wu, who had joined Ning Rongrong and the others. Teacher, Dean. Tang San chuckled ruefully, uncertain of what to say. The master shot a glare at his disciple. Why are you still here? Go. The prospect of tricking Flinder was one of the few pleasures the master indulged in. Yes. Tang San responded, hurrying after them. When he finally found Yunzheng and the others, they were already drinking, but the atmosphere felt peculiar. Dai Mubai was encircled by Zhu Zhuqing, persistently clinging to her, while Oscar, wishing to drink with Ning Rongrong, found her engrossed in a whisper with Yuqinger, leaving him to seek out Ma Hongjun instead. Yunzheng was busily pouring drinks, a rare sight of him being so industrious. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she leapt over to him. Without a second thought, he joined the fray. As the drinks flowed, the scene turned increasingly bizarre. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were the first to lose consciousness. Ma Hongjun simply couldn't handle his alcohol, while Oscar, attempting to drown his sorrows, mistakenly addressed Ma Hongjun as Ning Rongrong, spouting sweet nothings that left Ning Rongrong blushing fiercely. Ultimately, in a fit of embarrassment, she silenced him with a chicken leg. Following Oscar's descent into drunkenness were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, with his thick skin, seized the opportunity to pour out his true feelings to Zhu Zhuqing, who was initially touched but ultimately disillusioned when he inadvertently revealed his own embarrassing romantic history, resulting in Zhu Zhuqing knocking him out cold before collapsing herself. Tang San and Xiao Wu became a duo of drunken antics, with Xiao Wu creating a ruckus around Tang San, mumbling incoherently, while Tang San, in a daze, continued pouring drinks for himself, oblivious even as his glass ran empty. This juxtaposition of stillness and movement was indeed amusing. And who was observing this entire scene? Naturally, it was Yunzheng. Yunzheng harbored no desire to indulge in drunken antics, and he possessed a clear self-awareness regarding his tolerance for alcohol. Initially, he cleverly evaded trouble by feigning the need to fetch more drinks, but soon found himself inebriated enough to have toppled 6 glasses. Presently, he was merely slightly tipsy. However, what troubled Yunzheng was the remarkable capacity for drinking exhibited by Yuqinger and Ning Rongrong, who were engaged in some hushed conversation while casting glances in his direction. Yuqinger, already on the verge of intoxication, occasionally displayed a foolishly blissful grin, her cheeks flushed, instilling in Yunzheng an ominous sense of foreboding. Before long, Yuqinger took action, approaching him with 2 glasses of wine in hand. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, she staggered slightly, nearly losing her balance, prompting Yunzheng to step forward to steady her. Undeterred by her unsteady gait, upon seeing Yunzheng, she beamed sweetly and said, Yunzheng, drink with me. Very well. Yunzheng responded with a mix of exasperation and affection, reaching to take one of the glasses from her grasp, only to have Yuqinger block him. No. This glass is mine, and this one is yours. With an endearing innocence, she cradled her drink protectively while presenting the glass meant for Yunzheng. Yunzheng furrowed his brow in confusion, yet he still accepted the wine glass. Yunzheng and Yuqinger clinked their cups, just about to take a sip when Yuqinger called out to Yunzheng, let's exchange cups. I yield to you. Yunzheng and Yuqinger pressed their foreheads together, their arms entwined in midair. The young girl smiled sweetly, a hint of mischievous allure glimmering in her eyes. Just as Yunzheng was about to sip his mug of ale, a sudden flicker of expression crossed his face, twisting it into a grimace. What on earth did you put in this? It's overwhelming, he exclaimed, looking at Yuqinger with urgency. An aphrodisiac. Yuqinger, in a half-dreamy state, giggled and replied candidly. Hearing her answer darkened Yunzheng's countenance. How much did you add for it to be so overpowering? Noticing Yunzheng's reluctance, Yuqinger let out a playful huff, pretending to snatch the mug from his hands, and teased, if you want tea, drink it. I will. Wait. I'll drink it. Yunzheng quickly interrupted her, an icy chill radiating from him, instantly freezing the ale. He then tilted his head back, feigning a hearty drink, and after a breath, dramatically tipped the mug upside down, not a drop spilled, to indicate he had finished. Yuqinger, witnessing this, felt a blush of shyness and excitement wash over her delicate features. She leaned in and pressed her moist lips against Yunzheng's cheek, leaving a lingering trace of youthful sweetness mixed with the scent of alcohol, stirring something within him. Soon after, she contentedly drifted into slumber in Yunzheng's embrace, her long legs coiling around him like a serpent. At that moment, Yunzheng cast an annoyed glare at Ning Rongrong, who still retained her consciousness nearby. They truly have never encountered such beasts. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Yunzheng's clarity, followed by disappointment, and then a sigh of relief. In truth, the ale contained not only the aphrodisiac but also an antidote, explaining its potent flavor. Even if Yunzheng drank it, he would only experience a fleeting warmth, without any unexpected consequences. He had not anticipated that he would outmaneuver Yunzheng, denying her the kiss she longed for. Nor would he provide Ning Rongrong a spectacle of his disarray. After all, he had previously dismissed the auxiliary soul masters as mere weaklings. Chapter 72. A collective outing to the brothel. 3 weeks had elapsed since the Shrek team triumphed over the frenzied team. During this nearly month-long period, Yunzheng and the others had grown accustomed to their current schedule. Daytime was free for personal pursuits, while evenings were reserved for collective gatherings at the Grand Soul Arena, where they engaged in mandatory duels and often participated in team battles, albeit infrequently, totaling only a dozen or so over the month, with formats of 7, 8, and 9 participants. To be candid, the rhythm of team battles occurring every 2 or 3 days revealed the Grand Soul Arena's favor towards the Shrek team. After all, the Shrek team had emerged as a dark horse, capturing much attention, which the arena capitalized on for substantial profit. However, the Shrek team did not emerge victorious in every battle. They suffered defeat in 5 or 6 of those encounters, with only 4 Soul Masters in the team, 3 of whom were newly promoted, and only Dai Mubai possessing a level above 35, while Ning Rongrong, the weakest, was at a mere 26. The Shrek team notably lacked a defensive Soul Master. Moreover, with frequent team battles, the professional teams had thoroughly scrutinized the Shrek team's strategies, especially those of Tang Sect and Yunzheng as the leaders of the group, whose thought processes had been analyzed time and again. No one was foolish. The Grand Soul Arena relied on the popularity of the Shrek team to generate ticket sales, while the Shrek team utilized the arena to hone their skills, both parties benefiting from the arrangement. As the frequency of team battles increased, the professional teams recognized that understanding the Shrek team would not only enhance their chances of victory but also yield other visible advantages. The Shrek team boasted high attendance and popularity, yet their foundational weaknesses were glaring. If not them, who else would one study? However, it must be said, had the Shrek team been invincible, the Grand Soul Arena would not have scheduled them for so many battles. The financial success of the arena depended on a balance of victories and defeats. If one team triumphed perpetually, the underground gamblers would drain the arena dry. In contrast, individual and duo battles lacked such convoluted narratives. The majority of participants in these formats were not inclined to gamble, and the arena operated transparently, with a large pool of competitors, minimizing any focused scrutiny of opponents. However, there was Master, a person who meticulously recorded every detail of individual and duo battles, even logging the daily attendance for future analysis. Such dedication and perseverance suggested that had Master's martial soul not been flawed, even with a mere 4 or 5 levels of innate soul power, his current achievements would have been remarkable. Reflecting on Master's Rosan Pao, it was indeed the pinnacle of positive mutation, a powerful embodiment of the golden sacred dragon martial soul. Yet, due to Master's insufficient innate potential, he could not fully manifest the golden sacred dragon, resulting in a flawed version resembling a boar. It is uncertain whether to deem Master fortunate or unfortunate in this regard. Returning to the main narrative, due to the minimal external factors affecting individual and duo battles, the entire Shrek team excelled in these formats. Over the course of 27 days, they competed in 27 individual matches, with all but Ning Rongrong and Oscar achieving over 20 victories each, while Tang Sect and Yunzheng boasted an impressive undefeated record. The duo battles mirrored this success, excluding Ma Hongjun, who did not participate in duo battles. The remaining 4 pairs fared well, with Yunzheng and Yunzheng, as well as Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, finishing with flawless records, astonishing the entire Grand Soul Arena. In truth, Yunzheng's individual battles should have also been undefeated. Had it not been for a scheduling conflict with Yunzheng, he had no choice but to concede. On this day, 3 weeks later, Master generously granted them a day off. Though Yunzheng and the others found it peculiar, they knew better than to inquire too deeply. Who would question a rare holiday? It was better to rejoice than risk the chance of Master changing his mind. That morning, Yunzheng and her companions eagerly ventured into the city for a shopping spree. Seemingly prearranged, leaving only the 5 men behind at the academy. Daimubai had initially intended to invite Yunzheng to explore Soto City, but Yunzheng declined. Accompanying Yunzheng was one thing, but joining Daimubai was another matter entirely. To Yunzheng, Soto City seemed rather dull. With little to entice him beyond the Grand Seoul Arena, the entertainment facilities were far too rudimentary. With a rare day off, it would be unwise to linger at the Grand Seoul Arena. Of course, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent were not entirely devoid of enjoyment. With sufficient soul coins, one could revel in merriment. However, Yunzheng found little interest in such forms of entertainment. Yunzheng exhibited no interest, while Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to embark on an adventure. Unfortunately, Daimubai had resolved to mend his ways, leaving Ma Hongjun to journey alone to Soto City. Tang Sect, it seemed, intended to utilize this day off to refine some tempered iron for future use. After sharing breakfast with Xiaowu, he vanished without a trace. Oscar, feeling the weight of his own inadequacies, had taken it upon himself to engage in extra training, displaying a tenacious spirit. Although Daimubai initially planned to accompany Yunzheng to Soto City for a day of amusement, Yunzheng's lack of desire dampened his enthusiasm, rendering their splendid holiday a languid passage of time. In truth, such moments of leisurely contemplation serve as the finest form of rest. Yet, shortly after they had dined, Ma Hongjun returned unexpectedly, appearing utterly disheveled, with bruises adorning his hands and face, and a swollen lump on his head. Upon seeing Yunzheng and the others, he burst into tears, crying out, "Boss Dai? Half-saint, third brother, scoundrel, you must stand up for me. Fatty, what has happened?" Daimubai inquired, his brow furrowed in concern as he beheld Ma Hongjun's disarray. I. Ma Hongjun stammered, at a loss for words, his expression betraying his embarrassment. Alas, Yunzheng sighed, observing the scene. Did you get into a brawl with other patrons at the brothel? Although Yunzheng's statement was framed as a question, the tone was imbued with unwavering certainty, akin to a declaration of fact. Upon hearing these words, Daimubai and the others were momentarily taken aback, their gazes turning curiously towards Ma Hongjun, their faces awash with incredulity. "Hiki, half-saint, you remain as astutely perceptive as ever." Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a self-satisfied jest. Once confirmation was received, Daimubai was instantly amused, pointing at Ma Hongjun with an expression of exasperation, as if lamenting his failure to meet expectations. Tang Sect could only chuckle in silence, rendered momentarily speechless, while Oscar rolled his eyes in annoyance, his handsome visage succinctly conveying the sentiment. "You truly are something. Forget it. One should not strike without cause. Those who engage in brawls within brothels are unlikely to be virtuous individuals. First, let us avenge the wrongs done to Fatty." Yunzheng sighed softly, shaking his head as he set the course for their actions. Hearing Yunzheng's words, Ma Hongjun managed a few more dry chuckles. Although it was indeed the other party who had initiated the confrontation, he too had participated, and Yunzheng had not offered him any praise in his remarks. Under Ma Hongjun's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the brothel. Upon witnessing the raggedly dressed women, laughing and beckoning to patrons, the innocent Tang Sect felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his cheeks, stammering, "Are we really going in?" Daimubai hesitated as well. After all, he had resolved to bid farewell to his former self. However, with Yunzheng's confidence shining bright, he naturally replied, "What else is there to do? We can't just stand here waiting, can we?" With that, Yunzheng boldly took the lead, dragging Ma Hongjun into the brothel. Although Yunzheng's stature was not particularly suited for such establishments, he was, after all, a soul master from the Douluo Continent. It was evident that he held an elevated status, and experience suggested that soul masters tended to be far more generous than common folk, exactly the kind of patrons the brothel favored. With Yunzheng at the forefront, Tang Sect and the others felt emboldened, each following suit. Unbeknownst to Yunzheng and his companions, on the opposite side of the street, Yunzheng and her friends had just entered a flower shop. Why is there a flower shop opposite the brothel? After all, the proprietress is a woman, and she too has an affinity for beautiful blossoms. The seasoned patrons are well aware that sometimes gifting a modest bouquet, which costs but a few soul coins, can not only add a touch of romance, but may also lead to unexpected expenses. Of course, the shop is a legitimate establishment. However, the intentions of those who visit may vary. Yunzheng and her friends were not purchasing flowers to present to the proprietress. Their actions stemmed purely from the innocent whims of youth. "Xiaowu, come quickly, there's a flower here made from blue silver grass." Upon entering the shop, Ning Rongrong immediately spotted a unique bloom and eagerly called for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, darted to Ning Rongrong's side, exclaiming, "Indeed." Ning Rongrong, linking her arm with Xiao Wu's, teased, "Don't you think this flower is a perfect match for Sangil?" Xiao Wu, fully aware of the playful undertone in Ning Rongrong's words, felt her cheeks flush, yet she feigned nonchalance and nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. I shall purchase it for my brother. He will surely adore it." With that, Xiao Wu reached for the blue-silver flower. However, at that very moment, a thunderous crash echoed from the opposite street. A middle-aged man, clad only in shorts, plummeted from the third floor, his body ensnared in blue-silver grass, his face marred with bruises, and his hair singed. Inciting a wave of astonishment, the four girls, drawn by the commotion, stepped outside. Xiao Wu glanced at the colorful building across the street and, puzzled, inquired of Ning Rongrong, "What is that place over there?" "The brothel." Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Xiao Wu, her cheeks tinged with color. After a moment of contemplation, she finally uttered the words, "A brothel?" Xiao Wu, still bewildered, pressed further, "What does a brothel do?" This question proved difficult for even Ning Rongrong, who was often referred to as a sorceress, to articulate. She stammered, "Oh, it's just not a respectable place." Just as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were whispering, Yuqing suddenly gasped softly, and Zhu Zhuqing emitted a cold snort. Instinctively, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu turned their gaze across the street, where they beheld Yunzheng, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar emerging from the brothel's entrance. Ma Hongjun lagged half a step behind, brazenly tossing several gold soul coins into the hands of a heavily made-up older woman. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 73. The predicament of Manager Ao. The individual who had been conversing with Ma Hongjun was a soul master named Douluo, a frequent patron of the brothel. Though Douluo was a soul master, he bore none of the characteristics typically associated with one of his rank. His strength was inferior to many soul elders, and his soul power was unimpressive. He walked unsteadily, with puffy eyes and a distended belly, clearly a victim of indulgence in wine and vice. Furthermore, he appeared to lack any prowess in combat, leading one to suspect that he might have consumed counterfeit liquor. It is little wonder that, despite being a soul master, Douluo was barely able to hold his own against Ma Hongjun, a match that could be described as roughly 7-3 in favor of Ma. It can be said that had Douluo faced any of the likes of Dai Mubai, Tang San, or Yunzheng, he would have been utterly outmatched. When Yunzheng and his companions discovered Douluo in a state of disrepute, this gentleman was still engaged in sowing seeds, albeit in a rather unsightly manner. None of them wished to linger in such a place, so they unitedly confronted Douluo, delivering him a well-deserved thrashing. Douluo, possessing barely the strength of a soul master, stood no chance against the combined efforts of the Shrek Five, even with Oscar, the support-type soul master, unable to contribute directly to their offensive. With a bundle of blue-silver grass ensnaring him, Douluo was left with no recourse but to endure the beating. To Yunzheng's astonishment, their assault on the notorious patron was met with applause from the local courtesans. Subsequently, they learned of Douluo's true nature as a scoundrel. His brutish behavior was appalling enough, considering the exorbitant sums he spent. But the revelation that he had once forced a courtesan to abort his child using toxic mercury, ultimately leading to her demise, was utterly abhorrent. Although the other courtesans harbored deep resentment, they dared not voice their anger, for Douluo was a soul master, leaving them to silently bear their anguish. Were it merely this, Yunzheng and his companions might have felt a fleeting sense of sympathy, for in this underdeveloped land, tragedies of humanity unfold daily. Natural disasters can lead to desperate acts, and they could not save everyone. However, the courtesans, perhaps fearing Douluo's wrath upon recovery or genuinely loathing him, confided in Yunzheng and his friends about Douluo's heinous deeds, his acts of debauchery involving minors, abduction of innocent women, and coercion into prostitution. While not every accusation may hold true, the gravity of even a single one was sufficient to ignite Yunzheng's fury. Unlike Yunzheng, Dai Mubai and his companions have grown up in this place, being immersed in their surroundings since childhood. While it may not be entirely second nature to them, they have certainly witnessed much. Yunzheng is exceptional. His hometown is a place of beauty. He has never grown accustomed to the cruel and dark side of this continent, having never witnessed it firsthand until now. Faced with such horrors, he cannot remain indifferent. Observing the expressions of the women around him, some filled with terror, others with anxiety, and some with hope, he then glanced at the pitiable figure of Douluo before him. A chill settled over Yunzheng's countenance. and a frigid aura began to coalesce beneath his feet. With a resounding thud, he kicked Douluo away, sending him crashing into the wall of the third floor of the brothel, shattering it. The power of ultimate ice penetrated Douluo's dantian, instantly obliterating all of his cultivation in the soul realm. Yunzheng's soul power quality is several times that of Douluo, rendering the cultivation of the Douluo soul sect before Yunzheng as feeble as a mere mass of cotton. Yunzheng did not kill Douluo. For such a scoundrel, enduring a powerless existence is far more punitive than a swift demise. After concluding this matter, Yunzheng turned to Ma Hongjun and said, "Compensate them a bit." In his view, having frightened away the patrons and damaged the establishment warranted some form of restitution. With that, he prepared to depart. Yunzheng, Dai Mu Bai, noticing Yunzheng's displeasure, hastily followed him. Ma Hongjun and the others trailed behind, while the brothel keeper, sensing their intent to leave, mustered her courage to approach. Ma Hongjun, fully aware of her intentions, felt reluctant. Yet the stern gazes of Tang Sect and Oscar compelled him to reluctantly produce several gold soul coins and toss them to the brothel keeper. Meanwhile, the others had exited the establishment. Observing Yunzheng's unusual demeanor, Dai Mu Bai intended to inquire further. Just then, a jubilant cry resonated from across the street. "Brother!" The moment they heard that voice, Tang Sect, Yunzheng, Oscar, and Dai Mu Bai were all taken aback. They quickly turned to the direction of the sound, and upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Qingger standing alongside Xiao Wu, their hearts sank. Nature is hard to change. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a look with Dai Mu Bai, disappointment and sorrow reflected in their eyes. With a cold laugh, she turned and walked away without a hint of nostalgia. Yu Qingger, biting her lip, yearned to hear Yunzheng's explanation but hesitated upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's resoluteness and ultimately followed her. Yu Qingger believed that Yunzheng's visit to the brothel must have had an underlying reason. The earlier loud crash and the man who had descended from the upper floor served as evidence. Yet, circumstances are circumstances, and emotions are emotions. If Yu Qingger remained unmoved at the sight of her beloved emerging from the brothel, it could only signify that her feelings for Yunzheng had waned. Xiao Wu, however, was blissfully unaware of the complexities, eagerly intending to present the blue-silver flower she had just purchased to Tang Sect. Yet, before she could take a step, Ning Rongrong pulled her away, exclaiming in mock anger, "Don't pay attention to those foul men." "Zhuqing, allow me to explain." Dai Mu Bai hurriedly pursued her, followed closely by Tang Sect, while Oscar trailed after Tang Sect. Although Oscar understood that his relationship with Ning Rongrong had yet to progress meaningfully, he knew that if the situation remained unresolved, it could extinguish any chance for development altogether. Yunzheng let out a light sigh, casting an irritated glance at Ma Hongjun before hastily pursuing Yu Qingger. Instantly flustered by Yunzheng's glare, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of panic. Although Dai Mu Bai occasionally referred to him as a foolish glutton, and while it was true that he was somewhat rotund, he was certainly not foolish. He was well aware of the dynamics among the 8 others in their academy. Today's incident was indeed a matter of unfortunate timing. Thankfully, Yunzheng and the others had done nothing wrong, and with ample evidence to support this, it was unlikely that any serious repercussions would arise. However, attempting to clarify the situation seemed futile. When a girl was angered, her displeasure could linger for days. It was evident that in the coming days, Yunzheng and his companions would not extend friendly gestures towards him, the perceived instigator. Furthermore, since Yunzheng had brought them along, should Yu Qingger and her companions discover the truth, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Being marked by 8 of his peers and left with only himself. Would he even continue to stay at the academy? What transpired thereafter remains uncertain, but according to a certain unnamed man of the AO's surname, that night, 3 figures, 1 short and 2 tall, stood guard at the academy's entrance, and Ma Hongjun did not return home that evening. While the Shrek Academy was embroiled in this farce, Flander and the Master were summoned by the supervisor of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your late-night summons?" the Master asked, his tone indifferent as he confronted the supervisor. Several days ago, the noble families of this city engaged a soul ancestor-level team to compete. Hoping to profit from the heavy stakes, this team holds a silver-level badge. The supervisor, not daring to feign grandeur in front of Flander, spoke plainly. A team with a silver soul arena badge signifies they are invincible beneath the soul sect. To be candid, under pressure from the noble families, the Soto City Great Soul Arena is on the verge of bankruptcy. We can no longer find a team capable of rivaling the Royal Combat Team. Perhaps the Shrek team could be our last hope. With that, The supervisor fixed his earnest gaze on Flander and the master, his unspoken plea evident. Humph. Just as the supervisor finished speaking, Flander let out a cold snort, sternly declaring, "Are you attempting to use us as pawns?" Under the precise scrutiny of a soul sage, the supervisor felt a momentary constriction in his breathing, his composure faltering. Luckily, the master placed a reassuring hand on Flander's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, before inquiring, "What team possesses such strength to leave the entire Soto City Great Soul Arena powerless?" "The Royal Combat Team," the supervisor replied hastily. The master pondered for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. "I'm afraid the Shrek team cannot compete against a team of such dubious origins." With those words, the master prepared to depart. Recognizing that there was no benefit in engaging further, without promises or a clear chance of victory, he had no intention of acquiescing to the supervisor. Although the Soto City Great Soul Arena was not the only option for the Shrek team, it was certainly the most convenient choice, so saying this would not cause offense. "Please, wait." The supervisor, sensing the urgency of the moment, quickly retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer. "Here's the information on the Royal Combat Team. Perhaps you might consider reviewing it before making a decision." "Oh?" The master and Flander, intrigued by the supervisor's earnestness in providing detailed information, exchanged curious glances. Eager to uncover the nature of the team that had compelled the supervisor to act in such a manner. Seeing that they had indeed paused, the supervisor relaxed slightly, seizing the opportunity to add, "Furthermore, regardless of whether the Shrek team secures a victory, I can promise a financial support fund. Should the Shrek team triumph, I could exceptionally elevate their badge to the Silver Soul Arena level." Realizing that coercion would bear no fruit, especially in the presence of Flander, a soul sage, and Zhao Wujing, who was not present, the supervisor understood the necessity of persuasion. He knew that the Shrek team could use the financial support, as evidenced by their daily participation in competitions. "Let us review the materials first," the master replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the supervisor's enticements. However, upon glancing at the first page of the documents, his expression shifted dramatically. "Yunzheng, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." These words left the master astounded. "What's the matter?" Flander inquired with concern upon noticing the master's reaction. Without answering, the master composed himself and continued to read. The supervisor, observing the master's reaction, felt increasingly confident that he had secured a favorable outcome. Once the master had perused the entire document, the supervisor resumed speaking. "The Royal Combat Team's captain personally requested to compete against the Shrek team and has insisted on meeting with both of you, regardless of your response. He is currently waiting in the VIP lounge." Exchanging glances, the master and Flander proceeded toward the VIP lounge. Chapter 74. Behind the scenes. Finally, we have the honor of welcoming both esteemed guests. As the master and Flander entered the VIP lounge, a refined and gentle voice greeted them. The master remained indifferent, dismissing it as mere pleasantries. Yet Flander could hardly contain his excitement, a look of unmistakable joy crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Qin Ming, it's you, Flander. It has been too long." Qin Ming responded respectfully with a bow, a smile playing on his lips. "Aha!" Flander laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Qin Ming on the shoulder. "Qin Ming, you've made quite the name for yourself, becoming the captain of the Royal Combat Team." "Thanks to the guidance of Dean Flander," Qin Ming replied, equally thrilled to reunite with his former mentor. Flander's pride swelled at Qin Ming's praise, and he beamed with satisfaction as he introduced the master. "Xiao Gang, allow me to introduce you. This is our most outstanding graduate from Shrek Academy, the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent, Qin Ming, now captain of the Royal Combat Team, your opponent." Hearing Flander's introduction, the master cast a surprised glance at Qin Ming. However, his astonishment did not stem from Qin Ming being the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. The master was not oblivious to the world over the past decade. He was well aware of Qin Ming, the prodigy who had garnered significant acclaim and whose name had bolstered the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, as for who truly achieved the title of the youngest Soul Emperor during their ascent, the master couldn't be certain, but he was confident it was not Qin Ming. At 35 years of age, a Soul Emperor was indeed a remarkable achievement, yet claiming the title of the continent's youngest was a weighty assertion. Not to mention, the master's idol, Tang Hao, had already attained the rank of Soul Sage by the age of 35. Immediately afterward, Flander introduced the master to Qin Ming, who was equally astonished to behold the renowned figure. The master, a person of considerable repute, turned out to be an old friend of Flanders, which surprised Qingming. The master remained detached from the reunion of the two, quietly seated aside. Even as they reminisced about trivial past events, he exhibited not a trace of impatience, savoring his tea in silence. It was only when a whisper reached his ear that the master furrowed his brow, slowly rising to address Flander. Flander, I must step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well. Flander thought nothing of it, trusting the master to handle his own affairs. The master nodded and departed from the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. He traversed to a secluded grove outside the arena, his gaze sharp as he spotted a tall, sturdy figure amidst the shadows of the trees. Gently, he called out, "Second brother." Xiaogang. Yunzheng had already seen the master, and in an instant, he appeared before him. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Their reunion was not one of long separation, hence the absence of overwhelming joy, only a hint of curiosity. "Xiaogang, I've heard you're leading the Shrek team?" Yunzheng did not respond to the master's inquiry, but instead posed his own question. "Indeed," the master replied, frowning slightly, sensing that his brother seemed off today, but answered truthfully nonetheless. "Isn't the Shrek team slated to battle the royal fighting team? You must have reviewed their data by now." Yunzheng continued, "I am aware of Shrek's circumstances. Let us get straight to the point. Xiaogang, I wish for you to agree to let the Shrek team face the royal fighting team, with Qing'er and Zheng'er taking on the challenge. What? Is this your arrangement?" The master's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yunzheng, his tone growing irate as he questioned, word by word. The master was unclear about Yunzheng's intentions. But one thing was certain. Sending 6 great spirit masters and 1 spirit elder against 7 spirit elders of level 35 and above was utterly preposterous. Truth be told, despite the master's unwavering confidence in his 9 Shrek members, he did not deem them capable of triumphing over the royal fighting team. Whether led by Tang Sect or Yunzheng, their chances were virtually non-existent, the distinction lying only in Tang Sect possessing a sliver of hope for miraculous outcomes, whereas Yunzheng had none whatsoever. Ultimately, both Yunzheng and Qing'er were merely second-ring great spirit masters, while Tang Sect and Xiaowu were spirit elders. Moreover, compared to Yunzheng, Tang Sect's leadership style was more conducive to overcoming stronger opponents. Tang Sect preferred to maneuver, orchestrating various small-scale skirmishes, employing tactics such as feints, drawing the enemy in, and creating diversions. In contrast, Yunzheng favored a more aggressive, all-out assault. However, should they encounter a formidable team like the royal fighting team, the likelihood of a complete collapse was significantly heightened. This was not to say that Tang Sect was inherently superior as a leader. Rather, their strategies differed. When it came to battling the royal fighting team, rationally speaking, Tang Sect was indeed the more suitable choice. After all, Tang Sect's blue-silver grass offered control and mobility, while Yunzheng's frosty sky featherbow provided solid long-range output and damage support. Observing the agitated master, Yunzheng gently shook his head. "Believe it or not, this matter is merely coincidental. I have not played a part in it. The royal fighting team has merely arrived in Soto City, and I just happened to learn of it, hence the chance meeting with you." The master gazed deeply at Yunzheng before resolutely shaking his head. "I cannot acquiesce. While Yunzheng and Qing'er are indeed exceptional, they are still 10 levels inferior to the members of the royal fighting team, a discrepancy that cannot be bridged by mere spirit power or brute strength. Xiaogang, your self-righteousness has always been your flaw." Following the master's refusal, Yunzheng inhaled deeply, his tone sharpening. "Why do you believe you understand my daughter and my disciple better than I, a father and a mentor? Who told you that the purpose of spirit battling must be victory?" Upon uttering this, Yunzheng regained his composure and sighed wearily. "Xiaogang, do you not think that Qing'er has been overly sheltered? Throughout her life, her greatest hardship was the discrimination faced at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yet even then, Wen Qian and I shielded her, allowing only whispers behind her back. After I took Yunzheng as my disciple, I had hoped his experiences would subtly alter things. But alas, he has indulged her too much, failing to foster her growth, and instead nurturing her into a naive child." At this point, Yunzheng chuckled ruefully, imparting a profound truth to the master. "Xiaogang, you must understand that for a mature spirit master, naivety is far from an admirable trait. Neither Yunzheng nor I can perpetually coddle her. She must learn to grow independently." Upon hearing this, the master comprehended Yunzheng's intention. In essence, Qing'er required a complete and profound failure. The previous minor setbacks did not constitute a true failure. It had to be one that would leave an indelible mark on her memory. Yunzheng would serve as an excellent candidate. Qing'er had always despised and looked down upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and a defeat at Yunzheng's hands would undoubtedly catalyze her growth. Yet, the master hesitated, struggling with doubt. Are you not concerned that the children may be left utterly despondent? Huh. At the master's words, Yunzheng chuckled lightly, responding, Who told you that Qing'er's failure equates to a loss in the competition? The master inquired, perplexed, awaiting Yunzheng's clarification. Yunzheng did not engage in riddles, but spoke plainly. Qing'er needs to evolve. Yunzheng does not. However, he too possesses his shortcomings. He is excessively detached, perceiving all life as transient, the world as vast and indifferent, and human suffering as ubiquitous. At such a young age, he has grasped too much. Thus, he has never exerted himself fully. His benevolence is incomplete, and his aversion to evil is insufficient. I aim to seize this opportunity to make him realize that there are indeed matters worth his utmost dedication. Moreover, I wish to uncover how truly extraordinary that child is. Detached? The master's expression turned bewildered. He did not consider Yunzheng to be a cold individual. Even Tang Sect, at a tender age, had grasped many truths, yet he did not exhibit the same detachment as Yunzheng suggested. That is precisely why I say you do not understand. Laughing heartily at the master's bewilderment, Yunzheng clapped a hand on his shoulder, unabashedly mocking him as if he had not been the stern figure just moments before. The master rolled his eyes in exasperation, dismissing Yunzheng's arm with irritation. Since you have taken it to this extent, I have no reason to refuse. I shall acquiesce to your wishes, but I hope you do not end up bringing calamity upon yourself. Rest assured. Yunzheng smiled and cast an approving glance at the master. Upon receiving Yunzheng's assurance, the master returned to the great Soul Arena in Soto City. Unbeknownst to the master, mere minutes after his departure, a young man adorned with a lightning mark on his forehead ventured into the dense forest. Had the master been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized this individual as Yunzheng, one of the twin stars of the current generation from the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, and also the captain of the royal fighting team, as designated by Yunzheng and the master. What transpired between Yunzheng and Yunzheng remains a mystery to outsiders. However, following that encounter, Yunzheng drastically changed his previously dismissive demeanor and began to diligently study a team known as Shrek. When Douluo and her companions learned that Shrek was merely a team composed of 4 soul ancestors and 5 great soul masters, they remarked that Yunzheng was making a mountain out of a molehill. Yet, Yunzheng insisted that this matter was pivotal to his future. Regardless, it is certain that under Yunzheng's fervent insistence, when the royal fighting team faced off against Shrek, there would be no trace of carelessness or arrogance. In such a state, the royal fighting team had never tasted defeat. Chapter 75, The Royal Fighting Team Yunzheng, Tang Sect. And Daimubai waited at the academy gate for the entire night to confront Ma Hongjun. To their surprise, he had cleverly evaded them, not returning until dawn, which both amused and frustrated the trio. Meanwhile, there were no significant troubles for Qing'er and the other girls, just as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. It was primarily a matter of minor tempers and childish whims. After Yunzheng explained the situation, Qing'er decided to let it go. Xiaowu, throughout the ordeal, remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, only aware that everyone was upset, and she followed suit, demanding comfort from Tang Sect. The one most troubled by this affair was undoubtedly Daimubai, who had a history of such incidents. Fortunately, it seemed the storm had passed. Zhu Zhuqing would likely ignore Daimubai for a few days, and once her anger subsided, she would not continue to make things difficult for him. As for how Daimubai would spend the next few days, he could only hope for the best. On the other hand, Oscar's attempts at explanation to Ning Rongrong could be summed up in one phrase. He was persistently shameless, while she listened with indifference. When Yunzheng and the others encountered Ma Hongjun again, it was already the break of dawn. Ma Hongjun, having learned from the previous night, was cautious. He had anticipated that Yunzheng and the others would not let him off easily. Thus, he had spent the night hiding outside, only daring to return just before sunrise. However, Ma Hongjun was unprepared for the fact that Yunzheng and his companions had resolutely waited for him all night at the main thoroughfare of the academy. Upon seeing them, his heart raced, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. Hey, where do you think you're going? Unfortunately for him, although Yunzheng and the others had been resting with closed eyes, they were not asleep. Their keen senses immediately detected Ma Hongjun's attempt to escape. Yunzheng shouted, startling Ma Hongjun into stumbling. Tang Sect summoned his blue silver grass, which ensnared Ma Hongjun like a tightly woven rope, binding him up completely. At the same time, Yunzheng and Dai Mubai rushed forward, their expressions betraying their lack of trust in Ma Hongjun. Behind them, Tang Sect wore a cunning smile. What do you want? Ma Hongjun nervously swallowed, asking in a panic. What do you think? Yunzheng replied with a slight smile as a chilling aura coalesced into a stick in his hands. He advanced slowly towards Ma Hongjun while Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes, sneering, You glutton. I helped you out, and now Zhu Qing misunderstands me. You had the audacity to run away? I nearly burned my tongue trying to explain things to her. And it was only because of Rong Rong and Xiao Wu that she reluctantly believed me. What punishment do you think you deserve? Dai Zheng, please let me explain. Distance creates beauty. Please don't come any closer. Ma Hongjun, his corpulent form bound by the blue-silver grass, rolled back like a worm, pleading desperately. Explanation? I have no interest in your explanations. At that moment, Dai Mubai was most irritated by the very notion of explanation. Having spent hours trying to clarify matters with Zhu Qing, only to receive a response identical to what Ma Hongjun was now uttering. As he spoke, Dai Mubai extended his hand, the sharpness of his claws glinting ominously in the morning light. Ma Hongjun's heart quivered, and with a desperate leap, he closed his eyes, adopting a valiant expression, resigned to his fate. Yes, I have broken through to level 30. Just as Yunzheng and Dai Mubai were about to take decisive action, an exultant cry erupted from the dormitory, momentarily distracting them from Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, Yuqing dashed out of the dormitory, followed closely by Ning Rongrong, both adorned with radiant smiles. Yuqing had been stuck at level 29 for several months, and her breakthrough was indeed a cause for celebration. Yunzheng, I have reached level 30. You must praise me. The moment she spotted Yunzheng at the academy gate, her face lit up with joy, and she rushed towards him, playfully demanding admiration. All right. Our Qing'er is the best. Yunzheng initially smiled indulgently, preparing to employ his old compliments to praise Yuqing, but was interrupted as she covered his mouth, leaving him to emit a perplexed sound. Yuqing furrowed her delicate brows, the joy on her face fading, and shot Yunzheng a mock glare, then deliberately extricated herself from his embrace, playfully admonishing, Wait, I've just remembered that I'm still upset with you. Rong Rong said that I shouldn't spoil you too much, so I shall ignore you. I'm going to find Rong Rong and the others. As she finished speaking, she mischievously made a face at Yunzheng before joyfully returning to Ning Rongrong, joining the laughter of Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, who had just emerged. Seeing this, Yunzheng could only smile helplessly, feeling utterly powerless against Yuqing. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been roused from his slumber, approached Tang Sect and teased, Little Sect, your record has been shattered once again. Tang Sect, however, merely chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to Xiao Wu as he replied, Wasn't it already broken? Oscar, unamused and feeling a bit like he had been force-fed dog food, clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. Yet, he couldn't deny Xiao Wu's exceptional talent. If all went as expected, she would likely be the youngest among their group of 9 to break through to Soul Sage. And Oscar believed it was quite possible she would be the youngest Soul Sage in the entire continent. The only ones at Shrek Academy who theoretically could surpass Xiao Wu in breaking through to Soul Sage were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. However, unless they could consecutively break through 3 levels in the next 2 to 3 months, surpassing Xiao Wu is nothing short of a pipe dream. Brother Zheng, let's discuss something. Now that Sister Zheng has broken through to level 30, how about you let me off the hook? I promise to find her the most suitable spirit ring. Ma Hongjun, bound and helpless, saw hope with Yuqing's breakthrough and shamelessly approached Yunzheng. To his surprise, Yunzheng simply chuckled and picked up his popsicle, saying, Don't even try that. Everyone needs to participate in the soul fighting. Just let Teacher Zhao take me and Qing'o along. There's no need to trouble yourself. Kiki. Dai Mubai let out a cold laugh, stating, Fatty, give it up. You won't be going anywhere until we scrape off a few pounds from you today. A series of sorrowful cries followed. Later, the group arrived at the Soto City Soul Arena as usual, and Yunzheng and Yuqing were also present. Since Yuqing had broken through to level 30 and needed to hunt for a spirit ring, they initially planned to head directly to the Star Doe Forest with Zhao Wujia. However, considering that Flander and the Master were in Soto City, they thought it prudent to report to them first. To their astonishment, upon their first encounter with the Master, they were informed that the next day they would face the most formidable opponent in Shrek Team's history, the Royal Fight Team. When the Master mentioned that the captain of the Royal Fight Team possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, both Yunzheng and Yuqing trembled in unison. For Yuqing, the blue lightning tyrant dragon held profound significance. Her feelings towards it were quite complex. On one hand, it represented the injustices she endured in her childhood, while on the other, it was the martial spirit that Yunzheng took great pride in. Regardless of her mixed emotions, Yunzheng knew that her foremost desire was to represent Shrek team in the battle against the royal fight team. She yearned to confront Yunzheng directly, to engage in combat with this outstanding prodigy of the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage, and to emerge victorious, thus silencing all those who once looked down upon her. She wanted to assert that, even if she wasn't a blue lightning tyrant dragon, she was far from the mixed breed they labeled her as. The young girl harbored no thoughts of a rebellious comeback against the injustices of youth. She simply wished to prove herself and silence the disparaging tongues. As for disparities in cultivation, age, or strength, those considerations were far from her mind. Noticing the unusual expression on Yunzheng's face, the master sighed inwardly. While the others debated the formidable lineup of the royal fight team and how to counter them, the master suddenly declared, "I have decided that tomorrow's match will be commanded by Yunzheng." On what grounds? Xiaowu retorted, clearly dissatisfied. It was apparent to all that Tang San was far more suited to lead the match. Xiaowu did not believe the master was exploiting Tang San's participation. She simply thought it absurd to send Yunzheng, a grand soul master, and Yunzheng, who had yet to reach the third ring, against a team with an average level exceeding 35. It seemed like a recipe for disaster. Xiaowu felt indignant on behalf of Yunzheng and Yunzheng. However, she was unprepared for Tang San to pull her back just as she was about to speak. Xiaowu was unaware of what the Yu family's dragon martial spirit entailed, but Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Yuqing had an inkling. Coupled with Yunzheng's current demeanor, they had a fair understanding of the situation. Personal grievances could not be assessed based on suitability. What they could do was to support Yunzheng as best as they could. Xiaowu was not oblivious to the atmosphere. Upon witnessing Yunzheng's expression, she recognized her slip of the tongue and awkwardly retreated behind Tang San. The master ignored Xiaowu's protest and fixed his gaze on Yunzheng, inquiring with deliberate emphasis, "Do you have confidence?" Yunzheng first cast a glance towards Yunzheng, and in that fleeting moment, the master perceived an unprecedented seriousness in Yunzheng's eyes, akin to the dawn piercing through the night. The momentum that erupted at that moment sent a shiver through the master, and he suddenly began to comprehend why Yunzheng had remarked that the former Yunzheng appeared so indifferent. This battle, victory was a certainty. Immediately thereafter, the master heard Yunzheng's unwavering declaration resonate in his ears. Chapter 76. The utterly serious Yunzheng simultaneously in the resting chamber of the royal battle team. The handsome Yufeng impatiently discarded the documents in his hand, lamenting to Yunzheng, "Is it truly necessary to be this serious?" Beside him, Osro, clad in black attire, nodded in agreement, grumbling, "Boss, I really don't see the point. They are merely 3 newly promoted soul kings and 5 great soul masters, with the highest among them barely reaching level 37. Our weakest member stands at 35. How could we possibly lose? Even if they possess the evil eye white tiger and the nether spirit cat's martial soul fusion skills. That second prince likely hasn't had the opportunity to employ his martial soul fusion technique even once. What fusion potential could he possibly have? Even if, hypothetically, there is a nether spirit cat, 1 soul king, and 1 great soul master combined would barely yield a temporary soul king combat capability. We could easily counter with 4 of our own. Yufeng nodded vigorously at these words. Even the usually taciturn Shimo displayed a flicker of concern. After all, in their view, the only members of Shrek they truly feared were Dai Mubai and Zhu Yuqing's martial soul fusion skills. The rest posed little threat. Indeed, while Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile martial souls were somewhat intriguing, and perhaps Yunzheng's frost sky feather bow and Yunzheng's giant spirit golden dragon, both unique mutated martial souls, had their merits, their cultivation levels were simply too low, lagging nearly 10 levels behind the royal battle team. What does a 10-level difference signify? Years of diligent training. To Yufeng and the others, this match resembled an 18-year-old beating a 12-year-old. For a contest that seemed devoid of suspense, Yufeng and his companions had been dissecting Shrek's strategies since dawn, meticulously reviewing all their group battles, individual contests, and pair skirmishes, even uncovering Dai Mubai's background. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would likely spend the following day enduring this tedious analysis. Not even the vivacious Yufeng could withstand it, let alone the brothers Shimo. Had they been facing a formidable opponent, it would be understandable. No one wishes to lose. However, In a match they deemed guaranteed, why squander time? Prior to this, the royal battle team had scarcely cared to know their opponent's name in Soto City. Once on the field, Yunzheng and the others might not even have the chance to engage, as Yunzheng single-handedly resolved everything. Now, with Yunzheng suddenly so cautious and earnest, they were somewhat taken aback. Osro. Amidst Osro's complaints, Douluo Yin snapped at him, signaling him to be silent. Douluo Yin was unwaveringly supportive of Yunzheng, as he was her beloved. Regardless of what Yunzheng aimed to accomplish, she would unconditionally stand by him, even relishing the monotonous task of sifting through documents. Under Douluo Yin's reprimand, Osro begrudgingly fell silent, and Yunzheng's shoulders slumped, refraining from further comment. Observing this, Yunzheng raised his hand to halt Douluo Yin. He recognized that he was perhaps imposing too much on his team, but this was a matter concerning his future. He had to be earnest. With this thought, Yunzheng's mind drifted back to the dense forest outside the Soto City Grand Soul Arena from the previous day. Uncle. Upon reuniting with Yunzheng, Yunzheng felt a surge of excitement. After all, Yunzheng was the illustrious prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the youngest title Douluo in the sect's history. Almost every member of the younger generation in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect idolized Yunzheng, and Yunzheng was no exception. In contrast, Yunzheng remained calm, waving his hand to dismiss Yunzheng's exuberance. Tianheng, is it true that your royal battle team is set to compete against a team called Shrek? Yunzheng inquired pensively. Yes. How did you know, uncle? Yunzheng replied, excitement coursing through him, thinking Yunzheng might have been observing him in secret. How could I possibly know? Yunzheng responded with a knowing smile, retorting, there are my daughter and disciple in the Shrek team. How could I not be aware? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yunzheng felt as though thunder had struck his mind, hastily kneeling in dread. Uncle, forgive me. When I was young and foolish, I may have offended your niece. If you wish to hold me accountable, I am willing to accept punishment. Yunzheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do I have to settle with you young ones? Those children were merely pawns. The true masterminds are those sitting as elders in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. I wouldn't stoop so low as to quarrel with children who know nothing. Then, does that mean you wish for me to lose the match? Yunzheng, relieved by Yunzheng's lack of anger, speculated. No, quite the opposite. To Yunzheng's surprise, Yunzheng directly denied this, adding, I am not here to urge you to lose deliberately. Rather, I want to convey that when facing the Shrek team, you must present your utmost strength. Victory is non-negotiable. Huh. Yunzheng was momentarily taken aback, questioning, why is that? Don't ask why. Haven't you always been dissatisfied with my disciple outside? Haven't you always aspired to take his place?